We're
Yeah,
talking.
everything is calculated. It should be about 3
We're
miles
talking
behind curvature.
2,000 feet or something.
Yeah, maybe even more. It's everything
So we're
calculated.
talking very high.
Yeah, it's everything calculated in calculator,
Yes.
and it should be 3 miles behind the curvature.
But you know, what is the actual drop per mile? Because I need to know. Everyone says it's 8 inches per mile, but I thought that that's not actually accurate.
That photo is not accurate. That's a Guinness record
Okay, let
photo.
me.
That's Guinness record photo. That's
I
not
need to
from
zoom
Flat
in on
Earth.
this.
That's not from Flat Earth. That's Guinness record photo.
Yeah, it was not intended to actually expose the failure of the globe model that is not adding up to the expectations within the realms of reality, which clearly shows us that the Earth is not bending 360 degrees in every direction to form a perfect sphere, or let's say roughly a sphere, which would be called a spheroid or an oblate spheroid, which means that for some reason the surface is not doing what it is expected according to the calculations of the so-called model of a heliocentristic globe Earth. So again, if any human being can provide physical evidence, so we can, I would jump into a jet, fly to that point, and verify for myself if that point would really exist, where indeed I could, for the first time in my life, experience this 360 degrees in every direction bending downwards to create a perfect sphere, according to the real calculated measurements.
By the way, I agree that NASA is bullshit, right? But
That's
I'm
not what
on
I'm
your
talking
side on
about.
what you.
We
I
don't even need
just
to bring
want.
NASA into it. We don't need NASA. It's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just simply reality, what we observe, right? In reality, we will never observe the numbers given for the model that has been provided within the realms of heliocentrism, right? We basically observe a topographical plane which expands to the limitation of our perspective. Okay. Same with the horizontal line of big oceans or lakes, right? So
Right.
again,
Can I address your photo?
Which photo?
Was it you that put the pylons in the sea or the lake? Sorry.
The pilots in the lake?
Was that you? Yes, it was.
You mean Pontchartrain, the lake we talk about?
Yes. 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 Right. So this photo is not zoomed in.
Yeah.
So if we want
I
to
know.
keep it equal, we need a P900.
Oh, no, listen. Yes, this already has been debunked. Someone posted a video. You should really watch that video where someone debunks the supposed curvature.
Right.
Right.
But
this
what I want to know in that perspective, if you zoomed in, would it show a similar image where it curves away? I don't know.
But see, the thing is, man, how many black swans does it need on Earth? Like okay, let me explain. Let me ask you this: if there's a model given that supposedly is representing the reality that we live in, which is a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying for never expanding world of darkness. If that spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball, that ball that we should be all living upon, exists, why is it that we have black swans currently existing within or on that ball? Would you expect somehow a country to exist that is for some reason measured as within a flat and stationary plane instead of a globe? So I guess the
I think
answer
the black
is
swan
no,
is
right?
no. The black. I've seen some images of the black swan where it's
made
where
from
it's
video. It's made from video.
invisible, where the
It's made.
lower part is. Hang on, wait. I'm not. Can I finish my point, please? I've been
Yes,
very
if you
respectful.
if you're
We're all
honest with it,
respecting
oh,
each
yes,
other. Yes.
yes, if you're honest with that picture of oil rigs.
Yes, I can see that it looks flat in that image, but I've also seen one where
It doesn't
it looks
matter
like
if it looks. It doesn't matter if it looks flat. Where is the horizon?
the horizon is behind the last oil rig in that photo. Yes, but I've seen one where it's not, and the horizon is before the last
Okay,
oil rig.
okay. Is this picture, is this ocean real? That behind oil rig?
I hope so.
You hope so. Is it that oil rig in the ocean, in the water?
Yes.
Is it 10 meters behind second oil rig water real?
10 what?
10 meters behind oil rig, is that water real?
Yes,
That means you see that water.
of course. But what? Okay, I know this photo, but I've seen one where
Okay.
it's not in the same position.
Okay. I'm asking you again. You see the photos with some days where was some obstructions. I'm asking you for this photo properly. Do you see reality or you see something strange, some phenomena?
No. I'm not disagreeing that it looks like
No, it look
the
like.
horizon
Does
is
that
behind.
real? Is that look like real or is that real?
It is a real photo. It is.
No, is it that real
What you?
reality
I don't know
ocean?
what you mean.
I mean, if is that ocean real or is looks like that it's real?
He's
I'm going to
saying is the
post.
horizontal. He's saying is the horizon that is still on, still behind the last oil rig, above.
I
It's
already.
is
I
that
already said
horizon
yes.
real?
I
Yeah.
already said yes.
So it is
Or
100% going against the very model that has been given, right? But the thing is, it's just one of hundreds of
yes,
black
but can I
swans
show you?
presented by individuals around the plane that points out that there's just too many
Look at the
coincidences
image I
of
posted.
there's just too many
Listen,
black swans existing
hey Clay,
to too many black
li-
swans existing to make a globe Earth be
Wait.
here,
Okay.
Clay.
reality.
Okay.
Hold on, let me cover this point. Look, you keep saying you've seen other photos, but this is the
I
black
posted
swan.
it.
It only takes one. It only takes one black swan to prove that all swans aren't white. So you can have 100 white swans, but one black one proves that all swans aren't right. And the black swan image proves that the geometric horizon is impossible on the Earth of a given radius. It doesn't exist.
Exactly. Yes,
Actually,
exactly.
So at the very least, it refutes your given radius and your trip to the moon.
and
Exactly.
Rambo, on that picture, what you posted, the two picture, is it on the first picture horizon on 1.22 miles?
Yes.
Oh, that's
That is
one
in the
point.
same location. Yes, that's why I'm
That
saying
that first spot,
that
photo. That's
the black
just
swan.
that the first picture. Is it that horizon on
I
1.22 miles?
I would argue that it is elevated, my friend. The person is higher than sea level.
Yeah,
But
I'm
is
My
it
asking you,
photo,
is it on 1.22 miles?
it is the same. Yes, I mean they're pretty much. You can see it is pretty much even identical. The sizes,
What the sizes?
the actual size of the oil
Where?
rigs are the same.
Yeah,
He's
where
saying
on
is
the
it 1.2
I would.
miles away? Not how big is it? Is it how far away is it?
how far away is it? Yeah. On the first picture,
Uh,
where is the horizon? On which distance?
I'm pretty sure they were taken at the exact same location.
Yeah, it's the same location and same height. On the first picture, can you tell me on which distance it's horizon? Approximately.
I need to. Can I take a break and investigate for you and come back?
Yeah, the first oil rig is 6 point something miles.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you tell me approximately on first picture distance to the horizon?
I need, like I say, I need to actually find the photo again online and get the
And
measurements.
do you know that photo is made by video?
It is a frame of a video. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I asked you about second picture. Is that real or is phenomena? The
Oh,
first picture, you have some phenomena, or tides, or waves, or something.
are you sure?
Yeah, I'm
Or is
sure
or
because
is the black swan?
okay, because on the
Or
second
is the black
picture,
swan just
did you-
elevated, right?
okay, okay, you said the second picture is real.
Both images are taken with the P900.
Okay, that means I'm not interested about first picture. I'm interested about second picture. Why are you interested about first picture?
Because it is a complete opposite to being flat.
What horizon on first picture? It's
Yes, the
curving.
horizon is yes, it is obviously curving, and
Where is
the rig
curving?
on the right. You can
Where
see
is
that
curving?
literally half of the second oil rig is gone
Okay,
under this.
and first oil rig.
It's sinking.
Where is the
Sorry,
horizon? Where is the horizon of the first
the
oil rig?
horizon is on the first image.
I-
It is.
On this, yeah,
I don't know. It looks like it's approximately where the first oil rig is. Yes.
yeah, 6 miles something.
Yes.
And where is geometrical horizon on the globe? Jesus Christ! Can somebody ban this guy?
Golly, man.
Is that? Yeah, I'm like, is my phone like getting hacked? What's going on?
Nah, it's just, it's just people that literally can remind you of why,
Somebody's trolling.
actually lost the point. Sorry.
Okay, we have one horizon behind 10 miles and one horizon on 6 miles. We need horizon 1.22 miles. You posted 2 black swans.
Like I said, I actually need to investigate this if you let me go away and I can come back.
You said that it's taken from the same height, the same observation.
No, it's. I would say it's not, but I need to find out first. I would say that the black swan is
Yeah.
elevated because you can see further, just like you can see further on a mountain.
Black swan is from 1 foot observer height.
Well, that is the claim, right? But
But
Yeah,
what you
he does
already
show a video. I mean, maybe somebody
does
has a video. There is a video of him showing the
somebody has a channel of the guy. It will be better than.
Yeah, it shows what you're putting into what you're questioning. It's like him taking a video of him taking the video, and it shows the tripod only at 1 foot off the water. Like
Jewish, I
people
will
have
ask you one
checked.
question.
People,
If you
yeah.
see horizon
People,
one day 2 miles, one day 3 miles, one day 4 miles, one day 5 miles, one day 6 miles, and one day 10 miles, what you will take in consideration?
just to illustrate what I am saying, you can see in the photo I just posted.
I'm asking you like this: if I take a P1000, go there, and one day, if I see one day 3 miles, and I go another day, and then another day I see 4 miles, and I go another day and I see 5 miles, and I go another day I see 10 miles.
Yes, I mean there's refraction. There's things like the humidity and atmosphere that can change it. I
Uh,
know that.
Hey guys, I have a question
That
about
doesn't matter. I'm
CO2.
asking again. You that what I see 10 miles. I ask you, is that real? You said it is real. That means nothing is
Oh
happening.
no, you. I don't. I mean the photo. You say the photo is real. I say yes.
Hey guys, do you have any examples of where we see too far that aren't at the ocean where refraction would occur?
Peter back.
Yeah, you can check out Mount Canigou. It's a pretty cool one. It kind of checks off all the boxes that people bring up, where they say, well, once you get higher, you can't see that far, and over
There's
water,
no,
there could be these things going. But there's this one of Mount Canigou. It's pretty popular. There's a bunch
there
of
Yeah,
is
well,
no,
I
infrareds and
saw this
stuff.
one of
there is no
I
such
saw this
thing
one
that
of
you can see
Mount
this
Rainier,
phenomena
and
more.
basically, what it is when you see mountains that are further away, it's because they're taller, so you see their peaks. Obviously, like it's taller than the other ones, right? That's obviously what's going to happen. So I
Sure.
saw this one image that got sent to me, Mount Rainier, which was really far away, but uh you could still see it, right? And they're saying it's proof because you can see too far, even though you can only see the peak. When actually, doesn't that prove flat Earth because it's not elevated above the other ones, even though it should be because there's no curve? What is that? Oh, is this trolls?
Dude, we're getting constantly attacked. You know, if you look at it, they jump in no other channel. These weird screamers jump in no other channel but this one. That tells you that again, you know, this topic is so
Yeah, I
unnecessary
feel like
that for some reason
to be
they
honest,
just need to
every
send these.
example I see where they say like you see too far and that proves the Earth flat, it's always like at an ocean, like the Chicago skyline. But if anything, that proves curvature because in winter you can see less of the Chicago skyline because there's less refraction because the air isn't as hot around the cold air of the ocean. You get it? So I don't.
Yeah, so it's
I
not
feel
Earth
like
curve. It's you know, atmosphere dependent.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
not how atmospheric refraction works though. That would have to
How,
work
how
the
does
other
it
way.
work? How does it work?
Basically, because
Mm.
there's hot air in the air and there's cold
Hmm.
air above the ocean, and the cold air is denser, when the light goes into the cold air above the ocean, it refracts downwards with the curve, right? So
Okay.
we see more of it. Now, for it to hide more of the buildings in winter, that doesn't make any sense. Because why would it hide more? That would mean the light bends the other way. That means it refracts the other way. Like we observe light refraction with a glass of water and a pencil in it, and we see how it refracts downwards. We
I
see how it
agree with you.
refracts
I don't
both
even know.
ways.
Yeah, what you're talking? Are you talking about refraction, where it's too isotropic? It's a medium change. Light refracts through a medium change, but you're talking about one atmosphere, no medium change. So yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
what you're
but
talking about. Something totally different.
Now we need to
so
put
can you
big
explain what you're
straw,
talking about?
we need to put one big
Maybe I
straw between
misunderstood you
two
then.
objects.
Maybe I misunderstood you then. What are you
Like how
talking
much
about?
refraction happens in the cup of water, only in the cup of water, without going into the air, out of the water.
Okay, but how does this link to the? How does this like?
I mean, yeah. Where have you ever
Because
seen refraction? Ever?
how does this explain why in the winter people looking from Indiana State Park at the Chicago skyline, they can see less of it in winter? Doesn't it make sense that there's a curvature and they're seeing less because there's not as much refraction because there's no hot air around it? Like they always use seeing too far as an example, but it's always at an ocean. Like they use mountains as well, but
Well, there's the thing. Like
most
people have seen. Yeah, I get what you keep on bringing up. Like, why is it on? Why is it? Why are they showing you over top of like something that they're saying is flat, right? So people have done this, right? They observe like, okay, I see the sun going away. Oh, look, it went behind my house. A physical obstruction took place, you know, so I can't see the sun. Oh, now it's going far away, but it's behind. You know, I know those hills over there. It's behind the trees. It's behind the hills. It's behind a mountain. Now I can't see it, but if I get up higher, I can see over the mountain, right? So therefore, I'm concluding that there must be kind of something physical, like a hump, physically obstructing the sun, because that's what I've always seen happen. Because you know we live, you know, somewhere on the earth where there's buildings or you know trees and stuff. So they think there's some kind of hump there because that's what they've experienced in the past. And now they said let's go out to water where there's no hump, and let's see how far see how far we can
yeah,
see
well,
it
if we're
unobstructed.
talking
So
about
that's why they're going to
sunsets now,
water.
if we're talking about sunsets now, I know I've seen a lot of videos where it appears like the sun is getting bigger, as it moves, like, well, what the fly earthers would say closer to the camera, correct? Now, That has to do
No,
with
flat
the
earthers will not say nothing about sunset.
Well, he mentioned sunsets. He said it's going
No,
well.
flat
Did he
earthers
just-
will not say nothing about sunset.
No, this
It's
guy in the
let's just say
photo mentioned.
nothing.
He didn't mention
Oh.
sunset.
Said the sun goes over his house.
No,
He said
we will
sunset.
speak about geometry, distance, and drop over distance. We will never speak about sunset.
I've spoken about sunsets all the time. Fuck you
Yeah,
talking
I don't know what the hell
Then
you're
why
doing. I
would it-
like sunsets, but I definitely wasn't talking about the sun setting. But yeah, just
okay,
about
maybe I
obstruction.
misunderstood what you were on about then.
No,
Yeah.
we will not say the earth is flat because of sunset.
Okay, well, but like a lot of the proof I see is about seeing too far. But again, like there's no real examples that are like not refraction or anything like that. There's always an explanation. They never give.
You didn't like that? It's not even a good song, dude. But yeah, why didn't you like the Mount
Exactly.
Canada?
Why do they keep doing this? It's like so useless.
Exactly.
But to me, we don't see far enough for the Earth to be flat.
Oh, really? Like a South Bolivian lake.
Because I could send it in chat. No, I don't have permission to anyway. But
Yeah, no, but the globe typically claims that things like this, the boat or whatever, right? They disappear over physical obstruction, but they don't reduce in angular size, right? But in reality, they reduce in perceived angular size, right? So things get, shit shrinks as it goes away, right? It gets smaller, it looks smaller, tiny. So like, I don't know how far you think you'll be able to see. But yeah, we have things like atmosphere that are opaque over distance, right? You look through a certain amount of atmosphere and you can't see anymore, right? Like a foggy room or whatever. And then and then there's other things. The attenuation of light. Light gets absorbed. The sun has light. We see objects that reflect the light. There's just a bunch of different things that we can't see forever, like for a bunch of reasons. That's all.
I understand that. I'm just I haven't got a single objective proof of flat Earth, but there's many observable proofs of round Earth.
Literally thought another song was coming. I thought that was another song coming.
Probably
My
will
coughing.
soon,
Sorry.
It's a nameless person. He's doing that.
Thanks, mate.
Stop being
I'm
crazy.
coming in thick and fast now.
Ban him, Jedi. Yeah.
Yeah. We're on it.
Come up
You
with
did
something,
right.
you guys. Come on,
You guys got it. I didn't mean to take over the
May as well
conversation.
ban Fire because he's laughing at it too.
Yeah, I like Mount Canada. I just felt like that kind of checked off your boxes. But you guys go ahead. I'm gonna listen.
So boring. I don't even know what like. Imagine the person behind that.
But yeah, as I was saying, I haven't really got any solid proof of flat Earth, but there's many observable proofs of round Earth that I see.
If we gave you laser tests or radio signal tests or radar or Wi-Fi tests, you'd probably just claim refraction for those as well, right?
Well, it depends. I mean, it depends on the
But I was
circumstances where you
thinking.
give refraction. Like, if you're
Sorry,
doing it
bud.
in an example where refraction can be claimed, of course I'm going to say that because, well, it is, Like, it's like when they say, oh, you're saying we see too far at the ocean. It's always the excuse of refraction. It's like, well, yeah, that's how refraction works.
Well, refraction works with two mediums, like water and air or water and glass. We're talking about a slightly different phenomena where, well, no, yeah. So we're talking about moisture content in the air, primarily what we're talking about, and heat as well. But for example, if we were to use lasers that would test for refraction, and how we would do this would be using different coloured wavelengths of light to see if there was a deviation between the laser and the target at, say, a distance of 10, 15, 20, 25 miles. When we test for refraction, the deviation of the different wavelengths of light is relatively small. So when we're passing light through the atmosphere with lasers, that's literally what we're testing for, as well as to see if there's any curvature underneath the laser, or if we hit the target because the curvature of the Earth should get in the way. So when we test for refraction, there's not the amount claimed to bring things up from behind a curved surface, push the geometric horizon back, and project everything.
I mean, you can send like, if you could send me like, and not just like a random image collected online, like an actual experiment that's done where you can look at it and know, then I can actually look into it, and it's not like
Yeah, sure,
some other
no
thing
worries.
that can easily be explained. Because a lot
Yeah,
of these
sure, no worries.
experiments,
I'll dig some
like,
out for you. Give me a moment.
it's not just an image. I want something I like look into. You know what I mean?
What I'll do is I'll go and get some YouTube videos for you where you can see the whole setup. They talk about the lasers that are used and all of that type of stuff.
But guys, I'll tell you one of my reasons for believing round Earth is because the sun, in reality, when you see it moving in the sky, when there's no weird exposure settings on the camera, you can, let's just say there's a solar filter applied, it doesn't change size, it stays a constant size. So even when it's setting, and you can see it set below the horizon.
Have you ever seen video evidence of the sun filmed through a solar filter with a drone actually disappearing into the layer densities of the air?
I'll post it now. If you look at side chat.
Where am I meant to look anywhere?
If you open up the little chat on the 24/7 flat Earth on the side.
There's a lot of imagery that shows you that the sun indeed, you know,
But why,
what
doesn't it change size? Is my question.
well, for example,
Why does the sun change size when it sets there? I mean, I know, like, again, flat Earthers claim refraction in this case, right? But that's just not how it works. It would need to refract a total of a way to
You
reality.
claim refraction and everything.
Well, yeah, when it actually occurs, because it occurs that way. You guys are you were reversing how it works. Like, you can experiment with it. But like, I've never seen a valid explanation for that, you know?
Right, just very quickly, in the side chat, I've posted you 2 laser tests just for now. If you want more and you're generally curious, man, I can probably post you another 20 with regards to the sun. Now, this is going to depend on the atmospheric conditions that you look through. We have got observations of the sun turning into a small pinprick before it even reaches the horizon. These are usually in desert conditions at a slightly higher altitude than, say, nominal sea level, and there's not so much moisture in the air because it's deserts, and the moisture content within the atmosphere is not so much. There is a phenomenon of atmospheric magnification, which is a type of refraction, and you'll probably notice that when the sun rises and sun sets, it actually looks bigger on the horizon than it is, say, when it's 90 degrees above your head. But the sun doesn't change a huge amount of size. We can probably say that from any given vantage point throughout a day. But if you do go to some, I'm not going to say extreme locations, but deserts, for example, the Alps, high mountain tops where there's not so much moisture in the atmosphere because you're above that layer, the sun will do some crazy things, man. It does actually change an angular size.
Well, I mean, I've seen videos of the sun apparently changing in size, but you can see it's just to do with the exposure of the camera. But like, it's still like, they're throwing around these words like magnification, refraction. But like, again, for like the sun to set with a solar filter on and the exposure rate and everything, and then you see it maintain its size while it goes below the horizon. Refraction doesn't explain that. For one, it would require way too much refraction, and for two, it would have to work the complete other way to how, and you can experiment with this. It's not just me saying it, and that's I don't really see, and that's just one thing. That's just sunsets are just one thing. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Yeah.
you're talking about the thing is you have just been made aware that there has been other observations regarding the sun. For example, with the sun having a vanish point that it turns into a little dot and just vanishes into the atmosphere or the layers of air, right? So maybe and for your advantage to furthermore understand what is going on within the sky above you, maybe you should also look into the observations you have not yet made yourself, maybe, or even seen on video, imagery, whatever. And then maybe then it will open up to different kinds of, oh, okay, so maybe it doesn't really matter if why do I expect the sun to do this or that. Now I have a completely different view on it because I have now seen this and that imagery, right? Because I bet you haven't yet seen the sun actually just disappearing into the layers of the above the horizon, into the layers of the atmosphere. Or have you seen such imagery already?
Well, I think someone just sent something like that in chat. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but like there could be another explanation to do with the camera or something to do with
Why do you already start with the explanation when you haven't seen it yet, man? That doesn't
well,
make
no, I
sense to
thought
me.
you were. Well, no, well, like I'm giving explanations. Obviously, they sent
Yeah, but
something like.
I don't know.
Why?
Maybe you've got a preconceived idea about what the sun is, and you can't let go of that.
I'm not. It's not that because
Maybe you
well, I
don't
mean, a lot of
actually
people.
know what the sun. Well, no, it's going to keep talking. No problem.
I've
Mate. You
actually.
carry on.
No, it's just that I actually used to be a flat earther. That's the thing. A lot of people don't believe me when I say that because like I've never
yeah.
heard of someone like going back. You know, they don't believe me, but it's whatever. I don't expect people to just like believe my claim.
Why
It's
did
just
you?
what it is.
Okay. Wait. If you have been someone who believes that you have a stationary topographical plane, and now you're going back to the spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying from ever expanding world of darkness while hurling around other planets, tell me what made you come to the conclusion that it's indeed in short form a spinning, wobbling, tilted ball? Again, how did you fall back into that assumption? And really, I want to know that. Because my life would be way easier with other people if I wouldn't be that crazy flat earther. No, I'm just joking. My life is easy. But anyways, just tell me, man. I'm curious.
Well, I don't know if there was like an exact moment where it just like snapped. You know what I mean? But well, I suppose that's what this whole conversation's about, isn't it? It's about why I think the Earth is round. So,
No, you just said
TV
you have
said
been a
so.
flat earther.
Tell him. Just tell him. TV said so.
No. I'm genuinely curious. I mean, he just
well,
proclaimed to have
you've got
been
like
a
many
so-called
observable
flat.
things, and I don't see any like actual flat Earth refutations. Like, how come
Can
in
you
the
be
northern
specific?
hemisphere?
What many things? Can you say one? Say one.
That's what I'm about to do.
Brilliant. Yeah.
So when you're in the northern hemisphere, stars go one way and then southern the other way. I can't see how that works on a flat Earth at all.
Is
This
the
is what
sky
I'm
the
saying.
ground? Is the sky above your head or below your feet? Where is it?
It's above you.
So the thing
Why?
of question, the ground. You're saying the ground is a certain shape because look at the
No.
sky.
In the southern hemisphere, people in the southern hemisphere, they see the stars, the star trails, the circle star trails rotate one way. Southern hemisphere, I think it's clockwise, and we see it rotate counterclockwise. How can that be possible on a flat Earth? How can we see two different things
I
if
wonder
it's
if you
all
turn round.
they just turned
I
round?
wonder if that's the reason why. Yeah. So the stars come from east to west, right? That's a question.
The
stars come from east to west, correct?
Yeah.
And when you face north, they go counterclockwise. And then you turn around and they go counterclockwise.
So
I really
imagine
don't see
this.
that as a-
Listen,
every
listen,
video
Devon.
of
Don't
mine-
need somebody else to fucking jump in. Seriously, let him answer what I've said without another 3 people coming in. This isn't how
Okay, sorry,
conversation
man.
goes,
Sorry.
gentlemen.
So
Better
all of
than
them
this.
videos where it's rotating another way, like even when it's just pointed directly up at the sky, it's just to do with all of them just turned the wrong way. Like I don't really
No,
think that.
All right, so you're facing east, and those stars over your left-hand shoulder are going counterclockwise, and those stars over your right-hand shoulder are going clockwise. Just perspective. It's not an actual direction, right? But the stars are still moving from east to west.
Hold on, let me think about this.
Aren't they?
So you turned one way.
No problem.
You face north, counterclockwise, turn around, clockwise.
So
don't have to be in the southern hemisphere to observe this, man.
But like, what about the videos with, like, it's literally just pointing vertically upwards? Like, I don't. Every video I see is rotating in clockwise in the southern hemisphere. I think it is, right? Like, so why isn't
Bro,
everyone just turned around and clockwise?
so think about it. You're inside a vehicle and you holding the steering wheel, and you look to the left wheel, the left tire, and it's moving clockwise. Then you turn your head towards the other tire, and it's going counterclockwise.
I'm pretty sure it was still move clockwise even if you turn around, right?
You're in between the two wheels.
Well, I'm looking at the sky. I'm talking about the sky, which is what we're talking about. I'm saying, well, if you turn around, it'll still rotate clockwise.
Maybe this is an easy example. If you are in your living room and you would install 1 or 2 lamps or 3 lamps representing little stars, LED lamps, on a rotating circle, and they are within your field of view when you look forward and when you look to the other side, and they just rotate to your left, okay? In a circle they go. And you look up to them in your room, facing north, okay? You would see them go left and left, still going left, right, just circling above you. Then you just gonna do a 180 and you look south, and suddenly they come from a completely different direction because you just turned around. That same thing will happen with the sky.
It's not a direction. That movement is not a direction.
That doesn't. I don't think that adds up. If you look at something rotating circle in the sky and then turn around the other way, it'll still be rotating clockwise.
The fuck are you talking about? Seriously. It's like 5 people have tried to explain this and the child could understand this.
See, now you're just getting angry because I'm explaining to you that's not
No,
how it works. Imagine.
it's not it's not anger, it's frustration. It's a very simple concept to understand. So you look north, the stars are coming from east and going to west, and they appear to rotate anti-clockwise to you. You turn around, the stars are still coming from the east and going to the west, but now they're going clockwise across the sky. You can literally face east and, like I said, over your left-hand shoulder, counterclockwise motion, over your right-hand shoulder, clockwise motion.
Wait, so are you saying the stars aren't rotating in like circles? Is that what you're saying?
Is that frustration? I feel it, again. No. It's like, it's quite easy to understand. We all observe the stars doing the same thing. And you're talking about clockwise and counterclockwise motion. That's just dependent on your orientation underneath the stars that are going from east to west. Nothing's changing. Stars are still going from east to west.
If you look, let's just say you look at a fan that's rotating above you. If you turn the other way, it'll still be rotating like clock. That explanation doesn't hold up at all.
Considering you're underneath a star field that is going across. Oh, no. Carry on.
Okay, let's try.
Even if you have a rotation around the north. Goodness me. All right, man, you carry on talking. That's fine.
Let's try something off if that doesn't work then. Why can we only see Polaris in the northern hemisphere, but the Southern Cross can only be seen in the southern hemisphere?
That's quite easy to understand. There's only certain stars above your head. You have a dome of perspective or a dome of view. So let's say, for example, you're underneath Polaris at the North Pole, you look directly up and you can see the Polaris. Towards the horizon, you'll notice you've got a field of stars towards the horizon. As you walk south, new stars will start to appear upwards from the horizon. You turn around, you see Polaris descending downwards towards the horizon. You keep going south, eventually you'll see such constellations as the Southern Cross. which will come up from the horizon. You turn around and you'll notice that Polaris is starting to descend upon the horizon. And you keep going south, and eventually you won't be able to see it anymore because it is now not in your field of view. It's just another form of perspective, my friend. It's like street lights that are above your head at night, right? You got a really long road and you can see the ones that are around you. You keep going down the road and new lights appear from the horizon. Turn around and those ones that are over you that you're leaving behind are now going beyond the horizon, and now you can't see them anymore. It's just perspective because you can't see forever. So you have a circle of view around you, or a dome of vision around you. You move that circle of vision or dome south across the earth, you will have new stars appearing, leaving the old ones behind.
So on a flat Earth, you shouldn't be able to see Polaris all the time. So if you're nearer, so since Polaris is the center star, right? The nearer you get to the outskirts of the flat Earth, then you don't see Polaris anymore.
No, you just cross the equator. Keep going south, yeah. You can't see Polaris anymore. It's not because
the
of the
problem is
physical Earth.
he's having a problem that he's saying the flat Earth, but he's making an image in his mind, and he's saying this image doesn't work. You're projecting a strawman version of reality into your brain, and you're saying it doesn't make sense.
I'm trying to
Therefore,
visualize the model
reality
in my head
doesn't work.
and understand it.
Bro, you don't know when you say flat Earth. What do you picture in your mind?
Yep.
Well, I picture the main model, which is used with
Oh,
a flat disk.
what we didn't claim.
There you go.
A flat disk with a dome that you call a firmament, right? The firmament over it, which is a dome. And the
No,
stars.
You
that's
see,
not
that's
true.
the problem.
So what is the correct view?
Correct view,
Reality.
it's a circle. Correct
Reality
view,
is
it's
the correct one, not the thing in your mind.
Well, I don't know because loads of flat earthers say a different thing. They can't agree on the same thing.
oh, we can agree on.
Why'd you say disk?
They told me I'm asking why like the flat earthers can't agree on one thing. So how am I meant to know which model is right? You know, they keep like changing it depending on. I don't know which one's right. Like obviously I'm gonna have a false view because like another flat earth would tell me that my view is false.
All right, I'm just
Your
asking
view
why you
about
say disk.
Because I've seen many I've seen some flat earthers say that there's like little domes over different areas. I've seen some say that it's all one big dome, but how I imagine it is because this is the most common model I see. It's a flat disk, right, with Antarctica on the outskirts, and then there's a dome over it, and the stars are like, well, I don't know if you actually attached to that dome, right?
Not attached to, beyond the quote unquote boundary and within the medium beyond that boundary. Whatever the stars are.
So
it's just because you said disk. Sorry, buddy. So it's because you said disk. I thought you had this conception that the flat Earth was a disk in space.
no, I mean like just disc shaped, you know, like.
Yeah. I get you.
Mom, this is like kind of a curious question. It's not me trying to like make a point, but
But your
also
question
seen
is,
many.
you are assuming something what we did never said.
No, I know. I'm asking questions.
No, you are not asking questions. You're putting something in our mind. You said this is like you're comparing the flat Earth we never claimed.
Are you gonna let me actually talk, or are you just gonna keep on saying stuff like that? Because there's no point if you're just gonna keep interrupting and say you're just trying to do. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just trying to have a conversation about it.
How about this? How about this? That you ask here people what they think about flat Earth.
What?
And global.
Yeah, you're saying you're committing a stereotype fallacy. You're saying all flat earthers have said this, even though you haven't spoken to any all flat earther. You never spoke to that entity. But you're speaking to people in here and ignoring what people are saying in here and saying all the flat earthers or all flat earthers say this and that, ignoring what is being said in here.
I'm not. You're misunderstanding me because I've seen different people propose different models for flat Earth. That's all I'm saying. So how am I meant to know which one's right? That's a question. It's not a fallacy because I'm not making a point.
What was your next question, buddy?
Okay, this one's out of curiosity. I'm not actually trying to like make a point against it here. What's beyond the ice wall, right?
When you
Beyond
say
the
ice
earth,
wall,
there's water. Water. 'Cause once you reach the shore of the earth, you reach water, bro. Don't you know that?
What ice wall?
hold on.
I don't know, no, because I've
Hold
seen
on.
some say there's an entire different world beyond there.
Yeah. So when you say ice wall, do you mean the shoreline of Antarctica? What's beyond the shoreline of Antarctica?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the scientific research station's on this great big chunk of ice that we call Antarctica. However far this chunk of ice extends outwards, though, absolutely no idea. If we're talking about a domed Earth or a firmamented Earth or a contained Earth, then logically speaking, eventually at some distance from that shoreline, whether it be 500 miles, 1,000 miles, 20,000 miles, whatever the distance, and logically speaking, you'd end up finding that limitation to our environment, logically speaking. But
Okay.
being as
That one
no
wasn't
one's
like.
been there, we probably couldn't give you a definitive answer, or definitive, sorry.
Yeah, no, I wasn't. That wasn't like maybe a refutation. That was just a curious question. I don't know why like anyone's saying I'm committing fallacies by just asking these questions. Like what?
No, you're not. You're fine, buddy. You're fine.
So I'm still a bit because you see videos of the sun and it's near the horizon, and they zoom
Yeah.
in and it appears to get further up, and they say that is like showing that it's actually further away and it's being revealed more you zoom, you know. But I think it's more likely that has to do with like exposure of the camera because it works the same way with any light. If you take a camera and you change the exposure settings, you'll see that
Maybe
the
the
light,
sorry to interrupt you,
it's the
but maybe
exposure
the
settings
idea,
like correcting itself.
yeah, maybe the idea that you've got in your head because you know you've gone back to the ball and you think the sun is an object, a physical body in the vacuum of space. Maybe the sun isn't an object like physical body. Maybe it's a magnetic phenomena. Now, I watched a video today that I haven't seen for a long time. I've seen it twice now with regards to the sun's path and what it is and all of those types of things. If you'd entertain me, I'll drop it to you and you can watch it at your leisure. I'll send it to you in DMs. But it might be an idea to, hey, look, if you're going to have an open mind to re-exploring the flat Earth, you might need to get the idea of like a definite article for the sun, because no flat earther is going to give you a claim to the size of the sun, how far away it is, or what it actually is anyway. And sometimes it's quite hard to get people off of the idea of the sun is a physical object, because that's how we've always understood it, because we're orbiting this physical object and we've been told a story about it. Maybe it's not actually a quote unquote physical object to begin with. No one's going to sit here and try and deny that the sun doesn't do this or does do that. We can all observe the sun and we can have kind of speculations about why it appears or doesn't appear to do certain things in the sky. But it's probably a good idea to maybe, with an open mind, take the idea of the sun being a physical body up in the sky, because maybe it's not that. If you want, I can go and get the video for you and I can send it to you then.
So this is a. How does the moon work? Is it self-luminescent?
I mean, it's possible. No one again is
Is it
going to be
because
able
the
to give
sun?
you yeah, it's no one's going to be able to give you a definitive answer to this, right? And again, because you know heliocentric models, sun's a definite thing, moon's a definite thing. So how does flat Earth explain these things? I mean, we don't, because whatever speculation we have about them, we can't verify those speculations.
Because to me, like looking up in the sky, it provides me a lot of information that points. Well, to me, it proves a flat Earth. Like I don't know how a lot of these things are explained on a flat Earth because perhaps I wasn't like deep enough into the rabbit hole or whatever. But what like lunar phases? Like what? How does that work then?
I mean, that could be correlative to the sun. The moon
Correlate.
might be reflected, reflecting the light from the sun, or like you said, the
How?
moon might be self-luminescent.
I mean, we see
Or
like
so.
when people look through a telescope, I would say it's definitely reflecting the sun's light because you can see shadows like being cast on the moon's craters. So I would say that's like 100%.
I'm going to disagree with you
How so?
because we have an eclipse that shows that it's not the
Sorry, you're a bit
sun
quiet. I'll
has
turn you up.
shadow on it.
What was that? You were a bit quiet. I'll turn you up.
We have an eclipse that shows sunlight is not what's on the moon, or the shadow of Earth is not on the moon.
Okay. How is that shown through an eclipse?
It looks like things aren't loading for me.
Things aren't loading for you. See, again, that's another thing. Like, is it not the moon moving in front of the sun during an eclipse? Because they move in like a spiral motion, right? And in a flat Earth model, it moves in like a spiral motion. So, yeah, that is actually a good question. How do eclipses work? All these things, it seems like they're just
Nobody
easy to explain.
knows how eclipses work. We just know when they're going to be.
But yeah, well, if they're moving in a spiral motion, how is the moon covering the sun? How do we see the moon covering the sun?
I don't know. I haven't been up there.
Because we can see that when you look through an eclipse on a telescope, right, and you alter the exposure after seeing it, you can see Earthshine on the moon, and you can see it's definitely the moon covering the sun.
Well, I can't get an eclipse to play for you, so it just have to be that way.
Yeah, but then that's the thing. A spherical would explain this. The moon is orbiting
I
the
can
Earth.
show
The Earth
you
is
an
orbiting the
eclipse
sun.
that shows you that what you're talking about doesn't happen. Sun and moon and Earth don't line up to create a lunar eclipse.
Okay.
Right.
Well,
What he's talking about is a lunar eclipse that's happening during the daytime. So within the model of lunar eclipses, we understand the model we're given is a straight line between the sun, Earth, and then the moon. So the Earth is between the light of the sun, so it can't get to the moon, and that's why the moon's in shadow. When we have this observation of what's called a selenian eclipse, both sun and moon are above the horizon, and this isn't a direct syzygy or straight line. This is a triangle.
That's due to refraction.
Yeah, it's due to refraction. Brilliant. Shadows are now being refracted up into the sky, which is fucking awesome. Or that's actually not the moon that we're seeing, that's a
The way
refraction.
we see the sun and the moon is
No,
due to
just get
refraction.
fucking talking through me, Sunshine. I mean, having a conversation with this guy, if you want to bring up your point in a minute, you can fucking do so. That's fine. But you don't have to talk all the way through me.
I won't be here long, by the way. I'll be going soon, so I'll say that.
No, that's fine. I'll tell you what, I sent you that video that I was speaking about with regards to maybe the sun isn't physical. It's only 20 minutes long, mate, so maybe you watch it tomorrow or sometime over the weekend and get back to me.
Yeah, it's like almost 1 here. That's the reason why.
That's right. It's almost 1 for me too.
He also said that we see the moon approaching the sun during the eclipse, but nobody sees the moon for 3 days during the solar eclipses.
No,
The sun is nowhere to be found.
In 2017, there was a total solar eclipse, and you could see Earthshine on the moon while the moon was covering the sun.
You can see the moon during the eclipse? You can actually see the moon?
A total solar eclipse, so the Earth is covering the sun's light. I mean, the moon is covering the sun's light. Sorry.
You see the sun being covered, but you don't see the moon itself. You see the sun
you
being
do. You
covered.
see Earthshine on the moon. Earthshine reveals it is the moon in front of the sun. You can see.
Show me. Do you have a photograph of that?
I don't
or
have
a
permission
video?
to talk in the chat. I don't have permission to talk.
I'm assuming that would be light reflecting off the Earth and then back to the moon. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Send it to Jamesy. I want to see this. To be fair, go ahead.
And to be fair, it doesn't really matter. It means getting in front of some whoop-de fucking do.
Yeah. But he said that we've seen it, but that's not. We don't actually see what we call the shape of the. I mean, we don't see the object that we call the moon. Even though it's no coincidence that you can't see the moon. It's like during the new moon phase that the moon is nowhere to be found in the sky, and then the solar eclipse happens. But to say that you saw the moon doing it, I mean, go ahead. But the more important point is the one that Jedi brought up about the selenian eclipse, where the shadow supposed to be the Earth casting the shadow on the moon, right? That's the claim. But the shadow comes from the top of the moon, and the sun and the moon are both above the horizon. So the thing casting the shadow is not in between the two objects, and the shadow is coming from the wrong side. So that debunks the claim of the globe.
No, you're
They
not understanding
appear to
what I'm
be
saying.
above the horizon.
I'm
They're
on
not
about shadows.
physically that way.
I'm on about Earthshine. Earthshine is going off the moon during a total solar eclipse, showing it's the moon covering the sun, and that doesn't hold up with a flat Earth model, because that's not how the moon and the sun move during a flat Earth model.
There is no flat Earth
You guys are
model,
talking about
and there is
two
no
different.
globe model. Go ahead.
They're talking about two different phenomena.
Well, how do you like if there's no model? Then what are we debating? Like, are we just gonna say the Earth
Reality,
is flat?
not a model, not the fake things that you have in your mind, because you don't even have a globe Earth model. You don't have that either. So we're talking about reality, the realist level. We're not talking about the chicken that you draw. You draw a chicken, and you can make soup with that chicken that you drew. So the thing that you imagine in your mind, you can't do anything with that. Or you can draw your model idea in a piece of paper. What can you do with that? Nothing. But in reality, you go to the realist level and you can do things there. That's what we're talking about, the real thing.
So there's no actual flat Earth model, but there is a round Earth model. We have heliocentrism.
Post it in the chat. Send it to me, the globe Earth model. Send it.
The whole globe Earth model in the chat. That's a
Yeah,
bit
yeah.
complicated.
You're making a claim, but you're making a claim from ignorance, because there is no globe model.
Well, I can explain the basics of it. I mean, if that works.
Even though you don't know.
Entirety of,
have you ever seen the model? Have you ever seen it?
have I ever seen the model? I've not been into
Yeah.
space, so.
Have you ever looked at the model and looked through it and you say, yeah, this model works? Have you ever done that?
Heliocentrism works. Yeah, that's why we see what we see. I mean,
Heliocentrism. So you think the universe revolves around the sun?
The universe revolves around the sun? No, the solar system revolves around the sun.
The solar system, so the sky revolves around the sun?
No, the solar system does. The planets, including us.
So just the wandering stars revolve around the sun, right?
The wandering stars.
So that's the wandering stars, what you call the planets. Those lights in the sky that revolve between the sun and the moon, because this is the observation. They don't only listen. The actual observation that you do of the luminaries of the planets that you're calling, right? Those revolve in transits between the sun and the moon, right? And then you're adding the thing under your feet into that equation. You're saying the thing under my feet, Earth, it's also doing what the sky, what the luminaries in the sky are doing, revolving between the sun and the moon. That's what your claim is?
No, the stars. Well, what are you calling? You're calling the planets stars?
They're called wandering stars.
You can look through a telescope and see they're not like other stars. They're not.
That's why they're called wandering stars, dude. They're planetae. It's just the way that they've been termed.
Okay, yes, we revolve around the sun. Moon revolves
No.
around us.
We? When you say we, you mean you and me?
The Earth.
No,
and
there's no we revolve around the sun. When you look at the sun, what do you see? You see the sun moving across the sky, don't you?
The sun moving. Yes, you see the sun.
You see the sun moving across the sky.
You see the sun.
So claiming, and do you feel the ground moving? You don't, right? Claiming the opposite, claiming what your senses are telling you, the opposite of what your senses are telling you, will be nonsense. That's a nonsensical claim, bro.
Do you feel a car moving when you're not accelerating?
Is the Earth a car?
It's just motion. It's like you won't feel.
It's called an analogy.
Yeah.
All right.
But it's not the same one, because the Earth is accelerating.
Yeah, well,
At such a slow rate that you wouldn't feel it.
But anyways, you're moving away from the claim that you don't see the Earth spinning around the sun, and he's making this claim that the ground under our feet is spinning or following the sun. That no one can prove that. That's not happening.
Well, we can't prove it with the information you believe, sure, or don't believe.
The information that we know, the one that we know, the one that we all can verify.
Can I just clarify something?
Well,
though?
consider
There is
aside
an
real
information that you believe, that you think that the ground is following the sun in the sky, but the ground is not the sky, bro.
No, what?
related.
I'm talking about Earth. I'm just, what? I don't know. I don't know what point you're trying to make here. Like, you're gonna have to illustrate a bit better.
Yeah, the Earth, the thing that is below your feet, the thing that you're standing on, is not the Earth that you have in your mind. You know, the picture that you see from a third perspective, the imaginary thing, cartoon, the ball Earth. That thing in your mind is not the same thing as the one that you're standing on.
Okay, but like, you can't provide any proof of that. That's just what you're saying.
You're the one that making a claim, not me. You're making a claim that the Earth under your feet is the imaginary ball spinning around the solar system, like you're claiming.
Yeah, so I'm.
You don't have any evidence for that.
That's my argument.
Round or flat are not mutually exclusive. You can have a round table or a coin, a frisbee, right? Those are flat as well and round.
What are you talking about? I'm just saying the Earth is round.
Jemsy, where did this guy get his where does he get his information from? Like a pizza, perfect.
From television. He got it from the TV. And he's saying that the Earth is part of the solar system, even though the Earth is under his feet and the sun is above his head.
I don't see what the argument is being made here. You got it from the internet.
Yeah, he's right. I saw it on TV too. So him and me believe in TV. So what? We like TV.
Well, yeah, but why even bring up where I saw information?
Jera, you're cutting out and coming in kind of low, bro. That's why I actually apologize, Jera, because I overspoke you, but you coming in kind of like bad.
Sorry, Jemsy, I was quite far away from my phone there, buddy. I do apologize.
Now I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're fine. You're fine. I wasn't necessarily saying anything of context in the background, buddy, so that's why I was quite far away from my phone, so I'm sorry if I interrupted you.
It's all good, bro.
Jemsy, I just want him to admit that we both agree the Earth is round because we saw it on TV. If he can admit that, then I'm going to clean up the bathrooms with bleach this time instead of just water. So go ahead.
My laptop turned off, powered off.
Lemon, can you admit that we saw in the TV that the Earth is round? Can you admit that?
Yeah, I don't know why you even bring up the sources of where we got information from, because I could just say
they don't like
from
that.
the internet, you know?
I told you, it's like
Make
slam
anymore.
dunking of Jemsy. They hate that, bro. It's like you took their girlfriend, bro. They hate that. You cannot do that. Okay, I'm done. Sorry.
What?
Thank you.
Oh, okay. But
So
yeah,
remember, bro.
the sources.
The sources? Go ahead. The sources?
What makes your sources more reliable than mine is my question, if you're going to bring this up in the first place.
Can we talk about that? Jemsy, tell them your sources, please.
My sources, the realist level, reality, the thing that we can check, verify, demonstrate, the thing that we can experience, sense with our senses, right? That thing, that's reality. But then you're going into a cartoon that you watch on TV, and you're saying that the ground below your feet is like that cartoon, that you now have a projection of it in your mind.
Okay. Well, that's you. I have a different view, but I guess this was a half decent conversation at the most. But I'm gonna go and get some sleep now, alright?
Go ahead, Lemon.
Lemon, do me a favour, mate.
Okay,
Watch that video.
talk later.
If you want to come back anytime, buddy, then that's cool. I'll speak to you later.
Alright, see you guys.
See you. Take care. Yeah, I brought it up a notch, but Jedi was keeping it cool. Thanks, Jedi. And
You're fine, buddy. I love it when you bring up the television, man. You're not wrong.
Jemsy gets on fire sometimes.
he was saying we know that we are in the solar system, and we. What do you mean we?
Well, I wanted to join his group. I wanted to be one of these we, and then I just wanted to make sure when we sign up in the credit application that it says we get our information from the TV and Star Trek. And if he would agree to that, then I'd join him.
So good. Any new people got any questions? Maybe Jetta and the XO might have some answers. Maybe.
Oh, I got a big one. I got a big
Bra,
answer. Go ahead, Jedi.
Yeah, listen, no. Bra has evidence. He's complaining that we muted him. He has evidence for us now.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me that, buddy. So hands up, that was me that was muting because he was talking through quite rude. Oh, here we go. Awesome stuff. So yeah, bro, one, if you got some evidence, we'd love to hear it. Sorry about muting you, mate, but you didn't seem to be situationally aware.
Bro is not in the VC anymore, so maybe he jumped out.
Yeah, he is, bro.
At
One,
least
just below America and above Adzee.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, I see him. Yep. If he's not going to talk, I was just going to thank that troll for using non-copyrighted music. That was well done.
Well, bro was jabbing his way in between the other conversation, but now nobody else is talking. I mean,
Apparently,
we're
that was
talking,
his
but
proof. That was his proof. Apparently, I'm talking to him in chat. Him chiming in was his proof. He said Earth is a ball or something like that. That was his proof.
Yeah, usually that's what the proof is that he declares it. Yeah, that's the start. It's getting him past that is the real difficult part. Did anybody get an answer from Jesse ever? Did anybody see that guy?
Don't invoke that shit again.
That guy, I mean, you can't force him to give you an answer. Like he could be tortured by the Viet Cong and he would be like, no, he would never give an answer to any. If you just ask that guy, listen, bro, if I can see the Leaning Tower of Pizza from New York, will you then give up your religion? He will say, no, that doesn't matter. That's not so I couldn't get an answer. I tried for 36 hours just to get Jesse to give me an answer. And all he kept saying was, I'm trying to. That was his answer the whole time. I'm trying to. Okay.
bruh.
Which Jesse are you talking about?
That's Jesse. The other light, therefore ball.
Jesse, Path of Light.
Hello.
It's almost like his name is like Jesse
Gordon.
Psychopath. Psychopath. Like there's a path in there, so it's got to be a psychopath, I think. You have a Derelict of Darkness. That's a nice name.
Go ahead,
Derelict. Asshole Dark, not That's fun.
I'm not sure if that's ad hom, but it might be ad nom.
Shut up.
Hello.
Hi, Derelict. How are you?
I'm doing fine on this flat Earth that we inhabit.
We?
Well, no. Yeah, I believe in the ball, bro. I saw it on TV, so I already proved it.
Oh, okay.
No, I did.
Everybody knows we live in a ball Earth, bro. It's on every billboard, TV show, movie, magazine, propaganda. You know, for the last 70 years, I mean, trillions of dollars have been put into this. So we know that that's an obvious given. So don't be ridiculous.
Hey, Derelict, since you're a flat earther, tell him why it's not a ball anymore. Tell him, Derelict.
The reason it's not a ball is because Witsit gets it proved that it's not a ball.
Oh my God! Listen, I got cats in my cat's litter box.
No
I got
way.
more brain cells in my cat's litter box than Witsit gets its chat. Derelict, so you're gonna have to find someone a little smarter than that.
Witsit gets it. What's that?
Oh wow,
Huh?
he's this like.
Is that like
he's
one of
this
those
really
$9.99 commercials like Sham Wow? Is that what Witsit Gets It is? You tell me.
No,
What is
he's
that?
No, he's a really smart Freemason
Psychic
who proved that the
network.
Earth is flat. He's a 33rd degree Freemason.
Is it really?
what?
Well, okay. No wonder he won't answer my
Yeah.
private messages, Gemsy. No wonder the guy never gets back to me. He's a Freemason. It's been solved now,
Yeah,
guys.
I
Wrap it up.
explained
Where's Scooby Doo? Where is
He's
he?
been. Is it true that he's been sacrificing kids to Moloch?
Oh my god, no.
Bro, I gotta be honest with you. Wits Gets It isn't gonna hurt you, bro. You'll be fine. Like he couldn't hurt a fly, bro. Like I just gotta be honest with you, man. So don't worry about him. You're safe. I will guarantee, Gemsy. Tell him I guarantee I will protect this guy from Wits It Gets It. So just you can talk here freely, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's not worry about
Wits
Whitson anymore. Come
ya.
on.
Wits is gonna get ya. Wits is gonna get ya.
I think Freddy
You,
Krueger would be
you'll
way
be you'll be
scarier.
fine. Direct of darkness. The darkness is not gonna get you, bro.
Yeah, you guys in the dark. You guys can't find anything anyway, so you'll be fine. Derelict, it's okay. So we want to hear the psychological path that you led down in your life to now make yourself feel better about this evolution outer space religion. And I'm dying to find out where you get your information from. We got bets on it. I think it's up to about $75 total, the betting. So just let us know, how do we realize that we live in outer space on a magical ball when we came from monkeys? I need the whole story, please.
Tell him.
Oh, how did? Oh, well, I mean, no, I'm saying that I agree that the Earth is flat. I don't believe in evolution. I'm a creationist. The Earth was created in was created in 6 days, and God rested on the seventh.
Okay. So are you a young Earth creationist?
Yeah.
Oh, unfortunately, in 2 Peter 3, it says the heavens were of old and the earth is standing out of the water and in the water. So I don't know if you know this, Derelict, but young earth creationism is actually a secular term. So you're still part of the deception. What's next?
Oh, wow. Dude. Oh my gosh. Thank you for enlightening me on that.
I just want to make sure you're good. But I told you I was going to protect you, bro. Yeah. Anything else we can do for you?
Don't mind next up.
Yeah, and I'm not a flat earther. You can actually ask the mods. I'm not a flat earther. I'm just a Christian, way more dangerous. So if there's anything you need,
Really?
Derelict
You're
of
not a
Darkness,
flat
just
earther?
let us know. No, sir. Nope.
Wait,
I'm a
wait a
Christian
second.
only.
You're not a flat earther?
No,
What
sir.
shape do you believe that the Earth is?
It's Jeremiah 31:37. Thus saith the Lord, if the heavens above can be measured and the foundations of the earth searched out beneath, I will also cast off all my seed of Israel for what they have done. Thus saith the Lord. So if any man thinks he's trying to measure the heavens or the celestial bodies or inside the earth or its foundations, that person is trying to kill all of God's people. So I'm not that bad of a guy, Derelict. I'm going to go pet my puppies and kitties and be a nice guy instead of trying to kill everybody and just claim that God's creation is way too beautiful and miraculously extravagant to measure the size of anything, Derelict. There is no such thing as the shape of I almost got done. Shape of creation, Derelict. There's no such thing. That's called if you feel that pain in your stomach right now, that's called an exorcism. Don't worry, you'll get over it.
Scientists are all
Yeah,
going to
dude.
hell.
It's good to say
Demons.
thanks.
Oh, thank you, sir, for educating me. But what I was gonna say is that I mean, I didn't ask you to measure the Earth. I just asked you like what you believe the shape is. But yeah. Also with the exorcism, I mean that's
It hurts. Let it out. It's okay. Use your big
He's
words.
muted for some reason. But what he said, that
Perfect
there is
timing.
no shape. I mean, he didn't claim a shape, so.
I actually detailed that you can't specify a shape to creation specifically. Remember, he just thinks there's an earth and a magical nothing. That's the one thing you guys got to realize. They have no idea that creation is much more than a blackness of nothing. So I'm talking about the Shamaim, the heavens and the Eretz, the earth and the seas and all that in them is. Their little mind can't think past an object in space. They are the largest group of Dunning-Krugers in history. They might as well be behind the bars with a sign that says, do not feed the animals. Thanks.
well, no. There at some point there has to be space, there has to be nothing, because you can't have like an object without nothing. Like that doesn't make sense.
Welcome to Waterworld. Tell him where he can get his brochures, Gemsy. Yep.
The problem is that even if there was a shape, I mean, we don't know it. I mean, anybody that's telling you that it's a ball, a shape, I mean, they're obviously lying to you, because you can go to the realist level and falsify that claim. So then someone else is going to say, I'm going to replace that shape with another shape. They might just trying to, give you another idea that is not for them to know. I mean, what is the shape of all of existence? I mean, nobody knows. Maybe only God. I don't know what is the
no,
shape. So if
I
you ask
wasn't saying
me,
the
I'm
shape.
gonna say I don't know, but
I was just saying that you said that there's no such thing as space. Like I mean, at some point there has to be space. There has to be
He doesn't
nothing.
understand the words. Yeah, words have meanings. When we say outer space, that means the concept that they give you. And where do we see these things, Gemsy? Can you remind him? We see outer space on. Do you want to take a guess, Derelict? Guess where we see outer space? You got
You
one
didn't say outer
source.
space though. You just said space.
Yes.
But
Yes, then that's right. You don't understand the context of the conversation. Like most evolutionists, you think one word means the same thing across the board. You have to expand your knowledge and I know that this is upsetting. You have to actually study the English language a little bit to know that context means everything. Just like if I'm running, that's not the same as if my Dodge truck is running. So words have meanings. You just have to actually let your mind breathe past the cartoon fantasy. Sorry, buddy.
Well,
Little
yeah, I don't.
evolutionist.
I'm not an evolutionist. So I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, listen, I understand these days it's hard to push that lie because it's so ridiculous you end up contradicting yourself, but we do have people that can help you if you need counseling for your evolutionism. We're not going to kick you out for that. You can be an evolutionist and it'll be okay, buddy.
Derelict, Derelict, are you religious? Are you religious?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. You know who is father of your evolution?
What? What'd you say?
Who is father of your Big Bang and evolution?
The Big Bang, right? You believe in the
Well, I
universe,
don't believe in the
Big Bang,
Big Bang.
right? But you believe
I don't believe the
balls in
universe can be
space.
created.
You
I
believe
don't
balls in
believe that.
space, right?
I don't believe the
You,
universe can be created.
Right, but you believe in balls in space, right? So you believe that's what the definition of evolution in 1911 is the formation of this universe and galaxies. That's the belief. That's what evolution is. They invented the outer space religion for be the foundation of evolutionism, bro. Yeah.
I never said I was an evolutionist.
Oh, you do believe in outer space balls, though, right? Because that's the foundation of
No,
evolution.
that's
You didn't
bullshit.
realize that. Right, so that's
he,
the thing, guy. He's
he
not going to
believes
be
in
able to
the
go ahead,
outer
Gemsy.
space. The Earth is a disk, right? The Earth is a disk in space.
Exactly.
Wait, can you repeat that? Can you repeat that?
Do it again,
Because
Gemsy.
you asked about outer space. So the Earth, you said when you joined, you said you are a flat earther, and the Earth is a disk, a flat disk in space.
In space, right? Yeah.
Why
Yeah,
would you
it's
want
with a
balls in your
dome
face?
over it.
Derelict, can you just make a claim real quick? I know that you're LARPing, but you believe the Earth is a disk in space, right? Going around the sun, right?
He said with a dome over it. With a dome
No,
over
not
it.
going. It's stationary. It's stationary.
Just floating in space, not going anywhere.
Yeah, it's floating, not going anywhere. There you go. Right? It's stationary in space, Derelict. Final answer?
Yeah, it's in space. I
There
mean,
you
where else
go.
would
You
it
got
be?
him. Outer space
Okay.
religion, same
So
evolutionism.
he's
Rest my case.
Not a. I mean, no, it's not a religion because at some point, like, you understand the concept of like you have to have nothing because
You
otherwise,
saw
like,
it on
there's not
TV.
going to be an object.
Yeah.
And
It's
if you
bro,
just
I
keep
love it.
repeating
Yep.
yourself, it doesn't mean anything.
I mean,
No,
yeah, words have meaning, Derelict. Yeah. Welcome to kindergarten.
Oh, you saw it on TV, bro. Oh, you saw it on TV. No,
Welcome to
but do you
kindergarten.
understand
Welcome. I know you
that at
believe in
some
outer
point
space. Cool story, bro. We don't. Nobody knows where you got
I
your outer
don't need
space belief from. Yeah, nobody has any clue where they teach
I
that,
don't even
Derelict.
say I'm not even saying outer space in the sense that like modern people would you know say like in this NASA way. I'm just saying at some point there has to be, you know, some type of nothing, like some type of space to, you know, objects to be able to have shape because they need
Yeah, that's your
time.
religion. Yes, this is what you see on TV, right? You saw this on TV, exactly. There you go.
Oh.
And that's where you got it from. That's perfect. Thank you for admitting that finally. Yeah, as opposed to what I believe we live in a creation of water with land coming out of it, and actually the heavens are real. They're not just nothing up there. Heavens above are real. It's actually a real thing, not an empty outer space. Yeah.
What
Wait, may
is
I ask you a question, sir?
what is some time of nothing?
What isn't nothing? Well, I mean,
You
like
said
nothing
it's
is
some.
nothing.
You said it's some type of nothing. What that mean?
No, it's just nothing. Like there's no some type of nothing. Nothing is
But
nothing.
you said
That
that
doesn't make
sentence
sense.
1 minute ago. Some type of nothing.
No, I did. I don't think I said that. And if I did, then that is incorrect.
Okay.
I'm
I
lost.
need to
What do you
ask you a
think the fucking
question,
earth
sir.
is?
So, what is your proof for God? The guy I've been talking to. Do you have a proof for God?
You're
Oh my
standing on
goodness,
it.
man.
Wait a minute.
The
What
evidence.
happened to?
Sorry.
Wait a minute. What happened to the LARPing? He just lost his LARP. He said he was, he believed in creation, and all of a sudden he's an atheist. Wow, nobody saw that coming. Continue,
I would just like
derelict.
to know your proof for God.
The evidence
Yeah,
is all around.
the evolution.
And
Well, do you understand what he
right,
did the whole time, Jedi? That means this entire time he's been hiding from his own evolution story.
right.
He believes in
So
evolution, but he doesn't want to discuss it. So thanks for proving my point.
No, I
when we're
don't even
talking
believe in
about, so when
evolution.
we're talking about proof, my friend, when we're talking about proof of God, we've only got two choices. We understand that the evidence is all around you, and this would be the thing that's up for speculation, as in how the fuck it got there. Now we understand scientifically to have something that is created, you need a creator. If you're gonna have a watch, right, you need a watchmaker. Builder, painting, painter, creation, creator. The idea
Well,
of
why can't
things
it have
springing
always
into oh,
existed?
I haven't quite finished yet. There's another side to this story. It's a dichotomy that I've just got the first one out. Let me get to the second one. So the second one, which can't be scientifically validated, is things spring into existence for no apparent reason, rocks and shit, then creating consciousness. If you were to look into the scientific community, this is why they've moved away from the infinite, everlasting, always been here universe to, well, it started somewhere. So starting means creation. So they have come to the understanding more often now than not before, that to have a created thing, you must have intelligence to create. Now, you can call that God if you want to, the Noah, whatever you want to call it, that's fine. But things spring into existence for no apparent reason and then creating consciousness and cannot be scientifically validated. You'd literally need to be a magician.
Okay,
I don't know
so
what you
why
say
can't
with no
so why
apparent
can't the
reason.
Earth why can't the Earth have always existed? Explain
Because
that.
you understand what entropy is, right?
Yeah, the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to the universe, though.
You understand what the first law of thermodynamics is, right?
Welcome to
The
evolution.
first law.
Yeah, energy can't be created or destroyed.
Okay, I never said it was created. I said it always existed.
See, this is the thing.
Evolution.
So you may think that everything has, always existed. And that's fine. If you want to have that belief, then that's all down to you. But scientifically speaking, even within the scientific rhetoric of the heliocentric model, that came from something that had
I
a
don't
beginning.
care. The scientific establishment is retarded.
Okay, that's absolutely fine, buddy. No worries.
But
Hey,
You
I mean,
understand
Jedi,
what
he
the
why
has his
doesn't
own
cosmic
why
personal
microwave?
like why
religion,
can't it?
and he's entitled to it, right?
No,
Yeah,
that's
I
fine.
created my own religion, but why can't I mean, what's the
Oh, did he?
reputation of why the Earth can't have always existed? Like, I just don't
Do
understand.
you understand what the cosmic microwave background is?
Something to do with the Big Bang.
Ish, kind of, sort of. But where that
What is it?
emanated from was right here where we stand. So if we want to talk
Yeah, I
about
mean, the
that
Big Bang
creation,
doesn't even make any sense.
I'm going to
It's
fucking
literally
agree with you, mate.
gibberish.
I mean, I'm going to agree with you because obviously we're not a ball that spins around the sun in the vacuum of space. That would be stupid. That's a creation story for that model. But obviously we don't live within that creation in a cartoon on TV. We live on a flat, stationary, contained Earth. So your next question will be, well, how did
No,
that get here then? If you're talking about
no, not
it's been
really.
here. Not really? You're just going to talk for everything I say?
Because I
What's your
mean,
question now?
what's the problem with it just have always it just always existed? It wasn't created, it's just eternal.
What is it? What do you mean it?
Talking
He
about
thinks
the
Earth
Earth.
is a magical thing that's always existed. Yeah, he's basically kind of taken up maybe the flat globe. I think it's called. Is that the religion of doctrine, the flat globe? I'm not sure, but yeah,
No,
bro,
I'm
it's called
just saying
life
if you
experience,
like.
derelict. If you just get a little life experience, you'll see how entropic principles work and how decay happens and how the waters actually looks like it carved out all the canyons of the earth. So the formations, fossils, things like that show time going by, and it shows a very young creation too, compared to your belief, right? 6,000 years. Remember, you pretended to be a young earth creationist. Yeah, that's what all of science shows. So your only option is to throw out everything and believe in a magical, eternal thing. Yeah, a magical religion. So congratulations.
Magical. First of all, I mean, you literally do believe in magic, though. If you like believe in
That's
traditional
you, yeah.
religion, you believe.
Everything you believe
No,
is magic,
Well,
and
if you
that's why
believe,
you're
no.
stuck in a
believe
fairy tale.
no,
Yeah.
That's the
if
only
you
I
believe
mean,
thing.
in
look,
This
bro,
traditional
bro,
sorry, Derek.
listen, but Derek, okay, I'm gonna bow out of the conversation, Jedi. But Derek, anything you need to justify that pervert religion is fine with me. It's just evolutionism. It's fine.
Okay, whatever. I mean, you're just like a crazy Christian. You just call everything that disagrees with you pervert
Yep, you're a
religion.
sycophant, and that's what you are. Yeah, you need to justify your lifestyle. Yes, and this is
Sycophant.
the religion you need. Yep, do
Actually,
it thou
I'm
wilt.
not. If I
Thanks.
was a
That was easy.
sycophant, I would be like agreeing with you right now. But
You are.
thing
Yeah.
is,
Well, this is well, people that
I'm
believe
not.
in NAMBLA say the same thing.
Oh, so now you're just equating me to a pedophile? Like, what the fuck? Interesting. You got.
And that's how that goes.
Change the topic now.
Yeah. Yeah.
10
You got a
minutes. I'm
choice.
making sounds for fucking EXO to just stop, and he just keeps on going.
Yeah, you got a choice.
What?
First, we have to understand what the
Hey,
Earth is.
whoever muted that motherfucker, thank you and God bless you.
Yeah, that was me.
I muted EXO.
Thank you.
So anyway,
Did it with my,
we're
my
gonna have
mom.
to figure out what the bloody Earth is, then we can decide how we got here, right?
Well, I mean, because you guys are trying to say that like God had to create the earth or something. I don't
We're only
understand why
dealing
there
with
has to be a God.
well, we're dealing with the ontological primitive, but you are outside of that ontological primitive. So we're talking about how things are created. You've decided for some reason everything existed always.
Well, I'm
That's fine.
asking you, what's the issue with that?
I don't have an issue with that personally, mate. If that's what you want to believe, then you can believe that. But our main quest here is to figure out what the Earth is, and then we can start figuring out how it fucking got here. So what do you think the Earth is?
I don't really have a strong opinion on flat Earth or globe Earth.
Really? So you decided to come into a flat Earth room and decided to start talking nonsense? Try to be a sophist, but be really bad at it.
I think I'm actually, I mean, well, when it comes to flat Earth, I mean, it's just an interesting conversation to have. I just
I
want to
always
talk
wonder
about
why
like
people
God
come in
who
here and
created.
say, "Oh, I don't really have a strong opinion either way," but they don't know anything about either side. Fucking weird.
No, I do. I mean, I've been a flat earther before,
Oh,
and I've
you've been a
been.
flat earther. Okay, what's the radius of the Earth, supposedly?
I don't remember anymore. I don't really keep up with this
You're
stuff
a
anymore.
liar. You're not a flat earther.
Oh.
Yes, you're
Why
right.
why did you think it was flat in the first place?
Yeah, because if you look at like the curvature, supposedly it's 8 inches per mile squared, but we don't actually see that in reality and stuff like that.
Stuff like that.
Failing GCSE science kind of stuff.
True.
You know what, Alex? You can fuck off too, mate. You piss me off so much, man. You and your fucking stupid comments. You can fuck off. Seriously,
Well, I
mate.
just wanted to know, like, I mean, how do we know God created the
Yeah, just fuck
universe?
off.
Yeah, we're not
We're
gonna
gonna
go
back
in back
up.
into that
Yeah,
again. Period. If you don't want to talk about the physical and natural world, then you can put yourself on a white mic.
like I
Pretty
said,
simple,
we
really.
need to, like I said, we need to figure out what the Earth is before we can figure out how it got here.
Well, did you guys know that the Freemasons believe the Earth
Oh
is?
my God, we ain't here to talk about that shit. The fuck, dude.
He's just going to avoid the subject, Miggy. He doesn't want to be pinned down on something. He's going to try and be some kind of sophist, but like I said, he's been really bad at it so far.
Yeah.
Oh well, he's gone. We've got another heretic in the server as well. It's not the boss. It's a heretic with capital letters. What's up, heretic with capital letters? How you doing?
Derelict of hearings.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
says in
not
his
bad.
profile.
Just
My
getting ready.
humanity is mortal. Sorrow, I cry to feel, laugh to heal, and fight to win.
Go ahead, heretic.
Yeah, I think that's the beta Chad version of Live, Laugh, Love, isn't it?
No idea, man.
Some things remain a mystery.
So what's your stance on the topic of this room, heretic? You think the Earth's a globe?
A globe? No.
What's your position then? What's your worldview?
I don't really take a stance. I'm not convinced in the model we're given. Apart from that, don't really know what the fuck we're standing on, or what we're in, or what we're on.
Fair enough.
Attributes of it excite me, like the North Pole, interactions of like different molecules, atmosphere. I think is neat. The polar regions, like how Antarctica's like thousands of feet higher than everything else. Shit like that gets me excited. I don't know if you've ever seen Photo versus Painting by Math Powerland. Also fucking loving that. That's kind of what won me over to the flat earth. I was like, holy shit. I was like, this funny motherfucker is 100% right.
Yeah, it was a while
So,
ago too. What is it, 2011? Something like that?
I was a little bit late on it. I was probably 2014.
It's still kind of early. That's when I actually got into flat Earth. It was about late
Yeah.
2014 in October, something like that.
I think Matt did that in 210 or 211, somewhere around there. I don't really like math, but he was hyped back then.
Yeah, I saw it in 2014 too. It's got to say that is pretty early because most of us are 2015ers, yeah. You know,
Yeah, just about.
2014, 2015.
Yeah, that's right, mate.
So it slowly dragged away from like the mystification of that reality into just basically laughing at and making fun of globe earthers and like their things. And just now it's a divine comedy to me.
The debate, or are we talking about what just happened in the VC?
No, I got to be honest.
Or the
I
debate in
could
general.
not. I could not get through 5 minutes of 200 proofs. I can't. I can't do the Dubé guy. I can't.
Yo, I know you. You used to be in this
He wore a
community
dress.
a couple years ago.
I'm
Yeah, he
with
does
you.
wear a dress.
Cujo, back up. I was trying to figure out who he was first. Damn it.
I think we both know this
He
guy
does.
probably.
Yeah, he sounds familiar, very familiar. And yeah, Eric, you know the dress, man. He put the headband on. I'm like, yeah, fuck you. I mean,
For me, it was just the sound of his voice. Like
whatever
it
turns
just.
your crank, but that don't turn mine. My first thought is, how much did they pay you to wear the dress? And if they didn't pay you, then you fucking enjoy it.
Yeah, it seems like some kind of ritual that some people try to get involved in, like making hand gestures, uh, putting symbolism into photos, and they think that it's gonna like help them gain success. It's almost like a form of like worship, like false gods and idol worship and shit. It's kind of like that. Are you guys that weird, by the way? Like, I'm into some weird shit. Are you guys into the weird into the rest of the tinfoil hat shit too, right?
Dude, I know you.
No,
I know you, dude.
Calling me weird, bro? I thought you knew.
no. There's a fringe part of this group that does stupid shit like that. This isn't it. This is an intellectual group here.
Yeah, not this room.
Yeah, we don't do that
I'm
phony
not
shit.
wearing no fucking dress if we're beating around that mulberry bush.
Yeah, you're gonna be wearing the alien costume and all that bullshit. That server's over there, not here.
Right. I'll come out in my boxers and beat you down with the dress.
I think that server's
Yeah,
called
it's
like
some
Waterworld or something. If you want to find some weird stuff, find that Waterworld server.
dude. There are some weird
Shallow Earth?
places here in
Shallow Earth?
Discord. I used to go to servers looking to post our link and help grow our server, and I've seen shit I can't unseen. I'm like, oh my god. Who knew e-girl meant, a guy acting like a girl because he's on the internet? I never knew that till I tried to promote my server. I was like, Christ, man, screw the server, let it die.
It's a lot of work, man.
Wait a second. Did you just
Well,
confess to the whole room that you fell in love with a dude's butt in yoga pants?
Who did? Grim.
No,
Who's
I'm
Grim?
sorry. I think I might have misheard you.
Yeah, you definitely misheard me because them's fighting words, buddy.
I don't know.
But the
I
I'll
problem
think
kick
this
your
dude's
ass
probably
with a
trolling.
pair of. You can put them yoga pants on, but they're not going to help you beat my ass.
I think he's trolling. I'm just saying. Getting a trollish vibe.
I mean, if you want to wear yoga pants, that's up to you, but.
He's trying to convince me to put on yoga pants. You know what? Just for you, I will.
Dude, shut the fuck up,
Yeah,
dude.
just don't walk in the store behind me.
Fuck is this going on here? Fuck off, dude. Take your weird shit to
Right.
another room.
Is that our heretic?
Fucking clown. That ain't our heretic.
Oh, okay. All right. I was only being polite because I thought it was ours. I thought he was trolling
No, I
me.
don't. Fucking someone goes sideways. I'm gonna push him out the ledge. Fuck him.
No, I know that guy. I can't put my finger on it. It might be from Gems from years ago. I know that guy.
It sounds like DJ Come Too Quick.
Doesn't sound anything like that. You know, it kind of reminds me of this guy called D20. D20. He was real. He was into sick stuff too. I wonder if that's him.
Who's 8-inch per SM? What is that? Somebody new?
You know what? That's the guy. That's the guy who was giving us the. He did the whole flat Earth history thing this morning. I think I think he means
Look,
8 inches
come
per
here.
square mile.
Come here. Yeah, come here. Come here, man. Come here, homie. Homie. Come here, homie.
Mike, you're hot
Homeboy.
micing.
Ice cool boom.
Mike. What the fuck?
Did you hear that guy earlier though? The guy who did like the flat Earth history. He did like a whole.
No.
Well, it wasn't like flat. It was like science history. He had like he wrote it, and it was like kind of poetic too. But he was saying something about 8 inches per square mile. He was trying to say it's not per mile squared, it's per square mile. So I bet you it's that guy because it's the initials.
Fair enough.
Is there a difference in those two statements?
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course, because a square mile is not a mile by a mile. Oh. Oh, well, there would be 8 inches per square mile on the first mile.
Yeah, but a square mile is a surface area.
Yeah, of course.
But you're right. But you're just determining the where the horizon is at its distance, or how much drop there is based on the distance.
Yeah. So if you've got a square mile, the first mile would be 8 inches. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's
I know it's not.
It's
the
not
proper
really supposed
formula,
to be
but
yeah.
Yeah, but it does
Well,
work for the
it's
first
not meant
mile.
to be referencing. No, it works for like 1,000 miles. Yeah.
No, it doesn't. Because once you increase to 2 square miles, or 4 square miles is 2 miles by 2 miles. So that would only be.
Of course.
Yeah. So the first mile
That's
it
what I
works,
mean.
but it doesn't work for the rest.
Hey,
Well, that's what I'm
we
saying.
got.
That's why it's not square miles.
All right, we got Nash that just jumped in here. What's up, Nash? Hello, Nash. Are you there? Oh, okay. How about Anubis? Have we talked to Anubis? Got the Daredevil avatar.
Yo, what's up?
What up, dude?
Yeah, I just joined. I'm just listening in.
Well, what's your position on the topic of this room? It's very provocative.
To be honest, I don't really. I'm just thinking of what other people think the Earth looks like. I don't really care what it looks like, to be honest.
You don't care what it looks like.
No.
What they all say.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I
Usually,
mean, it's an interesting topic, but I don't really care what the Earth looks like, to be honest.
yeah, but
don't.
the thing
That's
about
what
it
I thought
is, you
too.
know, you've been brought up to believe a certain paradigm, certain worldview, right?
Yeah,
So
well,
you got
yeah.
you should be asking questions like, man, why have you been telling me that if you have a feeling of like you don't care right now? I mean, why would they still be propagating it even though you say you don't care? They're still telling people at schools everywhere.
Yeah, I think that's the only part that I would probably have a problem with, the information they're sending out in
Well,
schools.
that's a big issue. If it's not the truth, it doesn't check out, you know.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got Brendan in the house, but we're gonna have to put him on mute because no, I'm just kidding, Brendan. What's up, man?
What's up, bro?
Nothing, man. You cruising for a bruising or what?
No, my asshole hurts from last week, so I'm gonna sit this
Shit,
one out
dude.
tonight.
We're well, we got not much happening around here, but except for a bunch of fucking guys coming in here not knowing what. We got clowns, man. Like fuck, dude. You think in all of the internet we'd have at least a few intellects?
You know.
We're losing.
In
we're
real
losing
life,
hope.
I didn't see many.
I mean, hell, just
Got
not
some
even a
smart
decent
guys.
conversation. What's that, Gosho?
So you got some smart guys on both sides. Jesse's in here. He's super smart. You guys got a bunch of smart dudes.
He might know some things, but he doesn't understand a lot of other things. So we have to leave the theodolites and total stations up to the guys who actually use them, not amateurs like him who just had a good night's rest at a Holiday Inn. Fuck that. Therefore, we're gonna look for somebody who wants to step up to the plate and bring some globe evidence. Anybody out there? Anybody out there? Yeah, I know. That's why he got muted, dude. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, Mike.
Just picking on my grandson. He's always punking me.
We didn't want you to say some things that maybe it was private stuff, so.
That's cool. That's cool. It's my grandson. I don't really want people listening to it. Thanks.
Yeah.
It's my buddy. He's on me now. My daughter's like, I'm keeping all those hot rods, right? She likes my Trans Ams and my vets. The boy's like, Grandpa, I'm your favorite and I like that Trans Am. I'm like, I guess Grandpa will have to build you one.
It'll be nice when he can work on it with you.
You know, that's what I was thinking. It'd be nice if I could make it long enough to teach him to build his first one.
How many years we talking? 18, 17 years?
He's 8 right now.
Oh, well, yeah.
So
10 good. You'll
once
still
he's
be
12,
around.
13, I mean, dude, he's already wrenching on shit, you know.
What are you, like,
Yeah.
50, Mike?
Yeah, I'm 51.
Oh, you'll be around.
I
I'm
thought you were
hoping I
80.
got 20, 30 more years. No, I'm not 80. I use that boomer voice, Kusho, to troll little dumbasses like you. You know what I'm saying?
I'm fucking with you. You know what you should do though? When I took an engine class at school, we had to take apart the big block and put it back together. You can start doing that stuff with them, right? Like taking apart the engine, put it back together.
Oh,
You're well familiar with
yeah,
it.
right. Dude, right now, when I'm out in the barn, I give him the wrench and just let him see what he can break, you know? It all starts with get whatever bolt you can get loose. you know? You just got to teach him to stick with it. But he already likes to tear stuff apart, dude. I'll come out. If I don't lock the barn, I'll come in here and have stuff jacked up, dude, and tires off, talking about I'm doing your brakes. And I'm like, but the brakes are brand new on that car. I literally had to make sure I get really specific about locking the barn because I didn't want the kids sneaking out there and getting crushed under a car, you know? So I put an alarm on it that goes off. It doesn't send a warning to the police, but it's got a loud siren.
You know, one day I'll tell you. I brought it up yesterday, but I made an app. The working title was called Captain Save-A-Ho. And it was supposed to protect. You know, it's supposed to be there for protection for like girls when they go out with a stranger or just out drinking. But I'll tell you about it one day.
What did you call it? Captain Saber Ho.
Yeah, Captain Save-A-Ho or Simps Are Us.
That's what I call the Globers who stick up for the other. They throw their body in the gears over here for other Globers.
the White Knighters.
The White Knighters, yeah, Captain Save-A-Hos.
Well, if you had that in my area, and it was a list of people you could call for help if you were a woman and in need of it, I would allow you to put my name on that list, Kuchar.
Yeah, but okay, so that part of it, I didn't. And that was a plan that I had to do with the app. But I thought there's probably not a safe way to do that. Like sign up people. Like those dudes might end up being
Yeah, because
creeps, too.
imagine if Captain Save-A-Ho comes and he's really Jeffrey fucking Dahmer.
Exactly. So that's why
So-
the extent to my app was just it would record, it would keep track of the lady, and if she didn't like keep up, like she didn't check in with the app, it would like get a capture of like her position, a picture, microphone, and
they already have
it would
that,
store
though.
that.
They have that already.
I mean, they
That's
probably
in,
do. I mean,
yeah,
what's
it's
that in?
integrated. It's integrated with certain apps. They have those safety features already.
Yeah,
You
I'm sure
know
that's
how
good. Yeah.
You know the
I
two
didn't hear what you
things
said.
I do
What'd you
so
say?
I don't have to worry about my daughters getting abused. I made sure they all took martial arts, and I started gun safety at 8 years old.
Well, no, the problem is I
Now,
went to school with a bunch of girls who would drink so much that they would like pass out, like at a party or something like that, and I just always got worried that like, something could happen if they do it at the wrong time or wrong
it
place.
normally does too. Yeah. I went to college. I hear you.
I've got I just got the Find My iPhone on all the ladies in my house, girls.
Yeah, my girlfriend keeps.
I can see where they are at all times.
That's right. I
my
can
girlfriend has
ping
Life
any.
360.
See, I know why the government gives away phones, because it's the same reason I buy phones for my daughters and say, here, use this phone. Because I can
Yeah,
ping
that
it whenever I
Life
want.
360 one you just mentioned is like super precise.
Yep.
Oh, you said Life 360? Yeah, that's my girlfriend makes me use that fucking shit, dude. And she knows how
Holy
fast I'm
shit, look at that
driving.
one.
She knows.
Yeah, it tells you all that shit. Yep, exactly. How fast you're going, where you are. It's like super precise. I didn't know you were using it, but
My daughters carried mace until they could register their first firearm and open carry. I mean, we're well past gun safety now. We're into tighter group training and long distance training, accuracy and movement, handling,
Group
holster.
therapy, battle mod? Group therapy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Ain't no
Brahma
better
God.
therapy than to go out back and just shoot off 1,000 rounds.
Hey man, I was gonna bring up some globe Earth flat Earth stuff, okay? Because I know that's what you guys like to talk about. But
Oh, you
me
got some
and
proof?
Get
No
Get were
joke.
talking earlier about. Oh shit, sorry.
No, you're right. I was just saying, if you got some
It got
proof
super
and stuff,
quiet.
Go for it,
Not
man.
currently, not currently. But me and Get were talking about tests earlier, and he was saying like the most accurate measuring device is this and this. And for me personally, I've been dead set on getting a GPS dual frequency because you do the correction data and you get like sub centimeter precision. But what I was going to do with that, with sub centimeter precision, you could make a long straight line, or extremely long horizontal. That's extremely accurate. For very long, you could easily measure the surface in reference to that horizontal. And
You have a straight line on a globe?
Hold on.
Sure,
So
yeah.
in GPS, it's based off a datum, right? It runs on a polar coordinates, right? System. So it's only going to place you in that system. So it won't tell you whether the line is true or not. It'll tell you whether the line would be curved within that system. So you're talking about measuring, and the only thing it's going to do is take your data for location and place you within the entire coordinate system that they have, polar coordinate system, which is spherical.
Yeah, but the coordinate system, it's a shared coordinate system where they have the same origin, and
Yeah,
it's X, Y,
it's
Z.
not a measurement. I'm just saying you're going to say it's not a straight line. The line is curved. Yeah, that's because it's plotted in a spherical coordinate system.
No, but that's what I'm saying. The raw GPS data is what I would be using. It's not spherical coordinates. It's X, Y, Z Cartesian coordinates in a XYZ grid system. So if you plot 2 points in an XYZ grid system, you can construct a straight line. You know, pretty simply. Yeah. I'm not talking about the longitude and latitude. I'm talking about the raw data. Anyways, I brought it up, so I'm going to get y'all's opinion about it. I got yours, Mike. So.
Who's y'all?
All of y'all, flat earther people who I'm sure. Well, you guys aren't the same thing that the other flat earthers on, but most flat earthers are really obsessed with like a measurement of like a drop from horizontal. They always ask you, have you ever seen a drop from horizontal? And that's what I'm saying. That's what I hope to accomplish with the super accurate positioning GPS. And I'm curious what y'all's opinion about this.
Does it use trilateration?
Say that again?
Does it use trilateration? The GPS thing that you're doing?
You have to say it a little bit louder. I didn't.
Trilateration.
Trilateration.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Use it exactly. Trilateration.
I got 3 jars of marijuana. We can put trackers in them, and you can trilaterate them. He thinks it's funny.
I got 3
They're big jars.
of marijuana. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I got more than 3, but I was just saying I got 3 for this experiment because that's what's neat.
I see. Experiment, is it? I don't know.
Well, survey, whatever. If you're gonna get hyper semantical,
Why don't I go up there and do it? Why don't I go up and do it in Michigan?
Yeah, I would. It'd be nice to be able to use that to plot the raw elevations of the lake shore. So I wonder how much they vary and how much the land varies. Because there's places around Lake Michigan where you know damn well you get about a half mile away from it and you're driving downhill, so it's like there's a mountain almost around the lakes, and the lake drops down around the edges.
Yeah, but all lakes, including those ones, if you look at the elevation on both sides, they're exactly the same, or usually like not more than a foot different. Right?
Yeah, that's due to erosion in high levels and low levels. When it reaches a high level, water pushes over, so the bank erodes evenly. Yeah.
That's what would be interesting about it is seeing that it's same elevation on both sides, but seeing if a horizontal
but listen
drops
to this. On Lake Michigan, it's the same elevation on both sides, but the distance as you go further away from the shoreline drops in elevation. That's why when the lake, when we have too much rain, it seems like the lake just opens up and pours in these certain low valleys and just floods them right out.
Yeah, because that depends on where the water is coming in from, right?
Yeah, once it pushes over the shoreline, I mean, it's gonna take the path of least resistance to the lowest point. But if we could say that the land all the way around the lake drops down in elevation, then we wouldn't expect to see a full building even if we could see all the way across the lake, because the elevation of the land protrudes rapidly downward on either side for a certain distance.
No, but forget about
Like
a full building.
like
I'm saying,
Chicago. Listen,
yeah.
Chicago was so much lower than the fucking lake we actually took before they built Chicago. They had to raise up the land, the entire land near the lake. They had to bring it up 15 foot so it didn't flood no more. Because it was
Well, that's
lower
what's up.
than the lake.
No, but here's the
And
deal,
then
though, dude.
people say, well, you got a picture of Chicago from Michigan, but we can't see the bottoms of the building. Well, but we also know Chicago sits at a lower elevation than Michigan. So why would we expect to see it? That's like saying I can see all the way down into a valley across the lake when the valley's on the other side of the lake. And then I'm calling that valley curvature when it's just a deviation, a differential of elevation.
Is Chicago directly north of
No, it's
like
not
that
directly
observation?
north.
Is there a spot you could be at where, like, you could be at a part that's directly south, and then like you're looking across the lake directly north?
Directly
Sure,
south
there
of
is.
what? Chicago?
Like,
directly south of
not Chicago. It doesn't have to be
Chicago is.
Chicago.
Well,
Chicago.
It
listen,
doesn't have to be Chicago. It
okay.
just has to be that lake. I'm saying.
The lake goes from north to south, and the width of it from Michigan to Illinois is east to west. So I could travel to the southern portion of my state, but I'd also be looking across the southern portion of their state at a lower distance. And I'd be viewing east to west. If they looked at me, they'd be viewing west to east. So to take a more southern location to view west. Now, you mean get a further southern point and look up at an angle?
Dude, just listen, dude. I'm saying that same lake, but instead of looking east to west to Chicago, it just has to be beach to beach. So just somewhere where you're south of the lake and you're looking directly north of the lake. What's the longest distance that you could
It's 360 miles from the north end of the lake to the south end of the lake. That's my point, Cucho. And at the furthest point from east to west is 60, so we can have shorter points that are somewhere around 30 in the tri-state area by Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois, where they meet Michigan at the bottom of the lake. So we could see a shorter distance there if what you're looking for is a shorter distance. But at that part, it's the furthest southern point of the lake, and we won't see Chicago no more because it's too far north of us.
Fair enough. The only thing. Okay, so let me just throw this out there. I'm talking about using GPS and constructing using like I said, differential GPS, which is
Topography all the
sub-centimeter.
way around the lake?
No, hold on. I'm just talking about using the raw data in 3D space, getting a position at the south end of the lake, getting another position that's maybe like 1 foot away. That's a horizontal line, right? Establishing a horizontal line.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Figuring
talking
out those
about.
coordinates. Well, yeah. I'm figuring out those coordinates and then extending it over the lake, and determining what that point would be over there, and then going to that side of the lake and measuring that point.
Yeah, I'd want to do points all the way around the shore so that we could map out, and then further as you go a mile back from the shore, half mile back, so we can map out the topography from maybe 2 miles out from the shore to the lake all the way in. A topographical survey that includes the level of the lake, and then 2 miles away from the shoreline all the way around to show whether or not the land drops away on either side at a consistent rate, or does it level out? Is it just a valley? Is there a high point around the lake? Because topography is strange. It's uncongressional or ununiform. it's not an even pattern or distribution, because that's all due to erosion and weather.
Yeah, but what you wouldn't expect, so that's why a longer distance would be better, because even 360 miles, you would expect the drop from horizontal to be enormous, right? Isn't that like, isn't 100
Yeah,
miles
I
like,
would. Yeah, if we looked from the furthest northern point all the way down the lake, if we could do that from the UP all the way to fucking Illinois or Ohio or Indiana at the bottom of the lake, that you would expect to see your largest amount of curvature there, yeah, because it extends the full length of the state of Michigan.
right? So that's my question then to everybody, including you. I'm gonna get everyone's opinion on what they would think about a test as we just described that uses, sub-centimeter accurate GPS positioning to establish a horizontal line and make measurements of the Earth and see
I'd
if
rather
it's curving
do it
away.
with LiDAR mapping so we get the true reality of raw data rather than plotted data from GPS. I mean, I don't have a problem with the GPS, but LiDAR and all that can be done at high ranges if you set up enough stations. Then, as soon as you got them up and operating, you can take a 3D tour of the entire area around it. You can walk through every square footage of it.
Don't those LiDAR stations derive their local elevation from GPS, though?
Well, it depends if you're using it or if you're just doing reference data, which is relative to each transceiver in the station. So
Exactly.
if you're using 36, you're not going to use GPS because LiDAR is used to build a 3D image of the surface area topographically from placement of transceiver stations.
Yeah,
I mean,
that
how
base
much have
station
you
data.
looked into that, Jesse?
He's looked into it a lot more than I have, I'm sure, and I've looked into it a great deal.
Well, you can use an array of these. You can use one, and yeah, you can plot it in GPS, and you can use it for single track, and it's a lot more work to map things out. Or you can
Yeah, no,
have
but that's
multiple stations.
no, that's what I'm talking about. Because there's
I'd
those
have
base
to look
stations
into
exist
that.
everywhere. Those base stations exist everywhere, so all you have to do is collect data using a dual frequency device, and then you have to collect data from the base station for the same time period, and then you put it into some
Yeah,
computer program, and it'll give you the sub-centimeter accurate position. And I think that's worth. I think that's worth a lot in this for these tests because you could really construct a straight line, like we keep talking about can't be done, but you can do it with the GPS. I think.
right. With LiDAR, you can, I mean, even project it this three-dimensional space like 30 foot above the surface too.
claim about the an actual like model or shape.
They're just saying that the globe model is wrong.
So these guys agree. There's other flat earthers too, but yeah, specifically these guys. That's what they're saying, and it's that's why he's getting upset because I kind of strawman a little bit.
A little bit, Jeremy. Come on, man. That's all that kid did. I said I observe it flat and local, and he went to the black peg. Like,
that wasn't me.
They come in here demanding answers for things we haven't said. Think about that for a minute. They
Because the
demand
channel
from
name is
me
misleading.
a rebuttal and a reply for something I have not asserted. And they never attempt to find out what it is I do assert. Don't keep telling me what the channel says, this is what it represents. The only thing you've demonstrated is you don't know what we think, and you're
Yeah, well,
unwilling to try and find
yes,
out.
because so many flat earthers have different opinions.
Well, they do. That's why you should treat each one individually. Because I'm not going to give you a response for what some dumbass said, regardless that the dumbass said it, okay? I'm smarter than that. I don't give replies or rebuttals or back stupid, obviously ignorant statements.
So why is it called the Flat Earth channel? Why isn't it called the Earth Isn't a Globe channel?
Because flat's a trigger word and we like to trigger you. It's not a description, it's not a shape, it's a description of the surface that we observe to be flat and local. It also has topography, right? But we still call it flat. But we know there's mountains and valleys and hills. And that word flat, that's all I have to say. I don't have to say anything else. Just flat, and you're already mad.
But it's also it's more than that
it's
though.
powerful.
The name, everybody understands what the name means. You know what I mean? And it's like a black man. Everyone knows he's actually black, right? But you know what's meant by it. It's like it's just the nomenclature.
Jesse, why don't you just unmute and ask these questions in here? This just more. You're just.
Oh, I didn't want to interrupt the discussion.
You're just looking for reasonable doubt on my observation. Listen, it could be true that my observation isn't true, but if we're gonna say we can't trust our observations, then throw out your fucking surveys and your dips of the horizon, because we gotta observe that shit, brother.
But be nice to my friend.
And you're just quantifying your observations.
I think we should launch the Battle Mod into space.
Well, listen, I'll race a drag car. I don't have a problem strapping onto a racket. I might want to look at the equipment and critique it by my own standard before I do, but
I think you should build a rocket and just like strap yourself to it.
Well, we already know. We already know a Mike who did that. Flat Earth Mike.
No, I'm cool, man. Right, I'm cool. I'll tell you what, I'll build a rocket and strap you on if you'll take the ride.
But I'm not the one questioning.
I do model rockets, man. Why not? I'm not the one questioning science. So dig this here. Is science a thing that can't be questioned? And if it can't be questioned, is it still science?
Of course science can be questioned.
I know
Yeah,
old boy
he's saying
wanting to
there's
say
evidence
that I can't trust my observation, but I could create a grid system with my observations, quantify my observations, and make my observations more reliable with math.
Are
Right,
you
Jesse?
saying,
many facets of our observation.
Do you think if the water was curved at 8 inches per mile squared, your eyes could actually resolve that difference?
No, and I didn't say that either. I didn't say I would be able to visually see a curve in it. But listen, how would we even contemplate a curve or the water being curved if nobody ever told us or showed us that model? That wouldn't be our first instinct. Oh, it curves. I just can't see it. That wouldn't be our first instinct just because we look up and we see circles in the sky. We don't see similarities on Earth with the things we see in the heavens. I don't see bright light protruding from the Earth. All those things are lights in the sky. Where's the light for the circle of light we live on? How come our circle isn't putting out light like the rest of the circles I see in the sky?
Couldn't we though?
Why doesn't our circle put out light, Jesse? Because it's not a star. Then if ours isn't what we see in the sky, what says what I live on has to be what I see in the sky?
Oh, that wasn't me that made that argument. Although I am easily strawman. But couldn't we establish some straight reference line and hold it up to the horizon to see if the horizon was straight or not?
Listen, you're talking about testing your observation because you don't trust your observation with observations of straight lines of observations. Think about the irony of that, please.
All I know is I've talked to a lot of Globers who would swear that they go to the beach and stand on the beach and
that's cool.
And see it curved. They feel
so
like
I want you to answer that. Do you want me to test my observation with observation and trust my second observation better than my first observation? Because I've quantified it. Yes or no?
Well, I would say rather than testing your observation against an observation, because we can find Globers who believe with all their heart that they can stand on the beach and the horizon.
I don't care.
So why
I'm
don't
talking about the observation, and you said the many facets of it and the dip on the horizon. So you trust your measurement of an observation, your quantification of an observation better than your original observation. You trust the story you created more based on what you see rather than what you actually see.
So wouldn't it make sense then to come up with an objective way to test?
You can't be honest. You can't just give an honest answer.
Well, my honest answer is that I think it would be better to come up with an objective method of measuring that wouldn't depend on one's prior assumptions.
Well, survey requires observation, and my previous assumption is my observation. So it would require the same assumption, observation, and then my observation is true, so I can quantify it. So I can't hold it to be true for the first axiom of locally flat, but I can hold it to be true to quantify it with a grid system created based on this observation. It's fucking illogical, man. It's a reification. Don't trust your observation, but trust your observation. It's an oxymoron.
So you don't think it makes sense to come up with an objective way to measure when something is contradictorily described by different observers?
Find a better way. How do you test observation with observation? That's the question. Our current way, it may be accepted, but I don't think it's true. Because it's all based on observation. And we're saying it's not what we observe it to be, but we're going to observe it and then quantify it and add it to a datum. Then it'll be true.
So when you're out fishing and you pull in a big one, and you're like, oh, this thing's 18 inches, and your buddy who hasn't caught anything says, no, it's only 11 inches. What do you do?
You get a tape measure out, but who's... Dumbass, Jesse. Who's got the fucking tape measure big enough to measure the earth? Because, the tape measure isn't going to get you a dip in the horizon, right? You know that, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you'd need some other form of measuring device that would objectively allow observers with different prior opinions to all see the same results, right?
Hey, let me just point. This is all an attempt to say I shouldn't agree with my first axiom, apparent observation of a flat local Earth. I have to create fairy tales or trust an observation that I'm going to quantify greater than the observation that I just did. So how are you going to do it? You're going to measure it, right? Is it going to require observation over long distances?
Well, like the fish, it requires comparison to a standard of some sort.
Yeah,
Of
fish
some
isn't
sort.
analogous to the fucking earth, man, because I can hold the fish in my fucking hand and I can pull out a tape fucking measure. Don't be a moron. I'm a little tired of that coy bullshit, childish bullshit from grown men. What do we do for a fish? Well, get out the earth, hold it in your hand, and break out your fucking tape measure. When you're done, weigh it too, because I want to know how big a bass this motherfucker is.
But doesn't it make sense that if something could be either flat or curved, and we know we really couldn't tell just by looking at it with the unaided eye, doesn't it make sense that it wouldn't make sense to just state that it's one way or the other when you very well know that you couldn't tell just by looking, right? Unless you had something that would measure it, right?
Listen, Jesse, when we first came here, until that story was created that we're living on a circle like the circles we see in the sky, until that was created, there was no other reason to question what you've seen. So you're acting like we would question this one and test this in real. No, we just navigate on Earth with our senses like we do every day for life. And most people probably wouldn't sit around and wonder what the shape of the Earth is, or is it a circle in the sky, until some group started doing it. And then you got the 100th monkey effect now. And every monkey thinks it's a fucking sphere because somebody said it a long fucking time ago. And you're all like, yeah, we would do this and we would do that to find out the truth. No, in the beginning, we would just accept the reality of what we see, and you know that to be true. Before we created philosophy and sciences, we just navigated on the earth that we seen every day. Whether it was a mountain range, a valley range, a plain, a tundra, we navigated it for life, the purpose of life. There wouldn't be a question of whether or not it's curved or round. There is now, because you got this story that you live on a sphere among a bunch of spheres. Your story changes more than my observations ever changed from the beginning. My observation's still the way it was in the beginning, but your story isn't. It's changed over and over again. And 90% of the changes are to make it more plausible, but it's never been made concrete.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the response.
Yeah, Jesse, you have no like objective standard because your whole model presupposes that wherever you are, you're on top of the ball. Like every measurement is only uh, good for one point, so you're fucked.
Well, that's too bad.
It is. Why do you believe it?
Well, somehow, reality is pretty good at tricking people into thinking that.
Yeah, you've been tricked.
But it's not my fault. Something caused me to measure missing height. Something caused, all my observations. I go out, I assume a non-rotating flat Earth. I try to prove it. I do exactly what would prove it beautifully if it was. And I get all these weird results, and no one can explain why. So I'm kind of caught in between, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean. You need to figure out an objective way to measure. I mean, it is measured objectively, but what you're doing is just model reification. Well, it'll drop for me, but if you're over there, it'll drop for you. So we'll both be below each other at the same time. That's not how
I posted
measurements
Jesse's
work.
proof for us. There's his proof and how far off his camera was. So that's a null and void now.
Yeah, and if you go to the building, then A and B is going to be lower. Because
the camera was not even level with it, so it's his trick is null and void. He has to redo the whole thing.
Do you have an argument, or do you just like to spread FUD?
Your camera wasn't level with the water, so it's null and void.
So you're saying it was too high above the red water tube, or too low below the?
You just did it wrong. Look at the picture. You saw it. Everybody saw it before. You did it wrong.
How did I do it wrong? Should I have had the camera higher or lower?
You should have it making the water level across instead of the farther one being lower. Why did you do that?
So are you saying that the camera was either too high or too low, but you're not sure which? What is your actual argument, other than just trying to spread fear, uncertainty, and doubt?
So it's no good.
Would you like the camera a little higher or a little lower, or you don't know?
So it's straight across on the level on the red part, not one higher than the other.
Well, fortunately, I filmed that, and I literally moved the camera up and down with it rolling, so it went from too low to too high, and it never reached a point where I could line up the bottom of the building to the two red water lines. So my point is valid. What's that?
Who cares about the bottom of the building?
Because the bottom of the building is the same height as the eye level of the observer.
Same height or same elevation? Height and elevation are two different things.
Elevation.
Have you checked it?
And
have you checked the elevations at those GPS locations?
I got the elevation for Victoria off of Google Earth.
Well, I'm just saying, a mountain can sit in a valley. The valley floor, the mountain base can be at a lower elevation than where you are.
Did you just say you got the elevation from Google Earth?
The elevation of view towers I got from Google Earth, and the elevation for my observer end, I actually shot a prism down by the water and measured it myself.
This photo of mine, see the little tiny island on the right?
Lovely.
Called Seal Rock?
Yep. Well, I mean, I see a little
Google
bit.
Earth says that's negative 14 meters below sea level.
It says it's below sea level?
Correct. So I would not trust Google Earth's elevation.
Okay, but that's really a red herring if you're talking about my observation. Because the building is 187 feet tall. You can count the stories on it, and each story is about 10 feet. And so the whole city of Victoria would have to literally be 100 feet under, a couple hundred feet underwater. But it's not. So even if you dispute the 53-foot high elevation of Victoria, it can't be negative elevation
Height and
because
elevation are two different things. You know that,
exactly.
right?
Well, and
I don't care the height of an object. I want to know the elevation of the base, the ground elevation for the GPS location.
okay, so
Then we can add height to it after elevation because we have to account for topography.
okay, the ground level on both sides is about 53 feet. So the elevation of the bottom of the building would be 53 feet above mean sea level, and the height of the building would be about 53 foot above mean sea level, or 0 feet above the ground. So does that help out?
For what it's worth, Jesse, I think your test was great.
Thanks, Kosha.
I haven't looked at the whole thing. I'm just asking. Did you post a link to the whole thing, Jesse? Or
Oh,
just
hold
the
on. I shall.
chart?
You got to give it to him. Jesse takes a lot of punches, and he doesn't punch back, man. He stays cool. He's one of the coolest guys in this community.
Listen, I never said I didn't like Jesse. I like Jesse. I tell Jesse that. He knows that.
Yeah, while Arthur's
This is
strong, I
this
admire
is
him.
just how I am. I treat my brother like this.
Yeah, you treat me like this.
It's just how I am. I don't like soft-skinned people.
That's what I like about you, Battle Mod. I can give you the hard evidence and you take it in stride. And I posted a link to the YouTube video from which to frame.
Touche. I'll take that, bro. Touche. So what's the idea of the water tubes on this? Is that the actual level, or those two tubes you used and they're not level? So are these tubes supposed to be representative of where the bottom of the building should be?
About 5 feet above where the bottom of the building should be.
Then I would argue that he has a good point. If the lower level is supposed to be, why is one at an angle? One of the tubes is at an angle. It's not straight up and down. It's not perpendicular.
Yeah, it's just a rubber tube. It was taped to those tripods. They're not particularly vertical, but it's one rubber tube. It's two ends of the same tube, so the two red surfaces are at the same level, the same elevation. The two tubes are, one is 10 feet, one end is 10 feet closer than the other to the observer.
Are they both lower than each other at the same time?
Well, that's a pretty good question. Are you looking for that double dip?
Well, is it or is it not? I say it's not. What do you say?
For an observer directly between them, they would be the exact same elevation.
For one observer. See, this is the thing. Your measurements don't quantify for anyone but one observer. That's it. You can't, there is no objective, there's no standard here. It's just relative to one observer. You have no standard.
So, do you not agree that water at rest is level?
Water at rest is level, yes.
Okay, so the water level in the two ends of that tube, since it's one communicating tube, they should be both the exact same level as each other, right?
They are.
So shouldn't that define a flat horizontal plane when I sight across there?
When you sight,
Yes, sir.
well,
Like you
water
sight.
levels don't require sight lines.
Well, I didn't want to get my feet wet, and there's 20 miles of salty water out there. I'm a land grabber.
Okay. Yeah, things can appear however you want. You know, there's things can look weird, sure, but you know one end isn't lower than the other. You know that.
What do you mean things can appear however you want? That's not true.
You know, when you look out over distance.
So if Jesse wanted there to be naked women in the shot, he just wanted there to be there, they would show up. This actor's gonna
Yeah.
see whatever he wants. What are you talking about?
Yeah. You know what? You got to get your mind out of the gutter, Coach. I know you're hard up.
No,
You know,
I'm just saying. I'm just saying
you're looking
it's
for
not
a flat
true.
Earth girlfriend.
The point is, it's not
Hold
true.
on.
You don't just see whatever you want.
Jesse, are the tubes supposed to be eye level of the camera? Why is it not center frame at the top of the tube?
Well, center frame is the angle of the camera.
It doesn't seem to me like the camera is actually at eye level with the water levels that you're saying it is level with.
Well, when the two water levels in the tube appear the same height in the picture, that's when the camera is at that same height. Now the camera could be looking up or looking down, but it's still at the same height if they look the same, right?
Yeah, so one is 55 foot and one is 50. Did I catch that right at the beginning? One is 55 foot above sea level and one is 50.
No, the ground level is 53, and the observer eye height is 58 feet. I may have misspoken
in
in
the
the
beginning
video.
of your video, you said the building was at 55 foot and you were at 50.
Yeah, it was like about 50.
Yeah, that's a 5 foot difference.
I measured
and
it
then
later.
it also it looks like the camera looks up to the level of the tubes.
Yeah, I pan around and I.
Yeah, and if the level of the tubes are higher than the frame of the camera, it's never going to be level.
Let me see if I can find the best screenshot I have.
It's called forefronting. It takes up 90% of the image. The tube where the building in the rear is taking up less of the image. It's further away.
Let me see if I think I screenshotted. Yeah, here, hold on.
I think you should have did a video of the setup so we could see the alignment of the tubes in the camera, and then if you do it in OBS, you can take two different live streams, one of a side view of the camera and the setup, where another one, this is just showing us the fucking camera. So anything about the placement of the camera, that's the view. Anything about the placement or any questions about angles of placement can't be answered because we don't have a side view of the rig, the setup.
Yeah, I just put a picture in. That was the closest frame grab I could get to where the camera was both center pointed at the water tube level and also elevated to match the water tube level. It was really hard. I had a lousy tripod. It was hard to get everything lined up at
Yeah,
once.
it actually it doesn't look like that center frame. Looks like the camera's viewing that from from below it at an upward angle.
Well, if it were, have you ever
see more of the front of the tripod than you do the rear legs?
It's two tripods. There's 10 feet between the two tripods. Let me get a different video for you.
Personally, this isn't definitive for anything on me. I'd have to be there and actually look at your setup to be able to critique it properly. I could even put a laser level on it and shoot a straight line to see if the angles of vision or the angles of sight are true.
There, I posted a video that shows the water tube from the side, and I pan around and say and I put the camera over there, about 100 feet behind the water tube level. Since then, I've built myself a harmonic drive, worm drive, 2-axis camera mount that's super solid, which will make it a lot easier to line the camera up. But I haven't gone back and redone the experiment yet.
What experiment you doing?
It's at 49 after the hour in the side chat, a YouTube video. But basically sighting over a water tube level to a 187-foot tall building 21 miles away.
I'm watching it. Wait, can you explain what it is again?
Well, it's a water tube, a tube full of red water, which to establish a level horizontal sight line. And then in the distance, the 187 foot tall building standing on ground that's the same height approximately as the observer's feet.
So it should be above the water, right?
Right, above the red water. Most of the building should be. Trigonometrically speaking.
Ask him if the building is lower.
Is the building lower?
Well, angularly, it sure is lower than eye level.
Is it lower than the water level?
Well, angularly, it is. Whether it's...
No, but is it?
Well, but we know it's a 187 foot tall building, and the observer's only like, his eye level is like 5 feet up. So that raises a very interesting question.
Yeah, is it lower? Yes or no?
Well, it depends on how you define lower. We know
see?
We know it's not lower compared to mean sea level if measured at its end, but we know it is lower than eye level for an observer in this location.
So it's perspective. It's relative.
Well,
Not
perspective.
objective. You see? This is the magic trick, guys. Pick up on it.
Perspective says that everything shrinks into the distance towards eye level.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying it's perspective dependent. From where you are, everything is lower, appears lower. You can't commit to it is lower, because if you did commit to that, then you'd be committing to, if you're at the building, the water level would be higher, but you won't say that.
Right, and that's
so you
why
can't say that it's lower.
That's why
So
I
you
answered both
can't-
questions.
So you can't say that it's lower.
Right,
You're the
that's
one
why-
who's stuck.
That's why I said it was angularly lower.
It appears lower. It is not actually lower.
It does indeed appear lower.
Right.
The $1,000,000 question is why, and what path does the light take in order to cause it to appear lower?
That doesn't matter. That's up for interpretation. If it's not lower, then you don't have a measurement. A measurement would require an answer. Is it lower? Yes or no? The answer is no. It appears lower.
Okay, so what would the level Earth interpretation be?
I don't care, dude. I only care about reality. In reality, that building is not lower. It appears lower.
Correct. It appears lower. 100%.
Yeah. Seems to be like a perspective thing, yeah.
No, in his model, it's a perspective thing. From your perspective, it'll look lower. From the building's perspective, the water levels will look lower. Which one is right? I don't know. They're both lower than each other at the same time. He can't commit to, is it actually lower? He won't do that.
The point is, Fidget, that since the top of the building is about 181 feet higher in elevation than the observer's eyes, or in this case, camera, it raises the question, if a straight line goes from the top of the building 181 feet above the observer to the observer's eyes, that should pass over the top of the red surface of the water in the tube that is also at the observer's eye level, because the observer is 100 feet behind the water tube level. clearly the light passes below the top. And so the question is, how does light go from the top of the building down to below the eye level and then back up to the eye level? Because that's not a straight line. A straight line, those 3 points are not in a straight line. And so the light either has to curve or the Earth is curving, or a combination of the two. Because a straight line can only pass through 3 points if those 3 points fall along a straight line, right?
Kind of following.
I'll DM you
Do you
there.
know what happens to water when Earth really curves?
It runs to the low side.
That's right. That's why you can't commit to the building is lower. You can't do it.
But
And yeah,
in your view, that whole view, that's a mirage, right? Or not?
I would think it might be due to Earth curve, but I'm not a flat earther.
Well, but we wouldn't even be able to see like that far, right?
Oh, sure we could. The observer's eye level is 58 feet above mean sea level. So if you put it into the Earth curve calculator, you'll see it's actually quite plausible.
Okay. So it's not like the Chicago skyline in that aspect.
No. I got those kind of pictures too, but I have to get down close to the water to get those reliably. But I can literally just wait for a nice hot calm day and then go out and get down close to the water, and I can film the water line on ships above eye level. It's pretty fun.
And so you think the curvature you're seeing is exactly on line with the 8 inches per whatever formula?
No, not exactly, but pretty close. And obviously much, much closer than the 0 inches per mile squared formula.
That's interesting. Not really sure what to think about it.
What's that?
It's an interesting test experiment.
I find it interesting.
You think you could like one up this experiment somehow?
Me?
Yeah, maybe with like a laser or something.
Oh, well, yeah, getting a laser that can make a pinpoint spot at 20 miles is like military grade and probably not even legal, and I sure couldn't afford it if it was. But I am going to try to build one that can hold a 6-inch spot at 3 miles and then do a similar thing but on a smaller scale over a lake. Because then I could go along the path and measure the distance between the laser beam and the lake at each point along the path.
Yeah, it feels like there should be a better way to do this. Besides like putting red water in tubes and shit and looking through angles.
There is, but this is the only thing he knows. He's been stuck on this for years
Yeah,
now.
I was
Doesn't know how to give
watching
it up.
that. Man, the tubes angled, the tripods angled. There's so many angles and intersections there, bro. I mean,
Yeah.
I get it, and it's a valid attempt, but there's a little much for me to think it's a definitive proof of anything.
What could I do to make it better, Battlemon? I do have...
Nobody.
Well,
Fuck
straight
off,
and
dude.
level
Nah,
tripod, straight and level tubes that actually
that.
are set true and plumb.
Tired of it. Mike, he's just asking he should already know what to do if it's his
Listen,
evidence,
it's
bro. Like this is fucked
listen.
up. Like he always has
What
to ask
this
us for it.
is if it's not good enough for you, then tell me how to do it better. That's a jab at what you could do. So there are so many things I would have done that you didn't do, because I would have attempted to put it to professional standard. I would have made sure that the tube that I filled with water was true and level and plumb.
Mike, but what
Absolute
he said,
sure of that. I
what
would
he's attempting.
document the fact that the center of the frame was absolutely level with the level I want to say that the building is above. So that forefronting doesn't create, nobody could say, oh, that's just an optical illusion created by forefronting in the camera. I would
Mike,
safeguard for all these things that are actually part
is this
of
what
this flat earth discussion already.
is this what surveyors do, Mike? Though what Jesse's saying, because he's doing something that surveyors wouldn't do, and he's an amateur. He doesn't know, bro. Like
Yeah, well,
it's
that brings the question in, why didn't you just use a leveling rod or a transit stick, whichever you prefer to call it?
No, that would be real surveying, Mike.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it, Jesse? If you
that's what
actually
I'm
used a
saying.
measuring
Like
rod.
I'm just tired of this guy. He's
Well,
always
there's no
asking us like, what
mistaking.
else
Listen,
can we
there's
do?
no
You know what I'm saying?
mistaking.
And I think that's the issue. He's always asking us, what
There's
more
no
can I do? And we
mistaking
don't.
with the
It's not.
transit stick when it's set at the level and the camera set at the level. There's no mistaking of an array of angles at the intersection of the view from the transit to the camera. Are you with me? Because the transit is going to be solid all the way up to the point it's at your eye level, and you create your tangent. So the tube is angled. The water in the tube is angled. It's angled towards the fucking camera. But when you look in the camera view, it looks straight up and down. So I see there's evidence of optical illusions going on there that I would have tried to safeguard from the get-go. I also would have made sure I used tripods that could be true and leveled also. True and plumb.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that with this guy. He's an amateur, Mike. He doesn't know what he's doing, and he's asking everybody for opinions on how to do it better.
The fact is, I could probably give him the entire list of what he could do to make it better, but it still wouldn't be professional standard. Then I could give you a list that what would be required of it to be up to
Mike,
professional standard.
Do you know that this type of thing that he's doing, if he doesn't know how to do something,
it's never done.
Then it's the burden of proof isn't on your shoulders, Mike. Like he's trying to shift it to like where you can tell, dude, he's a fucking weasel, man. I know, but he's good at. Listen, he's like one of those guys.
Listen,
he's
it's like a little kid.
He's constantly persistent, and he doesn't let go. And
it's
eventually,
a little
you're
kid
gonna give in.
Saying,
yeah, but you're gonna give in,
it's
and
a
then
little
just be
kid
like, all right,
saying,
man, let me
not
help
good
you
enough,
out.
Tell me how you do better.
Yeah.
But and if you can't tell him how you could do better than him in his mind, he thinks, okay, then this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and I should just leave him alone because he says it's not good enough, but he doesn't tell me what I can do to make it better. It's reasoning to still keep a hold of his belief. I would like to crush that reasoning.
No, dude. Okay, so this guy, I know his type, man.
I know how long he's been here.
This fucking game he's playing, he wants to make it sound like he's being genuine. He's not fucking genuine, Mike. All he's coming in here to do is like making you do the heavy lifting. Like that's what he wants everybody in this call to do. Every time he fucking comes in here, he wants everybody to do the heavy lifting. And I'm fucking tired of it, man. I'm like, if he's gonna go fuck off and go figure it out, then him come back and show us what he's done. Other than that, none of us are gonna help him out. He's gonna have to put on his big boy pants. He's a fucking 40-year-old man. You know what I mean? Like, this is fucked up. And people are like,
I tell you how I'd make it better.
He wears people down, and then he's like in here wearing people down, wearing them down. And all of a sudden, we're all like, all right, man, let's see what we can do. Fuck that guy. That's what I say. And then let him go fuck off.
You know how I'd make it better. You say he's a 40-year-old man. I'm with you. There are college students better prepared for this. I employ a few, and I would just ask them to go out and do it to a professional standard. And then have them come home, and I'd just pay them for those hours because they just they do a timesheet that says I spent this much time on this job. I got to give it a job number. You know, it's my personal job, so I just give them a check. No fucking taxes. My personal bank account check. You know. I'd say, here, you guys go do it. And don't leave nothing out. Want you reading from the goddamn handbook while you're doing this.
But maybe that's what he needs. He's got to go out and prove it on his own, you know, and do experiments by his own. And I don't know.
This isn't an experiment. It's an attempt to survey something and show. But the realistic view is, I don't think the tube is
pretty
level with the
inconclusive
damn
experiment.
camera. So at the right angle, it'll never appear that the building is level with the level of the water. And there's no evidence to establish that these lines are true and level. And then when you look behind it, it hides it. So first show me that the dichotomy you built is true. That there is actually a level line from the water to the line of the building, the height of the building. Because they can be at the same height. And mean sea level, okay, yeah, whatever. I want the elevation of the fucking land. He says 55 foot above mean sea level.
Yeah, every time now, listen, man, I'm cracking down. I'm cracking down on that guy. Every time he comes in here, and if I hear him churning up another spreadsheet and asking anybody else in here how to do it, he's gonna get fucking banned every time I'm in here. Like I can play this fucking game longer than he can. I got endurance,
Hey,
baby. I've been doing this
it's
for a
your
long
ball
fucking
court.
time.
Can I use the ball to shoot free throws while you're keeping the court
Fucking
clean, bro?
bro, like this is like his like look. The type of
I came to
sophistry that
play.
he's
I brought
employing.
a whole jar of weed up here with me tonight.
Yeah, dude, like I'm not gonna no. He's asking, well, what can I do better, Brendan? Alex, what can I do better? What can I do better? Like, fuck off, dude. If you really want to go do surveying, go take a class, man. Go enjoy.
Do that
do a
again.
profession where you're a part of surveying. Do that. Don't
You
be in here
listen.
fucking trying to do something.
I caught a hint of it. Do you do a Jesse impression? You kind of had him there for a minute.
I'm not fucking with it, man. Like, no, like that's enough. Enough's enough. He doesn't know how to like go away. Like, fuck. I mean, his attempts is always like, well, what can I do better? It's like, fuck. Why are you asking us? You're supposed to come with the goods, man. Come with the info. Fuck that, dude.
I ain't saying no names, but somebody
Could you,
did a
Alpha,
get impression last night that made me choke on my
fill
water.
out my survey at the end of this conversation, please?
It's just like that's annoying as fuck,
No.
though, man. It's like everybody
I
who's
won't
come
even
in
read
here.
your survey.
Listen,
Why
man.
not?
Everybody
I don't
who's
want.
listen. Everybody who's come in here. Everybody who's come in here put in work, right? And the work that we put in, it's not just so that we can be asking other people. Well, how do you want me to? Can you tell me how to do something? It's like, man, fucking go do it yourself. Why are you asking people?
Listen.
Fuck.
I like how I say I start from the base axiom of a flat level local observable Earth, and he goes to what? Wouldn't it be fair to say there's many facets, and then we could survey it, and so we shouldn't trust our observation? But I don't see the logic in that because survey is based on observation. So it's saying don't trust your observation, trust my observation of your observation. When I quantify it, don't forget the quantification. So is that logical to say? Let's not trust observation, let's trust survey, but then survey is based on observation.
Well, and also I would argue that, well, this is really kind of a subjective argument, but I would argue that surveys are more subjective than observation.
More what?
Because I would make the argument that like surveys themselves are more subjective than just an observation. Both are subjective.
Well, they are because you're projecting it out a tangent line that you don't know is true. Because
well, and like in a survey, it's like
just like
you can
hey, listen. So here's the one he says there's missing height on the mountain, right? But you know, when you're just using angles to measure height due to an angle, that's going to be a perceived height. That means it's not actually that height because that's just the way you perceive it at that time. And why do we say that? Because we know angular size reduces inversely squared proportionate to distance of the thing. So we know it's going to appear smaller regardless. So it'll be an apparent height versus an actual height. So you say there's height missing, but there's missing height on your apparent height. Because of angular size, you'll never get the angle to the true height unless you're standing right in front of the fucking mountain.
And I would add to that too, as what's been brought up many times in this room, is that, I mean, pick your science discipline, meteorology, GIS. We're using a flat Earth model, right? Now, I'm a speartard, but we use a flat Earth model for exactly what you said. It's to approximate. Are those numbers exact? Hell fucking no. Absolutely.
No, they're approximations. They're not. They're
Right.
mean average. It's a mean average. It's not even
Exactly.
really an approximation. It's a mean average.
Exactly.
Hey, you know what's weird is that you've been exposed to a lot of like the really is level, Brendan, on like how it all works, and I don't think a lot of people understand the the way it
Nuance.
falls out, right? Like with the atmosphere and the study, like you have to learn a lot of things, right, along the way and study like the pressures and the
Yeah.
values that like you're not using things as exacts. There's no specific pinpoint of accuracy that you're gonna like weather. Like
Nope.
when you make a forecast, right? If you're gonna do that, you're not going to tell the people in a certain area that it's not going to rain in that specific area at all. It's like it's got a percentage chance of it being,
It will never be absolute zero. Yep. And here's the other thing, Alpha, to add to that too, if I may. Here's the other thing. If you a lot of, I mean, meteorology is no different than any other science. We have governing equations and we refer to some of the laws of physics, but mostly just more on the math side. And for example, one of the things that's notable is the hypsometric equation. And if you're talking about weather processes like in the upper levels of our atmosphere, aka the troposphere, we negate friction. We just done. It's out of the equation. It's zeroed out, right? We take a simplified equation like the hypsometric, but then we use scale analysis to then, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Essentially zero out certain terms. So meteorology even is a great example of using a simplistic worldview, right? We use a flat Earth model, we use governing equations, and then you zero things out. And here's the other thing why I always enjoy coming in this room with you guys, and we always shoot the shit. I miss my other guy that's here that's always gives me shit and shoves a pull up my ass every time I talk. But part of science as a whole, I've been to, I've seen how AMS conferences work, the American Meteorological Society. It's literally like Shark Tank. People are, you present your case and you get fucking grilled.
Yeah.
You do. You literally get scrutinized. That's the beautiful thing about it. Listen, we can sit here and people can come in and call flat earthers conspiracy theorists. I think it's the beauty of science. You want to say, hey, flat earth because XYZ? Cool. And I get to come in and make the counter argument, and that's a scientific conversation. That's what we have to embrace here. And that's what you guys have embraced, and I applaud you for that. Other people that come in, they would rather just, throw out conspiracy.
Well, one of the things that I've said before is that I'm all good for having intellectual conversations with people that know what the fuck they're talking about. I don't like people that come in here that bring that lowbrow content and they don't know their ass from a pipe wrench and they're in here just waxing philosophical. It just irritates me. It's like, okay, for one, that Jesse character, like because he had a good night at a Holiday Inn and he fucking is an amateur, but he's fumbling around, man. And then he's asking us for how to do shit. And it irritates me. It's like, dude, go away. Go figure out how you're going to do it. Perhaps take a course and figure out what it is that surveying encumbers. And then, maybe come back and then lay it down to us and be like how you figure things out. But until then, why are you asking us? What can I do better so I can make... No, fuck off, dude. Like if you were, for example, Brendan, if you're trying to figure out meteorology, are you going to come in here and like start asking us like what you can do better? Like this, you have to learn certain things, like the disciplines that you learn the right way. Teachers have to show you certain things. Like there's a process, right? And if you're not trusting the process, then you're fucking yourself over. And then you could be fumbling around and you'll never get to the point where it's something that you actually really admire, a profession you admire. I don't know. Maybe it's just me thinking out loud about this shit, but that's the way I feel, bro. Like I don't know.
No, and I
'Cause-
think, look, listen, I totally, I see where you're coming from, and the other way I look at it too, to add on to that is, like, I mean, I went to school for this shit, and let me tell you something. I don't think this is every scientific discipline. I would say it's not everyone, but especially meteorology. There's a huge reason why there is a communication gap. Why I see all the time, or I hear from people all the time saying, oh, the weather guy's always wrong. Well, there's a reason for that, right? Because a lot of number one, everything's very statistical based in this in weather. It's either 100% or it's 5, right? But the other thing is, in academia, we think we're hot shit. I could come in here and say y'all are fucking stupid because that's just the stigma. But what does that accomplish? Rather than you hearing my point of view, well, you're not going to want to hear it at that point because you think I'm just an arrogant prick. Which that's unfortunately that's the way a lot of scientific disciplines is. I think I've seen that a couple of times. Unfortunately, ironically from those that are globers, like myself, who come in here and swing their dick around without like providing any sort of substantial argument. And that's not the way to do it. I mean, why would you even want to engage? You guys, Alpha, why would you even want to engage in that? There's no point. You're just going to be put on.
Yeah, it's really no point. I mean, if you're going to be dicks about it, you know what I mean? Yeah, but the other side of the coin, man, is just I don't like pseudo intellects, man. They think they're smart or they're touting their intelligence in a very amateuristic way, and that fucking irritates me, dude. I can't stand that. If you went through the rigmarole of having to go through college and all that, like all that shit, and that's something at least to, even if you are a glober, I don't give a fuck. But at least you went through something and you studied and you did something. I mean, you might have bust your ass. I don't know what you've done for it, but you have like some sort of appreciation for the thing that you do, even though you still don't have the mind to see what we're talking about, right? But for me, it's at least it was something that you desire to do, whether or not you think that the Earth is not not a globe, but like Mike and all them guys, like they actually went to college, they studied for a discipline, and they're working their livelihood is it entails that. But I don't like people who are internet people that come in here and then profess to say that they know some shit because they picked up a theodolite at a fucking Goodwill or some shit. Like that bugs me, dude. And then they're presuming to be like someone who studied for it, like that's that. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like this, it's like this fake as fuck, dude. Like I don't know, can't deal with that.
He couldn't even give him eBay. He said Goodwill.
Yeah, dude, because that's why I feel. It's like you're
that
being slighted.
motherfucker was down at the Salvation Army
like,
getting theodolites.
Yeah, you had a really good night's rest, and you're coming in here thinking
Another
you're a cowboy.
one is where
you didn't do
listen,
the work.
Another one
fuck that.
The one I like is he says we use a theodolite to look at stars, and then he compares his theodolite to being accurate enough to place stars. When what he's talking about, we use a telescopic theodolite, a real theodolite for ground placement due to celestial position. We don't use a total station for that. So it doesn't qualify, it's not a qualifier for your total station, a telescopic theodolite, because you don't have one. You don't have the optics that it has. And a telescopic one, I can change the millimeters, I can change the lenses,
Well, I mean, how many times and like over the duration of that guy coming in here, have you told him that you didn't give him the time of day? Like you would have just like, no, I'm not even gonna deal with you, man. Like you're fucking up. Like you're trying to do something that no surveyor would be doing. Like nobody's gonna do that shit. For what? And
yeah, that's why he doesn't like me. That's why he chases me, because I just hand wave him off because I tell him it's not done to a standard. So as a professional, I just won't accept it.
But
and
he's
that's
riding
not
your
good
jock
enough for him.
He's riding your jock until
yeah,
you
he
finally
told
say,
me
like,
that one day. He said, "Well, then tell me how to do it right."
Yeah.
And I told him the truth, Miggy. I said, "Motherfucker, I paid money to go to school for this and give my time up. You want an education for free?"
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I could literally do a journeyman civil engineer for you. I could put you on the journeyman's program. Yes, I can do that. But you're going to fucking pay me for it. Or
Yeah,
you're going to work for
exactly.
free. One of the
Yeah.
two. Or you're going to work for cheaper. Maybe not free, but cheaper.
Well, see, that's what
Because
the
you're
fuck
getting
I'm
an
talking
education.
about. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know. Brandon maybe
Don't
can
expect
identify
me
with
to
what I'm
give.
saying, but
Right, some things
you know
have
what
to
I mean?
be broken down to a fucking presentation, and then even at the presentation, at the end of it, no thing will be absolute or concrete. And you want logical thinking, a course in logical thinking, on top of civil engineering survey certificate education, use
Fucking
and
right.
distribution and proper use of equipment, maintenance of equipment. You want me to cover multiple categories that I paid for every certification. I paid for that. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing in
That's
life free.
that's
That's where I'll agree
probably
with the
what.
Masons.
Yeah,
If I
that's
paid
probably
to get
what.
this skill, bitch, it's mine.
No, I'm saying, but that's probably where I'm like, when we're in this arena, that's what bugs me. I'm like, I'm gonna admit, like, I didn't go through the higher learning that some of these individuals did, and I can respect that, right? Even though I have to shellac them, I still respect the fucking that they did that. Like some of the guys that are in uni and whatnot. But the guys who just had a good night's rest and come in here like cowboys, fuck you. Like, there's no way you're not gonna come in here
Yeah.
and be a pretender clown, and then everybody's listening to you, and then you asking them how. Well, tell me how to do it. Fuck off, dude.
Dude just left work, tired from work, and you want him to explain everything about work when he paid $5,000 to get the $2,500 paycheck a week he gets. And that's not me, but I mean, even a normal engineer, they're not the civil engineers, surveyors, they're not making as much as you think they would, but on my crew, 25, 3,500 a week, yeah.
Yeah,
Nowadays, around 4.
the type of discussions that we should be having, it should be way above normal. Like, we should not be dealing with scrubs from the internet coming in here, bobbleheads, and like, is the Earth flat? Like, we deal with that because that's what the arena is. You know what I mean? It's just that's the nature of the beast. But
You're the one making the
normally,
positive claim. You should be providing the
normally,
actual evidence.
look, dude.
No, we
I
make a
fucking ban
negative
you and you come
claim.
back in here. What the fuck, bro? You need to stay away.
We don't make a positive.
Fucking
Hold
hell.
on. That's just a false dichotomy. We don't make the positive claim. The
Jesse,
positive
bro.
claim is
whack-a-mole, dude.
axial.
That's
The
fucking
positive
Jesse.
claim is axial rotation,
You know how to stay
curvature,
away, bro. And you know
and
what?
pressure
You know what
adjacent
she
to a
hold on,
void
hold on,
without
Mike. Hold
containment.
on, Mike. Hold on,
Those
hold on.
are positive
And because
claims.
of that, because you came on and out, now you're a ban on site. I wasn't gonna do that, but you forced my hand, Jesse. You're a ban on site. Next time, you're gonna be banned on site. I'm gonna put the word out too. So now you just fucked up. You didn't have to do that. You should have just waited your 2
Well,
days
the
and came
globe
back in
model
here.
is the one with the positive claims. So we start with the base axiom of a flat level Earth, and then the globe model makes this claim of extraordinary curvature, axial rotation, relative movement, and pressure without containment. Those are positive claims. We're just saying it's not what you say it is when you boil it down. Put the baking soda in it and purify it. It's just prove it because you haven't proved it yet. And that's the truth. There's no scientific evidence of this. I have to believe people or groups or the consensus. I have to have faith in a group or a person or a man or group of men who went to the moon or did this, or I'm telling you anecdotal evidence third hand. That's a lot of faith. That's more faith than Jesus. It requires in Christianity, I just got to believe Jesus. That's it. Just Jesus. Not 32 astronaut Masons, the upper echelon of society, NASA, who rapes my company every year. I pay taxes. I'm not a working man. I'm an owner. So I pay 33% in taxes. It's 33.8%. I never get a return.
How to take care of that
I don't know
fool.
what
Now
it's.
he's a ban on site, dude. If I see
I got
him,
a
the
tax
moment I see him,
return
I
when I
come in
was in
here,
the
bop,
military.
he's out. Hey, don't fuck up like that, man, because that's your ass.
Listen,
You got
it
history
annoys.
with that guy?
Dude, you don't
Listen, it
even know,
annoys
bro. Like
Maggie.
this guy,
It
Hold on,
annoys
Mike.
me
Yeah,
too,
one
but
second,
I'm
Mike.
not gonna
I'm gonna
let
tell
him
Fidget.
know
Hold up.
that.
Yeah, hold up, Mike. Hold up. So this guy is almost about 2 years doing the same thing that he's been doing in this chat, like recently. 1.5 to 2 years, man, of pure nonstop fucking like clown. He just comes in and does the same
And
thing.
that's all he's got after 2 years.
That's
The
it, bro.
red
That's
water.
all. That's it. He's got a YouTube
No,
channel.
he's got
Yeah.
a couple different things, but
Yibbity hibbity jibbity.
I thought he was a nice guy, though. I don't know. But
Nah,
you probably
dude.
seen the bad part, right?
Okay, you know what a sociopath is? You know what a
passive
sociopath is?
aggressive. Yeah, he's passive aggressive, sociopathic motherfucker. Yeah.
Yep.
Not really. Explain it.
You don't know what a sociopath is? He's
A
brilliant.
sociopath is the person who
He's
can't
brilliant
get
at
over
conversation. He's a brilliant conversationalist. He'll get you to do things, and you won't even know you'll be doing them. Like say, you'll be having a conversation with him, and if he wants to get some information or have you like burden of proof reversal, you'll be explaining shit, and you'll be like, well, you'll be thinking, why the fuck am I explaining shit to? Because he's good at that. He's a weasel. You know, he's cunning.
But to
He's
me,
been
it's like
doing
we're
this for a while.
helping him.
Tell me why I'm a
Like, what are we
Tell me
scared of, right?
It's not
Like,
about
if we
let
help
me
him
scared,
get to the
bro.
truth, it's
Check this
good.
out. No, it's not truth, brother. Like, oh my god, you need to be Fidget. You need to be exposed to this arena a lot more, bro. You need to show up some more. Like you'll start to
He'd
learn
say,
archetypes. So check this out. Hold on,
what
Mike.
am I
You need to
doing
learn. You need to learn
weasel so I can be
Yeah, hold
less
up, Mike.
weasel?
Mike. You need to learn archetypes. Archetypes of people, right? You got sophists, right? The people that are they're different levels of sophistry, and like how they behave in here. This is not a normal arena, right? Like I know you might think like we're just helping people out. It's not like that here, man. There's people that are cunning. They don't care. They just want to make flat Earth look like the dumbest shit ever. So what they're attempting to do is to sandbag conversations. Like they'll stay in the chat, and no matter new people that come in here or not, they'll just be like hogging the chat and the mic, and you'll be trying to like work something through with them, and they know what they're doing, and it's fucked up, dude. Like
So
you
to you,
just
it's
have
like he's just trying to like make us look bad and not necessarily look for the truth, right? That's what you're saying.
Yes, dude. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I get you.
It's an
Listen,
obfuscation. It's yeah. So like if once you're here a little bit longer, you'll start getting used to the people. You're like, oh wait, I know this fucking guy's routine. You know what I mean? You'll start learning the
Yeah.
routines. You'll start learning, be like, oh fuck this guy. But right now, you see the good in people. Like, oh, can we just help some people? And you know,
Because to me, as a newbie, it's like, oh, a Glober doing experiments, like that's new, that's good to me. But then you know,
no,
maybe
dude.
it's like bad actors are at play too. So I don't know.
His shtick is Mike. You're hot micing, brother.
You need the light.
Yeah, his shtick is to make. He's okay. He said it before. He wants to help flat earthers. That's what he says. I want to help flat earthers. As in, we need
See,
help.
that's different
to
than what he
figure-
told me. Yeah,
I
that's weird.
know that, bro. I'm telling you, this fucking. He's a weasel, dude. Like, okay, so I know you sound like you're a little bit street smart, Fidget. So
Yeah,
on
for
the
sure.
street, on the streets, you know what this is, right? It's a shyster. It's a guy in the corner playing 3-card Monty. Like this motherfucker. Like you think that this guy's cool, man, but he's playing you the fool right now. And I hate people like that, you know, personally. I don't like that. I've been really good at detecting that shit within our community. Like I know when somebody's playing me. Like don't fucking try to do that because I will spot that shit and I'll be on your ass. So that's what this guy does, right? It's his routine. He just comes in here and he's asking for people's help and like, how can I do it better? Like it's like fucking hell, dude. Like and before you know it, you're helping him. You're doing it. You know, he's been doing this, man, for a long time, and he's gonna get as many more people to come in here and he's just sandbagging, brother. Like that's all he's doing. And then we can't talk to new people and shit because we're here talking to this guy who's been attached to us like for fucking years and shit. This arena is not kind, bro. Even though he's like, you just gotta be.
I get you.
gotta be on your
And from a
toes.
newbie perspective, it looks like, oh, you don't want to like get to the conclusive part of the experiment. But I mean, you just kind of know that that's never going to happen, right? So you just move on. I get it.
Yeah, and if listen, a kind-hearted here, they're gonna stomp. These Globers will fucking stomp on it, dude, in a heartbeat. They don't give a fuck. They're just like, I want to make flat Earth look as stupid as fucking possible and as fast as I can. So be aware of that, because it's like, I mean, if you're even leaning towards flat, I don't know where you're at right now, Fidget, but that's the nature of this
I
beast
like
right
the
here.
term globe skeptic right now.
Do you, But all I'm telling you is that things aren't what they appear to be like. That's all I'm saying. There's a lot
That
of
globe
fuckery, man.
skeptic.
It's a lot of fuckery in here.
What do
What
you
was
think
that?
about the term flat Earth versus like globe skeptic? Which one's better, you think?
Neither. I like critical thinker because that's what I am.
Mm.
Flat Earth is something that I know. That's not who I am. I'm a critical thinker.
That's true.
So if you can critically think about information that's given to you, that's what the fuck you are. You're a critical thinker. And regardless if it's the Earth's, the shape of the Earth, or whatever the fuck, you can have that discernment. You can think about things. When people tell you something, whatever it is, if it sounds like something wacky or like whatever it is, you can process it. You can critically think about it. So that's how you should identify yourself as a critical thinker.
So you know
Flat
the
Earth is just
Earth's.
something that you know.
So you know the Earth's flat because you observe it. Is that your thing?
It's observed flat, it's measured flat, and it's practically used as flat. Yes. Most definitely. But of course, people in here want to live in a world where fantasy is reality. So math is reality, fucking globe is reality, like all that shit. Because most of the people that they love the globe. They love to talk about space. They love all that shit. Everything that comes attached to it. So if you're not a part of that crowd, you're just like you're fucking up. If you're around your friends and shit, your social circles, they're gonna out you. You're not gonna be hanging with people. They're gonna be like, dude, you're a weirdo, man. You think the Earth is flat? Fuck off. Like
What if I did? I fail all my tests.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the conversation that I'm saying, man. Like
Well, you
that's.
would.
Do you think that you're gonna pass your test because you think the Earth is a globe? Like what the fuck? Like that's nothing to
Well, yeah,
do
because
with.
the test is on globes.
What do you mean the test is on globes?
The test is modeling Earth as a globe.
Who? What class is that? The fuck?
Physics?
Physics?
I'm
Yeah.
just
What
guessing.
was the what was No, I don't know. I think he's making it up, but who knows? He might be telling the truth.
I think he's
I
in
don't
an
know what was
animation course. That's what it is.
animation. Maybe fucking. There's no
CGI
Newton's
course.
gravity.
gravity. Who's teaching? What you went to class and they told you all about gravity or what?
Yeah.
What they tell you?
Well, it's just like the F equals GMM over R squared kind of stuff.
Yeah. So how did they test it? Because there's an equation. What were they doing to test it?
They worked out a time period for all of the other planets, and there was a constant. And you could link it.
Wait,
just
Alex,
go with
you're
an
kind of
equation.
muffled. Say again. Sorry, you're a bit muffled. What did you say
Hello?
in the beginning? Yeah, what did you say in the beginning?
Oh, they measured the time periods of all the planets.
The
in our
time
solar
periods. That's
system.
when they were made, like created, or what? When they're
Time
how they're
period is
moving
in
and
one orbit around the sun or whatever time it takes to.
oh, the ellipse around the sun. Okay. But they're using gravity, the equation for that. So basically
No,
math, right?
no, they found a constant between all the planets. It's a time when with like radius and time period.
Yeah, it's a mathematical construct. You're not going outside to make an observation in reality. It's just a mathematical construct. That's all it
Yeah,
is.
but
It's
to go out and say the Earth's flat is disproving everything you're learning.
no. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because in reality, things still fall at the average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. That's still the same. It's not going to change, Alex. That doesn't. Industries use this equation to make things work in whatever application they need. That's not going to change the fact that that still is reality. The thing that's going to change is you not believing the story behind the gravitational theory. That's what the fuck's going to change. You're not going to stay with that mindset anymore because you understand the effect has nothing to do with the cause, or at least in this case where we're the way we're talking here. In the case of the globe, it's married. The effect
How do
is
you
married to the cause.
how do you model the field lines on a flat Earth?
What do you mean, the magnetic field lines?
The gravitational field lines.
Gravitational. What do you? Oh, you're trying to. Yeah, because if you're not using a globe, a sphere, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the idea behind all of this, is because you're modeling a sphere, right? And what is the gravitational field lines telling you though? What information is going to solidify that they're actually the like you can find a point source from, like you say, well, in this particular geographic location on the Earth, it's going to be different than another part of the Earth, because there's different gravitational constants, right? Or excuse me, averages for different places on Earth. You do know that, right?
Well, for different distances, sure.
Alex, since it's not Sunday, I'll have to PM you something, but I'll do it in a second.
Appreciate you, Space Goat. Yeah, there's models that they're using, man, and this is where the hat trick happens, Alex. Because when you think about the Earth in a model, you don't have the actual reality to back it up. You just have like how they're proposing this would be the case. So there's a lot of math and magic, that happens in between your, learning process. So you're taking the information of a mathematical construct in your head as reality, but you've never tested it. Like, you don't go to the geographical locations and say, okay, let's test it in Ecuador. Now let's go to Australia and test it. You don't do that. There's no testing of this. It's math. That's all it is.
So that just means it's not true or not
Well,
proven.
it's not that. Listen, it's mathematical. Like, so it's a mathematical construct, right? With the where the rubber meets the road is where you have to take that information and go, like, and this is a bit too much though. Going to different geographical locations and testing this information to be true. Like, you can't just say it. You have to go places and see if the gravitational field is proportional to the equation. Exactly like the way they told you in class, right? But who's gonna fucking do that? You know what I mean? There's a lot of anomalies.
Yeah, we have measured gravity at different heights, though, haven't we?
Yeah, heights are not the geographical locations, though. You know what I'm saying? Because in different, so height means something different, but also geographical location also means something different. So in like whatever countries you're talking about, you're going to be doing this test, or there's a lot of information that doesn't follow with the uh with the idea that it's a constant, right? Because I'm pretty sure that's how they told you that it's a gravitational constant. It's not a constant; it's an average rate. Then you have to actually learn more about like that. I don't know, Space Go. I don't know what you sent him, but perhaps you need to look into this a little bit more.
I'll send it to you too.
I would implore you to kind of look into this, Alex. It's kind of a big topic when you start to uncover like what it really is versus what you've been told.
Well, how's he gonna model the solar system now, bro?
Nice one. Well, the thing about it is they were doing that long ago with an astrolabe with this, the ancient people were always looking up to the sky, and they found something very very understood about the sky, very very similar to like what you would call a model. Is their observations were postdictions, so they would see repeated cycles of everything: sun, moon, and stars. Everything works on a cycle, right? Whether it's the seasons that are on a cyclical nature, the sun on a daily nature, and the moon on a monthly one. So they were always watching the different positions, the phases of the moon and all this. So they were very precise because they knew what times things were going to happen. So as far as you know, the Babylonians would probably be the fathers of the Saros cycle, which is like the lunar eclipses and solar eclipses.
True. Yeah, I heard Jedi say that, right?
Yeah. But you got to look more into that too. There's so many little. Sorry about that, Mike. I didn't want nobody to hear what's going on over there. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck?
And so you think like astrology is like a big deal that we're not like harnessing?
Hmm. So I don't know how he did it, but Jesse Pat the Light just circumvented a ban. Maybe I didn't ban him.
Oh, you mean he joined back?
Yeah, he's back. How do you do
Yeah,
that?
lets him join back, but he's going to be server muted and he can't use the text for 2 days, so he can just park here and be able to do nothing.
But he also went around the ban and came in an alt. I don't know if you've seen that. I put it in the chat.
Yeah. Wow, is he obsessed?
Yeah, but that's the thing though, dude. Because okay, so I mean, I don't know. Am I allowed to ban people? I don't know what's going on. Like, why is he?
Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, get rid of him. Waste of time. I mean, he can sit here on server mute for 2 days. I don't care. He can't type.
Dude. He needs to fuck off, dude. Because he was in here asking people some of the shit that he should already. It's enough and enough is enough with what he's doing. He's asking everybody in here how to do the thing that he's supposed to bring as evidence for what he wants to present as evidence against the flat Earth. So he's getting everybody to do his heavy lifting, and he was asking Mike for when Mike didn't want to talk to him and about it, but he wore him down, I guess. And Michael started going into more about like what it's about, and I'm like, dude, this guy, he's not gonna stop, bro. He's gonna continue to do that.
Yeah, I mean, if you got to
I
ask
gave
us
him
how
a
to
few
do your
tips.
job, it's already game over for you. You're not the one we're looking for. Sorry, Jesse. Find someone else who doesn't have to ask a flat earther how to prove the globe. Because if you got to do that, yeah, you're not up to the challenge.
I don't know how you fucking circumvent the ban. That's weird.
You mean just by being able to join the room?
Yeah, because I banned him, and he circumvented it.
It's just that, yeah, the ban does it still lets them join the VC, but they can't do anything. They can't come off mute or text or anything.
Oh, they just appear here? They still appear?
Yeah.
Oh fuck. Okay, so that ban didn't work. Well, let me see.
Yeah, he won't be able to type or anything.
Oh, I didn't do it right.
He can just sit here and listen and weep. You ban him again, and I think it'll stop him from joining for a little while.
I don't even know if that even worked.
What are we talking about? I didn't even catch who.
Try it again.
Deafen him.
No, it's just
finish him.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Off with their head.
Yeah, he was in here pestering, and I was like, dude, fucking Mike he doesn't want to talk to him, but he's just like there. I don't think Mike can't mute him or anything, so.
Well, he gone.
Man, I broke it down to that dude multiple times, as remedial as I can, and he just walks right past it and repeats the same shit. And he does wear on you.
I told you.
Whoa. It's day after day of the same shit over and over again. Groundhog Day.
You think he's bad? You should hear Jesse Electric.
So you give the person the specific reason why actual height and perceived height differ, and then he asks you if you could measure an angle. But he never addresses the fact that your perceived height and your perceived angle will never equal to the actual height, but yet you're saying there's feet missing. But the perceived angle is based on angular size reduction over distance. So it'll never be an actual height. So how do we know there's anything missing? Because it's only perceived. It's not actual. It's an estimate, an approximate.
Well, you know what else is funny? Is to ask him to point to the geometric horizon that's blocking anything. Oof, that's a tough one.
Yeah, you know, when we first got here, they walked by the geometric horizon for 3 years. So we just kind of packed it in the luggage and said, well, we'll get it out later on the vacation.
Anyway, Alex was asking some really good questions, so we're trying to help him along. I mean, he's a baller, but he's going through the I don't know, Are you in high school, Alex, or what are you? College or what?
Yeah, I think it's college in American terms. I'm from the UK.
What, you go to university?
No. Sixth form. It's like A levels.
Some of the UK guys might know what you're saying.
Yeah, we do 12 years of grade school, and then college starts after that. It goes
We have
from
like year
kindergarten to
13,
12.
then it's university.
13?
I'm in year 13.
Year 15 is final year.
It's like between a senior in high school and college.
13?
Freshman in college.
Why'd they have to make it 13? Why not 12 like the rest of the world?
Fucking I am correct.
13 years or
Seriously, bro.
13
Even
years
in
old?
New Zealand, we got 12 years.
You do 13 years of grade school, or you're 13 years old when you get to university?
No,
You really asking that?
Well, if you're a genius, but I don't think so.
Yeah, so he does 13 years of grade school. Dang. Well, you can do that here, I guess, if you do preschool. Yeah. So that's almost equal to American if you do
So
preschool.
basically, all right. So the topic was gravity, and he was talking about Alex was, and so he was talking about the equation and its application, and the difference. What would be the difference between us, what we say in here, and like why it's not something that can be used and in a way to describe things, like, let's say, because they're using it in more of a math construct for like cycles of planets and whatnot, solar system. So, and I was mentioning before Jesse came in and crashed the party that those observations were already being done long ago, but they're not predictions. Like they'll say the globe predicts this and that. It works. It's valuable. It's not. They're not predictions. They're postdictions. The cyclical nature of the heavens have always been viewed by ancient people. So the Babylonians were the first ones that they came up with that solar cycle, and even NASA's using it even today. So those observations were already done, void of any mathematical construct of the Earth being a globe or heliocentric, with the sun in the middle.
I just think that, like, with that equation, we know it does work to find, like, the gravitational field strength. And that equation is for a radial field. So, wouldn't
What
that
equation are we using to find the gravity strength?
G equals gm over r squared.
Can you put that in a physical experiment and show me how it works?
We've only observed it to show that the well, no, we had Cavendish experiment.
Yeah, that doesn't work, bro. Cavendish is very unreliable and
Can you
inconsistent.
use that word in a sentence?
What was that? Someone say something?
I don't know. I think the Cavendish experiment, I thought it proved the
Question.
equation.
If it was consistent, yeah, it's just not.
What is the natural phenomenon that you're using the Cavendish apparatus to test for? What did you observe in nature before that apparatus was set up to try to test for the cause of it?
What did we observe in nature?
Yeah. What is the natural phenomenon you're trying to recreate with Cavendish?
Planets.
Oh,
Isn't it?
planets.
It's
No,
balls.
no.
Well, it's like
You see planets attracting planets, or what's the deal?
Yeah, that's it. That's
Yeah,
it.
but Cavendish is using a wire and two sphere objects to represent it. And
What masses in the sky do you see attracting one another? Which ones?
well, you've got just the planets in our solar system.
Oh, so what? They're being attracted by the sun?
Yeah.
Oh, where do you see that?
An orbit.
You see the planets orbiting the sun in the sky? I don't see the two at the same time even. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you never see them or
we can
never see them around the sun.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a natural observed phenomenon. I don't think that you replicated it with this apparatus. I'm sorry.
But can you see the logic behind that, Alex?
Or
do you feel like
the logic behind
what he just said? Because okay, so you're saying that mass attracts mass, and then if you're saying that the planets are orbiting, or you're looking for an orbit around the sun, when do you see that? When do you observe that, I should say?
Well, I'm guessing we've done it because if we've worked out the time period of planets, then we must have known that they're in an orbit.
Yeah,
You
but
think
wouldn't you have
someone's
to?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, wouldn't you have to make it the naturally occurring phenomenon of an orbit?
I'm not too sure.
Well, it's in nature. You're seeing something that nature's doing. I mean, if you're saying people are saying that orbits are happening, who has made that observation of an orbit?
I don't know. I haven't looked into it properly.
That's the part where we're saying that when you're logically thinking about this, like I would submit to you, man. Look for that person who's made the observation of an orbit. Well, you could use
Yeah,
it rhetorical.
There's no natural observed phenomenon for Cavendish. It's just a parlor trick. You don't see apples attracting apples on the tree, rocks attracting rocks, none of that.
But torsion, bro.
It's not in the
torsion.
vacuum of space.
It's not in the vacuum of space.
But torsion.
Mister, what'd you say?
Well, he said apples attracting other apples, but it's not in the vacuum of space, and then both their size comes into comparison as well.
Well,
oh, it's not in the vacuum of space, but Newton said gravity pulled the apple to the ground.
I thought we're talking about
yeah,
we're talking about apples hanging on a tree.
But the gravitational theory that's in question right at this particular moment is mass attracting mass, Newtonian gravitational theory. That's what we're talking. Well, I mean, you said it, but
are you trying to say that everything else should be like magnetic wise, like just on Earth, or
no, not magnetic? Mass attracted mass.
Well, it's kind of magnetic. It's like the way I think you guys are trying to explain it. It's like, do you want me to see an apple on a tree with a fallen apple orbiting that apple?
No.
I'm just confused. I'm trying to get
to
what you guys
you're confusing. You're confusing the example. Yeah, no, it's not that. But what we're saying is, where have you? I'll even ask you, Mister. Have you looked up into the sky and seen an orbit?
Do I get a telescope?
It don't matter. It don't matter. Whatever, however you.
Well, I don't have the time to watch an orbit.
Oh,
it's not the. That's not. That wasn't what. But
well, nobody ever sees the orbit. Come on, man.
I'm just asking you. Like, can you go witness one outside with your telescope?
You got day and night, so you're never gonna see a full orbit.
Give me a space shuttle that can get me up there.
No,
that's so I can perceive it, orbit.
Listen, if they're giving away space shuttles, man, I get one and I get to fucking drive.
If you're being honest, right, in this conversation, have you ever seen an orbit?
What does the moon do?
Oh, fuck
one
me,
full
dude.
orbit.
I'm trying to get Mister to fucking say if he's seen one or not.
One full orbit. Yeah, it's
Stop
just one
throwing your
full
bodies
orbit.
into the gears of the machine, man. Come on.
I see satellites orbiting. You can see them where I'm from.
We're not.
Have you ever seen one full
orbiting
orbit?
us.
I know, but fuck the satellites. We're talking about making an observation of fucking so-called planets and shit.
Well, I observed satellites going around.
Man, why do you keep saying that?
Have you ever seen a planet do one full orbit or circuit around a thing, sir?
Like
Good sir. Sun. Good sir.
Have you observed the flat Earth?
Okay, why are you
Yes, every day I leave my house. Now, answer the
You say you've
question.
seen the edges of the flat Earth.
All right, so you're not gonna answer, huh?
I observe
Well,
a flat
I
local
told
Earth
you,
every day
I
I
haven't
wake up. Have you ever observed one full
What?
orbit?
Put 'em on
What,
move.
I've
mister?
not
Put 'em on move.
seen. I've not seen a full orbit of a planet,
All
but I've
right.
seen.
Or have
I've
you
been.
have you seen us? Have you seen us orbit the sun?
Yeah.
When? When?
No,
Because
you
there's a
see the
daylight
seasons.
cycle.
Huh?
You see the
When it counts
seasons
the daylight
change,
cycle.
and your
The
mind
daylight
sees the
cycle?
orbit.
Seasons.
What the fuck? I can't hear what he said, Mike.
We
What
did.
did you say, mister?
Oh, what was the question again?
Have you seen us orbit the sun? The planet
They
Earth.
said the daylight
Well, I
cycles
haven't
change.
left Earth. Well, the daylight cycles change, and we're rotating. And then the
How the
seasons
fuck do you know
change, so
that?
I can only presume due to the.
Well, yeah, I know. That's the point that we're making here is that you don't see
Envision.
it. You're just presuming.
You envision it. You don't see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
We're
okay.
just making a point here, man. That's all. But you got to be honest when you're talking in this room. You have to be honest because if you're trying to like not answer the question, you're never gonna know if you actually know or not. Because you're like preventing yourself from
Well,
speaking truth.
I don't have the capabilities of watching the Earth orbit nor planets orbit.
Okay.
Does someone
But
else
I
have
can.
that
There's an
capability?
honest answer. Now there's
But
an
I can.
That's what I'm
honest.
But I
saying.
can
Like that's
tell you what I can observe is I can see satellites in orbit.
well, that's even you don't even see that, bro. I'm
I
sorry,
We
but
do.
you
can,
don't.
though.
No, you don't.
You
You don't
can.
fucking see satellite. Okay, so you seen that satellite orbit the planet?
Yeah.
When?
Right. No, listen.
No
You
fucking
see
when, dude.
something
What
until
the
when it
fuck?
comes into your vision and it leaves your vision, but you'll never see one full orbit. An orbit is one
Yeah.
full circuit around a
Yeah,
thing.
have you seen
So
that?
no, you don't see an orbit, but you have spotted a
No,
satellite. Is what
the
you're
key
saying.
word is I've seen it in orbit.
No, you.
I can't
No,
You
put
not
have
certain.
in
not.
orbit. Have you seen an orbit?
I have not seen an orbit.
And
I've
one
seen an
orbit.
orbit.
Okay.
The
Yeah, let's
orbit is the
just
focus of the sentence.
let's just cut the old crap cake here, man. Like, have you seen it or not? Like, that's all we're asking. Be honest.
My
You
answer
see?
is I've seen a satellite in orbit.
No, you did not see a satellite in orbit. You just seen a satellite in
He's
the sky.
seen what he
That's all.
believed to be an object in moving orbit.
I think
But
he's
what
talking
we
about the
have,
Elon. He's
if you
talking
ever
about the
seen it
Elon
go
Musk.
But
from
check it out. Even Starlink, right? You see Starlink move across the sky. The best you can say is I seen it go from one horizon to another. That's the best
Well,
you
seen
can
that's
it
do.
for
the only
6
humanly
hours.
possible way I can
Huh?
do it.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm telling
An
you is
orbit
if an
takes
orbit would
24 hours
an
on
orbit would
Earth.
be like a complete circuit or let's say
Mhm.
around the globe. You don't nobody sees that, mister. Like that's real. That's just being real. Even if you think the earth is a globe, you don't see a fucking orbit. You don't.
Mm-mm.
That's assumed.
Well,
You
yeah, I
see the
can't see a
heaven
full orbit.
bodies. You see
Huh?
the heavenly bodies
Well, it's
transgress
not
your
possible to see a
visual
full orbit,
eyes.
so that'd be correct.
That's
But
the
I'm saying I've
point,
seen
man.
something
That's
in orbit.
the whole point about this discussion is that you understand that
Well, you
much
can
that you
see a
don't
full
see
orbit,
orbits.
actually. Because you have
Wow,
geostationary
dude.
orbits.
Fucking don't see an orbit, bro. Like what
It's
have
a
you
Geostationary
seen?
orbits,
domino
they orbit
effect
with
to
the
idiots.
rotation of the Earth, so it's always above you.
The what?
It will always be above you, floating.
Oh, so you don't see it orbit at all. It just looks stationary to you. Got it.
He wins. I'm a hoe.
No, it's not moving, bro. An orbit is something going around something else. Like nobody sees an orbit, bro.
Well, it is going
Nobody.
around the center of mass.
How do you know?
Fuck.
I asked the
Because-
question. How do you know? That? There's no answer.
Because you think that the Earth is a spinning ball and it's geostationary over that.
Let's let him answer.
Sounds
Come
a
on,
lot
kid.
better
You
than
got
addition
an
than
answer.
Yeah, it doesn't
Don't
explain it, though. Does
listen.
It not?
Don't back off. We want to answer.
Don't take a step back and move forward.
I think he's done, right? Alex, were you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
That's what I figured.
Hold
Well,
him
I'm
to
waiting
the
for
fire, man.
I'm waiting for the other. Is Mister still here?
Me?
Oh, yeah, he is.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey, don't give
So,
these
yeah.
guys a door to walk out of when we want to answer to an honesty question. You hold
Nah,
their
but, I
fucking
mean-
feet to the fire.
No, fucking Alex, man. I
answering
put
your
him.
question. I haven't seen a full orbit, but I've seen something in orbit.
No, what?
We're past that. Don't address it again,
No,
Miggy. He
well,
already
you're
heard
just
the
asking
reply.
about the truth, so I was just giving you the why I said
We've
was honest.
reworded it 100 ways. Listen, we're not the police. We're not going to keep rewording the question until you give us the answer we want. You already answered it.
He really wants to
Okay.
use the word orbit, like no matter what. Like he's gonna just say, "I
Well,
know that the thing's in orbit."
Do you think? Do you think these guys even know what an orbit is?
If you were being honest, what you would say is, I seen a projectile on a trajectory or a path for as long as I could see it, but you're not honest.
Yeah,
so that's a litmus test.
I don't even think this guy knows what an orbit.
You keep inserting a bunch of useless, bloating words that prove nothing.
I don't even think he knows what an orbit is, to be honest.
You know what an orbit is, Mister?
No, I don't know what an orbit is.
Don't fucking gaslight us, dude. Fucking, what's an orbit, bro?
Anyone play Destiny 2?
Oh, you're fucking
Destiny?
around now.
You go in
You're
orbit?
fucking around. You're fucking around. You gave up.
We're gonna have to get rid of the kids, man.
Nah, I'm just chilling.
I bet you are, brother.
We're live, so be careful the answer you give on that orbit. We don't want no gay slang or nothing.
Listen, man. Alex is all right. I put him through the ringer like a lot of times already, so he knows. Like fuck, he knows.
It
what's
is
up.
impossible
I'm just
to ever
telling you guys what I've perceived, so.
What have you
it's
perceived,
impossible,
my
yeah.
good friend, mister?
Listen, I want to ask you a question.
I've been
If
trying
I
to tell
see
you
an
this, bro.
airplane come into my view on the west, and then it leaves in the east, am I to presume that the airplane is in orbit? That I've just witnessed the orbit of an airplane?
No.
That's right, because I couldn't see it do one full circuit, and I'd have to observe it for 24 fucking hours to do that.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That's my complication.
So
Yeah.
I am correct. Did you have a question for Mister?
Me? What happened?
You said
Oh,
something.
I have a
and-
question.
I just asked him what he's perceived and observed in this reality.
Ah, that's you,
What?
Mister. That was to Mister.
Oh, that was a question.
Yeah, what have you perceived to be true?
Well, what I observed, oh yeah, if you wanted to both, yeah, just what I saw, because I'm from New Zealand, we're in the South Island, and it's quite dark, and there's a whole trail of satellites that go from one side of what you can see to the other, from horizon to horizon.
And how do you see them? You just look
Sorry,
up?
what was that? Yeah, you look up
So
in the
you look
sky
up
when
and
it's
you can
dark.
see satellites.
Yeah.
Do you have a photo?
Moving starlights.
So
I
do
don't
you
have a
actually
photo.
see what they are, or are they just lights in the sky?
At this point, it's just lights at the sky.
So there could be planes, helicopters, whatever you want.
I wouldn't imagine them being planes or helicopters
Why not?
because it's like too hard to tell. They're not lighted up with the correct aviation lighting.
So you don't think they were planes, but they could have been.
Could be a UFO alien probing center.
No,
Why do we keep
he's
doing
correct.
that off of personal experience, though? Like,
No, because I am
we
correct
all
is
truly
correct
know that
right
we
now.
can see it, though. We do.
Oh, when something's that high up, if you just see a light, right? There's many lights in the sky for many different reasons. You can't just assume they are something. I mean, you can, but you can also assume it's something else, right?
It's just possibilities.
That
man.
is
It could
fair.
be- yeah, it just could be something else. That's the only thing he's saying. Like,
But that's
you can't
just what I perceived. And then sometimes the news will tell you about it if there's something going across later that afternoon or whatnot.
Yeah, that's why it's hard to trust our perception sometimes. Sometimes we need to test what we see and try and figure out if what we see is true or just an illusion of our eyes, right? Sometimes we can
Sometimes
look
I'm
at
just
something
trying to
and think it
I'm
is
just trying to
something.
enjoy my life, to be honest.
I'm just trying to enjoy my
Yeah.
life. You see?
Like, I mean, like
Yeah.
the whole argument why I came here is because I often see it on comment sections, and I like to read both sides. So I like to listen to you guys as well. I don't actually
Well,
take a side. I'm just here to observe.
I know, Mister, but check it out, man. Because I think what happens in this arena is that you start to find out how much you actually know when the things that people come in here like, nah, man, Earth's a globe. And you're like, okay, how's it a globe, man? What evidence do you have? Well, pictures from NASA.
Yeah.
You're like, fucking hell, bro. Like, this is the best you got. Like, fuck. And I don't know. So you
No,
think
I'm
that
completely
people
open-minded and stuff. But yeah. Just
Do you think people that have the information that the Earth is a globe, they'll present their case like solid? They'll be like, "All right, check this out. Alex went out there and he did the globe Earth test, so we know it's a globe or some shit." They don't have. There's nobody. Like there's no information.
like one of the good arguments that I do like is because I've seen it I think I've seen Saturn. You look at it in the telescope, and then you can see it curve and everything, and it's not flat. So why, out of all the planets in the solar system, is it just Earth that's flat?
So moon circle, therefore Earth circle. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so I'm saying, yeah. So if we can perceive every other mass as a circular shape, and then why is it just Earth that's flat?
Do you believe that Earth is the center of the universe?
No, I don't think there is one.
Interesting. No, the people that teach us the Earth is a globe are also the people that say the Earth is the center of the universe.
I'd imagine so. A bit narcissistic, and we're the only known life is on us on this planet. So it just depends on how you look at it, really.
Well, if we're the center and we're a unique being, I mean, why can't we be a different shape? If we're talking hypothetically, right?
Yeah. I'm just like, because everything I've seen, like the tilt on the Earth, so that explains the seasons, and there's several other things. It's like daylight cycle, so we spin round. We got the sun, then we got the moon. And that makes sense. And that kind of spinning around as a ball kind of
The
points
issue
out
with
that
that
it'd be more
is, we're
globe.
just speaking hypothetically, what if? I mean, we look up, we see circles, therefore, we could be a circle, right? But then we have to, as I said, we have to look into it, right? We need to stay away from our observations and try and verify them. If we can't verify that the Earth is a sphere, then we should say that, maybe it's not the case that Sun's sphere, therefore Earth's sphere.
Wait, so what's wrong with our model then?
What model?
I'm just like the heliocentric model,
The sphere?
like the globe. Like, what's wrong with it?
It doesn't appear to be a globe.
Yeah, and the same thing could just be equally said about the flat Earth. Doesn't appear to be a flat, but
We have
anyways.
experiments that the heliocentric model says are functional, but that's what they do, right? They say they're functional, however, when we experiment and test out these theoretical options, they appear to not be true, right? So, for example, the very popular experiment about the whole gravity situation is Cavendish, but when we try to replicate Cavendish, it doesn't really appear to work as well as it should.
Okay.
I just find that when we actually test out all these theories we have, it doesn't seem to be so straightforward.
Are the theories you guys have easy to do, or
We
some of
don't
them
use
I can
theories.
imagine be a bit harder?
I mean, you can use some tests to see if there's a curve or not, right? It'll be like a laser test, drop over distance, ships over horizons, things like that. Like you can see oil rigs from very far out. I mean, someone was in here the other day saying, I was in Italy or something looking at a beach, and I saw a ship disappear, and then I used my camera to zoom in, and it was still there. I mean, theoretically, a ship should disappear over the horizon, right? If it were on a globe.
Yeah, because the Earth's quite small, but just like it's a large place to cover.
Right.
Because
Given the
I
distance,
still have this. I still suffer from the same thing. I still think like, oh, you should be able to see something. Like I just remember same scenario with the boats. It's just you could be watching them all day and they'd still be in view.
With a camera, though, seeing further, sure, it's just angular resolution.
shouldn't see
Nah,
them.
it's still from.
They should
It's,
disappear bottom up, no?
It wouldn't matter from if it's a camera, because if there was a curve, it would point it out anyways.
Obviously, things like perspective and light travels, we can't see forever, right? There's obviously a limit because of the density of the environment, the air, the way the light operates. We can't see forever, right? If we zoom in with a lens or a camera, it helps us see a bit further. So if you look over the distance and then you can't see a ship with your eyes anymore, if you zoom in, theoretically you shouldn't see it because of the way the curve works. But if you do see it, that becomes a little bit of a problem. Same thing with laser tests. We've had laser tests shot of like 50 kilometers. And theoretically, once again, if the Earth is curved, you shouldn't see a laser after 50 kilometers. It should hit a boundary.
Mm.
How do you explain a laser being shot 50 kilometers? Do you know the distance that we should curve over 50 kilometers? It's huge.
Not sure.
I've never heard of that one before.
Yeah, they've done a similar experiment with a light, and then if these posts are both at the equal height, they should be able to see it come through. But when they shone the flashlight, the person on the other side of the distance couldn't see it.
You shouldn't be able to.
Mm.
Yeah, but if the light's curving, curves are measured in angles, not distances, right?
Alright. Cheers for you guys this time.
Later. Yeah, freaking Australia, man.
The only way for Earth to get in front of a laser is if there's a hump.
Oh yeah, is it true flat earthers don't believe in Australia?
Yeah, it doesn't exist, bro.
I wish Australia didn't exist.
Yeah, Australia's fake. Have you ever seen photos of Australia? Be real.
I've seen kangaroos before.
And you think kangaroos are native to Australia? Yeah, get pranked, bro.
My whole family lives in Australia. My mom
Yeah,
and my dad and my
you
brother.
don't have family, but you've been lied to. They're actors.
How do you know your family are real?
That's what I'm saying. Get pranked, bro. I have solid evidence Australia doesn't exist.
I got a question for some of you guys. Is there anything that you like about NASA? Like any
Yeah.
redemption
I like the way
about
they burn
NASA?
money. It's very interesting.
They're really good at spending money.
I would say burning it.
Very entertaining stuff that they produce.
Have you seen that show Richie Rich, where he becomes a trillionaire and he has to spend all his money? I think if you give the task to NASA, they do well.
I think NASA, the best thing NASA has ever invented is a black hole wallet.
Don Pettit's a pretty good comedian.
Don Pettit's a pretty smart dude. You guys all say he's really dumb, but he's actually.
You're a good comedian.
I'll show you. I'll show you guys a video, dude. I've showed it to you, Jerry. I'm sure it's like a 45-minute video.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch the whole thing, bro.
Don Pettit's doing all these experiments, dude. It's pretty legit.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch that entire 45-minute
He's
video.
a genius.
NASA invented a black hole. It's inside a bank.
That's actually a misconception. NASA actually makes profit. Like they
sure they do,
made
brother.
money for the government.
So,
Oh, can I get a refund?
How much we're talking?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
More than 100 mil a day?
I've heard that. I've heard that. 'Cause a lot of the stuff that they produce, they also like they don't just use it. They sell
They
it.
misuse
People.
it.
Is it more than 100 mil a day?
Sure. So what?
Do they make more than 100 mil profit a day?
To be honest with you, I don't know the details exactly, so don't quote me on it.
So you don't know what you're talking about. Interesting.
I think NASA's CGI it's pretty bad compared to Disney's.
I don't think so. I think they have the largest green screen in the entire industry. They have really good tech. You know,
Yeah, but
you're talking
but
about
Disney's is better.
You know, Hollywood movies actually rent out NASA equipment.
Yeah, but that's exactly why they have the largest green screen. That's because that warehouse. No, really, that warehouse where they used to make the space shuttle. Like that's an example of where they're making profit. They have like a whole compound that they rent out space for.
Why do they
And
have the
because
largest green screen in the world?
I'm telling you, because that warehouse, when they stopped making the shuttle in 2011,
Why do they need a
all
green
those
screen to
warehouses
make
were
shuttles?
completely empty and they weren't being used. So Hollywood, there's certain studios had rented the space to, make movies there because it's a
Yeah, but
huge
my
empty
question is,
warehouse.
why do they need the largest green screen in the world to produce space shuttles?
No, they didn't. They didn't have it. They had an empty warehouse, and then somebody rented out the warehouse, and they brought movie stuff in there. Is what I'm saying. Like the movie studio brought that stuff in there.
Is that what you truly believe?
I mean, I know this was claimed by them.
It wasn't
There's not
claimed by them.
another.
If you go on
This
NASA's
is what's stated.
website, they will show you their literal technology, bro.
All right, give me a couple minutes. I'm in the middle of doing something. I'm gonna post you a link though, or I'll
A
send you a
link
DM.
to an article.
No, to their website.
Their
That
website
warehouse
doesn't
I'm talking
explain
about.
to the technology they have, bro.
Yeah, Kosho's been Googling for years. He knows all the answers about everything, just fills his
Well,
head
no.
with useless trivia, everything. So there's nothing you can't ask him that he's not aware of. Tell him, Kosho.
This isn't the first argument I've had about this. Me and Witzik got into this about this like years ago, and we both did the research in real time. And turned out that the warehouse is a movie studio where they rented out the space. The whole compound is rented out space.
And how much money do they make renting out space?
But they're not renting it out anymore. They're using it to build because they're building the rockets again. It's not the space shuttles. But from about like 2011 to 2018 or something like that.
They building rockets again? Why?
They need more money from the US.
Didn't you see the Orion mission? The Artemis.
Orion, the biggest waste of money, you mean? How is SpaceX using less money and producing better rockets? At least better looking and better operational.
Private company.
India's using less money.
Private company and publicly funded, bro.
Yeah, but they're still a private company. NASA.
Who do you think is funding SpaceX?
They get contracted by the U.S. government for
How
a
much do they
large
get
sum.
paid a day?
I don't know a day, but I know they get they had like a $2 to $3 billion contract.
A lot more than that, bro.
They taxi up a lot of their stuff, their people, all sorts of stuff.
How much does NASA get from the government?
20 billion a year, something like that. 30 billion,
About
60 million a
36.
day.
A bit more than that. I think it's 100 mil a day now. 36.5 bill a year. How much does SpaceX get?
About 100 a day.
SpaceX is a bit less than NASA, which is like 70 mil a day. About 25 billion a year. So what part of it is private?
Yeah, but
That's
NASA's
not
pretty
enough.
like.
They should be getting more, right, Coach? They should be
That's
getting
what I'm
more,
saying.
so we can make it to space faster and better in
Well,
style.
SpaceX is a for-profit company, so
Is
you
it?
know they get money from the government to send their people and stuff up to space. So
Yeah, interesting.
NASA needs more
What about-
money so we can add a 360 degrees camera to the rocket.
Bro, have you seen the camera? You can buy one for $5 from Walmart.
I mean, if they get enough money, they might be able to put a good enough camera.
No, bro.
They
I
don't
can't
have
afford
enough
that.
money.
They can't afford cameras. You know what they can afford though? More rockets.
they have cameras.
More rockets,
They have cameras?
but not good ones.
Pretty
Why
good
is the
ones, yeah.
camera the good ones? Why is the NASA live stream done in 240p?
You talking the ISS live stream?
Yes.
I get it in 4K.
I'm sure you do, bro. Can I see?
Yeah, hold on.
My iPhone camera has a better camera, bro.
The apps I'm
The ones they have in the ISS show a lot of detail when they're doing the spacewalk, right? And they're acting like they're fixing something.
No, they're definitely fixing something, bro.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
doing it for like 8
Macking
hours.
shit left and right.
I thought it was only live
ma-
streaming on today. The rest is all pre-recorded.
Yeah, I watched that tube thing about 300 times. I guarantee you're never gonna tell me what they were fixing. I work on a lot of high-tech mechanical shit. I do race cars, alcohol burning motors. I make sure there's no leak. Some of the stuff I get is from aerospace. Aeroquip. It's a company here in Jackson. It's aerospace technology. I see none of that aerospace technology in any of what they show
It seems like you do a lot of things
on
that are not.
ISS. Huh?
You seem like you do a lot of things. Every time someone mentions the industry, like, yeah, I do that.
Industry? Oh, well.
I farm, I work on tech, I freaking cook, I clean, I smoke. But you do a lot of things. Someone spends 12 hours a day on Discord.
He fights too. If you want to fight,
I
he
do.
fights.
Listen, I don't get on till like 11 o'clock at night. You ever wondered why? Because I'm
And how
doing all
come you
that
stay up
shit in
so
my
late
life.
then? And then you stay up
Huh?
all night? When do you sleep?
No, I don't stay
He
up.
doesn't. He doesn't sleep.
That's what I'm saying. I just don't think it's quite honest of you.
Well, during the summer, I don't. No, I don't sleep that much because asphalt is day and night. It's seasonal here in Michigan, so we're making every dollar we can during the summer, and sometimes those sleeping habits plague me in the winter too, because I've become accustomed to them.
I feel like you don't do anything you say you do. Respectfully.
Well, that's fine. You want me to be specific about the aerospace technologies I use? Braided hosings for radiators, racing radiators, fuel lines. I didn't see any of that shit on the ISS, and you still haven't answered the question: what the fuck were they working on for 8 hours on the ISS when the guy kept bumbling the same fucking 30 hoses?
Yeah, well, you guys were talking about you doing your makeup or whatever you were saying you do all day. But I was going to tell
Makeup?
you. I was going to tell you. I was going to tell you that. Oh shit! Hold on.
I was gonna
My mic
tell
was in my
you.
pocket.
Okay, wait. I was gonna tell you, but wait. Stay right there. I was gonna tell you.
And my mic was in my pocket.
Hold on.
No.
So what are they fixing up there? What?
You know the bubbles in space videos?
They fixing the bubbles in space?
No, you know what I'm talking about. Though,
yes, I know. Yeah.
You know what they were fixing when those were happening?
No, actually, I don't get too much into video because videos and images, all that shit can be edited. So you don't know if somebody doctored it to make it look that way or.
Yeah, well, they
or
were fixing it.
actual footage.
It was an installation. What do you call it? Not Freon. Fuck. Like a some air conditioner shit. Like it was like a some fiber shit. I don't know. You probably know what it is. But it's shit that was in the walls.
It's
insulating
for what?
for air conditioning.
For
What do you call that?
to insulate the Freon.
I guess it was Freon maybe then, yeah. But that's what that stuff is.
It'll be R7, R23, R16, but yeah, it's all Freon.
That video that
You're
shows like the
talking
bubbles
about
in space was that shit flying around because they were tearing it apart while they were fixing it.
you think it was Freon flying around?
No, there was some fibrous shit, like this fiber. I don't remember the name of it, but it was to do with the air conditioning.
Oh, fiberglass?
Yeah, maybe. I'm not an air mechanic.
Space fiber?
No, it's something to insulate the air conditioning. I'm with you. You're saying
Cardboard?
that was what was bubbly. It could have been foam.
Yeah, something like that. But that's what I'm saying. They're ripping that apart. That shit went everywhere. That's what that so-called bubbles in space was.
It was actually a particle of the fiber they used to insulate the air conditioning. Okay, yeah, I never watched that one, but that sounds feasible.
That's what I'm saying. You guys make these claims, and that's what's exciting. Is
I don't know
I get to
about
watch
you
these long ass
guys.
videos.
I'm real picky about the claims I make, Kusho. I think you know that.
That's true, man.
Yeah, bottommost kush.
This we do. It could have been Kush floating around. They could have used hemp fiber, Kush fiber to insulate the air conditioning unit for all I know. I never watched the video. But I mean, you would have to insulate a air conditioning condenser.
Yeah.
Because you want it to stay a certain temperature so the Freon reacts properly and you actually get air conditioning. Otherwise, you won't get it. You know, this the way gases react is directly related to their temperature. You know, they do different things at different temperatures. You guys know that. Freon is a gas, and we get cold from it, but under certain temperature. You know, if you get it too hot, Freon doesn't work right because it starts doing changes. It starts changing. Gases can change states of matter due to temperature. Gas to liquid, you know.
Especially when you're directly under the sun, like, right? When it's hitting you without any
When you're in
layers
the
in between.
thermosphere, you're the only material around that can possibly absorb some solar winds. Yeah, sure. Sure, yeah, I'll give you that. It's a hell of a lot of solar wind for one fucking ISS, but hey, you know.
You know, that's the tricky thing about being up there, though, is they don't have, custodians or construction maintenance people. They got to do all the maintenance, custodial work, and everything. Anything that has to be fixed.
Sure. That sounds plausible. So you got to have an engineering degree. How many bachelors do you need to go to space?
About 5.
Engineering, waste removal.
No, you just need a doctorate in astrology and spaceology and bullshitology. Not much.
How to fuck thermodynamics? That'd be a good course to take. Shit, I got a jar of that Kush next to me, bro. Shit's so sticky, you gotta fight the whole jar to pull one bud out.
If they took a class in thermodynamics, they would realize that it's a violation of second law, the whole ISS.
Well, that depends on where they actually place this, the layers of the atmosphere. NASA's said that it extends all the way to the moon. So, then that puts the thermosphere in a different light because now there is particles up there. The atmosphere is still there all the way to the moon. So there would be convection, right? The density particles, it's closer, then there's more to radiate
Even
heat to.
Even though that's a fun fact, it doesn't change the amount of atmosphere that they assume to be up there. So it's not like there's a bunch of atmosphere.
No, just the distribution. But if you change amount, you change distribution. If you change distribution, you change amount in given areas. There's also a temperature differential. The hardest part is picking what bud to smoke first.
Yeah, you definitely don't do anything you told me you did, bro. Realistically. You're a drug addict, brother.
Realistically, drug addict. Marijuana's not a drug, son. But
Yeah,
you're
right,
welcome to your opinion.
So what is
that
it?
doesn't mean I have to value it.
So
It's
what
a
is it?
herb. It grows in the garden.
Oh, so what's cannabis?
It bears seeds and flowers, so I could call it a fruit by botany.
So what does drug
It's
mean?
no-
What's the definition of drug?
To
It's
me,
no
a
different
drug
than
is
sugar.
a synthetic
to you.
concoction made by man.
You think weed isn't synthetic?
No, weed's not synthetic.
What do you do to it? You just pick up the plant and smoke it?
Define synthetic.
Altered. Something created.
Artificial. Yeah, created. Marijuana grows.
And then what do you do to it to get it to the smoke point?
I don't chemically manipulate it.
So do you just get the plant and light it on fire? Is that what you do?
Yeah, after I trim it, I just roll it up and smoke it.
Yeah, I'm sure you do, bro.
I do. Because it's better than, painkillers at this point, which is my only other option for bulging discs because it worked my ass into the ground, But hey, that's none of your fucking business. That's my business. So who gives a fuck about your opinion? If you ever work for a living, you'll be where I am one day.
Oh, yeah.
You will be on the other
Sure
foot.
will be.
Don't think just because you sit in a chair at a computer or do some job like that, your back's going to be any better. Yeah, sitting in a chair kills your fucking back, too.
Sure it does, my friend. Sure it does.
I'm a lot older than you. In a short
I know you are.
lifespan,
You're an old man.
it is hard to say when you're 30 that people could have experience in a wide variety of things. But as you get older, you'll see it becomes more true and easier to accept.
Easier to accept that everyone's going to turn into a drug addict like you?
That the longer you live, the more you experience.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. And dumb people, kids, people think, we think we're a grown up at 18, right? Well, at 52, I'll tell you there's 30-year-olds that still aren't grown up. So not every person you talk to is a man who is worthy of conversation or
I don't know why
rebuttal.
you're coping. Weed's a drug. Drug is not just something that's synthetic or natural.
I'm not coping. Drugs are synthetic. This is a
No, bro. Drugs
you're
aren't
trying to
just
make
synthetic
illegal what
materials.
nature gave to me. You're a moron.
Drugs
Nobody
are
gives a
not
fuck.
just synthetics, you freaking retard. Use your brain.
I do use
If
my
that
brain, but I don't
that's
use my
synthetic,
voice so
Drugs
the
are
people
not just
listen.
synthetics, old man.
Where are you from? How old are you?
None of your business, old man.
it's from Africa.
What, you scared?
Yeah, I'm so frightened by some old drug addict on Discord. Get off my nuts, bro.
I'm not on your nuts, son. If I was, you'd know, because you'd be sweating and begging for your fucking life.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
He's not worth it, man.
He's not worth it.
I'm saying him getting all worked up about it.
I don't
No,
know.
he was talking to me,
You're just calling him.
dumbass. Not
Yeah, no
you.
shit.
You're just a dumbass.
I know that's stupid.
Well, I'm glad you agree you're a dumbass.
I never agreed to that, but you know, how can you speak
Well,
to a freaking
you said
retard?
you know it.
I said, I know he's not talking to me, stupid.
Yeah, I called you a dumbass, and
The
you said
drugs
I know
interfere
that.
with your cohesiveness, my friend.
I'm not insecure.
You're
I'm laughing
intoxicated,
at
that's
you,
what you
dude.
are.
I'm not intoxicated. Dude, have you ever smoked weed in your entire life?
I stay away from drugs. Like my dad, he
Well,
told me.
that's cool, but it would also mean you're not qualified to speak on the
So don't do
intoxication
drugs,
levels
therefore
of
you do not qualify.
marijuana, because you have nothing to weigh it
So to
against.
be an expert on drugs, you must do drugs. So what you tell me? Sounds quite stupid to me. Must be the logic of a drunk
Yeah,
old
that's
man.
not the topic here, man. You know, you can move on, or you can move on.
Oh yeah.
Where do you hear cannabis is a drug? TV?
Where do I hear cannabis is a drug? By the definition of drug, man.
What is the definition? So is it addictive or something?
The definition of drug, something that changes a person's mental state or physical state. Just
Would a video game be something like that that affects your mental state? A
is a
video game
video
like the
substance?
one you're playing?
Is a video game a substance?
I mean, it's addictive. It changes your mind state.
No. For a
It
drug to
has
be, for
substance,
something to be a
yes.
drug, it has to be a substance that you can consume or
It does.
something
Don't you
like
have like a cooling system in your computer? You look at water cooling system in it.
You're an idiot, bro.
So yeah,
He
there you
probably
go.
still lives
A
at
drug
home
is
on
a
mommy and
substance that you
daddy's
can
money.
affect the way your brain works, mentally, physically,
Hey,
how you
who
feel,
pays for the
behave.
internet you use?
Me?
I doubt that.
Yeah, you pay for it, actually, old man.
No, probably mommy or daddy still pays for it.
I've heard so much bullshit coming out of your mouth, Battle Mod. I would be surprised if you don't live off your
Well, you
parents.
just heard more. You probably live at home with mom and dad.
I live with myself, though.
You sound like a spoiled brat.
I work for everything. I work for myself. I make my own money. I pay my own bills, bro.
I can't tell by the way you act.
By the way I act. Mate, you're just an old man drunk on Discord pretending
Yeah,
to have
generally
shit.
to get work from people out in the public, you have to be a people person, and you don't strike me as a people person who can be reasonable and respectful to gain contracts.
Thank-
You're gonna come up and knock on somebody's front door and talk to them like that while you're trying to get some work, or
Talk like what? Call them drug addicts? Yeah, if someone's a drug addict, you tell them that
Wait,
they're a drug addict.
yeah, correct. You said that you live by yourself. That means you're a lonely person or something?
I'm a lonely person. I'm married,
I
though.
ain't got no old lady. By
But you say you
yourself,
live
that's
by
not married.
yourself and you're
Yeah.
married. That
Live
that
by
doesn't add
myself
up.
Listen,
on my own, bro.
married men don't say that.
That's
Trust
a
me,
They say
fact.
I live with a family.
I
Whether
don't
it's
have a
just them
family.
and their
Me and my wife
wife,
work.
we said that before we even ever had children,
Nah, I don't say that.
because we were the family.
Nah, not a family. Just man and wife.
That's not a family.
But you live alone.
Would it be a
The other day,
branch in a family tree?
the elite. The other day, he said he worked professionally with the Theodolite. You were telling
Oh,
people that, and then later you
no,
said
I
you
don't work
weren't.
professionally with the theater. Like, I work with people that do work with theater. It's like surveyors.
I don't know. The story's not adding up, bro. Why are you lying?
Story. What story's not adding up?
Is it the video game that has you trigger and that's why you're upset at people?
What video game? How do you know I'm playing a game?
Listen, I don't believe he's got a wife either. Maybe
No,
she does the surveying in the family. Oh, wait, it's
surveying.
not
I
a
have my
family.
contractor to the surveying for me.
How the hell can you be married and say I don't have a family?
Because my wife, a family consists of children, or
No, it
siblings, or
doesn't.
alternatives.
It starts with a mother and a father, and that's the beginning of a family tree. What the fuck
The
are you
family
talking
tree
about?
starts with a tree. There is no
You're a
tree
fucking
without
moron.
children, bro.
You said you live alone.
I live on my own.
It's not adding up, bro.
You guys just misinterpreting. Living on my own means I'm not supported, independent.
So you pay mom and dad rent.
I don't pay rent. I pay a mortgage.
Do they have mortgages in Africa?
Yeah, they're quite expensive as well.
You live in Africa.
Yeah, it's quite expensive here. Cape Town is not cheap.
Is the white people Africa?
Yeah, Cape Town, black and white.
Just kidding.
We're gonna need your apartment, buddy.
I
We
don't
got
live in
some
an
black
apartment.
family members over there, and they need your shit. You're gonna have to move.
Yeah, I live in a house. Didn't you say
We're
you
gonna
inherited your house, right? I want to hear it.
we're gonna need that. No,
Didn't you
actually,
inherit everything you own, Battlemont?
no,
No? That's what I heard last
no,
time. What did you say last time? An estate? A family estate
no.
they
You
inherited?
you you heard me talking about a family estate, and then you applied
They
that.
inherited? Interesting.
You applied that to everything I own, which is not
You
true.
said you live on a farm that's owned by the
I
estate that
do
you live
live
on.
on a. I do.
You live on a
I
farm that's
live
owned
on
by
a
a family
fourth
estate they inherited. Yeah, that's right.
a fourth generation farm. Yes, I didn't inherit it. It's not mine. It's an estate.
So
That's
you
what.
live on your family's farm. Nice one, bro.
Yes, I do live on the family farm. I also own my own businesses that aren't part of the estate.
Yeah, I'm sure you do, bro.
It really doesn't matter. And what you believe doesn't matter, because when I wake up, I can do whatever the fuck I want to.
Yeah, like smoke drugs all day.
Yeah, I worked my ass off for a lifetime to get to this point.
So now you just sit there and smoke drugs.
I can do whatever I want to. I got the money to do whatever the fuck I want.
You mean
I
the money
smoke
inherited?
weed. I smoke weed so I don't have to take pain pills. No, my money was not inherited.
You just said
You
it was
didn't
a
get it.
family estate.
Nobody, you get payments. It's a trust.
Oh, so you get instead of inheriting a lump sum, you just get paid over time. So mommy and daddy are paying for everything. Yeah, that's interesting.
It's not a lump. And I went to service, I went to college, and I started my own businesses.
So I need mommy and daddy's money.
I don't just live off mommy and daddy's money, and it wasn't mommy and daddy's money.
It was
It was
grandmommy and
grandma.
grandpappy.
It was my grandfather's. And so I wonder, is this economic jealousy I'm dealing with right now? Because you don't have it, there's something wrong with the way I got it.
No, I don't mind. I have enough money to satisfy me that I earn myself without mommy
I
and
could buy
daddy.
my wife a Mercedes and your wife one too if she wants one. You
With
better
your
watch
mommy and
her.
daddy's money. Like
Yo, my
I
wife
do my
wants a
own
Mercedes. Can you buy one for her?
Honestly, when I take your shit, it wouldn't matter whose money paid for it.
You're funny,
It wouldn't
bro.
be your shit no more.
You don't have a
Everybody
Mercedes
got
to
a
start with,
price,
bro.
punk.
Can I see the
Why
Mercedes?
is
then?
he? Why is he? Why is he being so envious? I just got here. I want to know.
Who's being envious? Me?
Fuck, I
Yeah,
don't
you sound
No, he just
angry, bro.
accused me of living off mommy and daddy's money, and when we
Oh,
got to the bottom of it,
wow.
he's the mommy and daddy money.
No, Mike.
Would you rather be Jewish or black?
Ooh,
I want to
that's a
be
tough one,
both.
bro.
I
I
want
want
to
a
take advantage of that
black Jewish.
intersectionality. You know
Can
what
I
I'm
be a
saying?
black Jewish? A black
No.
Jewish? Then you couldn't talk about me at all, buddy.
Are you a black Jew?
I am. No, I'm not.
That's not even okay.
I want to be a
I
black
know.
Israelite.
I should get in trouble just
How do
for
I
saying
become
those
one of
two words
those?
together.
I met a black Israelite once.
This
She was my
kid,
Uber driver.
listen.
I'm so sorry for
It
that,
was
bro.
I'm sorry you got a wife, and at 1 o'clock on Saturday instead of getting laid, or Friday you're hanging out with fucking dumbasses in Discord who you believe are disingenuous.
You're literally here all the time. You told me you run like 7 businesses, bro.
I'm here to kill you.
You should be in there hugging your wife. Before somebody else does.
You're an old man. No one's looking or touching you, bro. Stop it.
Jody, listen, if you don't give her what she wants, Jody will give it to her. You better remember I said that.
You said what?
If you don't give your wife the attention she needs, somebody else will.
My wife gets plenty of attention, my friend. How about yours? Does she?
I'm not married. Not anymore. But
I
if
wonder
I
why she
wanted a
left the
woman
old
here, I
druggie.
could have one. But I'm cool.
No, you couldn't.
Listen, kid, you can talk dumb shit all night long. It doesn't stop anything. Just makes you look like a dumbass. Why you even give
I'm
a
just
fuck?
being honest, my friend. My sweet
Honest
old
about
drug
what? Your
friend.
feelings. Nobody gives a fuck about how you feel, you dumb little bitch.
Why are you so mad? It's okay that you smoke
Figure
drugs
it
all
out.
day and no one
Oh, you don't
respects
like it
you.
when I call you bitch?
I don't mind what you call me,
Shut
but it
up,
doesn't
you
change the fact that you're old
talkative,
drunk.
feminine bitch. You effeminate bitch ass
Doesn't
male.
change
Shut
that
your
you're an
little
old
faggot
drunk,
ass up.
mate. It'll never change that you're an old drunk. It's okay.
Mike doesn't drink.
You don't drink?
You don't think. Listen,
It's okay to be an old drunk.
shut up, bitch.
It's okay. No one's hating.
I mean, if you want to hang out in this server for much longer, you can just take that shit and walk with it. It's
You're gonna
not the
threaten
topic.
me?
I tried to be polite about this a minute ago, and now we're just going to put it the way it is. Either move on or get moved on.
Go on. Move me on.
I'm not the fucking topic here, bitch. Anybody got anything you want to talk about Flat Earth? That's fine. You want to talk about Mike's life? Go to fucking DMs or some shit.
Hello. Yo, talk to
Hello.
me, bro. Okay,
Hey.
bye. Yeah, bye.
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 Bye. Bye.
Hello? Why is everybody muted here?
Why not?
There's a lull in the conversation.
Oh, okay.
A moment of silence for the globe. Is dead. He died.
Fair enough, I guess. I mean, where'd you guys end at?
End at right here where I'm standing. Not the end.
I'm saying like the conversation. Where'd the conversation end? Like somebody said something, and then somebody else said something, and then it kind of ended right there.
That's what
Or-
usually happens when people are talking. Someone says something, the other guy said something, and then they say, "Okay, bye." And
Fair enough. Fair enough.
How's your day?
My day's going good, dude. It's been going good.
Remember?
Yeah, I went to work here at like freaking, man, what time? Man, it's late as shit here too. It's like, what is it? Man, it's almost 12:30 here. I went to work here at 5 a.m. Came back at 5 a.m. or 5 p.m. 12 hours of work. Came back, drank a little bit, been drinking. And here we are. I don't know.
Sounds
It's
like a
been
long
a good
day.
day. It's been a good day. It's been a good day.
Sounds like a TOS violation.
I don't know what you mean by TOS and which words.
Drunk people are not allowed in the VC.
I'm not drunk, bro.
Oh, good. Good for you. Good for you. That's good then.
Clearly coherent.
No, that's fine. Just checking.
I enjoy
You,
some drinks
you're.
every now and then, but like I'm not drunk.
That's good.
I feel like majority of adults can enjoy it. You can enjoy a drink, you know what I mean? Like even if you're a stickler mod, you can enjoy a drink. Doesn't mean you're drunk.
Yeah.
Like at the same time, how do you define drunk? It's kind of like the Democrats saying, "How do you define an assault weapon?" You know what I mean? Same exact concept. What is drunk? What is an assault weapon?
Drunk? Give me one drink. That's drunk.
For some people.
Yeah, I haven't touched a drink for years.
Some people. Well, that's you because you're weak.
Well, I'm smoking every day though.
Well, fair enough. I figured you were a recovering alcoholic.
I've never had a
Man,
drink in my life. Does that mean I'm weak?
man after my own heart. I'm smoking every day too, but I used to drink a fifth a day.
See?
For a long time. But
See?
I had my reasons.
See?
Yeah, me and Battlewood, like.
Well, service is known to change a man, so.
What are your reasons?
Service. Years of service. Deployment. Combat ribbons.
Well, thank you for your service.
You're welcome.
I got deployed too. But I'm not an alcoholic. I drink on the weekends.
Then drink till you don't need to drink no more, bro. Hoorah.
Marine?
You can drink. It's all good. I smoke weed.
All right, then, Marine. Hoorah.
Aruha.
The weeds doesn't do much for me. The only thing the weeds does is get me tired. That's all the weed does.
Yeah. Listen, I was there, bro. I'd rather have scotch and whiskey, but I just don't do scotch and whiskey no more. So I'm with you.
Okay.
You might grow out of it someday. That's what I'm saying. It's not a bad thing.
Could do at some point. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it
Not
can
tonight.
be. It can get there.
Not tonight.
Not tonight. At some point, maybe, but not tonight.
Enjoy that shit while you can do it, though.
Well,
If I could
I'll tell you
still
what, I
stomach
love me
fight
some
with my
Kentucky
brother.
bourbon.
Yeah, Gentleman's Jack.
Oh,
Oh, it's great. That's good stuff. You know, there's some other stuff too, like the Buffalo Trace. That's my favorite, dude.
Oh
And
yeah,
Eagle Pie.
I got some Buffalo Bison ribeye. It's good.
Buffalo
I don't think that's bourbon, but all right.
Hey, Helio used to always talk about Jamerson.
Jamerson.
Yeah, I never drank Jamerson, but you know, I had money. You know what I
Oh yeah,
mean?
so
I'm
he
like,
called it Jamerson.
some shit like that. I was like, what?
Was it
Whatever.
Jameson or something?
Some bourbon whiskey,
Yeah.
Jameson.
Cheap stuff.
Some Jamerson.
Yeah, it's cheap whiskey, I guess.
Yeah, it's a good thing you didn't know the name.
Some Jamerson whiskey.
I always enjoyed the taste of a fine whiskey, aged.
I love whiskey too, bro. I've
one
gone. That's
One day
killing
I
me.
just figured it out, bro. One day I figured it out. The bottom of the bottle is always dry.
Sure thing, bud.
It is. So
Jamerson whiskey.
in my day, I'd have drank some Gentleman's Jack or something with him. But I don't know
God
about
dang,
James.
the Jamerson whiskey.
I won't even use ice cubes that you make out of city water, man. I'm picky about what I put.
You're real picky then.
No, I don't think that is real picky. City water is pretty fucking nasty, and if you've grown up in the country and then visited friends in the city, you know that we don't smell bleach when we get the water out of the tap, buddy.
So the way it works, right, is so I grew up outside of city limits, and I didn't smell any bleach or anything, or no fluoride or sulfate or anything like that until I got
Right.
into the service. And when I got deployed, not deployed, I got stationed in Maryland essentially. And the way it worked is they put sulfate in the water tap, and you can smell that shit. Like your water smells like shit. And you can tell whenever they first do it, right? Like it almost happens every month, every 2 months, 3 months. You can smell the shit in the water. Does it really bother you that much that you can smell it in the water? Therefore, like you can tell that they're purifying the water. They're cleansing it of all the shit. Like they're taking all the water you flush down the toilet, like all your shit.
What
that
you're
you shit
calling
in the toilet.
purified water, I'm calling polluted.
Yeah, I'm cool. I drink rainwater.
Good for you. I mean, I
Alright,
have no
rainwater's
issue. I have no issue drinking like shit water. I got no issue with that. As long as it's
My well-
purified through sulfate, I've got no problem.
My well is 90 foot. I got a deep well, so
You know, you can go almost anywhere, and you'll find water springs, and that's some good water there.
It's kind of like pick your poison though, because that well
Enjoy
water
it.
can be like hard water sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Because you have not only that, you have industrial areas around you too. Which what they're gonna do is they're gonna put up fumes in the air. Not only that, they're gonna pollute the groundwater. So
Yeah, there's like a lot of fear mongering.
I'm from a manufacturing state, so our manufacturing plants are allowed to put so many chemicals from manufacturing parts per million back into the water system. When
I'm
they
just
run
talking
it
about
out,
regular old well water, man. I mean, like,
oh,
no
I
matter
know.
what you do, that shit.
I'm
at
talking
home,
about the city water. I live on well water too.
even well water, your well water is going to get polluted by industrial plants regardless.
Just
Well,
drink
to
seawater.
a degree.
Seawater.
Listen, to a degree, yeah. If the plants are within your vicinity or a waterway delivers that water to your vicinity, or the rain does. And if the rain delivers it, and you got a 90-foot well,
Your
well,
groundwater's going to get polluted too.
I know it is, but it gets replenished with filtered water through layers of rock
what
and
way?
soil and
Yep.
sediment.
Sure, I guess.
It gets filtered by a natural process rather
There is
than
But it takes
an
years and
industrial.
years and years.
no. There's more water. There's more potable water
There's
than
more
the pollution that can
Listen,
damage it.
there's a lot of charcoal in Michigan in
I
our
guess.
soil. We used to mine it here too. Yeah, so large amounts of charcoal in the soil. Well, what do you think a charcoal filter is the best filter in the world? Why do you think the earth has charcoal to filter its water?
There's more fresh water, clean water around you than there could be possibly bad water around you. There's a lot of good water out there.
In some
Drinkable
ways,
water.
sure.
Even the ocean water is drinkable as well.
Ocean water is not drinkable.
It is drinkable. Just
Drink
contrary
so
to
much.
contrary to popular belief and
Yeah.
what you learn in TV and movies, it is drinkable.
I
It's
swallow
salt
a lot
water.
of it.
It's salt water.
Most
That
every time I go to the beach, I swallow some salt water.
this is. I know you heard salt water is bad for you, like you heard the Earth is a globe and all that stuff, right? And you believed it, but the water is not bad for you, bro.
No, it's essentially like it's
Listen,
salt
if it
water.
was-
Think of the first word, salt. Whenever
Yeah,
you
Salt is
ingest
good for you.
stuff,
good for
it's
you.
gonna dehydrate
Salt is
you.
good. That's
Listen.
incorrect. It will hydrate you because the ability of
Listen.
hydration is how the body is how
Make the distinction, bro. You're talking about salt as it's not just normal salt, it's sea salt. There's a difference. Salt isn't good for you, but sea salt is. So make the distinction between the two salts.
You're tripping. So you're saying
normal salt is not
a-
the same as sea salt.
in a survival
hydration,
situation,
you're
if
saying-
the
listen,
only
listen.
hydration you have is sea salt, like seawater, you're gonna drink seawater.
Listen,
salt actually helps in
hydration. You
sea
said the
salt.
sea. Oh my God! Can you guys let me just say something, bro?
Go ahead, bro.
You're saying that the salt will dehydrate you, and the hydration is the ability of the tissue to deliver the nutrients. Your body to deliver the nutrients into the tissue.
Yeah.
It's not
Sea
drinking
salt
water.
helps that. Sea salt helps that process, but not large amounts.
That's nuts. So if you're stranded in the ocean, you're gonna just straight up drink sea
For a
salt, like
period of
seawater.
time.
You
For a
can drink
period
it.
of time,
Yes, you can.
not
For a
forever.
period of time, yeah, not forever, but you can definitely drink it.
So what's that period of time? What's that period of time? Like 4 or 5 days, maybe? That's it?
No, maybe a
You
couple weeks.
You can
Couple
definitely
weeks.
drink it for weeks. You can definitely drink it for weeks.
I don't believe that at all.
Sea salts, a lot of people use sea salts with distilled waters. They'll put a dab of sea salt on their tongue and then drink a glass of distilled water. And it's to help with the absorption rates because a certain degree of sea salts will actually activate systems that help deliver those nutrients to the cell. I'm studying on this. This was Dr. Sebi's work in mineral deficiencies of the human race.
Figure
Actually,
it'll make you dehydrated after a while.
You know when you go to the store
In
and they
large
still-
amounts, yes, if you get too much.
Bro, when you go to the store and you buy electrolytes, right? Magnesium,
Sea salt.
potassium,
Yup.
all of those electrolytes are in seawater. So all of the electrolytes that you need for hydration are in seawater.
Yeah, but you can't drink that all the time.
No, you can't drink a lot of it either. It's because it has more than you need.
Your body will flush what you don't need. You will actually, to be hydrated, you will drink less than you will need drink regular water because you will be hydrated. You won't need that much.
Right. So
To
so
be
if you continue to drink sea salt or seawater.
Hey,
or
Google the
ocean
benefits
water.
of sea salts for health. Sea salts. Health benefits of sea salts.
I don't think there's a whole lot of benefits to it.
There's absolutely no advantage to drinking seawater. Okay, Your kidney
No,
has to remove all the salt
I'm
in
not
seawater,
talking
and
about
it costs more
advantages.
water for your kidneys to remove that salt
I'm not talking
than it
about
is if
drinking
you just drink regular water.
seawater. I'm talking about sea salts and the health
I wasn't.
benefits of sea
I
salt.
know. I
So
wasn't
I
talking
wouldn't
about you about.
Yeah, I
you heard
wouldn't
this in
recommend.
TV.
Listen, I wouldn't recommend you drink seawater for anything other than the survival situation to get you back to society so you can get good water.
Groundwater.
If you're in a
Regular
survival
water.
situation, definitely do not drink seawater.
Yeah,
You can
that too.
definitely drink it. You can definitely drink it.
Well,
No,
listen,
you cannot, bro.
Listen, seawater in a
Oh
survival
man.
situation is better than swamp water and stagnant water because it's not going to be living and
In what way?
killing you, but it'll make your liver for that day or work harder. Yeah, but you could
Actually, that's incorrect. That's incorrect.
You could use it for a survival tactic. Hell, you can drink your own pee if you want for up to 3
you
weeks
can actually
and survive on that. But I would only say in a survival situation. I
you can
wouldn't say
actually
as a
fix
health benefit.
you can actually fix how do you say kidney problems with actually seawater.
Yeah,
You can fix kidney problems with seawater. Is that what you said?
This is not medical advice, but there's stories about it.
I don't know. I don't know
You gotta
who
read
is
this stuff.
drinking seawater to drink to fix
Bro,
kidney problems, but
listen to this. Google search Rene Quinton. Rene Quinton.
redneck.
RENE.
Rene
Rene Quinton.
So does he
Quinton.
drink? Does he
Rene
drink his
Quinton.
own piss?
Hold on. Rene Quinton. Quinton.
Yeah. Quinton.
Rene
People say
Quinton.
Quinton. Yeah.
Quinton.
Does he drink his own piss or something?
Well, you're drinking alcohol. I'm pretty sure you're not gonna read right now. But
I'm not gonna look at
Yeah,
videos
listen,
on Renee Quentin,
listen.
dude.
I do find the irony in that. I used to drink liquor, so you be drinking some hard liquor, but say fuck no to some sea salt.
I drink hard liquor, baby. I'm a sommelier.
you know that do you know that seawater is similar to your blood? Like sea
water.
plasma, marine plasma, and your blood
No.
plasma are very similar.
I figure my blood is the majority of water, and so I drink water to keep my
And the
blood
nutrient
replenished.
and the content of it, the contents in it is similar to your blood.
Yeah, I don't know about that homeboy. I don't know about all that.
Yeah. I mean,
Yo,
you're
look,
no
just googling
receptacle
this
for
Rene
information
guy.
right now.
Just googling him and looking at Wikipedia. He was
Yeah.
a French biologist, aviation pioneer. That's all nice and great. He developed a treatment based on seawater injections that he called serum de Quinton, which has been abandoned by medicine. So, I mean, that's from Wikipedia.
That's kind of
Take
like
that while you will.
bloodletting, right? It's like
Abandoned by
bloodletting with,
medicine. You can check Nicaragua. They eliminated a lot of the death that they had from a lot of the nutrition problems that they have. They implemented this in Nicaragua. Mexico have done it. Colombia has stories about it. Japan has stories about it. Even in the U.S., there's stories about this. And he's one of the pioneers, but he's not the first one nor the last one. He's
So
one of
look, if
the
you
good
drink a
examples.
glass, if you drink a glass of salt water to like increase your salt intake because you're lacking in salt, maybe that's okay. But do not start, fellas, if you're listening, do not start fucking drinking seawater in place of real water. Okay, you will fucking die. I promise you.
delicious. Totally agree with that.
He heard that in the television, just where he heard the globe.
All right, buddy, go ahead and start drinking seawater.
Oh, heck, I love
No,
seawater.
don't tell people
Under
what
he-
to do, but the research is there, and it's been
Yep.
done.
Start drinking drink seawater every day. Replace it with regular water. Record your experience, and if you're able to post it by the end of your life, I'll believe it.
I've done it. I've done it for 5
Can
months.
we agree on
every single
this?
day.
At least seawater's not
You
cheap, man.
don't drink seawater for 5 months.
Every single day.
How did you
I'll
replace?
give you.
What do you mean by
I'll
drinks?
give you
Did you
another
like just
month.
drink a cup of it, or did you
Ignorant
Give
like
him another
speculation.
replace the
month.
water?
Give him
Did you
another
replace your
month.
normal water with it?
Yep. Give him another
Hey,
month.
listen, hold on. That kid had a good question. What do you mean by drink it for 6 months? A glass a day, or that's the only source of water for 6 months?
You replace tap water with seawater. Is that what's going on?
No,
No,
let him answer.
not necessarily. About from half a liter to a liter a day.
Okay,
See, there you
do you
go.
drink regular water also throughout the day?
Yes, you can do that as well.
Okay, well there you go. I bet your fucking kidneys are dying right now, bro. Please go see a doctor and just check what your salt
You
content
want
of
to
your blood
bet?
is.
Do you want to bet? Do you want to
He's
bet?
diabetic.
I'm just wondering what the you're gonna get gout,
I actually,
bro.
my kidney function
Gout?
got better. My kidney
Gout
function
you
got
get from
bad.
drinking liquor, dude, not from drinking salt water. You get gout from drinking too much beer, do you?
Listen,
You can get gout from a
he
bunch
said
of
my
different
he
things.
said
That
my
man
kidney
drinks a
function
lot
was
of
gonna
beer.
get bad, and
He
it
gets
got
gout.
better actually.
I know what that shit's from.
I think a gout is like deficiency in water,
It's
like
a
in
buildup,
H2O.
yeah, and a deficiency due to too much wheat
Give me a moment.
barley, motherfucker.
You can do the
Gout.
same thing if you drink salt water. You can get a
Beer
deficiency in
drinkers
like
get gout in their feet.
no. You
It's
get
not
deficiency. You
gout.
get deficiency in water from drinking straight up salt water the same way you drink liquor, dude.
Yeah, well, he didn't say drink straight up salt water. He said a portion a day along with your water, your daily water intake.
Listen, there is a
Now,
difference
as a
between
treatment, I
adding
would see
salt
it
to
that.
water to have deep sea water, which is a different solution. It's not. We're not talking about the water that you can grab and add salt from the store. This is a total different thing that what you have in your mind.
Yeah, see, yeah. Listen.
So where do
I
you
said
live? Greece or something?
I
So
read a
you go
study.
out.
Boston,
You go to the.
Massachusetts. Boston, Massachusetts.
You don't want to drink the water in Boston Harbor.
No,
I read.
you can
I read
actually
some
get the
shit on
water from
sea
reputable
salts.
sources. You
I
can
don't
get it
People
think you
from
realize how
places.
disgusting that water is.
People use
It,
a piece of sea salt when they drink water to help with their absorption rates of water. I
Great.
have read a study on that, and they did a study on it, and it does help with the delivery of nutrient to the
Great.
cell. It helps take the nutrient from the water you
Along
ingest.
with a regular diet. So if you look at somebody's regular diet, what's like anytime?
What
So
is it,
shoot,
man? You guys don't
I
let
could
people
eat
finish
tuna
you
and I
said.
can eat
he's
freaking
drunk,
eggs
and this is
straight
why
from
I
the
said
store.
drunk people shouldn't be in the VC because he's interrupting everybody.
He's just talking, man. That's all good.
Well, Battermore was
Yeah,
saying
exactly.
something.
He's just talking, and before that,
I'm making good points too.
No.
yeah, but you do it in the middle of everybody's sentence, bro.
I mean, what are you trying to say, dude?
Listen. I like you, bro. I just don't like you talking in the middle of me talking.
I mean,
I
you're
tried.
not even.
I
You're
tried
not
to
even
shut up.
talking, dude.
I try to shut up when you're talking, but then I never know when you're gonna talk.
I mean, bud, you're not even talking, dude.
I reckon you ought not talk to me like that right there.
I reckon you better not talk neither, bud.
Where that
Yo,
forget
Battermore, are you in DMs, Battermore? Battermore, are you in DMs?
Yeah.
Look, bro, I'm not talking smack or shit here. Look, listen.
No,
Look,
I've read some of these. You shared these with me before, and that's one of them was talking about where people take the sea salts and put it on their tongue, and they let the salt absorb first. Then they drink a glass of purified distilled water, and it helps with the absorption rate. You get more out of the liquid that you drink than you normally would, so you need less liquid. So yeah, I'm hearing mirrors of everything you're saying in the stuff I already read. And I've read some of this before, and Dr. Sebi also covers mineral deficiencies. Have you
I
gotten
gave you
Dr. Sebi's work?
6. Yep. 6 links. So PubMed, ResearchGate,
Yeah, yeah, I'm with you.
Academia.
Kevin,
Yeah,
send
so
me this shit
I
too, bro.
knew from the get go that you weren't saying drink nothing but salt water. You were saying use salt water as a daily treatment for something, but people wouldn't shut up and stop ridiculing you so you could finish your damn sentence.
My bad, man. Maybe I misunderstood what you were saying. I thought you were talking about drinking salt water continuously without regular water. If you're drinking a glass a day,
English isn't this guy's first language. You got to give him a minute to
fair
translate
enough.
his words to our words.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But yeah,
But
he
I mean,
meant
even still, dude, a glass a day,
as a
man, that's a
treatment.
lot of fucking salt, bro.
It
Especially
is
along with
when
your regular diet.
it is It is when you assume it's salt, but sea salt isn't equal to sodium. They're not equal.
What you're
Trans-
missing is that in the seawater, there's not only salt. There's a lot of other stuff in there. Magnesium being
yeah,
one of the most important elements out there for health, and people are very deficient of magnesium. And the
that
best
can
type of
help with
magnesium, you
ED.
get it from seawater.
Hey, that can help you with ED, erectile dysfunction. Magnesium deficiency causes that. It's one of the leading
Exactly.
causes
And
of
guess where
ED.
you get the
So
best
you could go,
magnesium available for your body?
you
Seawater.
could go eat some seaweed, man, and drink a glass of fucking seawater and go home and bang your old lady.
Let me see. Right, rhinoceros. Let
Yes,
me
sir.
link you a few things.
That was
Yeah,
totally a
dude, DM me.
joke. Don't take it seriously. It was not medical, nothing. It's just a joke.
Is this you, bro? What's your name?
Jamsey.
Oh, okay.
The
Damn,
last one
that's a
is
lot of
incorrect.
stuff, bro.
The last one is incorrect. My bad.
Yeah, flat earthers we got a lot of links and citations. We collect those because we know somewhere down the road they're going to say cite your source. Now we also know this after years. They'll say cite your source. You'll give it to them, but they'll never read it.
Yeah, bro. I was about to say I am not gonna read all this. I'm sorry. I'm telling you right now.
And that's why when I say deep sea water or
TLDR.
seawater has certain benefits, and you hear that, you're being triggered by what you heard in the TV, and that was my point. Because in reality, in the realist level, this stuff has uses,
It does.
and people just get triggered because they never heard this before.
I'm sorry. Yeah, dude. I heard you saying drink seawater. It's good for you, and then I kind of jumped on that. I guess I'm very sorry, but I didn't. I thought you were saying drink seawater continuously. I didn't know you were trying to say maybe drink a glass a day.
Well,
So
just go
I'm
through
looking
the
over.
information, and then you might be able to form a better conclusion, because your conclusion is off whack, is away from reality. Because you don't know about it. You're basically ignorant about this topic, basically.
I mean, sort of. I guess. How much seawater
I know.
can you drink in a day?
Hey, I'm
How
not
much
gonna
do you
tell
drink?
you how much. You check it.
Depends on how
Does it
low
depend on a
you'd
lot
have
of
to have.
factors?
Listen, yeah, you'd have to have your blood work done and know what minerals you're deficient in and what minerals the seawater is going to put back in. Then you could build a parts per million profile for what you want to ingest daily. So if your magnesium and potassium are real low and other things that are in salt water, you might ingest 4 ounces a day. Another man, if they're really super low, he might want to do more because he needs to get them up to a proper level while also giving his body enough to use for the day.
So looking at Wikipedia again, seawater is 96.5% water, 3.5% salt. And in that salt, sea salt, 55% of it is chloride, 30.6% of it is sodium, 7.7% sulfate, and then the rest, like the rest 5%, is only 3.7% magnesium, which I think you were claiming was the thing that's really good for
Yeah,
you.
that's by
Only
volume.
And that's good for you.
3.7%. Okay. I mean, I don't disagree that maybe drinking or having more magnesium, sodium, and chloride is good for you. Just maybe don't get it in salt water. Where are you even getting your salt water from? Are you going to a fucking beach? Where are you getting it?
Seawater. It's not salt water. It's seawater.
What
Different.
sea are you getting it from?
From this one comes.
Does it come bottled? Do you get it yourself? Like, where are you getting this?
You can get it. There's many sources. This
You know
one that I
most
have at the
I
moment comes from
you know
Amazon.
you know most
Comes
IBs
from
when you're
what?
This one
dehydrated.
comes.
Oh, hold
This
Sorry,
on,
one
one
is
bro.
from
second,
the
everybody.
Gulf of Mexico. Gulf of Mexico.
You know
Gulf of
when
Mexico.
you're dehydrated, we give you saline, which contains a lot of sodium. You know that, right?
You know when you go to the hospital, exactly, you get an IV, and it's very high in many of these minerals that are in seawater.
Yeah, it is. It's a saline solution, which is similar to fucking sea salt.
It's kind of funny
Sorry,
that
fellas,
people
one
get
second.
triggered about this. And I show you
I'm back.
the
You guys hear me?
sources, and you say you're not gonna read it. You said you're not gonna read it, bro. Like, come on. And then you're gonna
Bro,
make
you sent
claims
me
against it?
like 14 links. I'm exaggerating,
No,
but
6.
6 links. Dude, I'm sorry. I don't have the time. Nor the
Yeah, but don't.
inclination.
But if you're gonna make an argument from ignorance, better watch your words about what you're claiming.
So my only argument that I was ever making from the beginning is that you cannot drink straight seawater
Yes, you
in
can.
place of real water.
Yes, you can.
Consistently, constantly.
I mean, what does that even mean? Constantly?
So you drink. So you eat food, which you get a lot of water from, right? But you
The
also
word
drink
you're
other
looking for is
liquids, right? One sec,
solely,
Matamon. Just give me one sec. Let me finish
solely,
this. So you get a lot
solely
of your water from food, but you also drink other things too, right? You ingest like, I don't know, soda. It could be soda. It could be tea.
Apple
It could be water.
cider, no soda. Apple cider or
Okay.
how do you
So
say
when
it?
you're
Spring
drinking that,
water?
that's water. That's not seawater, right? If you were to drink solely seawater, you would fucking die. I'm telling
How
you.
do you know that? Have you verified this?
Yeah, because
That
people
claim.
lost at sea who have started drinking seawater have fucking died.
How do you know that? You're just saying that because you watch it on the TV, right? In the TV.
Yep.
Yes. True.
Gilligan
Exactly.
told. Listen, Gilligan fucking told
You got
me.
me there,
What
You
bro.
watch
up?
it in a movie. You watch it in a movie. Therefore, it's true. Hilarious.
Hey man, listen, you do you. That's fair enough. I won't argue with you anymore. All
Hey
right.
man, if
Drink.
you're gonna make arguments from Hollywood, hey, that's fine. Do you do you, bro?
Okay. Sounds good. Go ahead and drink your seawater, my friend. I respect it. I
No, I'm
respect
not.
your
I
ability
don't
to do
have
that.
to do that. I don't have to do that. I'm not gonna do
I'm
what
not
you
saying
say.
you would
I'm
do.
telling you that the studies are there, the demonstrations are there. This has been done many times in many countries. This is not like a U.S. It's not. I mean, in the U.S. we don't do this. Therefore, it's not true. This is not what it is, bro. This is bigger than what you actually have in your mind. The little idea that you have in your mind about this topic, it's not what it is.
Okay. Sounds good.
It sounds good, right?
Is anyone talking?
You are.
Yes, why are you interrupting, Lulu? Don't interrupt.
I apologize dearly. Carry on.
Just kidding, just kidding. Nobody was speaking when you asked. But now we are.
Yeah, my internet usually drops, so I'm never sure if it's me or just the room.
We're here.
So any glowers in the house?
I was just about to say, did I miss her? I just got back. I had to get
Just the
snack.
usual.
Hello, Matthew.
We had a game night at my university tonight, and I brought my telescope along, and I showed about 20
What kind of
students
game?
Jupiter and Saturn.
Ooh.
They played chess and Monopoly and
What? Oh, it was just
Uno.
game night. It wasn't chess club.
No. Secret
I used to do
Hitler. That was the
chess club.
They played a game called Secret Hitler.
Hmm.
And then I showed
Really?
them Jupiter, and I pointed out 3 moons of Jupiter.
Don't you live in America?
Yes, that's what makes it a fun game.
Secret Hitler is fun in America? Guess the Secret Hitler? Trump!
It's
the orange guy!
It's the fascists versus the liberals, and it's sort of like Mafia, if you've ever played
What
Mafia.
age? What age group?
Undergraduate, college, 18 through 24-year-olds.
Oh, okay. I thought you taught younger students.
Nah, they're all
Okay.
they're all at least 18. Well, maybe some 17-year-olds.
Okay, well, I decline the question then. 18-year-old might have a political opinion where you'd like that game, I guess.
Well, to tell the truth, it doesn't have anything to do with politics. It's more like a strategy game.
I graduated from a Catholic school. What kind of school you teach at, Matthew?
It's broadly evangelical. It's not connected to any denomination.
thought
It
so.
started in 1908.
Yeah, so I went to a Lumen Christi.
Okay.
You know what Lumen Christi is? Catholic. It's a Catholic school, yeah.
Okay.
Same thing though. So young church boys. Teaching some church boys, right?
Hey,
I bet
Matthew,
that's
what's your
fun.
opinion on drinking salt water?
I think the human body was designed to drink fresh water, and so I don't think it's super healthy. Our bodies also need some salt, but probably not that much. I have heard some people. I mean, maybe if you aren't getting enough salt in your diet, it would be a good thing.
Maybe for a therapy, right?
There you
Bro,
go.
this guy
Tell
is
him, under
not
heaven.
salt
Tell him.
water. It's
I
not
know he
salt
can't.
water.
Listen,
It's
he can't get
seawater.
over it, can he? This guy's
Can't get over
sociopathic. He can't get
me?
over it. You got the
You're talking about
links, man. You didn't even read them, but you're still talking shit. He's got a good point there.
I wasn't talking shit, dude. I just
He
asked
gave you a
Matthew.
citation for the health benefits and the studies behind it, but rather than read them and see if it's valid, you're just still talking shit like it never could be.
I literally was not talking shit. All I did was ask Matthew a question. It's literally all I did.
Well, read the damn articles, man. Is there something about the citation you want to refute as invalid?
Have you read them, BattleBot? I'm just curious.
Probably 3 of them at least. I've looked at the first 3. I did read those, yes. I don't know about the rest.
Weren't you agreeing with what I said? You were saying at the beginning you don't think you shouldn't
I
drink
would
salt
agree
water
that you
continuously.
shouldn't drink it solely as your only water supply, but
Nobody's
therapeutically.
saying that. No one is
I
claiming
know
that.
you're not. I know you're not. I know, bro. I'm saying
That's
it can
what I
be
thought
used
you guys were saying.
periodically. No, he said it can be used to balance your nutrient levels and mineral deficiencies. That doesn't mean it'd be your sole source of hydration. It would be therapeutic, which means a certain amount a day, probably based on your deficiency levels. If you're
I have
smart
no
enough
problem
to
with
have
that.
your blood work done.
I have no problem
Yeah,
with
let's
that.
move
I
on
was
from
never
this.
arguing that.
Let's move on from this.
Look at that.
Right,
Clear
'cause-
communication leads to agreement. What do you know?
Right. I mean, we
Boom.
define
See,
this.
I wasn't trying to troll. I'm not trying to fuck
Nobody
around here.
said solely.
So,
He was saying
Ryan, are you a Glover, or what are your thoughts?
he's a drinker.
Absolutely.
So what?
How are you guys doing?
I am.
What is? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
I
What?
said, how you doing?
Who said that?
No, I said it. I'm Raven.
Oh, you're okay. I'm sorry. I thought Ryan was talking, so he didn't light up, so I got confused. Hi, Raven. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Okay, that's good to hear. I just asked Ryan if he was a Glover, so I'm just wondering if he heard my question.
I did. Oh, if he heard it, yeah. Ryan, can you answer?
Yeah, I heard your question. Yes, I am a Glover. Are you a flat earther?
Okay, that's good. Yeah,
Can you answer my
I don't
question?
think that the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
Yeah,
What do you think it
I
is?
did answer. I'm sorry?
I said, what do you think it is?
I mean, the surface measures flat, so that's my thoughts on it.
So it's flat.
Well,
So you're flat earther.
I have some issues with that. I
Well,
do think it
here's
is.
the thing. So
I do
go
think it
ahead,
is a
Raven.
globe. I do think it's a globe, but there are some things that are kind of weird about it. But yeah, like I mean, we can see it. Like so, the satellite thing. Do you think there's just like a firmament, and there aren't satellites in space?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that one last time?
He
I had
said firmament, space, and satellites.
So do
Hey,
you
can
think
you
there's a
repeat it? Yeah, she did.
firmament
She did.
space. What about him?
okay?
What?
Do you think there's a firmament, and do you think that satellites are actually in space, or what do you think about that?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know if I would say that satellites are in the vacuum of space because
Do you think they're
that's
just floating on balloons or something, or what?
it could be floating on balloons, on other devices, not necessarily what they tell us it is.
Was
So,
that what the Chinese spy balloon was that like it went down over America? Maybe that was one of the
possible.
satellites. It was just losing some air.
It was. It was
Possible.
a spy
I don't know.
satellite.
I can't confirm nor deny that statement. I don't know. I can't verify any of it, so I can't say.
That's really funny. But yeah, okay.
Why is that funny?
You know what's
Well,
funny?
because it's just so ridiculous. But I don't know. Who knows?
Why is it ridiculous? Are you able to verify anything that's up in the sky?
Yeah.
Oh, you are.
Is
Okay,
it?
tell
Wait a
us.
minute. Are you saying the idea that a satellite could float on a balloon is ridiculous? Because we can give citation for NASA floating satellites on balloons. It was called Echo 1.
No, but okay. Let's say every satellite, which are thousands now, are all on balloons, and they'd all be running out of air. You'd have constant rockets
The
going up,
first.
trying to put a new
No,
balloon on
actually,
it.
listen, we don't. Actually, balloons full of air don't just float by themselves, so they wouldn't be running out of air. It'd have to be filled with helium or something. And Echo 1 stayed up for 12 years and just floated around in the jet stream.
Right. So anyway, they'd have to have a lot of cover up for that, and yeah, we already
Not
know.
really.
Wait, why is that a so anyway response? He gave you certain specific
Well, it was
things about.
anecdotal. So he said one satellite was up for 12 years. Okay, so
Yeah,
I just said
that was in
okay,
the
what? How many
60s,
satellites?
dude.
How many satellites are there? Over 40,000. Okay, and you okay?
Supposedly, okay.
Well, we can actually track the data from all of them. That's where you get like your
Yeah,
cell
but
phone or satellite TV and all that other stuff, right?
The point is not whether they're up there or not. The point is whether you can verify exactly what they're using to put them in orbit, right?
Have you guys ever seen a satellite go across the sky?
Me personally, no, I haven't.
Yes.
Okay, so when you're sitting and you're not in too much light pollution, you can see this thing going pretty fast, and it's just kind of streaking across the sky, but it's not a shooting star or anything like that, and it's a satellite.
The jet streams are pretty fast.
Okay.
No, it's not a jet either.
Jet streams, the wind in the atmosphere.
Yeah, I don't
Moss,
think
sorry.
he actually understood what I said, Space Goat.
No, but I did
Yeah,
understand what
he
you
just
said. But
he
if
just
it was,
dismissed it.
no. If
The,
it was a balloon, by the way, and there was just like these really fast jet streams, it wouldn't be traveling at a consistent pace the entire time and flashing right like over like more than like
Are you saying the jet
more than
streams
like
aren't
300,000
consistent?
miles above.
Oh,
What?
hold on. Are you saying the jet streams aren't consistent and they don't cover over 3,000 miles?
So I was talking about the height, but yeah, the jet streams wouldn't not consistently
The
push it
height
over that amount of space. No,
would be
you'd see it
considered
slowing
low Earth
down,
orbit.
especially if it's being dragged by a balloon.
Dragged by a balloon.
There's no
That's right.
atmospheres.
If the jet stream
nothing could
gets
drag
dragged
nothing.
by the balloon or the fucking balloon gets pushed by
Okay,
the jet stream, which one is
okay,
it?
all right. So if you have a jet stream pushing a balloon, the balloon has drag on it. Okay, everything does,
It
and so
does
it would
have
be
drag on it.
wobbling.
It's
It would
called
be
resistance.
wobbling. It would not be consistent in a consistent line. Okay,
Wobbling.
it would stop for a bit. It would move position. You know,
What?
that's
The
how
jet
that's
streams
how
don't
physics work.
stop. What do you mean
No, it
physics?
doesn't matter. That's okay. Even if I have like, let's say we have an air
Physics
dryer.
works. What the fuck is that for an explanation? That's how physics works. Well, explain to me exactly how and computate it, please.
Well, I was
Based
about
on
to.
what
I was
principle,
about to
cite
do
the
it, and I was
principle.
about to do it really simply for you. Okay. So if I turn on a fan in somewhere that doesn't have any air or any wind or anything like that, so there's only that one stream of air, and I get a balloon and I attach it to something a little bit heavy, and then I turn on the fan.
Doesn't
Right?
compare to the jet streams.
It's not gonna just go like
It's in a
directly across a
restricted area
gymnasium
on
without
walls.
any wobbling,
It's in
without
an
any drag,
enclosed structure.
without changing direction. Okay.
Listen, the jet streams flow in circular manners that are just nonstop. It wouldn't change. It would change direction, but you could
Jet
probably
fuel
equate that
cannot
equal.
burn steel beams.
Yeah, the jet streams don't go
What do you
17,000 miles
say
an
about?
hour.
What do you say about steel beams? What the hell is that got to do?
I don't know. I didn't catch what he
He
said.
was making a 9/11 joke about
I said jet
jet
fuel does not burn steel beams.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Ha ha
I
ha
agree
ha.
with that.
So
I'm a-
jet streams don't go 17,000 miles an hour though.
Yeah, that's true as well.
And
what
you
are
can
the
see
speeds, Matthew?
the ISS go that fast.
Yeah. So
What
guys,
are
what
the
do you think about
speeds?
the ISS?
Nobody
Do you think
said.
ISS is good?
Hold on. Nobody said the jet stream was pushing the ISS around.
We can say that the 17,000 miles an hour is just how fast the satellite goes, but the ISS is real, right? You guys know that.
Oh boy.
Again, it's about verifiability of what is actually up there.
One
Like
thing you guys will probably
people
agree with
see.
me.
Hold on, bro. I'm talking.
Yeah, why you always
So
interrupt people in
It's
the middle of
emotional.
their answer? Hold on, let
my
her go.
I didn't hear
yeah,
her
my
actually. Yeah,
point.
go ahead.
All
Hey,
right, can you
Manners,
hear
let
me
the
now?
lady finish.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So my point is, it's about the verifiability of what is up there, regardless of what we think is making it go, or like whether it's a balloon, a device, whatever it may be, right? You yourself can't verify exactly what the ISS is, if there are actually people inside it doing their little tricks and quote unquote scientific experiments, right? That's what I'm specifically saying about the things up in the sky.
Okay, I don't know how much verification you've done or research, but I actually have done enough to verify that we can go in the outer atmosphere. What I do probably agree with you about, though, is I'm just guessing, is I don't think we've been to the moon with a man-made object, or sorry, a man like not man-made, but with men in it, with people in it.
No,
Because
listen.
there's the
So
Van Allen radiation belt. There's all of that, right? And so I think that's impossible, and I think that the moon landing was faked and all of that. But I do think the ISS is real, and I
Yeah,
think
what she
satellites are
was
real.
talking about is how do you verify what you see in the air, what we can calculate to be moving at a speed on a path? How do you actually verify 100% it is what they tell you?
Oh,
This is
you can
what
do
she.
that easily. You can do it easily yourself,
No,
like not just from an
listen,
observatory. But
quit cutting me off. Quit cutting
I was
people
trying to
off.
answer your question. You
We
cut me
know
off.
we can
You
equate
have
speed over distance. We know all that, but how do we actually verify 100% certainty that it is what they say it is?
I can
Not that
tell you.
it's there and it's moving. We've
Okay, well
already covered that.
it has
We've already
GPS in
covered
it,
that.
so sends a signal back. Okay, and
How do
then
you verify it is where the GPS says it is?
well, you can do that with, like I said, with an observatory. You can even do it with a
That's not.
telescope.
I think you don't understand the definition of verification.
That would be verification. So you look at the coordinates of it in the sky. You look at the mathematics. You
It's
look at
not a
its direction,
verification. It's
and then you
another
look
reification.
at it. You can actually look. You can zoom in to, like, directly to these objects, and you can look at it for yourself.
Yeah, I know. I viewed them.
Okay.
You're gonna try to
So
tell me it's
Battlemod,
in HD?
let me tell you what you can verify. When NASA says, "Oh, the
Speed,
ISS is,"
distance,
why
time,
did you
GPS.
interrupt me in the middle of my discussion?
Because I
So
didn't ask you to verify for me or what you could verify. We already covered them. You can verify it's traveling at a given rate. That's speed over distance. All we got to do is map it for a time.
right.
We can verify the path. We can say, okay, GPS, but none of these makes it 100% certain to me it is there and it is what they say it is.
So what
This just
else?
verifies that we see an object in the sky and it's moving at this rate. And as for whatever else it is, why would I care? I just want to know how I can verify it is what they say it is.
So you agree that something is moving at 17,000 miles an hour?
Do you listen, Matthew? I
I
preface
said you
that.
can.
There's something moving. It's moving at a given rate. How do we verify it is what they say it is? Finally address the question.
Because
Instead
balloons
of-
can't move that fast, so it's not a balloon.
that
Well,
doesn't make it absolutely what they say it is.
It makes it a
okay, it's
non-balloon.
not just that. We have
What
direct
else is it?
contact with these
What do
things.
you
We
think?
have
There's no
GPS.
way for you as an average person or you or me to go up there and verify that it actually is what we're told it was and that there's
Yeah, so
science
what is it
experiments
then if it's
going
not
on
that?
there and live streams going on there. There's no way for you to verify that for certain, and you just don't want to address that.
Ding, 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 ding. Dude, right, what is it if it's not a space station?
That's just logic. That's not verification.
No, what is it if it is not the space station?
He doesn't know, and he'll never claim he
Listen,
knows.
I already prefaced that. I don't give a fuck what it is.
Well, I don't give a fuck whether it's up there or not.
What I give a fuck about is how do I verify it is what they say it is.
Right, you go in the bathroom, stick your head between your legs and suck your own dick.
Yeah. Okay, I hope that gets you far in life. You have a good one, sir. God
Yikes.
bless.
Damn, he just showed up and left, dude. I don't respect that, by the way.
yeah,
If you're
well,
gonna disagree, you're
sorry
gonna
about
sit
that
in
guy.
here and you're gonna defend.
Listen, I take it with a grain of salt. Not a daily amount of salt, all day only salt, but just a dose.
Maybe just a glass a day.
Just a dose, you know. No, really, listen, I don't take this shit personal. There's guys in here I've been talking to for years, man. I don't hold no grudges.
Yeah, look, honestly, fuck that guy. But
I like most
honestly,
people.
Battlemod though, I have a question, dude. How do you verify like anything? How do you verify you're talking to a real person right now?
Well, the first thing you do as an intelligent man is accept the fact that ambiguity is your best friend, and there's going to be certain things in life that you can't verify. Now, when you live in a faith-based belief, it's okay as long as you accept that as your reality. When you say your reality is concrete and you know as an intelligent man it's not, that's not okay.
But there's like a certain level of evidence that you'll take to actually accept something. Or are you a solipsist?
Are you speaking for me now, or I mean?
Oh, I was asking a question. That was a
Is
question.
this
Sorry.
you getting ready to straw man me? I'll let you build your straw man. Go ahead.
No, I was just asking you. Is there a certain level of evidence that you
Well, there are
need to be
things
able
that
to
we
believe?
can prove to ourselves, and then there's certain things that we'll never fucking know, and I'm okay with that. The
What can you
easiest way to sort through those are you can build stories about stuff, and it can be useful about things that we can't put our hands on, verify, and actually measure, test, or experiment on. And it could be useful. It might make some technology that makes life better, but is it concrete? No, it's just a valid story that gets us further down the road in technology.
All right. So what do you
So
think?
I live in reality, and it's not about acceptance for me. It's
Okay, in
about
reality, what do you think
practical
Elon
use.
Musk's Starlink is? Do you think that's just a whole bunch of balloons?
I really don't care, to be
well,
honest,
you
because
should, because that's not a good
you can
argument.
float it around under any source of power you want, even at gravity, and it still doesn't defeat a flat Earth. It's just something floating around above something else.
Yeah, no,
Well,
I kind of.
what can you prove though? I mean, you said there are some things you can prove. What are those?
Two fucking people here. I'm not going to even waste my time giving examples. If you got a point, make it. Don't try to use me to build it.
I'm just asking questions. If you don't want to answer, that's totally fine. But
Well, I'm not a guru. I'm not here to teach you how to think. And I don't give a shit about solipsism.
So my point is, it wouldn't be hard to prove almost anything floating up around the upper atmosphere because we have jets, we have commercial airlines, we have telescopes, we have all sorts of radar. We could see these objects, and Starlink has thousands of satellites that can go across the entire world. And so you're trying
Cool.
to tell me that when they give internet access to like certain countries and stuff, that's just balloons, and they're just kind of floating up there. That's just ridiculous, man.
No, but Amazon and Google and them were using balloons to boost their coverage, weren't they? Wasn't that boost up the internet? It was
Balloons to
promoted for a
boost the
while.
coverage. I don't know. I don't know. Were they?
Yes.
That doesn't have anything to do with what I was just saying, but
Actually, it does. Internet boosting with balloons. Balloon carried satellites. Helium balloons.
okay. I
Based
want
off
you to cite your
Echo
source
1.
on the Amazon balloons, and I'll know what you're saying. But Starlink is definitely not balloons.
Well, good for you if that's what you believe. How do you verify that?
How do I verify that? Okay, so the amount of satellites they have that are all going at a certain speed in a certain direction is absolutely impossible under the law of physics. And through like do you know what the law of physics is?
Law or
It would be
laws?
impossible for it to occur under like them being held by a helium balloon.
Okay, so what mechanism is keeping them up?
So they're up because they're in space and they're going a very fast rate.
Space,
They're
a
going
thermodynamics violation? That's it? That's where they are?
well. That yeah. So they're in
An
space and
adjacent vacuum to an open
they're orbiting the globe.
system of gas pressure?
That's
Oh,
right.
they're orbiting the globe. Can we see the globe?
Listen, I still need to know which
Well,
one
how
of
about that
Newton's
globe?
laws of motion does it defy? Floating on the balloon. Which one of the laws of motion does it defy, and how does it defy physics? You need to build that bridge and not just give
Why
these
the fuck aren't we
random.
just asking to see this globe he says
It's
that's falling around?
because of the speed the balloon would have to go.
You can't just
And
say the law of physics because there isn't just one law. It's Newton's laws of motion, and they wouldn't defy them in any way, shape, or form, and that's why you can't
Yeah,
explain it.
so
no, there's
Even
no
a-
there's no
he
way
can't, but
there's no way in
even
hell.
all right,
in a
listen.
remedial manner,
Okay,
I
dude, if I'm
doubt
gonna
that you
start
even
muting
know the
people, I'm
standard
gonna start
model.
muting.
I'm gonna start
Yeah, I
muting
do.
everybody. So can we
But
see
yeah,
this
yeah,
ball that they fall around?
but there's no way in hell anything in the upper atmosphere would be going over 17,000 miles per hour, especially not attached to a helium balloon by wind drafts. Okay, so yeah, that would go against the laws of physics.
Okay, so can we see this ball that you said that they're falling around? These satellites.
Can we see this what?
This ball that you said they're falling around. Got any measurements, observations of it? Anything
Listen, you're
verifiable
Oh
for
still
yeah,
that?
in
you
the
can, you
middle of
can
it.
see
Battlebot,
satellites.
just hold on, dude. Let's see the
Well,
ball.
the jet stream is powered by a constant source of energy,
Okay,
which is
Mike, I'm gonna
is
mute
heat.
you, dude.
Well, that's cool, but we were already on this.
Listen, where's the ball?
Where's the ball?
Yeah, you said they're falling around a ball. Got any measurements of a radius for that?
You mean
Any
the globe?
observations, direct proof of the ball? Sorry, Mike, but I need to get to the brass tacks of this.
You meant the satellites are revolving around the globe. That's what you meant.
Well, yeah. Your claim is that they revolve around the globe, right? So the mechanics of it, they're utilizing globe. So let's see that globe. Obviously, that has to be measured first if this is how it's being done.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure you can find that yourself. That's all over. Like what you want me to give you
Nah, it's your claim. I ain't Googling for you. You do it.
Nah, well, I'm not a beta male. I'm 35. I'm kind of tired, so I'm not doing any work for you.
Okay, well, it would be work for yourself, actually. So you won't be working for yourself then, because it would be work to support the claim that you made. I'm not a beta male, so I don't do
purely
Googling to support
rhetoric.
other
I don't
people's
give
claims.
I don't give a fuck
What do you mean
enough
purely
to
rhetoric? Okay, so I guess this is the end of that claim. Satellites in space orbiting a ball because you don't have the ball in the first place for them to orbit. Well, that was easy.
No,
well,
I
carry
do
on.
have it.
Balamod, go ahead with
citing
this.
my source. I'm not going to drop and start doing research for you. This is the information age. You can do that yourself, man. Do you want me to spoon feed you information, or you want to be a wolf and do it yourself?
No.
Raven.
I just wanted to expose that you have absolutely nothing to go with your claim of satellites falling around
Oh,
the ball.
really?
I
So
did that already.
But-
So I'm good.
Type into
But
Google.
here's the thing,
satellites
Raven.
revolve around the globe.
That's the whole point, is that there is no measurement of the globe.
Yes, there
So
is.
you wouldn't even be able to find it. That's the point.
Just type in measurement of the globe.
If you can find it for us. Go ahead. Who measures the globe?
Have you guys not tried this before?
We have. That's why we're here, bro. That's why everybody's here.
Okay, so type in measurement of the globe in Google and
We
tell me
have.
what the research result is.
There's none. There's claims of
none.
it, but
You're
there.
claiming.
Yes, that's why we're asking you. Go ahead, give us
Fact.
who measured the globe.
Okay, I'll show you.
We'll wait.
No, dude, don't do it. Don't give in.
Don't give in.
That's how they get you, bro.
Why?
Don't do it, Raven.
Don't do it, bro. No,
Well,
do
the
it.
first
Do
thing
it.
that comes
Do
up,
it.
the first thing that
Do
comes
it.
up is the circumference of the Earth is just its average diameter.
Right.
7,950
measured
miles
it?
times the number of pi, where pi is 3.14159. This
Right.
gives us about 25,000 miles for the Earth's circumference.
Yeah. Who measured it?
That would probably be the best scientist in the world, but let's see here.
He
So how
said the
did
best scientist in the world. Like that makes him more fucking valuable. Oh
So
God,
anyway, this
you're
one's from
grasping.
Union University. This is the physics department. How did mankind first determine the size of Earth, and what are the known values today? Right, and there's this big article that you guys should probably read.
Yeah,
I
sure.
could
Share it
read
in
a
the
paragraph
chat
for you
as
if you
well.
want. So, contrary to popular perception, Columbus and most educated people of his day knew the Earth was a sphere, not flat, but that his value for the Earth's size was
He
adopted from
knew.
near contemporary
We asked,
Arab
how did he know?
Columbus, whose
We
estimate
asked,
of the
how
Earth's
did he know?
circumference was too small by about a third. Thus,
Oh,
Columbus
Yeah,
tried
see if you can
to
get an
use
answer, Mike.
You
Asia
said
to,
Columbus knew. You didn't say how he knew. How did he know it was a sphere?
No. And when he landed on
Who measured it?
Reading
on
your
October,
fucking wiki article.
This is
Are you gonna read
bedtime
the whole
story.
article?
Good. I'm
used-
tired. I wanted a bedtime story. Good.
Raven,
This
are you gonna read the
motherfucker
whole
just said
article?
he
during Columbus
wasn't
have
doing
reached
no
a new
work.
world, India or East Asia.
How
Okay.
did
All right.
Columbus
So
know it was a sphere?
I'm just gonna mute him until he can, read the whole thing. Go ahead, take your time. It's fine. Once you're done reading it and finding out who measured it, then just let us know, because that's all we care about is who measured it, not who knew, not who assumed.
I know Columbus knew it was a sphere. It's right here in
Yeah.
Wikipedia, man.
Hey, heretic, what's your opinion on drinking a glass of seawater a day?
I think you should drink at one glass a shot of seawater before every shot of whiskey, bro, or don't ask again.
Bro, I was asking heretic.
You
Me
might
and you,
wake up
Batamon,
without.
we agree, bro.
Yeah,
Me and you are on the
listen.
same page.
Well, you might wake up without a hangover. I used to do whiskey and water, when I had to
Where's
report
heretic at?
early,
He wrote 0 opinions in the chat, so that's your answer.
XYZ, what's your opinion on drinking a glass of seawater a day?
It's
Or
good.
maybe 3 glasses.
Go for it.
3 glasses of seawater a day? You think that's good for you?
Well, I don't think
Go
3
for it.
glasses would be a toxic level, honestly, dude. I think more like 16 to 30 some ounces, maybe 40 ounces.
People
But
drink
most people
like a
are
bottle of
mineral
whiskey
deficient.
every day. So why are you so concerned about
Wait,
what is
say
it?
that
Seawater.
again.
Seawater.
That's a good point. Say that again. How much? How
I
much whiskey?
like a bottle
Wait,
of
who got that?
whiskey.
Yeah, some guys like you drink a fifth of whiskey every day. What the fuck's wrong with seawater?
Me?
Yeah,
Good
why do you
point.
care so much about like what people drink?
That's a damn good
I was asking
point,
you a
man.
question.
Fuck.
Just wondering.
Just like the globe, he learned it in TV. He's bad.
Yeah.
Yemsy, the guy that was
Anyway,
reading
I
me
don't
the
know if you
bedtime.
guys actually listened to me, but they gave exact measurements, and then they showed they cited their sources. But
Oh,
have
okay,
you guys
Oh,
great.
did he
ever
have an
used
answer?
a
There he
telescope?
is. He
I'm not
got the
done
bedtime
talking
story
yet.
answer
You want
yet,
me to
guys? I
mute
need that
you? You
answer.
want me to
Mike, can
mute
you
you
please
guys?
get the answer
Okay.
from him, please?
All right. So, have you guys ever got a telescope and looked at other planets?
Okay, he's running away
Hold
for
on.
his life. Please,
Exo, hold on.
Lulu, please get the answer.
Did the telescope
Raven.
measure it? The telescope
Raven.
measured it.
No. Do you want the
Try to
measurements?
focus. Try to focus. Who
He's scared
measured
to
the
death.
Earth's curvature?
Oh, yeah. Do you
That's
want the
what we're trying
measurements
to.
or not?
Not the measurement. Who measured it? We know the
Who
measurements,
measured it?
but who
Oh,
measured it? Yes.
these multiple universities. They cite all their
So you can
sources.
never get an
Yeah,
answer.
yeah.
Okay.
That's. I thought
So
you were
wait.
reading the whole thing to give us an answer.
You
Well, I
said
wasn't until you
multiple
muted me. Okay, so you
universities
were
of
scared of the answer.
today.
But the thing is, I just wanted to ask you a simple question because you seem like a layman.
But
So
hold
have you
on.
ever looked at? No, just
No,
stop.
no,
Have
no,
you
no,
ever
no, no,
looked at
Raven. I
other?
will
No,
not
you
let
can't
you
talk
get off
over
this.
me. You can't
I
talk
will
over me.
never. I
All
will
right,
never let you get off
So,
this.
so I just want to ask a quick
You're
question.
obfuscating.
Have you
You're
ever looked at another
obfuscating.
planet with a
Nope.
telescope? And
Put him on mute.
Is
So
it circular?
you got to mute this. This guy's having a panic attack. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Finish
Brian,
your.
maybe you can talk to your
Drive it
boy
home.
over here.
No, drive the point home.
He's not my
Who
boy.
measured the
But
Earth?
Okay.
Who
Your fellow
measured
Globey, come
the
on.
damn Earth? Who in the past proved it was a sphere and measured the circumference? Who did
Okay,
that?
well, I was just reading that for you like 2 minutes ago, but you muted me.
No,
No,
you
we
said.
didn't want
Listen,
the whole article, bro. That's it. We
you
just want
said.
who measured
You
it.
said Columbus knew it was a sphere. I asked, how did he know? That's the
No, the
question
beginning
we're
of it
asking.
said Columbus was actually wrong with his measurement, but he's the one that first said it. But then they go on
Listen,
to tell you.
Columbus never tried to measure the Earth, so
Oh my
wrong
God,
answer.
dude!
Whammy.
You just cut me off again. You just cut me off again when I'm trying to respond to you.
Why is he
The
so
question
scared?
was,
What's the problem?
who? You could
Yeah,
spit
why
a
do you keep cutting
name.
me off and muting me? Like, why are you guys so scared of the answer?
It's just a
Okay,
name.
okay. Hold on.
Who?
Battle mod, EXO, everybody. Okay, we'll give you 1 minute. Go ahead and tell us who measured the Earth. If you start
Okay,
talking
so
about
first,
telescopes, I'm just gonna mute you.
I'm just gonna tell you what it is. The Earth's circumference, the distance all around the equator is
No, it's not. This is
24,904
ridiculous.
miles.
This is just
40,000.
retarded.
All right, its diameter,
See, this
the
guy's
distance
spinning
from
on
one side
logic.
to the other
Let's
through the Earth's
globe
center.
3998 24901. Yeah,
Guys,
we
guys,
know
hold
that.
on,
Who
hold on.
measured it?
Battle mod, Exo, please go ahead. Give him time. I'm counting down. He has 45 seconds left. Go ahead.
Okay. So so now you can pause it since you know the numbers, and now I'll go to who actually found out those numbers, how they did it, and I'll cite all my sources. So you can pause for about a minute. You guys can talk amongst yourselves.
Okay, so pause on your 35-second left. Okay, we'll do
So,
that.
in other words, still no answer. Got it.
Nope.
For now.
So the ancient Greeks discovered and calculated the circumference of the Earth using shadows and trigonometry.
Joe,
Poor
please
guy.
just give Raven time to end. This is all him. Okay, let him find out himself, please. But after that, the floor is yours, Joe. All right.
Can you guys have them cite the religious book they're getting the information out, or do you guys already know what religious book they're using, Lulu or Mike?
No, some university of something. He said.
Right, and we're talking about people over older than the New Testament, so that's clearly religious. I just want to know what the book is.
So Raven, are you gonna give us the citation and who measured it, or are you just? Can we move on from you if you don't know it?
No, I do know it. I'm just trying to get the best sources. I got about 10 of them here. I'm just gonna
Okay.
fucking destroy you guys, okay? So you can move on though. I'm gonna get them.
Okay, sure.
Hey, so if you actually made
Any
me get
day
off
now,
my
Junior.
ass and do some research for your lazy fucking ass,
He said,
Any day now, Princess Raven. Any day.
he said he was gonna fucking destroy us. I'm scared.
Yeah.
Is he? Yeah, he's having a panic.
Heretic, we need to prepare to shut down this whole place. So wrap it up, everybody. Pack up. We're gonna shut down soon.
Oh, finally.
Be back in a minute.
I found the
He's,
first person
Am I
with
going to live
proof.
in the
Amazing.
TV now? Am I going to be
he's
inside
coming
the
back
TV?
with a couple of sticks.
Sticks and shadows.
Hey, since we're in a little bit of a lull, can I have permissions to be able to type in the chat?
Oh, thought you were gonna tell
Heretic,
us a joke. Okay, yeah.
Heretic
No.
messaged me. He tagged me, and I'm unable to respond. So
Hey man, you gonna
Yeah, we'll try to get you some.
don't forget to tip the bartender. You got Cash App.
what?
Them perms,
What are you asking me?
ain't cheap, bro. Matter of fact, we'll get you on band for $10. And now I want you to say, but I'm not banned. Got that $10?
I don't know if I'm following Battle Mod, but whatever it is, yes, I respect it. Oh yeah.
Oh, that's an old school joke. When we first started, I used to tell dudes, "Hey man, I'll fix that band for you for $10. You got Cash App?" And they'd say, "What band?" I'd say, "Yeah," and I ban them real quick, and then unban them, send them an invite back. Just picking on you, man.
I just want to be able to defend myself in the chat. Is Heretic, are you here, by the way? I just have one question to ask you.
Yeah, you should be able to type.
Yes, what is it now, sir?
What is your opinion on drinking seawater?
Oh
Maybe
I
one
have no
glass
idea.
or
I
3
don't
glasses
care.
a
I
day?
already answered that. I don't
Put
know
that
about that.
motherfucker on mute. That's
You
the
did?
last time. Moody.
Yeah, I told you his answer in freaking chat, bro. Why
All
are
right, so
you?
I'm gonna start from 240 BC. Okay.
He's trolling get with
All right.
Chad.
So throughout
Going back
history,
to
the shape of the
time. All
Earth
right.
has been debated by scientists and philosophers. By
Gems.
500 BC, most scholars throughout Earth was completely spherical. So
This
they
sounds
thought it was
really pertinent so far.
The,
Thanks for
the
including
Greek
that detail.
philosopher Aristotle, 384 to 322 BC, is credited as the first person to try to calculate the size of the Earth by determining its
Calculate.
circumference and length around the equator. He
Calculate,
estimated the
not
distance to be
measure.
400,000 stades. A stadia is a Greek measurement equaling about 600 feet, with 1 mile equal to 5,280
He
feet.
calculated. He
Aristotle
didn't measure
calculated
it.
the distance around the Earth to be about 45,500 miles. Around
Story time.
250 BC, another
Why
Greek
did Aristotle
philosopher,
do that?
Eratosthenes,
Why are you jumping off
measured the
Aristotle? What was his
distance of the
method?
Earth using the following equation: brackets 360
Didn't we ask
degrees
who measured
divided
it?
by
Not. not who
So still no
calculated
answer,
it,
Mike?
who
Okay.
measured it.
Brackets S bracket.
Yeah, we
In this
asked who measured it,
calculation,
not who
bracket S and the
calculated it.
brackets is the distance
You
between 2
keep
points that lie
saying
the north and south
calculate,
of each other
calculate.
on the surface of the
Okay.
Earth. If you were to
He's
draw a
just
line
reading.
through each of these
Might as well
points, the
put him
center
on
So
of the
mute.
no
Earth, the angle
answer?
formed between
Okay,
them
so
would be
no
just
answer,
Yeah,
guys.
he
Wait,
doesn't
wait,
even
Heretic,
know
don't.
what he's
Predicted.
No,
reading.
no, no. Hold on, Heretic. Hold on. He has
So
10
nobody
seconds.
measured
10
it.
seconds left. 10 seconds left.
Aristotle calculated
You
it.
got
with
10 more
H
seconds
S
to read this shit
known,
up for the
you can
first
solve
time for all of
persuaded.
us who've already heard it
Yeah,
before.
yeah.
With
Go
theta
ahead.
known, you
10
can use
seconds.
the equation. So what, do you want me to just post my sources
Oh,
then?
are you
This
done?
is Raven's
Okay.
first time reading it. Remember,
Listen,
this is the first time he's ever seen it.
Okay,
Okay, Mike.
can
everybody
I
shut it
repeat
down.
the question? Can I
Guys,
repeat the
we're
question? Hold on. Let's go
we're
back to the
shutting it down
original
though,
question.
Mike.
We asked you who measured the Earth's circumference or radius, and you came back with a guy who calculated it.
Yeah, that's called measuring. You have to calculate it.
No. A calculation is not a physical
Anyway, I said
measurement.
this is what I'm going to
It's
start
a
with. I was going to start with
computation.
the first. I was going to start with the first. I was
The
going to move on to
word
the university. I
measure.
was going to move on to the satellite calculations, bro. I wasn't
The
done.
word measure is
This is going to take me
specific.
about an
You
hour.
people
But you
seriously
use the
expect somebody
word
to walk kilometers to measure something?
calculate.
Okay.
No, this isn't my first time reading it.
This is the first time he's ever read a book, Mike. He's never going to answer the question.
He didn't
Okay.
measure it. He calculated it.
I never read a book, never read a sentence in my life. Right?
He's.
I'm only like 20 years older than you.
$1,000. I'll give you, Mike. If he answers you, I'll give you $1,000, Mike. Let me know when he gives you an answer.
Listen, I figure he understood what we said. He calculated it. He didn't measure it. You know the definition of the word, so that's why you're upset. It's cool.
Wait,
I'm
can
sure you
we,
do understand.
Mike? I'm just gonna interrupt here for a second. Raven. So the first person you brought up is Aristotle. How did he measure the Earth?
So it shows how he calculated it. Okay.
Not calculated. I said, how did he measure it?
No, this is his only unit of
He
measurement.
didn't.
It's just through shadows, right? That's how he did it. But
Aristotle?
okay. But you want me to read it again?
No. You said he calculated it. I asked, how did he measure it?
All right. So here we go again.
Don't read it again, dude.
So
I
the
will
Greek
mute you.
philosopher Aristotle
I
is
will
credited as
mute
the
you.
first person to try and calculate.
Okay.
We already know he measured angles.
All right, let's move on to Joe. I think Joe could talk to us
shadows.
better. Thank you
Okay,
for
can you
your
repeat the
patience, Joe
question?
Powerhouse. Go ahead.
If you just repeat the question, I'll try to answer it.
Oh, yeah, we're trying to figure out who measured the curvature of the Earth.
Circumference or radius.
Eratosthenes.
He calculated it, didn't he?
So
Let's
he
find out
used
how.
rods.
Let's find
So
out how. Yeah.
he used the shadow of rods and the angles of them, but the length of the rods were a known length. So
So what exactly did he
trigonometry
measure, Joe? Joe, what exactly did he measure?
Please, are you going to jump on me if I read out all the math?
Yeah, I'm just going to ask you what he measured.
Lord.
What exactly was it that he measured? Specifically.
Angles of shadows?
Yes, in short, yes.
Yeah, so he didn't measure Earth. From those angles of shadows, he calculated based on a circumference. If the shadow was a ratio of 1/52nd of the radius of the Earth, that's what the radius would be.
Wow, so shadows shadows equal a globe?
But he
didn't know that.
so
Crazy.
So he never measured the Earth. He measured the shadow, and he computated what it would be based on presuppositions and assumptions. Not to mention, we're not even mentioning the fact that the stadia is not an accurate rule of measure. You know,
It
that
doesn't matter if it's
Cyrene and
inaccurate or anything.
Alexandria didn't exist in the places that he thought they exist on. The meridians he thought they were on. They were on different meridians. His high noon wasn't high noon.
So as long as you know the length of the rod and the angle and the arc of the shadow, you could do the trigonometry to
Yeah, you can computate it. Listen, nobody's arguing you can't computate it, but you must first
How would
assume
you
that,
suggest that someone
it's a
measures-
sphere and that is equal to one portion of the radius, a fraction of the radius.
How
you
would
have to
you
assume these things.
How would you measure it? Like get a giant tape measure and walk around the Earth?
I don't know, but I know you have to assume it's a
What we're
sphere to
asking.
calculate a parabola based on an observation of shadows.
That's what we're asking. Who measured it?
Yeah, it is what we're asking. Thank you, Tito. Yeah, we're asking who measured the circumference or radius or curvature of the Earth, and how.
Not an
Right, you
implication or an
you measure it
inference or
through the calculation, and then you extrapolate
No,
that
you
using
measured
trigonometry.
shadows, and you calculated the radius based on assumptions. That's not
So
it's
so
not a
if I'm
measurement
6
of
foot tall,
Earth.
if
It's
I'm
not a
6 foot tall,
physical measurement of Earth.
if I'm
If the
6
Earth
foot
is a
tall and
sphere, if the shadow is 1/52nd of the radius, then this is what the radius would be if. But nobody proved the if, and nobody measured the curve.
right, and so that those kinds of shadows wouldn't happen on a flat
We
Earth.
all know what
That's not
calculate means.
Joe, do you know what Aristophanes assumed when he got those measurements? Not measurements, calculations. What did he assume about the Earth? Is my question. Before he calculated that it was a globe.
Yeah, so he didn't come up with the idea that it's a globe. That idea predates him. He was just using math to
Yeah, but
figure
what
it
did
out.
he assume about the light source?
About the light source, about the sun.
Yes.
I'm not sure. I assume that he thought it was a lot closer than 90 million miles away.
No.
What did he assume about
still
the light
thought it
source?
was he still thought it was large enough and far away enough that the light would reach Earth parallel, and he already assumed that he was standing on a sphere.
Yeah.
Correct. He already assumed he was standing on a sphere. He was just getting the calculations to back up the claim. He was
So
finding data in the field, so to speak.
he fitted the data into his worldview. It wasn't an objective data. So he assumed that the light source was far away and the lights that were coming in were parallel. So what if I told you that the Chinese did the same they used the same methodology and came up with a flat plane? So if you make assumptions as to what the light source is, you can perform this method on a flat plane as well as on a globe or like a curved surface.
How could you get the same measurements but then have two different results? One's flat and one's not. How could you
Yeah,
interpret it
that's
different
it.
ways?
That's like again, like I said earlier. If you assume you're on a flat plane with a local light source with the light being divergent rather than parallel, you can have the same angles appear on a flat plane. And if you assume it's a large, faraway sun with parallel lights, or parallel rays, then you would have an
Alright.
angle
I
difference
have an argument.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
Am I not
Can I
talking?
speak?
Do I not hear?
Um.
Do you not hear my voice
Oh,
there,
sorry.
Salt? Yeah.
No, it's
You.
just that your argument was very bad, so I.
So I'm just gonna finish my point. I'm sorry, and then you can talk. So, if you assume, like Aristophanes, that the light source was big, large enough, and the lights were parallel, then you can get the same angle difference on a curved surface. Do you get that, Joe?
I understand what you're saying. I'm
All
just
right. I
not
think
sure
it's,
how I'm just not sure how you can interpret it two different ways just by assuming. If you assume
no.
it's
This
flat,
is
you'll measure
first
it as
of
flat, and if you assume it's spherical, you'll measure it as spherical. I just don't. If
it's
it's the
it's
same
not just
measurement, it's not spherical.
it's not just you assuming it's a plane and it's a globe. It's also the presumption about the light source. Okay, so you have to assume certain things about the sun. before you make those
Right,
measurements.
and that too.
That's why you get two different conclusions. Even what's his face, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that that certain methodology can work on a flat surface as well. So it's an inconclusive methodology.
Can I speak now?
Yes, go ahead, Salts.
Okay, so you said that he assumed that the Earth was flat, and like you had this misconception, all right? Now let's just assume that there are two rays traveling, all right? Ray A and ray B from the sun, all right? When those ray A and ray B will fall on a spherical mirror, let's assume they will fall on a focus point. And now if they fall on a plane mirror, they will also fall on a focus point. But we are forgetting one thing here, that if you take a plane mirror, that a plane mirror could be the part of an infinitely larger spherical mirror as well, if we think about it logically. And the size of the Earth in comparison to the land, to the surveys he conducted, might as well be a part of an infinitely larger spherical mirror. So it is possible to get the same two conclusions. Like we can take a sphere, for example, I have a ball in my hand, and we can take a pen, all right? Now I will put a point, now I will take a pen and I will mark a point on that ball. Now that point on the ball will look like a plane mirror, like it could be compared to a plane point. Did I get my argument across? English
To
is
be
not
on
my first language, so I
to be honest,
struggle a little bit.
I don't quite follow, but you're saying that you could get both. You can get the same or different conclusions with the same method.
What I meant to say that a spherical mirror, sorry, a plane mirror is a part of an
You're
infinitely
roboting.
larger spherical mirror. So it is possible to get both the same conclusion
Salts,
at
you're
the same time.
roboting.
And when I say that it is part of an infinitely larger spherical mirror, I don't mean
Is
that
it
it
me or is
is
it him?
infinite kilometers in size.
Stop.
I mean to say that when I
It's
say
kind of hard to
infinite,
decipher what he's saying.
Okay.
You're roboting a
Like,
little bit.
Salts.
It's
Yeah.
like between the accent, the very thick accent, and the low quality audio. It's kind of hard to decipher.
Saying is that you
I'm
wouldn't be
sorry
able to
about
tell the
that.
difference between if it was a very, very large sphere or if it was flat. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly.
Waste of time.
I mean,
The
like
other bro
it is
said that those
high school
angles wouldn't.
physics. It is just high school physics. Come on.
Yeah, I know it works on
You're
flatter sphere.
roboting.
Well, the other bro said that those angles wouldn't work on a flat Earth. Do you know what those angles are?
I'm not exactly. What are those angles?
Joe? That was
And
for
if I can get
Joe,
more
I think.
info on that Chinese experiment, if you can link that for me.
Joe, a heretic was asking you a question
Yeah, I'll link it to
specifically.
you.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Well, he said that those angles
What were
wouldn't
the
work.
angles?
Yeah.
Depends on what time of the day he measured them.
Do you know?
Yeah, it's here in the thing I posted. It says it's possible to
0
calculate
and
the angle
7.2.
7 degrees. 7 degrees or 1/50th the circumference of a circle.
So you didn't know what they were, but you knew they wouldn't work on flat. Why wouldn't those two angles work on flat?
Because he's measuring a circle.
No, he's not. He's just extrapolating one. It's just measuring two different shadow angles and just assuming that.
He would be extrapolating it. The angles of that shadow would be extrapolated to not necessarily the angle like around the Earth, but like the angle with the point in the core. You know.
Well, he's just assuming all of that. He's just assuming that there even is a circumference in the first place, along with the parallel rays from the sun, in order to get those angles to be like that. Doesn't know it. It's just assuming it. So this isn't a method that actually proves a globe.
It's just
Yeah,
a
if
method for
that's
maybe
true.
trying to find its circumference if the presuppositions are true.
If that argument is true, I would just like to see more information on that.
Well, it's
Trying to
literally
determine-
in the method. It presupposes that there's parallel sunlight and presupposes that there is a globe circumference to solve for. It's not proving that there is one. You can have diverging shadows. I mean, it'll happen in your bedroom. Just turn on a light.
Yeah, extrapolate from that how spherical my bedroom is, right?
Yeah, I mean, just because you have shadows of two different lengths, two different distances away from a light source, doesn't mean that there's anything spherical going on.
Yeah, can you show us a collimated light source and explain to us in physics what is a collimated light source?
I think you lost him already asking that question. A collimated light source, he probably doesn't understand that that's what the sun's parallel rays would be, or even what I don't know. Why don't you ask?
Because if that kind of light source would ever exist, that would provide a tunnel view. You would have no peripheral view. You
Joe, do you
could
know what the
not.
hell he's talking about?
He's talking about the way light travels from the sun.
No, not the way light travels.
Do
It's
you know
not
what he
a
means by
traveler.
Or the
do you
way
know
it
what he
It's
means by
propagating.
collimated light source?
Yeah.
No, I've never heard that before.
Yeah, you gotta help these guys out with stuff like that. You can't just set like that as a premise
Yeah.
and then keep going. He doesn't even know what you mean.
It's a type of light which is it is perfect, and lasers in comparison are a joke.
So sunlight would basically be like a laser. You know, all the light rays
Yeah.
from it would be parallel in this Eratosthenes scenario.
Yeah.
Not divergent.
How do you get
Lasers
parallel
are
rays from a sphere?
also.
That's a weird one.
Yeah.
You know, those light rays would be coming in straight and parallel to one another, not splaying out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
May I ask a question?
That's what he's
If
talking about.
the Earth is flat, then how do we get the day and night cycle?
Sun moves.
Yeah. Like
Guys,
sometimes
gotta
like there's
stop with
lights
the
in
if
your
and
house. Go ahead.
I know it's very shocking for you.
Like when you're
I
in a
mean,
giant
like the
warehouse,
thing is
there's
there
lights
somewhere.
at the end of the warehouse that light up a certain area. Could you imagine a warehouse just a few hundred miles wide? You would have complete darkness at one end of the warehouse, you know? Crazy, bro.
But the Earth is not a warehouse. It's like
Yeah, no one
thousands
ever.
of
Yes, that's
kilometers.
the point. Yes, light doesn't travel forever, does it? It has an
No, it
extinguation
travels
point.
forever.
Right, that's what you believe because you see it
No.
on TV. Here's the emotion. Here we go. So at the end of the warehouse, the light doesn't operate the same way at the other side of the structure, right? So at a bigger scale, when the sun moves a few thousand miles away, the light attenuation decreases. But at altitude, crazy story, guys, at altitude, you can still see the sunlight emanating from the distant horizon, even when it's, I almost finished the sentence.
Sir, did you just say
Even
the
when
sun
it's
moves?
dark, I know emotional damage. Just hold on one second. So even when the sunlight can be seen like in an airplane, underneath the airplane, it's still dark. Light has a limitation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you just say that the sun moves?
Oh, you didn't
What
know the
is
sun moves? Wait, hold. You didn't know the sun moves? Are you saying that NASA's lying to us? The government's lying
No.
to us?
When you say that sun moves, you mean that sun revolves? around the Earth.
You never knew
Is
the
that what
sun
you're trying to
moved?
say?
You're new to the concept of the sun
What are
moving?
you saying? I'm asking what you are
I
saying. Are
said
you
it
saying that Earth
moves.
is
You're
at the
okay.
sun?
Relax. Stop. I said the sun moves, and now you're adding a word to it. I'm sorry you didn't know the sun moves. Yes, the sun moves, guys.
How does the
Crazy, I
sun
know.
move? How does the
The
sun move?
sun cannot
How does the sun move?
Wow.
revolve around the
What do
earth
you observe
because
every day?
the sun is not
Gosh,
bigger than the earth.
these guys are from the other side of the world. They still believe American television.
Yeah.
I cannot believe it. It's so
What do you
pathetic.
observe every day, P-Salts? What do you observe
But
every day? What's your everyday normal experience of the sun?
Sunrises and sunsets.
So it moves across
yeah.
the sky?
Earth moves across the sun. Sun is stagnant.
What do you observe, I ask? Not
So
your
the
imagination.
sun
Not
is
your imagination. What
The
you
Earth revolves.
observe.
No,
What do you
the Earth
observe?
rotates around its axis.
What do you observe? In your everyday normal life experience, what do you see the sun doing? Not your imagination.
Sun rises, noon comes, sun sets. That's what I see.
This is not a
yeah.
gotcha
So
question. We're just
it
asking what
crosses
you
the.
observe.
Yes, I replied you what I observe. Sun
Yeah, but
It
rises,
you're
goes
having a
from
hard
east
sun.
to west.
time. You're having a hard time saying we see the sun moving, and that's okay to say that. Even in the globe model, according to our perspective on Earth, that's what we observe. We see the sun move and stars moving, right?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. That wasn't so hard.
Can I pose a question, sir? You said the
But just
sun is
because you
static.
think that,
Wow. You said the sun is static, right? That's what you were getting at?
yes,
That's not what NASA scientists or the DoD claim. They claim the sun is moving. So are you saying they're lying to us?
Yeah, there's really nothing in the universe that's static and not moving. It's all
Right. So
relative.
that doesn't make any sense. Are you
Have you
saying the
ever?
government's okay? So hold on, guys. Can we get him to answer this? Where did you get that information from? Because NASA says the sun is moving around a galaxy that's moving around the Great Attractor. It has several different movements. You didn't know that?
I agree to that.
So that means it's not static. So for some reason, your paradigm confuses itself, I guess. I don't know how that happens. Thanks.
In comparison to Earth, it might as well be static because Earth revolves
No,
around the
in
sun.
comparison to Earth, Lulu just proved you see it moving, genius. You got to think a little bit. Just start thinking before you speak.
Earth rotates around its axis. That's why we see sun moving like
Yes,
that.
I know. You already admitted. Yes, that would be relative. So relative to Earth, the sun is still moving, genius. Think a little bit. Think, please.
I know what you're trying to say, but
I
like it
don't
is
know that,
completely
brother. Do you have a
different
driver's
argument.
license? Are you allowed to drive in your country? Do they let you drive?
Yes, I am allowed to drive.
Fucking hey, bro! You guys are just insane. This is just schizophrenia, I guess. I don't know.
So wait, I want to ask him a question. In India or wherever you are, have you ever seen a static city?
What?
Bruh.
Yes,
You're not
I have
asking me, are
seen
you?
everything is static.
Okay.
Yes, static city.
Okay. Yeah. So, is that how the sun is also static like a city? Uh-oh.
That was maybe you're the one who should be asking the questions now. Let me retire. Okay, I'm going to go back to cleaning the basement. Thanks.
I almost got
From the
stumped on
perspective
the sun is
of the
moving.
Earth. So from the perspective of the Earth, the sun moves across the sky, but from the perspective of the sun, the Earth does the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Whenever,
from the
when
perspective
have
of the
you
sun,
ever
the sun
had?
is also moving, actually. Did you know that? Thanks.
Quick question.
Sure, I don't deny that.
We both go outside. We both see the sun, stars, moon, moving, right? And you say, "Oh, it's the Earth moving, and I say, oh no, it's the luminaries up in the sky moving. Based on our observation, that's what we see. So how can you prove that what we see or what we observe is false and against our self-evident experience, the Earth is actually moving? What can you tell me, or what can you do to show me like an empirical
Maybe you can't tell just by
experiment?
natural observation.
No, but with natural observation, that's what we see, right? Sun, stars,
Right. It
moon
does.
moving.
It does seem one way.
No, wait,
Yeah,
Lulu,
but
wait, Lulu,
yeah.
wait. What this guy just did? He invoked that he had a perspective of the Earth from the sun, so he saw the Earth moving while standing on the sun.
Yep.
Correct.
Exactly.
If you could stand on the surface of the sun, it would look like the
Yeah,
Earth.
but
Yeah,
nobody
but
could
you
stand
never
on the
been
That
surface of the
wasn't
sun.
Right. But
hold on.
nobody
That
could.
on the
wasn't
sun
even
to
a question
confirm.
or a claim. That was neither related to the question or the claim at all. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, so if both of us are experiencing the same thing and you're saying that it is actually against what we experience, you have the burden of proof to show me why you think the Earth is moving rather than what is actually what we see is actually not happening. So what is your proof that the Earth is moving?
Yeah.
Sun has a mass, all right? Can we agree to that?
Yeah, I don't think you'd be able
No,
to
I'm not
prove
going to
one way
agree
or the
to
other
that.
just
What is
by
your
the
proof that
observation.
the Sorry, Joe, go ahead. I didn't hear what you
Come
said.
on, it's a simple question. Does sun have mass or not? Sun has a mass, right?
No, I said I'm
No,
not going to agree to that.
Why?
you can't weigh the sun, bro. You gotta stop with this insanity. You
First of
can't
all,
weigh the sun.
Come on, bro, you people are insane. I'm not the one insane. You people are saying the sun
Bro,
doesn't have
you
mass.
need to
How am I
jump off
supposed
the
to take you
Empire State
seriously?
Building head first into a thumbtack at
wait,
this
wait,
point.
wait, wait. Whoa.
Whoa,
EXO,
you
EXO,
want
chill,
me to
chill.
kill myself? You want me
No,
to kill
no,
myself?
no, 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 no. That EXO, he's being anyway, moving on, okay? Answer my question
Seriously,
about
like, no. Somebody
he's
opposes
muted.
your worldview,
He's
and the first
muted.
thing that comes into your mind is to kill
No,
myself.
listen, we
It's
do
the
not
same.
advocate that here. Salts, chill out. We do not advocate that here. He's muted, he's gone. Don't worry about him. Question is,
Yes.
both of, like I was asking Joe, both of us, all three of us go outside, we observe the same thing. And
Yes, ma'am.
you guys are saying that what is actually happening in reality is against what we observe and what we experience in real life. So the question
Yes.
is, okay, so the question is, how do you know or give me proof that the Earth is actually moving and not what we see is happening?
So I think if you only use natural
Ma'am,
observation, just going outside and looking at
for
the
that
moon
you
or whatever,
have to
looking at
make an
the stars.
assumption that sun has mass, okay?
Oh, you're
Because what you said can be simply
Salts, you're
proved by
roboting again.
centripetal force of the sun. Didn't you ask me question?
You're roboting again. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said that the question that you ask can simply be proved by taking in account the centripetal that every single body attracts itself towards each other, and since the mass of the earth is quite large, like earth also
I don't know
exerts
if
its
any of you are
own
picking up what
gravitational
he's
force
saying.
towards the sun, and the sun attracts earth towards it, because of which earth revolves around the sun. What I'm trying to say is that both sun and the earth attract itself
You're
towards
roboting really bad.
Oh
Your
my
science
but
has
god.
since
failed you.
earth also has a
Yeah, dude, you're
You
really
you went
roboting. We
into the
can't
weeds.
hear. Yeah, we can't
Yeah, mute
hear
him.
you, bro. So try
He's
to
not
get
worth
some good
interrupting you,
signal.
Lou.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to
okay,
hear
bye.
his answers, but you
Okay,
know,
man, I'm
it's
leaving.
really hard with the robots. So maybe, you
Okay,
know, you can. Nah, yeah, man, you're still
simply
roboting, bro. Sorry.
centripetal force. Just Google that.
So, Joe, go ahead and answer the question because Salt, whenever you okay, he's gone. Whatever.
So if we both go outside and we look at the sun go across the sky or whatever, and then you say we're stationary and
Yeah.
or you say that the sun goes around the earth and I say the earth goes around the sun, and then just from natural observation, I don't think there'd be a way. I think both would be equally. I don't think there's one way or the other, because you can, like, for example, I'm sitting in a swivel chair, like an office chair right now. You can also just spin, right? Spin in an office chair, and then from your perspective, right, if things go across your vision, so to speak. So, but I don't.
What
It
about an
seems like both
eclipse?
ways.
That
They're both.
What if we both saw an eclipse?
If we both saw an eclipse,
Yeah.
Okay, so that still doesn't prove
yeah.
why
How
you
does
are assuming we are moving instead of what we see is
Well,
happening.
because the shadow's moving across the surface of the moon.
Yeah, that's a whole other claim. We're talking about the movement of
But
the Earth, the motion of the
that
moon.
shows that the moon couldn't be moving across. We're moving across. Our shadow's moving across the moon, as opposed to the other way around. If the moon was a station,
Even in the globe, dude, the
the
moon is
moon was an
orbiting
object with
the
the
Earth,
sun in the
so
sky,
I don't
and
know
they're all
what you're
moving around.
talking about. Is it me or is everybody roboting? What the heck is going on?
Yeah, they are
think
roboting, and all these guys are trying to interject. I mean, keep this conversation with Joe or what's his name.
Yeah.
And I want
Yeah.
to add something when you have a moment. Go on.
Yeah, this will be my last point because I gotta go to bed anyway. But yeah, Joe, please answer the question.
Can you repeat the question?
So, because you talked about when you're sitting in a chair and spinning,
Oh yeah.
but that's a bad analogy in my opinion because when you're sitting, I don't even know what you're trying to compare there. But again, the question is if we're both seeing that the sun, moon, stars are moving, but against our observation and against our experience, you're saying that the Earth is the one that's moving. I would like to have some proof as to why you think that it's the Earth and not everything else.
Right. So I think the point I was making was it kind of seems like you can't tell either way just by observation, just by looking at the sky.
Yeah, but when we're looking at the sky, that is what we observe, though. So the
I'm saying
claim
it's just as
is against everything we observe. That's the whole point.
I'm saying that what we observe, it's just as likely if you assume either position. Like if you assume it's a globe, then it's just like spinning in an office chair, and if you assume that it's flat, then it's just like that.
Is there like a
Okay, that
flat Earth
doesn't
meteorologist that has like accurate weather prediction
that
using a
doesn't answer
flat
my
Earth
question,
model?
though. So are you Darth, you can continue after we're done with Joe, but Joe,
yeah, his name is
are you saying
But I think
his name
with
is his name is Brendan, by the way. But go ahead.
I think you like the eclipse.
Micromize, you're roboting as well. So Joe, I don't understand your analogy with the chair. Are you saying like if you're on the chair and you're spinning, you can feel the motion and you could say, "Oh, you know what? I'm the one that's actually moving." In
Right,
reality,
but
we don't feel
The
any
Earth would just be
motion.
like a very big chair. It's kind of like when you're on a cruise ship, you don't feel it as much as when you're on a tugboat.
Yeah, but
Well,
that's my point. Supposedly, you can't feel any of it. You can't see any of the movement. You can't feel it. It's like all of it happens as if you were on a motionless, flat
Because
plane.
it's a pretty
But
much constant speed, at least for what
yeah,
we
okay,
no,
see.
it's not
okay.
constant speed, it's constant rotation, and that is a constant acceleration reference, not a constant motion.
Yeah, that's a whole other point, but it still doesn't
Yeah.
answer my point about how you can prove saying that, okay, it's a constant speed, we don't feel it at all. Okay, fine, I'll give you that. Give me something that made you even think to begin with, oh shoot, we're moving. Like, why would you just wake up one day and say, oh, it's not everything else moving, it's me spinning at 1,000 miles per hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an answer off the top of my head.
Okay, that's fair. Just look into it, and maybe you can come back with these are the type of questions we try to ask people, to when they come to this platform. So yeah, I'll give the floor to everybody else.
Yeah,
If you
man, I'm
have something to
open-minded to
say.
it just being another lie.
No, you're right. It is moving at a constant speed.
Well done,
Zero,
Lulu.
that is.
Yeah, so I think Micro Minds wanted to come in, and Darth something wanted to come in. Oh, he's gone. All
Yeah,
right.
I want to ask Joel a question also.
Yeah.
So, Joel, do you know the definition of acceleration?
Yes.
What does it say?
So a change in velocity over time.
Um, that's one. Only 1 point from the definition.
What would be the full definition?
Well, that's one type of acceleration.
Oh, like another definition of
No,
acceleration, like
it's an incomplete definition.
oh. Well,
Yeah. So what's the complete definition? There's two kinds of acceleration. Two phenomena that actually are considered acceleration.
Velocity is spin
One
or
is
direction.
one
Sorry, I mean
is
speed. I meant speed and direction. My bad.
the increase in velocity, yeah, on the same vector, yeah, direction, and the other one is a constant change of direction while having a constant velocity. So any rotational reference frame is actually a constant acceleration reference frame. Do you get that?
no, because it's going in a circle. It's not a straight line, so it's changing.
Yeah,
Even if you go to
it's constantly changing the vector. And that is considered a acceleration
right, a constant rate. No, it wouldn't be a constant rate of acceleration.
Yeah,
I'm
it
listening
is
again.
because you.
Constantly deviating from a straight path.
Yeah,
That's acceleration, because velocity is not just speed, but also direction. So if you change
yeah.
either one, you're accelerating.
Right. So if
You get it?
if you're changing the direction, then it's not a constant. even if the RPM is the same.
Yeah, so rotation is acceleration, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Any circular motion is.
Correct. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know. I was getting confused there for a second, but but yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just late.
If you
It's been
search
a
the
long day.
definition of acceleration, yeah, you will see it and you will understand it. It's pretty much the same thing we are explaining to you. Now, when you gave that example, like when you sit in your room, in your chair, and you spin on the chair, is there a way, a device, an instrument which can measure the rotation of your body and chair when you are rotating? Do we have such devices, instruments?
Yeah, we can measure. If I
Yeah,
spin in a chair,
okay.
you can measure
Great,
almost anything
great.
about it.
And if we can measure when you are rotating on your chair, how fast you are rotating, then we can also, with the same instrument, we should be able to measure how room is rotating, if it's rotating at all. Correct?
Um, you would, but it would need to be something not attached to the chair, or I mean, not in the room, rather.
What do you mean, not in the room?
If you wanted to measure whether or not my room was rotating, you would need something um not in the room to measure it.
Well,
Otherwise, that thing would be rotating too, and it would cancel out.
listen. A lot of smartphones nowadays, they do have accelerometers incorporated. So if you pull an app,
Right, but
an accelerometer
if they're
app,
calibrated when
listen, yeah, I've calibrated everything. Now, when you stand on your chair and hold that phone and you start spinning, rotating, you will read. It will tell you how fast you are rotating. Now, if you put that phone on the bed inside your room or on the desk, yeah, it will show you how fast your room is rotating, if it's rotating at all. You will have two
right,
different readings.
and we would both agree that that number would be relative to
Yeah,
the Earth.
well, about your desk and your room, the phone will tell you it's not rotating. And when you hold it in your chair and you're spinning, it will tell you you are spinning, you are rotating, you are constantly accelerating. And it will show you the acceleration rate. Now, show us something like this um, about Earth.
I would have to appeal to some sort of space agency who has a satellite who measures it.
No. When I measured your acceleration, yeah, it was a device which you were holding while you were exactly on the spinning, rotating reference frame. Uh, the measuring instrument was not necessarily to be outside your rotating reference frame. It had to be actually inside, in the same rotating frame, so that it can measure your
Right, but
rotating
it wasn't
reference frame.
calibrated in that it wasn't calibrated by someone spinning on an office chair. The factory that built it wasn't rotating relative to the Earth.
What?
If you can calibrate a thermometer so that when you dip it in ice water, you calibrate it to 60 degrees. That doesn't mean that ice water is 60 degrees. It means that the calibration is off.
Listen.
If iPhones were made in a rotating factory, right? If the
You're saying
accelerometers
a
were made in
thermometer doesn't show you the temperature?
Okay, when we are referring to acceleration, it is in reference to force. If
Yeah.
you're not measuring force, then you don't need to measure acceleration. Force is mass times acceleration. Why are we talking about acceleration without force? You can accelerate an object without mass, and it wouldn't produce anything. You can spin around, and it wouldn't
Okay,
produce any energy.
wait. You can accelerate an object without mass?
No, mass is
You can
implied in
accelerate,
velocity,
but it
right?
will require mass, which will equal to force times acceleration.
Well, you made this
Yeah,
claim. Show
acceleration
me.
on its own
Yeah,
does
show me
nothing.
how you can accelerate
Congratulations,
information.
you explored
Listen,
physics.
information is a thing without mass.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You need a reference point, which would be force.
Information has no physicality. Information
So
is
there's
information.
acceleration without an
Information
object
is no
to
matter.
measure
Is
of
not
acceleration
matter
of?
nor energy. Don't interrupt it. Don't interrupt me. So information is not matter, is not energy. None of this. Therefore, is not physical.
So when you are in a
So
car and it's going
show
60
me
miles
how
an
you
hour,
can.
and
Listen,
then
you
it
made the positive
stops,
claim.
you're still going
You
60
made the
miles an hour.
no. You have. I ask you what you do. My body is physical. Yeah, I have a weight.
Yeah, it's mass.
Yeah, I am already resisting acceleration by default.
You're resisting acceleration?
Yeah, that's what mass is.
Mass?
Mass is
Okay, technically
resistance to
mass can only
acceleration.
be measured because of gravity.
I think you were
Okay,
thinking
so
of inertia.
show me that you cannot measure weight if you don't have gravity.
Weight is different than mass.
Yeah, mass. Okay. Show me that you cannot determine the mass of an object, yeah, without gravity.
You really can't.
You can by inertia.
You
It
can
depends
by
on
knowing
the
the
size of an
properties.
object.
You
Even
can
if you
by
go
knowing the
by
properties of
an
an object.
apple does have a little bit of gravity. Every single object does.
What is gravity?
Gravity, bro.
Well, I
Yeah.
asked him what is
Okay.
No,
gravity.
I'm still curious because you never really defended the argument that acceleration exists without mass. You said it's information, but how would it exist without mass
Well,
causing
no,
force?
you said to me that you can accelerate an object which has no
You said
mass.
to me that
So show
acceleration
me the
exists as
fucking thing.
information without an object or mass.
I just gave you an example of a thing that doesn't have mass and it cannot be accelerated.
So things without mass cannot be
No,
accelerated.
you made the claim that you can accelerate an object that has no mass. Show me that because you made
You
this
make the
statement.
claim that acceleration
You
exists
made
without
this
mass.
claim.
Acceleration can theoretically exist without mass by measuring point A to point B and time traveled. But you still
Time
have a
travel. Oh
theoretical
my
object
fucking
of
god.
zero
Oh my fucking
mass.
god.
I'll try to
You
answer the
still need
question.
an object of zero mass to measure distance.
They could
Therefore,
pass
acceleration.
Do you
photons.
concur with this guy, Joel?
What are you talking?
They could they could pass
You're
photons
making me
through different
defend your
mediums.
statement.
Photons don't have
Man,
mass, but they
this
could
is
change the speed of
sad.
light.
What?
Photons don't have mass, but you could pass photons through different mediums and change the speed of light.
Well,
So
the
light travels
function is
slower through water than
the
No,
through air,
function
for
is
listen,
example.
listen.
atoms and
Um,
waves at the same time, dude.
shut
But
up, shut up,
photons
because
are
you
not
are
waves.
illiterate. So, Joel, photons, that is an assumption that speed of light changes when it's
No, you
passing
can
through
measure it. You
different
can.
mediums. Listen, speed of light cannot be measured. It is assumed. What we observe is a change in the angle of propagation. Therefore, they assume that speed of light is decelerating or accelerating when propagating through different mediums. The problem is that if light accelerates and decelerates, it fucks up the whole theory of special theory of relativity,
Only if it
because
changes. Only if light can
you
accelerate
don't
or
have a
decelerate in a vacuum.
constant. You don't have a constant.
Right, it's a constant in a vacuum, but when it passes through mediums, the speed of light changes, just like the speed of sound changes.
Just like individual H2O molecules don't make up water, they make up H2O molecules, which do hypothetically exist on their own without being water. Also, photons do act as waves or particles, depending on what you need them for.
That's great. Do you have a proof of anything? Or just stories?
Oof. I did need proof before of what acceleration would be without mass.
No, do you have a claim?
No, but I didn't make the claim.
Okay.
The other guy made the claim.
Yeah,
Acceleration is information, and information exists without anything else.
acceleration is not information.
So it isn't.
What do you mean
Good
isn't?
game, I guess.
Listen, you assume that light has a speed. Can you tell me who discovered, yeah, and who was the first person or two people that measured the speed of light, and by which method?
Yeah, by
Yeah,
They
who
shine lanterns at
measured
each
the
other
speed
from
of
across
light?
starting
town, right?
velocity. I need to remember this off the top of my head while I'm drunk on a Friday
Yeah.
afternoon, on a Saturday morning. Oh my
Well,
god!
you shouldn't be keeping such kind of conversations then.
Okay,
So,
you measure acceleration by measuring
no,
initial
no, I asked
velocity
my
and then
question
final
was,
velocity
listen,
over
you
time.
didn't listen to my question. I asked who was the person that measured the speed of light and by what method? Which
I
method?
don't know
What?
who it was, but I'm literally telling
Well,
you the
then shut
formula
the
for
fuck off.
acceleration that was used to measure the speed of light. As
You
for
don't know
any
anything
other
about the speed of light.
speed, I am telling you how it was
You don't
measured.
know anything about it.
I'm
How
sorry.
was it measured? Okay, say how was it measured?
Yeah, starting velocity minus fucking final velocity over time.
Starting velocity
Oh, sorry.
minus.
I think it's final velocity over minus initial velocity over time equals acceleration. Um, I passed my physics class with a D, bro.
I didn't ask
I
you.
barely remember. That's how you
Listen,
measure
I didn't
acceleration.
ask you the acceleration of the light of the photon. I asked you how did they measure the speed of light, the speed of the photon?
Yeah, they measured starting velocity from point A to final velocity from point B, final velocity minus initial velocity over time
Yeah,
equals
okay, you are
acceleration.
invoking, listen, you are invoking three different speeds of the photon. So how they were measured?
over a constant,
What's that
which is
constant?
time.
How was that constant measured?
Time. Seconds.
With seconds, you cannot actually do
There's
this.
I believe there is a clock that has like nano accurate seconds on this one.
Nano accurate second? You mean picoseconds?
I don't fucking know, dude. It's pretty
Milliseconds or
accurate.
picoseconds?
I would
Choose.
prefer to believe
Because
that seconds exist so we can measure the rest of the shit that requires seconds existing. All right? Do we believe a second exists? Do we believe that time can travel over time? Or light can
yeah,
travel over
but
time, sorry.
I never seen nanoseconds being used anywhere. Can you show me a field where they use
I
nanoseconds?
would rather not
Oh,
spend
I
a
use
single more second in this fucking chat with you, retard.
Yeah, you're
Kill
welcome to
yourself.
leave.
I use nanoseconds all the time.
Okay, in what field?
When he has
I'm a
sex.
that was a good one actually. I'm a hardware engineer, electrical and computer engineer. I mainly deal
Okay,
with
so
FPGAs. So
yeah,
we so
yeah. So you
the clock
use
frequency,
milliseconds.
not for clock frequencies,
Yeah, clock frequencies. They work with milliseconds. Yeah,
be a very slow clock. No, usually we're talking about upwards of
picoseconds.
gigahertz. No, not picoseconds.
Which one then?
So it's usually microseconds. I have to think about what the conversion is of the frequency.
Milliseconds.
Hold up, really quick. So I'm sorry, 1 gigahertz. No, you were right. My bad. So 1 gigahertz is 1 e⁻⁹ seconds. So 1 nanosecond.
Mm.
So there you go. Boom, nanoseconds. Use it all the time, really.
Yeah, in time units, they are milliseconds. That's the term they use.
Can you repeat what you just said? My bad. I kind of cut out.
Yeah. In this field, in FPGA logic gates and stuff like this, they use milliseconds.
Sure, milliseconds are used for some things. What's your point?
Yeah.
I think I lost track of what the argument was here. But you asked,
Yeah. Anyway.
you asked what nanoseconds are used, what field. So clock frequencies of processors are measured in gigahertz. FPGAs usually don't run at gigahertz speed. They usually run in the megahertz speed. But I mean, your Intel
Yeah.
processor that's probably in your computer
50,
runs at a few gigahertz.
144. They don't need any more than that.
What? I'm sorry. What did you say?
I mean, FPGAs, those chips, their purpose there is totally different than what an Intel processor actually is.
Yeah, I
The
agree.
FPGAs are field programmable gate array. Yeah. So it's logic gates. You can actually do hardware description language. You have HDL, which is like a hardware. Yeah, you
Yep.
virtually take any electronic component, transistor, whatever, and you assemble them using
You don't
this
model
language.
resistors in HDL. The
Yeah,
only thing you
yeah,
model in HDL is logic.
yeah. So you can simulate uh, a new kind of processor, you know. So you don't have to physically build it. You can actually simulate and test its functionality on a
So
FPGA. Yeah, I
I got
have
to disagree with
a
you
FPGA
slightly.
board
Give me 1 second. So
also.
FPGAs are mainly used to prototype logic, and they're
Yeah,
boards that you can develop logic on using HDL, like you
exactly.
said, and then you can
Yes.
program this board that has a lot of it basically it uses what's called LUTs, which stands for
Yeah.
lookup tables, but basically it replicates logic gates to be able to design your logic, and it does that in a programmatic way to be able to design or implement whatever logic that you write in your HDL and be able to, you know, use that on a board without having to go and make a complete ASIC or a processor, you know.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
what FPGAs are used for.
this was actually my approach in 2005 when I was actually um, willing to use a FPGA board to decrypt IS. any information encrypted with IS
Encrypt
algorithm.
information from what? IS? ICE?
Yeah. No, AES encryption
AES.
algorithm. Crypto processor, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
So you coded in
um
some HDL language? Which one did you use? Verilog, VHDL, system Verilog?
very log HDL, yeah.
Very nice. That's
But
what, yeah.
I gave it up. I got into it and stuff because it's this shit is very dangerous. I mean, my intent was to actually really crack banks, you know. And yeah,
Yeah, dude, you were doing this for Soviet Russia, weren't you? Trying to crack into the
Romania.
US's. Close enough.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I gotta respect you though. You obviously there's a language barrier here, and we talk about like complex
Yeah.
things, and you're able to follow
Yeah.
and also speak intelligently, even though you speak really
Yeah.
really slow. But I
And
can barely even speak English, so I respect it.
for you, it's fluent, and a lot of these terms I do know them if I hear them or read them and see them, you know. But if you like ask me question and your question doesn't include that term, it's hard for my mind to actually pick that term, you know.
Yeah, hard for me too, if I'm being honest.
Mm, yeah, and I'm not an expert. I never went to school into this, or, you know, I just did it all by myself.
So you got into FPGAs to do decoding, like encryption
Yeah,
algorithms? You said AES. I've never
cracking.
heard of that one.
Yeah. Well, this is the financial cryptographic standard adopted over the internet. Wi-Fi and pretty much all this .com communication is using this algorithm. AES 256 bits encryption keys.
Yep. Yeah, it's
SSL
nice. Yeah.
secure socket layer connections, they use by default AES, and it's pretty secure and safe. Like ordinary computers, they pretty much stand no chance cracking it. No brute force against it. It can work out,
Yep.
and you know, yeah.
I mainly only deal in like SSH, RSA keys and stuff like
Hmm.
that, you know, to remote into
Yeah,
things. That's the kind of the only encryption I'm familiar with, and I really don't even know how that's
RSA
done, if I'm being honest.
RSA is much more secure, but when you use big RSA algorithm keys in the 4,000 bits, stuff like that, the quantity of information increases. It takes a lot of bandwidth, for those secure communications. So a video call on SSL, it will be supported easily by a 10 megabits per second connection line. But if you're using, say, then you will need like at least 500 megabytes or 1 gigabyte a second connection line. So you need to send a lot more information.
Yeah, this is like outside of my expertise, so
Yeah.
I mainly just deal with hardware and circuit design,
Mhm.
processors.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Do you do repairs, like hardware repair or
No, I'm a
oh,
design, so I design
design?
ASICs, FPGAs. I write a lot of
Then
VHDL.
yeah. I should have a talk with you. I mean, we should keep in touch because there are some questions I want to ask.
Yeah, dude, sure.
I'm working on making a liquid cooling system for a laptop, internal liquid cooling. But I want to change, and these laptops, the new ones like MSI Stealth, they have this original fancy cooling system, those ventilators, and they use brushless motors, and they have the connector on the motherboard, everything. Now, this cooler seems to be this ESC, the motor controller, seems to have some sort of synchronicity with the processor, with the processor temperature. So the processor is the one that triggers this cooler to spin faster or slower,
True, very true.
Now, I want to actually cancel, bypass this system, nullify it, and pull like from a USB power for a DC motor, which will be like the motor for this liquid pump.
So you want your liquid cooling system to be running all the time? You want to disable the temp
Yeah,
temperature
yeah,
and just have it run all the time?
yeah.
Well, I mean, you just hook it up to the one of the VCC ports of the processor, really. Well, I mean, to your power supply. Because if you need
Yeah,
no control signal coming from the processor, then just hook it up to power and it'll run all the time. I wouldn't really recommend doing that because I
yeah,
mean, your processor works best in a certain temperature range. Like actually getting too cold can sometimes not be a
yeah,
good thing. So that's why
yeah.
your fans only come on at certain times.
Mm.
Well, I guess if this, and especially if this is for a laptop, you're going to drain your battery incredibly fast if you're running this
Yes, yes.
pump all the time.
So there are these like new drone motors. They are not brushless, but I think they are coreless motors. They are a little bit different, yeah. But pretty much they are just like a DC motor. They are considered a DC motor. So hooking it up to the original power supply for the ventilators, those are brushless motors, so I will need then some sort of circuit which would convert that current to DC. Is there like circuit boards that will do that? Something small?
Yes. Well, I mean, if you're trying to convert like an AC voltage to DC, you just use
Yeah.
some form of full bridge rectifier. But
Mhm.
I don't know. So you're saying these motors that you're using are DC powered? Because
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead. Right.
they
So
are
what
DC
what are
powered.
you trying to do again?
Well, I think it will need this board should be something like a PVM, pulse width modulation, you know. And when the processor gives a signal so that those ventilators they spin at faster RPM to produce a lot more cooling, that signal should be interpreted in this DC current to give the motor a lot more power to pump. And when it's it doesn't need that much cooling, then it will give a signal, will make it spin slowly, so there is liquid flow, a little bit of cooling, you know.
Yeah, yeah. So you want
Mm.
to use your processor's temperature sensor basically to provide a control signal to
Yeah,
control a
basically,
PWM signal that's going into this
yeah,
motor so you can control the speed.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
that's easy enough, I guess. I say it's easy, but
hmm This is what I will be interested if. I mean, it should be out there in the market, some sort of standard PC board like this.
right, well, I mean it all just depends on the motor you have or your
Yeah.
liquid pump, you know.
And yeah, I don't know the current voltage and like which is supplied to these laptop original fans. I mean, I'm pretty sure they run on very low voltage. They're
Yeah.
brushless. Yeah.
Yeah, motors
I
usually
don't.
take like a lot of current, you know. Usually you can't supply
Mhm.
that amount of current coming from like from your processor,
Yeah.
right? You have to go straight from the power supply. And so, yeah, but
Mm.
PC motor fans, I mean, you know, the ones in your laptop are
Yeah.
they don't take a lot of current, I'm sure. Pretty they run at pretty high RPM, but they're very, you know, they're low voltage. I
Low
would say
power. Yeah. They are
low
low
power.
power. Yeah.
Yeah, man, I mean, it all depends on like, you know, what your laptop is, what your motor is, your pump, I guess. And so,
Yeah. It's a MSI Stealth. Uh, but
okay.
I can't see on this motherboard. I will need to get the schematics from it because it has
Dang, dude, does
those
MSI provide
connectors.
their schematics for their laptops?
Sorry.
Does MSI provide schematics for their laptop? Well, it depends on your motherboard. I mean, whatever
Yeah,
motherboard
the
is in
motherboard
your
must
yeah.
have. Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if they
But I
make
have
like
to dig a little bit for it on the internet.
yeah, man, dude. I'll help you with whatever, dude. Just
Mhm.
send me and DM me, and.
Yeah. So your name is Joel?
My name is Ryan. Ryan
No,
Osteros. You can call me
on
Ryan.
Discord, because I'm going to search in DM you.
Yeah, no. My name is Ryan Osteros.
Oh, rhinoceros. Okay.
You can call me Ryan though.
One moment,
I go by Ryan, but
send a DM.
kind of a little play on words. Thought it was kind of clever. Whatever. I mean, it's whatever, but. Yeah, dude, any circuit help you guys need, feel free to DM me. I love it.
Awesome. Yeah. I send you a wave DM. You were asking a question I didn't hear.
Oh, me earlier?
Yeah.
Oh man,
Or you
I
said
completely
something.
forgot. I have no idea.
It's okay. So let's get back a little to flat Earth, because I think you still do have questions, but you sound an intellectually honest person. So a
I
lot
try to
of
be.
people that come in here, they are anti-flat earthers. So these are kinds of people who learn everything, all the arguments that we have, and they try to use all the misconceptions in science and
No shit,
physics,
Sherlock.
uh, which ordinary people they do have in their mind. Like they are not experts in natural sciences. They are not scientists. Therefore, these people are vulnerable to scientific arguments. You know, they can be easily deceived. So,
Yeah, I'm no scientist, but I think
mhm.
I'm kind of I know a little bit about a certain area of science. Um,
Yes, you are very close to computer science. you
it's
know,
just yeah, but I mean, I'm just sometimes the physics questions sometimes get me because
yeah,
I did have to take physics in college. I
yeah.
passed obviously, but
Mhm.
I've had to go back and like look at like why do we think force equals mass times acceleration, or how can I use this to predict like how long it'll take for an
Yeah.
object to fall to the ground. So
So Newtonian laws of they are okay for civilian use. They make sense, They are a very good approximation to reality. But scientifically, Newtonian laws motion, they are debunked and superseded, you know.
So I
And
disagree with
not
the term debunked. I feel like because I don't think they're
well.
debunked. I think they were expanded. So
Well,
you're
you
correct
see,
when Einstein's theory of special and general relativity better explain, the how all that works, but Newtonian mechanics still, like you said, give us an accurate approximation for 99% of situations you'll run into.
yeah, it is usable. I mean, for the person which does not require um precision, perfection, stuff like this. Yeah, it's fine, you know, to use these formulas. But when you actually design cars, yeah, you calculate materials, resistance, everything, and the way they will bend in a crash, all that metal, you know, you want it to compact itself gradually, you know, so you're not gonna have the engine of a car like jumping straight inside the passenger room, you know, because that's dangerous. Yeah. So
Yeah, I
they,
would say that Newtonian mechanics are an accurate way to be able to predict the model that we have of the reality that we live in, I guess. And so even though we're not using Einstein's theories to be able to calculate when an object dropped from a certain height will fall to the ground, that doesn't mean that Newtonian mechanics are wrong, right? I mean,
Wasn't
even what
Einstein a
in
well,
Jew?
yeah, go on. I was gonna say
so
even when in what I do, so Ohm's law, V equals
yeah,
voltage equals current times resistance. That is not the most accurate way to be able to describe that, to be able to determine voltage on a node. To do that, you would have to use Maxwell's equations and solve an
yeah,
extremely complex set of differential equations. But we don't do that. I don't do that. I'm able to accurately describe a circuit using Ohm's law.
yeah.
And so just because you, sorry,
I
go ahead.
prefer to stick with Ampere's law and Maxwell's equations. I agree. They fit the model, the electrical engineering. Um, they are useful when we apply it to electrical engineering, but it doesn't mean it's actually reality. Um, Maxwell also he has provided no scientific experiment for having a positive charge coming from a vacuum. You know, the ground is the negative Gaussian plane in the world's electric field, and the sky is the positive Gaussian plane. Therefore, we exist inside an electric field, electrostatic and magnetic field of the world. Correct?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I agree with that, but I think for different reasons than you do.
Yeah,
But go ahead.
but now, according to the position of the particle in that field, yeah,
Due to the position
and
in the field, the position
yeah,
of like a
and
charged
the
particle.
charge. Yeah.
Okay.
And according to its charge, it will be attracted and repelled by the existing planes, uh, positive and negative.
So charges are
So
either attracted
if
or
it's a
repelled by
if it
a potential
yeah
difference, right?
yeah if it's a positive charge particle, yeah, it will be repelled by the positive Gaussian plane and attracted to the negative plane.
True. True. I
Yeah,
agree.
I'm glad you see this. Now,
Yes.
Maxwell, with his equations, is actually implying that the vacuum of space can actually provide all this positive Gaussian plane, which is repelling particles, yeah, and pushing them down to the negative Gaussian plane, which also attracts them.
Um. Yeah.
So this is where they don't fit. But otherwise, I told you, in using Maxwell's equations in electrical engineering, it's tip top. It's okay. They work. Yeah. They will help us do good circuits. Ampere had a little different kind of view upon the electric field. And the Newtonian laws of motion. Quantum mechanics is actually debunking them, shows them that they are not valid, they are not real.
The Newtonian.
Yeah, what do you know about Newton?
I know everything about Isaac.
Okay, tell us.
The Newtonian physics.
Yeah, force equals mass times acceleration. So the force is equal with resistance to acceleration times the acceleration. Or mass attracts mass. Resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration. How does that sound? I bet you didn't know about
The quantum physics proved the Earth is flat. Yeah, why not? We don't mind. I mean, quantum study of quantum that Newton was all bullshit about natural science. He said
Bullshit.
Newton said for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. Do you agree with that?
Bullshit.
Oh, so you don't agree with Newton?
If Newton is bullshit, shit on his head.
Look, I used to be a flat earther, but not anymore.
Yeah, what happened?
I went to seek help professionally. That's what happened.
Incredible.
Did they give you pills?
Yeah, he's muted.
He- He's
Every
on
day he comes in
pills.
here and talks about mental
Yeah,
health and flat earthers are mental. That's enough.
yeah.
Mute on site.
Yeah, they gave him a padded room, and now he thinks that he's fine.
Some typical trolling now. That's all we get.
There is a lot of trolling in everything nowadays. Um, it just shows
This young
that we got
generation's
there.
lost.
Yeah.
Get. You gotta save them.
Me, no, I'm not no Jesus, no Savior.
If anybody can
Trolling
do it, it's you.
once. I mean, like trolling once. I mean, that's okay. You know, you're
Yeah.
a teenager, you're bored, whatever. But every day, the same people. If you come in here and you troll every day, you're triggered. You are triggered.
Yes.
Yeah, it's true. I've seen this Muslim guy a lot. Ex-Muslim guy. He's always coming in here fucking around. He's ex-Muslim, he's ex-fighter, he's ex-everything. Yeah, he doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah. Ex-son.
He'll get. I want to ask you,
Yes.
how old do you think the Earth is?
Wow. This is a good question. I think around 16,000 years less. No more than 16.
That's very different than the 4 billion they're saying now.
Oh yes, a lot different. Yeah. Those periods of time, I don't think they actually truly exist. I mean, a million, yeah. I could show that in the Bible. So it says in the Bible that one day for God is like 1,000 years for a man. And God is speaking about the coming reign that will last 1,000 years. Now, if that thousand of years is years which are godly years, and days, then yeah, we are talking about a very long period of time because one day, one godly day is 1,000 years for us. And 1,000 years of kind of days, it's a very long time. But this is only, I'm not making a claim about it. I'm not invoking it. But I'm just pointing out that there is this possibility, But there is no passage where the Bible tells or ancient text that mankind has ever existed for that long time, except literature, which is after the 19th century. But any literature before that, there was nobody having this kind of idea about the world, that we existed for so many millions of years.
And so, carbon dating 4 billion years, that's just fucking, like,
Yeah.
fantasy, right?
Well, the carbon 14, they say it's radioactive, but it's not a radioactive element.
But wait, get bigger. How do you explain asteroids having babies if it's only 16,000 years old? Asteroids need more time to have babies, no?
What?
Yeah, asteroids
True.
having babies.
Asteroids
Look at the news.
babies?
Look at the news.
Uh,
NASA news. I'm gonna post it for you.
okay, let me.
Take the second one.
They're multiplying? That's fucked up. That's bad news for us.
Yep. This rock has
Pack
a
it up.
little baby.
It's over.
This debunks get bigger claim that no more than 16,000 years old.
It's a baby, yes. Around it.
Look, I posted the link for you.
Wow. Yeah. Asteroid babies.
I'm scared, Gippy Gip. That might hit my fucking grandma's house.
No way. Not even in all eternity. No chance. Yeah, Jamesy, when you asked the first time about asteroids, when you said that, I thought like you're gonna ask like what are they and stuff like that. I was thinking the response, that I will give you, and that will be Greek mythology, where the ancient Greeks were telling us about volcano eruptions, gods throwing things up into the sky so high that they never fell back down. So mankind had already this kind of concept that we can throw something very high in the sky, so high that it will not fall back down. But they never had a positive claim like that thing will forever go high and away from the world. But it was something like it would get stuck there, in the height of the sky.
But how do asteroids make babies? Can you explain
Yeah,
that to
I
me?
don't know. That's weird. Yeah,
Asteroids make babies?
rocks. Yeah.
That's what I want to
Uh,
know.
what's
I
the
want to
name of
picture
that
it.
NASA scientist, or I don't know. It's a woman. She said that rocks are her cousins.
Oh yeah, she's made out. I'm a very complicated rock. I've heard one say that. I
Yeah.
sometimes think of myself as a very complicated rock,
Yes, exactly.
which I kind of agree
So
with. I get it, but not that rocks are not that rocks are pointless, but the way you think about it as a evolutionist is like, what if everything that exists is trying to pop into existence? What about the randomness creates this possibility to pop into existence, and you suddenly go from being rocks to like thinking about rocks and like measuring rocks, and there's something quite cool about that your rocks sprung into life, which is not dissimilar to the
no.
Bible, right? We are made from clay, so we are rocks brought into life in the Bible too, right? In Genesis 1, we
Well,
are both made out of mud. In Genesis 2, the woman is made from man's ribs.
yeah, but not rocks.
Clay, yeah. But clay is rock, isn't it? Broken down rock?
No, 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 no. It's not.
What is clay?
Uh, I don't know, but I mean, chemically, yeah, we do know quite a lot about its chemical composition. Find many elements that make the clay, and there are also many types of clay
Sure.
mixtures.
Yes, probably many
Yeah,
things that people call clay that's just yeah, it's like
yeah,
something you can build into a brick or something,
yeah, yeah.
which is very useful.
No,
I saw Mohenjo-daro, which was all made out
yes,
of clay, and it's this huge ancient place in Pakistan. And we got shown around by commandos with AKs. They took us there with
yeah,
a truck that had a gun on the roof, an MG42, I think it was, like an old, I think
yeah.
German World War II gun, belt-fed machine gun, and then walked us around the whole day and let me fly my drone, despite the guy saying no.
Well, I recommend you make clay, this pottery, for drinking water. It's one of the best things you can drink water from containers.
Because it filters it? Why is it so good?
No. When you do this pottery, you also have to learn a little bit about pottery and this art. It's an art. And there are specific shapes which they make these vessels for drinking water, you know. And if you respect those ancient traditions, like how they were doing these back in the days,
Mm.
yeah, they have very good positive effect. And also the design, what you draw on that vessel, it will affect the quality of the water.
Sure. Yeah, I can
And if
believe that.
you, yeah,
I've
yeah,
also heard something similar with, is it silver or copper or something? Yeah, silver. It breaks down the walls of bacteria apparently, so it is like
yes,
it's a good thing to
it's
use.
antiseptic, yeah.
Yes, yeah. Just by being this metal, suddenly bacteria hit it and just go "Bleh," and they die, whereas on like
Yeah.
porcelain they will survive.
Well, in Romania, in church, for example, they were using silver things to actually make holy water or keep holy water in the church, you know.
Okay. I can if do you want me? I want to do a presentation on stars. Do you want to see that?
Is it a video
No,
streaming?
it's a game.
Oh,
You can tell me what to do. Like, so why do rockets always go to the east? Or what is an orbit? What does it mean to miss something? How should a rocket behave in space? What weightlessness would be like? Barry centers. So we can find asteroids and create that thing. I've actually pulled an asteroid into orbit of the Mun. You have to fly out and find an asteroid and then like build rockets on it so you can fly it back like
yeah. Well, that's nice thing if you make games. Yeah. Even as a flat earther, I like to play these sometimes video games with spaceships, stuff like this.
Yeah, it's quite fun.
Yeah.
But it's a very interesting thing where people tried to explain things about orbits to me that just didn't make sense. That where they're like, if you want to change where you are now in space, there's virtually nothing you can do to do that, right? If wherever you are is where you're at, because time is the main thing you're actually spending is not fuel, it's time. Like you swing
Yeah.
here, but you just do nothing for sometimes like a year while you're flinging towards something, and then you suddenly
Are there.
yeah, and then you have
Arrive.
to like switch on the rockets and go, wake up everybody, we're slowing down because you're going so quickly.
Yeah.
You're shooting up to this planet and you'll go get bounced off by it. You'll go fall into its gravitational well, but then just fling off at a funny angle. So you need to be like, slow down. And so everybody needs to strap themselves down. You go, it's quite fun. And like your ship, if your ship is not well built, it'll break apart and
Yeah.
it's good fun. But it's just all circles. It's very interesting. You would understand this really quickly. I do want to get this for somebody for a flat earther, and we both play it together. So you learn from the very first one where you can't even your first rocket can barely get off the ground.
Which game is it?
Called Kerbal Space Program.
Can you write me the name in the DM or link?
Yeah, hang on a second, I'll get it for you.
Yeah. I will have a look at it.
Some goddamn globalist propaganda.
It absolutely is. It's the best globalist propaganda you could ever like. Because suddenly a bunch of stuff about space, when they're like, "Why don't they do this? Why don't they do that?" It just all makes sense. You're like, "Oh my god, that's quite interesting."
But you need a computer to play it, or you can play it on Android.
You need a computer player. It must be on PC. There is actually a Microsoft one you can play on Android that is called like Microsoft Space Sim or something like that, and I think that's actually quite cheap.
Yeah.
But you do the same thing. It's not quite as silly as this, but this is very janky as well. Sometimes if you build a big ship, it freaks out and the whole ship will just shake itself to pieces, and it can be hard to stop it. So the first thing to show you is just what this North and South Pole would look like. So this is Kerbin, and that is the sun. And if you say, what would the North Pole look like? I look straight up north, right?
Yeah.
And then I speed up time. And sorry, okay, that's the world going round and me not in it. What I need to actually do is find Kerbal Space Center. What's the best way to do this? Yeah, that's what to do. Just get any old ship and show you from the launch pad. Yeah, just a second.
Incredible. This video game can prove it's a ball to all of us. You hear this, Geppy? This is big news.
Yeah, so you are watching North there?
So it's a video game. Yeah. I mean, a video game is cool. But we
I like
talk
video
about
games.
reality, so
Yeah, Facebook. Okay, now I'm going to figure out. I think I blew up my space center. This is something that.
So Eggshells, this video game, right? And it's like teaching you the nature of the universe.
Kind of teaches you how gravity works, that's for sure. And orbits and trajectories and like just physics. It's just a physics engine.
Oh, look, the horizon is straight.
It is absolutely. A horizon is a straight line. It looks absolutely straight, doesn't it? No
It's
word of a lie.
very realistic.
Yep. Yeah, because when it's big enough, it looks flat. I think we can all agree with that. If it was big enough, it would look flat. Okay, so what have I still not done?
It's a lot of flat water I'm seeing.
Yeah, super flat. This is much smaller than Earth. They don't do it to scale, so all of these are going to be exaggeratedly small planets with less gravity.
How far out do you need to zoom on a straight line for it to not be straight?
So it's a perception question. It's a good question. Like, when does blue become purple?
Well, yeah, I'm asking you, like, if something is straight, why think that it's curved? If you need to
I don't
imagine
know.
it.
I think it's useful to be just doubtful of straight and curved and go, oh, look, maybe it doesn't make sense. But yeah, you're exactly right. But if I zoom out far enough, the curve becomes clear. And if I go back in, it's flat. And my goal is I'm just going to, oh no, I'll show you the proper launch. So I fire up all of the rockets to full down here, and then I've staged it wrong. Are you kidding? What am I doing? This is a terrible launch, but it doesn't really matter. We can do this. So I just shoot straight up, right? Because I want to get away from the ground. I want to build up speed. And there's very thick stuff down here, right? I think I destroyed the place again. And so then I'm being a little bit loose here. I want to now tip over to the east because the Earth's turning towards the east. I get 1,000 free kilometers an hour if I go with it. If I go against it, it's because it's spinning the other way. I'm just not getting thrown with it. I'm wasting conservation of momentum. That's why it's so difficult. I didn't have my SAS on. That's a pretty good ship. I didn't have my SAS on the whole time. So now I can just do this for ages. Oh. Okay, let's try this whole thing again. That's not going to be recoverable. I would just crash from there. I should have shown you the crash, though. I won't restart again.
I think the globe is getting to your brain, dude.
It's good. It's a cool thing to think about. Like, how does that work? You know,
But it doesn't let you like choose the materials that you use to build your rockets and
No, it just gives you like
apply.
silly like rockets of different sizes and thrust and fuel containers of different sizes and caps and struts, and you build this whole thing in the thing when these break off later. And oh shit, what am I doing? I'm not paying attention to where I'm flying. That's fine. This is a very flyable rocket.
So it will be flyable. What they consider flyable? What actually is?
It's just you want to be able to get it to do what you need it to do.
Because in
I just
this
saw the
rocket,
curvature.
So
It
I'm
was
trying to get it
curved.
to go over to the east. And I'm just gonna turn on ascent guidance. No, I'll keep trying to do it. You want to watch me crash?
Wait, show the curve again.
The glorious curve.
Yeah, so you roll over, you get this free 1,000 kilometers an hour, and that's why you're always going to be doing it. If I show you the map view, you're always going to launch from the equator and you're always going to launch east. So you throw your apoapsis, it's your highest point, up around to the east. And so you want to keep kind of chasing it there, keeping it pretty much equatorial, which is the most efficient. So right at 90 degrees. And then when you start getting fast, you want to roll it over until you're going. And then as soon as that happens, you fire them and they are boosted off sideways. And now you should go to full stick. And this guy just needs to get me into orbit. This is a way overjuiced rocket, so this will be easy from now. And some of the point I want to show you in a moment is what those stars look like from landed on a body. And I will show you a North Pole doing what the North Pole does, and I'll be able to keep time moving and show you what the South Pole does, and it does exactly what it should do, which is counter rotations about a central axis that's 180 degrees opposed from one another. And you can tell it is because you know how the constellations match up, and you can go, oh yeah, it's definitely the South, that's definitely the North, I know where they are, because they only ever fit into a sphere. It's the only way to make them fit together.
How do you measure curve in that game?
You don't measure curve. It's a weird, that doesn't sound like a fun game. This is you use gravity.
Isn't this built on a platform?
What do you? I guess probably. I don't. Yeah, I don't know how it's built. I'm not good at programming.
What's the name of the game again?
Need more drugs for this game.
It's Kerbal Space Program. So now we want to keep
Nah,
about that far
you
from
don't
the
need no
actual
drugs,
output.
bro. You just need a lot of imagination to go with that.
Yeah, basically. Like you can
Yeah,
imagine
but
what goes in
why
this,
is
like how
it
to change
not
your orbit.
better? Why is it not better to launch the rocket towards the east, the
It
equator?
is.
Because,
I'm going
huh?
from the equator east. You're exactly right. Yeah, you're perfect. From the
Yeah.
equator east.
But
Exactly
if
right.
you launch it towards the east, then the angular velocity of the world will be added to the rocket's velocity. So that's like
Exactly.
1,000 miles extra
Yeah, exactly. Perfect.
velocity.
You immediately understand it. That's why they all roll east. They all roll onto their back to get into this orbit because they want to be going parallel to the surface, right? So why would you leave perpendicular? Your aim is to get parallel. So you want to create a circle, and
Yeah.
what you'll just do is you'll create a circle around the center of mass, and that then becomes really easy to rendezvous. See how this one could just come up and meet this guy who's on this track. You could just like just go, boop, hello, I came up from the ground.
Yeah,
Like
but if
perfectly.
they launch it towards the east, then the rocket is actually traveling with a velocity slower, with 1,000 miles slower. But if they were launching it towards the west, then it will be traveling much faster.
No, it's faster towards the east, faster eastwards, because the Earth's turning
No,
eastwards.
no, that's relative to the Earth, that velocity, You are going against the Earth's rotation, so relative to the Earth, you have a faster speed, but in space, you actually have, let's say, 29,000 miles an hour when you go to the east. But when you go to the west, because the Earth's rotation is added to your rocket, it will be 30,000 miles an hour
Yeah,
instead of
basically.
29.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so what I'm trying to do is like, so I roll over towards the east and I'm trying to just shoot enough energy into this side of the orbit to miss the Earth by so much that my thing on the other side is higher than the atmosphere, which on this stops like arbitrarily at 60,000. So the moment that starts to spin around, I know it's close
I
to
see.
circular. So this is the high point, this is the low point, and they'll always be directly across from one another. So you do your maneuvers either there or there. This one you'll be going faster because you'll go whoop, whoop,
Yeah.
but on that this is quite circular, so you'll do it all very evenly.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, the higher the orbit, the faster you have to be going because you're missing it by so much that you have to get like all the way around. So this game, as I said, works on time, and you can just speed time up and watch that happen. This guy's going around really fast, and this other ones are spinning around. And if you look out towards the sun, there is actually a whole bunch of these planets doing these movements, and they will be going quicker around it the slower they're going. So
Yeah.
this guy will go really quickly because he's so close. Whereas the further you are, you're going much faster, but you're missing it by so much that this is actually really fast in terms of kilometers per hour per whatever, but it goes around very slowly because it's got such a big circuit to cover. So
Yeah.
you can just speed up time and watch everything sort of.
NASA propaganda.
It is, right? That won't let me speed up time because I've got to do a maneuver with a vessel. So then you fling rockets out on missions, and then like they've just got nothing to do for 2 years. So you're like, okay, I better build another mission while I'm waiting for them. So then you have the alarm clock go off and you delete and close. And oh, this is a boring one. Okay, I got to send this guy out ages ago, but he's still got battery because he hasn't been doing anything. And then I
And
switch him on.
if they see that you are actually very good at this game, like they will take you on their team and maybe give you a job in rocket science industry.
You could use an understanding of this. You could absolutely be like, if you turned up to a rocket place being like, I understand the basics of this because I play a lot of Kerbal, because almost anybody in
Yeah.
rocketry plays this game and is like, oh my god, it so makes sense. It absolutely makes sense. There's a funny graph meme that goes, my understanding of orbits, and it's like,
Yeah.
studied this, like went to physics at university, got a doctorate, started working for NASA, and all of the progress on understanding orbital dynamics is really, really low.
Mm.
And then it's like started playing Kerbal Space Program and it goes straight through the roof. It's insane how, so that's just pulled me back to there. But let me show you what I'm kind of talking about. Going to Juna, where I know I have a dude down there. Maybe it's not. Oh no. I haven't landed in this one. Damn it. Okay. Yeah, here's how I can show you. So this guy, generally you will always land on the equator, which is really useful for showing lots of things. So if I just switch to this guy who's I think just an empty ship.
But
I can show you the north and south celestial
once you
poles.
go, let's say with the rocket,
the fisheye effect.
Sure, yeah, all vision is a sphere.
Once you go with the rocket, let's say 200 or 300 kilometers high in altitude, can you stop the rocket and actually use it to land?
Yeah, you can use a rocket to land. Your best way to land a rocket is the way Elon Musk does it, self-landing rockets,
Yeah.
because you have to do that anyway. In order to land on another
Mm.
planet so that you can take off again, you must be able to land on your own tail,
Yeah.
right? So it's not like he's just showing off. It's like, this is absolutely necessary. You cannot have a two-way mission unless you can land on your tail, because you see this guy I'm driving now, he can't take off again. He's got no rockets, nothing like that. So anybody in him would be dead now. But I just wanted to show you this, and that is, if I look north, I will get a Polaris effect, right? I'll speed up time now. I can't go backwards in time, so it'll only go like that. And see how that's, sorry, I'm not looking north there. See, that's centering a northern point, and you could call this star here Polaris. That's about actually pretty good for Polaris, whatever that is.
Yeah.
Right? Now I can make time go real speed again, and I can flip around and look south. And I don't know quite where south is. It should just be 180 degrees, but we can find it immediately by just doing this and then going, it is. We wanted to find the motionless star. So it's somewhere here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, but that's potato shaped. That is not globe. That is potato.
Right, but I can find the South Pole, right? See, there it is.
It's
There it is.
wrong.
See, everything's going around my mouse now. I found it. It's just in an
Yeah,
empty
but
spot
that's
down here.
potato shape. That's not
It's
globe.
there.
That's
It's right
potato
there,
shape.
right? We can see it. And if I go to
No,
the
but
poles,
the ground is potato shape.
you can see it. Yeah, it's sure it's potato shaped, but it's like, it looks potato shaped only from down there, right?
Oh, that's concave. Concave.
I don't know where I am now. Can't see. Understand. Oh, that's because I need that.
A chubby pear potato.
So I know if I'm looking up there, if it's going counterclockwise, I'm looking north.
Now, where's heaven? Where's heaven above this? Go to heaven.
It's down here. Here's heaven, man. Wherever you are, that's heaven. Wherever you're existing in this, that's awesome. That's amazing, because look at it all. It's so huge. This is just like one solar system, and every dot there is another one of this, and it's weird.
But where's heaven? I don't see heaven.
Right here, I showed you. I'll take you back, man. It's you and us. It's
You're
you and me in
funny.
this
That's
room
the
right
ground.
now.
That's the
We're in
ground. That's
this
not
room.
heaven. Heaven is not in the ground, bro.
No, it's here with us. It's you and me. We are like this is happening when everything else is just that. It's just rocks
Nah,
spinning
nah, nah.
around one another. Yeah, that's awesome. Isn't that amazing? Everything else is
Okay,
rocks and you're not.
is there a floor to this universe? Like a floor?
No, there's no ceiling either. You could just do anything. It's possible. Like
Alright, this
anything.
is fake then. This is definitely fake.
How do you know there's a flaw?
It
What
has
is
to
the
be.
flaw? What is it? Tell me.
Have you ever been in a place that there's no floor?
I don't know. I've never dug very far. Most of my life, the floor could have been 2 foot under my soles of my feet, and I wouldn't have known.
Your delusion.
But I can see this.
Oh, is that the
Makes sense.
sun?
Like I can just see that, and if that's going counterclockwise, I can find the.
Shit's making me dizzy, bro.
Yeah, that's a north celestial pole somewhere up there, right?
So
And then
so
south.
can you go infinitely, or do you hit a ceiling somewhere?
Oh yeah, in the game, yeah, you've only got one Kerbal, the Kerbal system. So the whole
So there is
game,
a ceiling.
yeah, the whole game is inside that. There's no. The next one's meant to have interstellar travel, but this is just
So
yeah,
there's
this is
also
the
a floor because it's a platform. It's Unity. It's a cross-platform engine. So there is a limitation to how much you can build.
fair enough.
It's
Yeah,
Yeah,
interesting
there
they
is a floor,
chose.
and there is a floor, there is walls, and there's a ceiling.
the
And God is
slots make sense.
outside. God, the Creator, is outside of these constructs.
Yeah, absolutely. This does
Exactly.
not preclude a creator. This absolutely could not. Like the fine tuning argument is a really good one for this being a creator, even though I don't believe it. It's an absolutely cracking argument for this, which is like, look at all of this. Look how it's like a clock. It's just amazing how it does it. And it's like a being capable, a being that is outside causation is effectively infinitely powerful because it is outside causation. Causation doesn't apply.
Not infinitely.
Right. So
There's no
if he can do
infinity.
anything,
There's no infinity.
wouldn't he do it in this way where he just set all of these numbers perfectly to create a world where this clock happened? And he was like, he was the watchmaker, you know. And I've heard there are many ancient civilizations that describe God as being like a sort of watchmaker shaman, like whatever you've got locally, you sort of imagine them to be like that guy who can do magical things. And maybe he just set all the rules for the weight of gravity and the this or the that and what speed and what velocity meant and set it off like a clock that just you can it's got this is the intuitiveness to it. Like I'll just
So
speed up
we
the time
agree
and you'll start to
that
see
there is
it.
a ceiling, there is a floor, there's walls to this platform that you build this thing, and the Creator is outside of it. The
Yeah,
antecedent to this whole
eggshells.
thing is a creator,
Absolutely.
a
I'm agreeing.
programmer, an informer.
I'm agreeing. Yeah. I think it's highly possible. I don't think it is the case, but I absolutely think there is a good case to be made for it.
What will
Eggshells.
happen if there was no designer, no creator to this?
Yeah, it'd be nothing. It'd just be anything but this,
Eggshells.
which is amazing.
Eggshells.
Damn.
Yeah.
Mic check.
G'day, go for
You
it.
see that behind any light, any stuff, behind it there is that vast darkness.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what's behind that darkness actually?
So usually there's not even these stars and this Milky Way. This is a mod in the game. There also isn't really this nice shine to the planets and weather and stuff. Like the atmosphere is still there of that, the physics of the game, but it's not really. Well, this has been made to be much more beautiful. So you get sunrises and stuff because it's kind of nice, like waiting with
So
your
another
solar panels for the sun to rise on the first day after landing there. Ah,
so another way of him saying is like this is not real, it's all fake. Okay, so that's what he's saying.
Yeah, this is all fake. This is all fake, but I think it is built on real physics, and it all really snaps well together and makes sense. And people who are into rocketry and build satellites agree with that. Like, this is a really good
Oh,
way to understand the principles.
could you navigate for like a distance of 13 billion years?
Yes, go ahead.
Maybe. Like, I think you could probably start the clock on it, set it to full speed, do nothing, and it would just clock up over time. Yeah, because
Yeah,
you don't
let's see
really.
what is at the edge.
Yeah, let's check the edge.
How far away can you get from that solar system?
Okay, that's a good idea. Let's try and just shoot. So that's just basically what you're asking for is the biggest possible delta V, which is change of velocity, able in a craft. We don't even. Do you want a Kerbal on board? Okay, we'll send a Kerbal. But I'm sending a new one. I'm not giving you one of my friends because this guy's never coming back.
Can you take me to a black hole?
I don't have any of that kind of stuff.
Just take me.
Can you reenact the moon landing?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
will
they
be
even have
interesting
jokes about
to
that.
see a
But yeah, we can go to the Mun.
To see a rocket turning into a spaghetti.
But we
So
lost
build a
the
rocket.
telemetry data, so you can't even know which path they took, huh?
True.
Yeah, telemetry is not important. It's a game.
And then just the biggest tanks I can possibly find.
Oh, so yeah, it will take you like only how much this rocket can take you.
So that's the idea. I'm just going to try and keep reconfiguring, the idea being like the more mass you're carrying, the more time you're wasting. So you kind of want stages where you drop old mass because the shells and the engines still have mass and you need a lot of lift initially. So you build your last stage first. This is going to be the last thing that propels me. And I also just want to kind of know, okay, so that's 6,000 meters per second. I think I want to kind of quintuple that, but I think that's good enough for now. So I put in a breaker, like a stack decoupler, which I think a 37 is it. Yeah. And then I'm just going to build basically exactly the same thing, copy that, bring it down here. Don't need that bit though.
Oh, but don't you have like bigger tanks?
Yep. So now we're just going to keep building more and more tanks. But I think I'll take that engine off. But so now I want stack decouplers, which chuck these stacks off the side, and you sorry, that's what I want. I wanted to get symmetry. So down here in this corner, it says I've got symmetry. So now I'm putting them on evenly on either side. And then I get this guy, put him back here. That's not on the straight, but I want to throw those away and get some better rockets that have a better thrust to weight ratio. And then get another and probably no more.
Do you like Elon Musk, bro?
I don't know. I think he's like sort of gotten a bit carried away with himself. But I think like, yeah, the idea of increasing the prevalence of space travel, I think is a cool and meaningful thing to do.
Why not making the sideway boosters long? than the middle.
So some of what you need to do is worry about where you've got your center of mass to your center of thrust. And you need this on rockets to be a long way down. So, because if you get top heavy, you'll sort of tumble in the air. So what I've got now is 2 set up, and I'm just going to do what's called asparagus staging, where I put these guys on. Oh my God, I didn't do any of this. So then I'm going to do rigid attachment on all of them. Asparagus staging is basically, I want them to break off not all 4 at the same time, but 2 by 2. So I go bang to bang, bang to bang. So this one empties into that one, which empties into that one, which means this is the last rocket that's full of fuel once they're all gone.
Did you say asparagus?
Asparagus staging. I don't know why it's called that.
I'll tell you why. That's why I'm interested, because I grow asparagus. When you
Oh,
grow it, you got to plant it, and like a couple of years later, you can chop it. But you're only meant to chop half the asparagus sprouts and let the rest grow into flower.
That's why they call it asparagus. That's fucking cool.
Neat, hey? Things you learn.
You got to do it like asparagus. I like the idea of having an apocalypse garden. You sound like a man with an apocalypse garden.
Pretty much. I'm currently eating my eggs out of my chickens, and yeah, garden greens and everything.
That's awesome. Whereabouts? As close as you want to tell me.
I'm just in the middle of the city.
All right.
Yeah, I want to leave Perth. Freaking hellhole here.
Perth?
Yeah.
I'm going to Perth to day after tomorrow.
Man, it's not bad for a holiday.
Okay, so now we've got that, and now I need to do the staging. So I need these guys to come off second, and those guys to come off first.
Wait, why are y'all all just coming in here? Everybody's moaning.
Jerking out to the galaxy, dog.
Okay, so I think that's good enough to go. Oh, I want a dish on it, don't I? Oh, do I? I think so.
Oh, this looks so good. We're gonna go to the edge of space now. Thank you.
Basically.
You want to be an astronaut one day, Eggshell?
No. That sounds fucking shit. It's like being a saturation diver. I met a saturation diver. It sounds awful.
What the fuck? So you're just LARPing for no reason? We got to
It's just
get you to
a fun game.
space. No, fuck that. We need to start a GoFundMe. Get you the fuck up there.
He might fall and crush like an egg.
Is it launched?
Launch time, yeah. So I won't abort any of them.
You think
So you can
the
see
real
how
universe has loading pages?
I
That's
wondered.
the real question.
So here's the mind fart I had. What if light didn't have a speed? Something that's massless cannot. But we're in a simulation, and that's actually lag. We cannot render 2 sides of a universe at once. So they're like, we'll introduce this idea of a speed of light so that the universe can run on non-infinite processing power, on finite, processing power. So I'll turn on my SAS, gas to full, and I won't use a helper. I'll just. So I should keep going dead straight until I'm about 100 meters per second, and then start the rollover.
This rocket is huge.
Whoa,
Yeah.
all boosters are burning. Why not one at a time so it saves fuel and travel
Have a think
distance?
about it. Why one at a time?
Yeah.
You want maximum thrust at this point because you're getting through the worst of the atmosphere. Thrust is really cheap everywhere else except down here. So you want all of the thrust you can and then get rid of as much mass as you can. So now I'm actually
Whoa.
starting to waste speed by
Okay.
pressing in, like making there be shock waves around the thing that's like getting white. So I've now throttled down and I'm rolling over, as you can see, gently over towards the equator.
Oh, why the fuck is it bent like that?
I don't know. It's a conspiracy, but it works, right? I can show both celestial poles. I can show exactly what we see in the sky, and you can watch it like a clock and be like, "Yep, you can find North and South Pole because one's counterclock and one's clock. If you're going east, one's counterclock, the other's clock."
It
Action
feels like it's
paid
angled at a
$40.
direction, and it's not even like going that direction. It's kind of weird.
Yes, it's not always going to go dead straight. Your prograde marker, I've just clicked this onto what's called prograde, which is the direction you're currently going, and that kind of pops out of a certain thing, so it moves over. That's just a glitch. And that's where you're directly heading. But yeah, if you want to change that, you have to like turn away from that. You have to pull that towards your direction. You know, you're like, you've got all this momentum going that way. You want to go a bit up. You've got to really pull a lot of up to sort of. You're never really changing where you're at in space. You're always just changing where you will be. Like if you're
It's
changing
got
where you're
to
at, you'd
account
see
for
like,
the rotation of the Earth, of course, right?
well, you're just moving. You're already moving relative to. It's all relative, and you are moving relative to something else. Always. So yeah, it's kind of like the only difference is time. How like it's I don't know how to say it. There we go. Oh, come on. Oh, I don't know what happened there. That was an epic fail, but we're still going to keep going. Oh, I've really wasted a lot of power there. That's really silly. I would otherwise redo this mission, but that's really, I've got to do that now. Actually, I'm going to do this. So this side's
Are
going to be
those
very high,
rockets?
which is fine. And then I'm going to keep that, yeah, down about there. So I give myself now an orbit that's got a lot of momentum in it, but it'll be going really fast past here, really slowest past the apoapsis, because that's the highest point. It's running out of energy, and then the gravity pulls it back around the thing, and you go, whee, and that's a good place to boost from. So then just going to lock onto that marker.
Can you model a lunar eclipse with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Hang on, where's the sun? Got to get the mun to go past it, and yeah, you can turn around and see where the shadow falls on the Earth, and it looks pretty perfect. Lots of moons in this game; you can do it quite easily. Sort of
Is
line them
that
up
with
like that.
parallel or divergent rays? That thing.
You treat light as completely straight in this game. In reality, obviously, there's a tiny bit of bendiness. If you account for a tiny bit of bendiness, it kind of makes sense.
So the physics are wrong.
Yeah, one thing I would love is a physical scale model of a lunar eclipse. That would be something.
So we're just going to speed up time to get to this apoapsis. Oh God. Now we kind of want to. I'm not clear on why this isn't. Oh, I've got no. You should bring like rings on. If you can spin rings up like gyro forces, you can move the rocket. But because I didn't bring any, I can only move it by kicking the tail around, which isn't that bad.
This is so beautiful.
Yeah, it's got this beautiful clockworkness to it that, you know, the higher up, the slower I'll move. The lower down, the slower I am moving, but the quicker I'll go round.
This is art.
It really is. Not to say it's reality, but it does seem to describe a lot of stuff really well. So we're just putting enough power into the thing that we get our periapsis up enough. So that's enough. And then add a maneuver there, which is just where I'm planning what I'm going to do, and I'm going to burn prograde. I'm going to keep burning the way I'm meant to be burning and kind of pull out and go, I need that to be kind of out that way.
You're still in lower to
No, it's not out that way. Sorry. It's got to be that way.
I'm going
I know
back
what I
to
can
the
do about
globe.
that. What I can do about that. So the problem is I can do the right burn, but not at the wrong time. I need to fling forward. Same as I get off the planet spinning east, all of the planets, everything's always spinning east. It's really rare for something to go the other way. So what you want is to get flung out going east off that. You went east off the planet and you go east off this to get a bigger fling, because what you're saying is try and hit the wall. So I need to go as fast as I possibly can. And if I burn on the efficient side, so come on, give me my. If I burn,
Just do it. Is there any
okay,
cheat codes? Come on, just pull in the cheat code.
okay. I'm just going to do it from there. I'm just going to use all of my delta Z from there.
Use the cheat code.
Yeah, I'm getting around to there.
Did I just saw like a pink
No, I'm
laser?
facing the wrong way, so I just have to flip, but I can only do that with the rocket, so this is actually really silly. And then once I've completed that tumble, saving that fuel, I'm just going to hit the gas and just burn prograde for the rest of the time. So I'm doing it wrong, which is why I wanted to redo it, but you said do it. So I'm like, yeah, fair enough. I fucked this up. So let's just do it. So what I'm doing is actually firing backwards. So I'm losing a lot of momentum because the planet's going this way and I'm going, boo. So that's why I was trying to do it again, but you're right. Just fucking do it. So you're just burning and burning and burning and burning for ages, making this grow. You're falling further away from Earth until you start to maybe go past near other planets. And then you're out. And now you've got an orbit that's going to be around Kerbal itself. And so you only ever fall into something else's orbit. But what you're saying is like, can you get it all the way out? And I think I can actually, but let me be smart about it. Excellent. Okay, there we go. So now I'm just going to get to there and burn that. There we go. Exit. I've got an exit. I've got my fucking Delta V. Yes. Okay. So now that burn is in like half a year from now. So I flung off this planet. I've gone close to Kerbal, the sun, because that's going to be the fast point. And then I've got an exit trajectory from Kerbal. So I then can just fast forward to that. Is there going to be another? So you're speeding up time until you're around the fast side of the orbit.
Are we doing science?
We're making predictions. Sure, we're making testable predictions. So I don't know if you call that science. Like, to me, I don't do science. I don't wear a lab coat. Nobody's ever called me a scientist. But like, make good decisions, or be wrong less often is what I would call it.
This is amazing.
So now we're just burning prograde, and this will just keep going for a while.
Can you take me to the middle of the Milky Way?
It's quite. You don't get the Milky Way like in this. It's pretty much all the way around, but in like it's on the equator. But in reality, we get much more Milky Way than you do in the north. You get a tiny little look at it, but you're mostly looking out away from the center, and we look in much more towards the center. So we get that's a night sky in Australia. Honestly, it's really cool. Burn and burn and burn and burn and burn. So we're still in way lower than the orbit of many of the planets. I've never even been to Elu, but this is a ship I've sent out there.
Are there any new people in here with any questions, comments, concerns? I'll take that as a no.
We're all mesmerized in this event horizon. It's gonna be imprinted in our minds.
Oh, I don't have a Kerbal in here. Oh, maybe I do actually. I'm in the map view. I'm out. You. I'm gonna save some fuel. Oh my God, there is Mafford. Oh no, I meant to send a nobody. He's got a star. Mafford, we'll see you later. So now, in due course, he will be ejected from the solar system. He no longer has a return here. Like, you know how all of them have like, here's what I'm going to be again later. I'm like, bye-bye. And now, I think, let's try and look at the sun. I'll no longer be near Earth because I left there half a year ago. So then I just think I just speed up time.
Did you pack enough food for the pilot?
Thankfully, there's you can do mods where you have to do life support and stuff.
Are there any, what is the planet called? Is it called Kerbal?
Yeah, Kerbal. Kerbal system. Kerbin is the planet, and we all have Kerman as a surname, and it's Kerbals, other people.
Are there any Kerbins who think that Kerbal is flat?
Probably.
Do the ones who think it's a ball freak out over the ones who think it's flat?
Probably. Like if there's one kind of weirdo, there's going to be the other, right? All of us are weirdos in this realm in our own way, like for being here for only usually two reasons. Or no, sometimes more than that.
To be flat Kerballers.
So then he's just going to fling out of the solar system. Again, we just speed up time. Oh, it's not letting me speed up because something's coming up. No? Oh, this is just as fast as it goes. Okay, maybe I can speed up time a bit better. Okay, that one's on its way out of the system, but it's going to be there for a while. I'm just going to add a maneuver near the end so that it pulls me back to them before they go out. Because this is going to ask me to switch to this one now. I still got stuff happening in my system, you know.
Is there any alien bitches in this game?
That probably is a mod. I'm not going to lie, there is a big mod library, and the moment you said that, I was like, for sure there is. It's rule 34 or whatever it is, isn't it? I'm going to need to open that in the browser. That is way hard to read. Proof that Earth revolves around the sun. Da 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 da. Earth, something kilometers, kilograms, sun, centripetal force. It is a force that makes a body follow a curved path. Okay. Yeah, it's impossible to get a fully circular orbit. It's like, is there a straight line in the world? No, they're theoretical. You can aim for them. You can know what they look like. It's being very weird. There we go. Oopsie, didn't mean to press that. Anyway. Let's jump back to this guy living with solar system. Like in this, if you ask me to go to a latitude, here's another prediction I'll make. If you ask me to go to a latitude, I will go to that latitude and show you what both the sun angle looks like and star rotations. Like the effects of transits. Like Jerry asked a good one, can you do a eclipse? Yep. Is not liking it. My computer is struggling.
Does that game use like a shitload of RAM?
It's very poorly optimized. It's very difficult, I think, to optimize is probably the other thing to say. Because everything else got a standard engine, but this thing has to deal with, like, if you can imagine all the jumble of the ship that you built out of like Lego-y bits. It has to remember that, but speed it up and slow it down and subject it to G-forces. So it's just a bit, it is a bit janky, but like every other shoot 'em up game, I love playing shooter games, but they're all like, a bunch of them are built on the same engine. They've been using the Quake engine forever, not the Quake engine, sorry, the Unreal Tournament engine forever in so many games. So you get to know how it works and you've optimized that engine, but this just is a totally different engine. You can't use maps and doors and walls and jump features in a physics simulation. It's the first of its kind, really. So yeah, it's not very optimized. Here he is, Mafford.
Maybe reality isn't optimized enough for Kerbal. You ever thought of that?
Possible. I cannot disprove that statement. It's very difficult to disprove.
Based.
So what have we shown in this? That a sphere can look flat if you're low down enough and it's big enough. Celestial poles. We've shown eclipses. Oh no, I haven't shown eclipse yet. We can do that.
Do any planets go in retrograde?
I don't think so. I think there might be a moon somewhere that's in retrograde. It's a good question. Okay, so now we just, speed up time. Stopping for something else. Not doing it.
If there was a flat Kerbal model and it showed everything that this one does, like a mod, would you just shit your pants?
Amazing. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. Like I would pay significant amounts of money for that. Absolutely.
Right there with you.
I would get investors on board. I would be able to get, I reckon, hundreds and millions, possibly even trillions for that. Like to be the first person to have a crack at that, yes. Because you would just be the most powerful person on earth. You would. You'd be the one person with the physics secret that explains how the Earth's flat and we're in a continuum.
True, you would be.
You'd
It's
just
true.
be, you like sniff it at the sort of wealth of any of the other people. Like, I'm the one who cracked it. I'm the one who found the plucky dude. Okay, what's going to happen? Is there going to be an edge? How far am I from it? I'm getting there. Am I? Speed it up a bit. Speed it up a bit more. There we go. Should be coming up pretty soon now, I think. Why is the frame rate so low? We are so far out. It's just one silly ship made out of like 10 parts. Oh, hang on. That looked like it's coming back in. It's bringing me back in. It's turning me around. I bounced off the edge. There you go. You bounce off the edge. That's about exactly the angle I went out, wasn't it? That's about how the solar system looked when I went out. So we just hit at an edge and nothing happened in the game unless that's the drop in frame rate. And now we're just heading back. But we've still got an end to our path. Okay, show me this end. Oh, it's growing. Oh, that's behind me now. Okay. That's a full warp. Been sailing out here for 13 years. 14 years. It is still growing. Yeah, it won't let me adjust my throttle anymore, so I can't keep boosting. Well, that's also why. I'm still in fast forward. It seems stationary. The further you are from something, you just seem stationary when you're going really fast. There we go. Just going to use all the rest of my juice to speed this up. And that's it.
That's my tax dollars at work, huh?
Yeah, I'm glad they didn't do this. That's why I often think about it when it's like, why don't they send a thing over why don't they have a camera? I'm like, because every time you're building this, like, it's another part, it's another thing that your mission relies on. What is that shuttle doing out there?
Did they work with NASA to like make this game?
No, but many people at NASA are
They
like highly
must have.
supportive.
How would they come up with all the everything, all the
It's very simple.
formulas?
If you can, I mean, if you're nerds, you can, no, that's that's the beauty of nerds, right? They can sit down and just work really hard, and with software, they can make something way more powerful than than they can do, than a human can do.
Maybe.
But yeah, I think just all it takes is somebody cool to do it, and it's a playable game, and then bang, you've made your money. But I think people are trying that all the time, aren't they? Making music, and I make videos. Lots of people don't like them.
Somehow feel like my tax dollars had something to do with this game, Just have that feeling sometimes.
So it's possible that NASA was like, I heard what you're up to. This is great. But I mean, this gives you a testable thing, right? You can test whether, like, what they say, right, about payload sizes and stuff. So you need people mega smart who want to work for NASA, who can be reliably tricked day after day. And I'm like, smart and reliably tricked day after day don't seem like they go well together. You know,
Now, do you know that this is real because it looks so fake? Like this is how things really work?
It does explain it pretty well. Yeah, like I'm not mistaken that thinking I'm watching a documentary. I'm aware it's a game, but I think it's a pretty good. Seems like it works. Like you immediately just go, oh yeah, that's why Kepler's law described orbital periods. Is the height is the period. Is this, like I was saying, speed is time. You know, the size of the orbit. It all just clicks together. If you know what stars, like you can in this, if you know what stars are going to be over what parts of the Earth, you can go towards those stars just the same as the wise men did. Yeah, some cities are under that star. Like, yeah, cool. Like people know that for a reason.
Can you see the same stars when you're on the Kerbal moon?
They don't project real ones, but what I plan on buying tomorrow is a real projector, like a planetarium projector that can project on the roof of my study a image of the solar system, so I can get a webcam and sticky tape it to a globe and show sunrise and sunset and north and south poles and stuff.
No, I'm saying like the people of Kerbal or Kerbin, they see their own little constellations, right, from their planet. Do they see
Yeah.
those same constellations on the moon, or at least the same stars?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Like I think what they've done for that world background is just got a spherical image that they've made up of stars and just put that inside a sphere. So yeah, I think you would see the same thing everywhere if they've got half a brain, which I presume they do because they've got the Milky Way. You know, they're boffins. Oh, it's taking forever. Like, what do you guys think? Do you think that from what you've seen so far, would you say I can see what Eggshells thinks? I can see why Eggshells thinks it's such a good representation because it does explain a few things to him.
I think I want the drugs
you
you're
sure?
taking.
No, I'm not sure.
That's a much nicer way of putting it.
Yeah, I mean, imagination is great. It explains everything, anything you want.
Sure. It's also whether it can make testable predictions. Like one is somebody says new body orbiting the sun, and they just show you a photo. Just by looking at that photo, you can tell roughly how much mass that planet has, because if it is misshapen, it will be of lower mass. And the higher mass it has, the more spherical it'll be. So you can make a testable prediction. So it's nice to have a story like unicorn. I might fight unicorns, but if if you can fight unicorns or like sniff fake unicorn farts and reliably predict something, I'm like, okay, I'm going to listen to this unicorn business, you know? If I can make testable predictions, because it's profitable, right? Anytime I can predict what's going to happen next, I can capitalize on that.
So it's a monetary thing.
Well, no, not to me. It's just an efficacy thing. You just want to be useful at whatever you're doing, right? So if that
What's
thing
the point?
works, to be useful.
Well, would you be able to make these same predictions regardless of, I mean, what you
No,
thought shape the ground was, or?
no. If nobody had told me anything, I like to say I would have worked it out. But I'm like, no. If there was no like science about it, if it had been suppressed, no, I'd have no idea. I'd have no idea. I'd absolutely be an ardent flat earther. I don't think there's anything in my like day-to-day experience that makes me go, oh, this thing's spilling over and over. But I also don't understand why God would create somebody to be like that, nor why evolution would select for somebody who was like innately aware of the fact that they're on a spinning rock. It just doesn't seem like a useful thing. It seems like can you throw something? Can you jump? Can you run over something? Can you judge what two things are going to hit one another? Can you carry things? Can you make people laugh? You know, those things are what I would capitalize on, make people cool, fun to hang out with because we're social. Doesn't look like it's recovering. I have had a couple of drinks.
Told you. Called it.
This rocket science and alcohol is a bad mixture, dog.
Yeah, usually I'd be playing like Tarkov or
You're
something.
gonna
I
kill
can
people.
always tell because it slows you down. It makes you slower. You don't even sound drunk, but it slows you down.
And you like Carl Sagan eggshells?
Yeah, I really like the way he speaks. I really like a persuasive speaker, and I think. I also think he's like kind of weird with his funny voice and his cadence. To talk about. I don't know. He would just be. Yeah, it was good. I like him.
He's like a mafia boss, huh?
Yeah, that works.
I think he's got swag, but some of the shit he comes up with is pretty wild.
Yeah, it all is. Like at those scales and time spans, my brain breaks. But that's why I need boffins like him to explain. Like it's never going to have an impact on me. Like I think they'll massively update the age of the universe. I will bet you cash that it will have gone up by tenfold before we're dead. Like I'll bet some of my inheritance over to you if you want. It will have gone up tenfold, and there'll be like, you know, we thought our galaxy was all we had. It wasn't until who was it? Somebody comes up with this telescope, and we're like, not all of those are stars. Some of those are galaxies, and it was like how much that is a brain imploding moment where you're like, oh, we're all of everything that is, and then you're suddenly like, oh my god, we are one of like a quintillion things inside one of a quintillion things, like just brains splattered onto the inside of the windshield of a car, you know. And we're just going to keep doing it. We're just going to go, oh yeah, 13.5 billion was ridiculously small. We don't know how to estimate trajectories very well. We don't know what's out there. We're still making guesses in the dark.
What does that tell you?
Well, that half of it's probably wrong, but it's getting decreasingly wrong.
You're starting to see it like I am. It seems like everything's wrong. Well, not
I
everything.
think if you look at it, yeah, when you said it's not everything, what's going right? That's what I want to hear.
Well,
Because that's an important thing
Sounds
to be
like
able
not
to.
much.
But it's an important thing to be able to talk about, right? Like what? Why do we not just what's wrong? Like find what's wrong, but do we talk much about where to go next? Because that's the important bit, isn't it? It's like, are we talking about how we got a flat tire? Are we talking about getting out of spare, moving? You know. So what's going right?
yeah. Well, that's a good question. I don't know if I can answer it.
Well, I think that's a good. I reckon it's good to be able to, even if it takes a bit of, you know.
The fuck is going on in here? Why's it all quiet?
I don't know. It's quiet time, or I caused a brain implosion with Kerbal. I think it's a quiet time.
We were enjoying the fact that Eggshells is drunk and everybody else isn't talking, so we can just kind of enjoy his drunken stupidness. I'm just kidding.
We need to lure in somebody. Someone needs to go fetch us a plaything.
You mean like an anti?
Look, flat earthers in this room. They're fun playthings. What are you talking about?
I think get the anti-flat earther in here. Let's get an anti-flat earther.
Yeah,
Where'd you get
I
him?
agree
Hang on,
with you.
I know
I'll
you got
gang
a
up on
medicinal
I'll gang
mass
up on the bigger
marijuana.
ass.
We've got Jerry. We can talk to Jerry about why he thinks that level means flat. It'll be
Or
exciting.
verticals to a parallel or horizontal.
You're talking
You
about
still
pieces,
don't get it. You guys still
Gary.
can't repeat. Simple repeat.
Can you say it?
You
Sorry.
can't even
Yeah, please.
repeat.
That's a very good point.
Level
Very
is
much.
horizontal. That's it. Not flat.
Level is
Eggshell,
horizontal.
did
That
you
bit I've got,
trigger
but
Jerry?
what was the bit about verticals to the horizontal are always parallel or something like that?
All perpendiculars to a plane are parallel.
Yes. Yeah. If we're on a plane, that was.
Yes. We've always
It's
known
simple.
Yeah.
But we've always agreed.
Oh, hang on. That is very true, actually. That is very true. It's very true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mojo.
It's not that I didn't get it, Mr. Jerry. It's just someone else used your argument yesterday, and they were saying a slightly different thing. So.
Who?
Kiwi Buzz. I don't know what the fuck his name is.
And what did he say?
I think his name starts with Kiwi.
That's
Well, he was equivocating on the word level, basically.
Oh, those are the worst. Those people that won't just agree to my definitions.
You know, when I drink, I start to sound like this.
What did he say level meant?
Or flat and horizontal.
Yeah, and water flows from high to low.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Very.
Yeah. So when do you think you like? I know you're not you're not a flat earther. When do you think, Jerry? Would you say you question the globe model?
When did I do that?
Yeah, like when did you? If that's how you describe what you do, would you say when you started questioning the globe model?
I never questioned it. It was always a fantasy, so there's nothing to question. It's
So
pretty
for
much
you, it
whatever I
was.
want.
So
Yeah,
you
just
never.
fill in the
Fantasy.
blanks.
I like the sound of it. That sounds
I
pretty
like
cool.
it. Yeah. So you just fill in the blanks. Okay.
Yeah, it's always and will always be just a model. So
What else do you do?
it's
Did
choose
you
your own
ever?
adventure.
Sure. Did you ever think? Did you ever think that that we went around the sun, for example? Were you like, yeah, we go around the sun, or like were you always like, that's just a fantasy, that's just a model, I'm just not about that life?
Yeah, that's always been in my head. I've never been able to prove it, but yeah, it explains a lot. Yeah,
Sure.
like God.
Okay.
God explains everything.
Sure.
Can't explain
I like
something.
it.
God of the gaps. Globe with a
Hey, do me a
gaps.
favor. Next time he
Yeah.
tells you something really good, call and let me know what it is.
I've never met anyone who's never been a Glober.
Well, that's not sure that quite. That's sure that's what Jerry said.
Jerry, what did you say?
I said a few
Well,
things
my phone
there.
was in my pocket, so I could only
All
hear a little bit.
all parallels to a horizontal are
Hold
vertical.
on. He's got curves in his
What the
pocket.
fuck?
Hang on.
Is that right? Is that how you say it?
No. All perpendiculars to a plane are parallel.
All perpendiculars to a plane are parallel. Got it. A plane are parallel. Yep.
Hold on. He said he had something in his pocket.
Someone's got to write this
Good.
argument
It is
down so
good.
we can.
All perpendiculars to a plane are parallel.
It's not an argument. It's just a
It's an
geometric
observation.
fact.
It's
Yeah,
truth.
it's a fact.
It
That's
absolutely
it.
is.
Imagine that.
Is that true on a curved plane?
Curved plane. How does that work?
Well, I mean,
Take
some
a
planes
flat
Maybe
plane.
you're
take
asking the wrong
off,
question.
and then their wings bend up a bit.
Can a plane be curved?
I don't know.
I say no.
Nah, it's still worth debating though. Like,
An
what do we
F-14's
mean
that
by
curve.
plane? We've got to agree on meanings.
How about a straight line?
Yeah, straight line, and all perpendiculars to that straight line will be parallel.
All
Yeah.
lines are straight.
All lines are straight. Are they? Are there not such thing as a curved line? I feel like I've heard that curved line. I feel like circles exist.
Well,
That's what my
curved
math
lines.
teacher used to tell us.
Curved lines
We
are
were-
also planar.
Plane. That's true.
Yeah.
And if you invoke the planar geometry, then you actually can. I hadn't thought about it that way before. It's actually really. You're right. You're right. You know what you said the other day? You were like, I just need to keep repeating it, and people get there on their own. And I did. I agree. I still don't think it makes the Earth flat though. So like, but I finally now understand the construction of the argument, and I think it's a good one. I just don't. I think your trouble is going to be having other people remember the words because I'm usually good at it, but I'm not. Yeah. All perpendiculars to a planar parallel.
I think Britain had tapped out.
Couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle the truth bombs.
I'm just switching to my computer.
So should I play War Thunder? I guess so. It's the only one I don't have to talk to people. You know, Hell Let Loose is good, but then you got to talk to your squad.
You approve the globe with War Thunder now?
I don't think. I think War Thunder would prove a flat Earth, if I'm honest, because I'm pretty sure they would just have all of the just be on a plane with all parallels, all perpendiculars are parallel.
True.
You know, there's hills and
Oh,
stuff.
Manufactotum's talking. Finally.
Hi.
How old are you, Manufactotum?
Sorry?
How old are you, if you don't mind my asking?
40.
Oh, yeah, same age as
40?
me.
Why am I the youngest person in this fucking room all the time?
You sound like the
on
youngest.
Discord, I'm
You sound like your
usually...
balls dropped only like
Alex,
4
I think
hours
it's a bit
ago.
younger.
Yeah, I'm usually the oldest.
How old are you? You sound to me, Britnat, you sound to me like 22.
I'm 25. I'm recently 25.
Yeah, Alex is
25
younger.
last month. Alex, as in like that
Yeah, he's
little
19.
toilet, that British toilet.
Yeah, that's the one.
I've noticed that this flat Earth thing attracts older people. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because we've let go of
I mean,
our
on
ego.
Discord, I'm always like, on Discord, I'm always referred to as like a grandpa at this stage. No, I don't feel so old.
Yeah, different rooms bring different kind of people, I think.
Are you complaining about the age?
No, I prefer older people.
And how old is older people?
Well, I had like an awakening recently where I would only, maybe it was like I went to America and I only dated guys that were like over the age of 30 at least. So I don't know, maybe not 50, but you know, it's a bit too old.
Hey, what? Be nice now. Kidding. So there's a line. You have a line in the sand that you draw, like a limit how old somebody can be. What are you saying?
Yeah, but that's only because I'm in my late 20s now, so mid 20s. I'm still mid 20s. I'm 25. I'm still mid. So, out of curiosity, then, how did the wrinkles start growing? Were they first in the forehead, the eyes? Where did it start? I need to know.
Don't worry about wrinkles. Worry about the hairs out of the ears first.
Ah, right, okay. Got you. Test. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm on my computer now.
Yep, somebody's here. Somebody's getting their underwear. That's just us, I guess. Nobody else has any balls to talk about anything. So.
I'm still trying to clear up this planes thing. But
planes, trains,
I
automobiles, all
thought
that
maybe it
stuff.
was a definitional thing with like Euclidean or non-Euclidean geometry. Seems like planes can be curved.
Really?
Am I wrong on that? Or like a
Surfaces can be
topological
curved.
Sure.
I think
So-
a plane might be a definitionally a like curve-less surface to some people anyway. Like, what's a
Yeah,
middle
that's
word
what I
you'd
was
both
looking
agree
for.
with?
So it seems like planes are always curved in non-Euclidean geometry and never curved in Euclidean geometry. unless I misunderstood something.
Well, in non-Euclidean geometry, you could do whatever you want.
Yeah, but
And
they're still called planes.
yeah,
What
you
makes
could do
you
anything
people
you
ever
want.
agree?
And Euclidean geometry is the only geometry you can prove in reality. That's the difference.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'll give you a quick lesson on what non-Euclidean means. It means
Sure.
you get a copy of Euclid's Elements. You point at literally anything in there and say, not that.
I don't know if that definition is going to help me very much, but I
Well,
appreciate it.
It's just not Euclidean. It's not that. So, like, what's your definition of a straight line?
Line that intersects 2 points.
A curved line could do that.
That's fair. A line that intersects 2 points without deviating from, I don't know. How would I define a straight line? A line that
You
isn't
want to know what I
curved, I
would say?
suppose.
Yeah, well, I would say it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Hmm. Yeah, I've used that before. But in non-Euclidean, that would still be straight, wouldn't it? Definitionally.
Well, it's whatever you want.
Anybody here a flat earther?
No one.
Bunch
Those
of
guys are
globes.
weird.
Nobody is flat earth?
He's just
In
not a
flat
globe
earth,
earther.
sir?
I'm a Kerbal Earther.
Do you think the ground is a ball?
I believe that flat earth is not true. So it is round, yes.
So, but do you think the ground is a ball, was the question.
Yes.
And how did you prove that?
Because it says it in the Bible.
Ground is a
So
ball.
the
The Bible
Bible,
said the ground is a ball.
yeah. Where's that?
According to my own interpretation of the Bible.
Verse, please, verse.
I don't
Beautiful.
need to show the verse. I believe in sola scriptura.
Well, sola scriptura means literally what's in there, not interpretation. So where are you getting that from? Oh, I think he bailed.
Oh. You back? We lost you there, man. We were just excited to
happened
hear
there?
this evidence, this incontrovertible evidence for the globe that came from the Bible, did you say?
Yeah, of course. You
Okay.
think that the Bible promotes flat earth?
Well, I certainly want to know why you think it promotes the globe. Let's hit us with them. That sounds exciting.
Well, I've read the Bible and I interpreted that it means that it says that the globe is that we have a globe and the earth is globe. And are you a Christian? Let me ask. Are you a Christian?
I want to understand your epistemology and the way the world is. I don't know if that matters whether I think God's real.
Well, no, I'm asking you a question.
Right.
Are you a Christian? Are you an atheist? What are you?
Probably, I think the true sense of the word agnostic, which is not how most people use it, but essentially, until somebody can define God, it's not really a question. It's just like, do you think God exists? Well, what's God? Well, it's kind of and it's like, does it have to be any one
sure,
thing? Does
hold
it
on.
have to be all powerful? Does it have to exist forever? Does it have to have killed its own son on the cross? Or do you just mean something very powerful?
Right. So, do you believe that the only way to know something is true is the scientific method?
No, I just don't think we know things. I think we just we bumble through life fucking things up, and then hopefully by fucking things up less and less, we bumble into something that works.
Yeah, so the truth is relative?
No, truth's subjective, I think.
What do you mean works?
I think.
How do you know if something works or not if we don't know anything?
I think we do know lots. Like, I don't know. Do you drive a car? That internal combustion engines are pretty impressive things, dude. Like, are we talking
That's
to one
not
another on
the question.
Discord? There's a lot of working shit around me, dude. What's
so you
broken?
Can know, so you can know things.
What? Where do we get from that? You can know things. Like, it depends
So
how
if
you use the word
something
know.
works, if
If
something
you
works or not, you're saying something works. You're assuming like there's a criteria to know if something works or not works. No, get it?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, but you're bumbling at that too. So would you accept bumbling at like trying to figure out what works? But you can be mistaken. For example, water divining or dowsing to try and find underground water with sticks and fencing wire and willow tree and stuff like that is
I
bullshit.
only
But it
agree.
actually
Like we're not
works.
omniscient. We're not omniscient, but we know things, and we're somewhere there. Yeah.
Yeah. But the real question is, are perpendiculars parallel to a plane?
Wait. If it works, then how can it be bullshit?
Because there's no other better method to find water, basically. So you've got nothing to test against if you're using dowsing. So you only dig one hole, right? Nobody's going to dig up a whole paddock 20 meters deep to test dowsing, right? So you just use dowsing to choose where to dig, but you only dig once. So you're never actually testing in a falsifiable way whether the water's really there, because you could have missed some other water elsewhere in the paddock, but you would never know about it because you didn't dig there. So you're never going to take a proper sample. You'll only ever get like Texas sharpshooting that when I dig and it works, therefore it works. But if you've got an artesian basin, if you've got like underground water, you'll just always hit water somewhere, right? Some places just a wet underground.
I hear you.
So you can see how it easily develops that people are like, it works, and like they believe it works. I set it up with my we had a guy that was like up on the farm, and he reckoned it worked and I reckoned it didn't. And so I was like, okay, what normally happens? And he described the normal results of everybody finds the same spot. And I said, all I'm going to do is blind it so you don't know where one another chose on this field. And everybody went out there and it was perfect scattering. Nobody found the same spot. And I was like, don't you think it's weird? Like, it's not proof of anything. But don't you think it's weird that when I don't know where you dig, I dig somewhere else? But if I do know where you dig, I find that same spot with this method that's not subjective. Why is it so subjective? Do you know what I mean? But it looks like it works because otherwise you don't know where to dig. There's no better method. Sorry, that was a long way to say it. So it can look like it works is what I was getting at. So yeah, you're bumbling.
Water is diametric, so I mean, it's possible, isn't it?
Sure, yeah. But you just need the mechanism. And then like, here's the thing that makes me think it's bullshit. I knew the same method has been around since like Australia was first sort of stumbled upon by white people. Aboriginals can find water, I do believe that. But I don't, if it has been working since like the 1600s, why don't we have like a gun or a device or a like sensor in the phone that can tell you your nearest underground water? Why is it still the same method we used?
Because they don't want us to find free water.
200 years ago. It's not free water. You still got to dig it up. You got to own the land to dig on it. You got to get equipment. You got to.
They don't allow you to dig either.
If you're on your own land, you can. We dig on our property.
Not allowed to here. Well, we're almost not allowed to.
Shit. How deep can you dig?
A foot.
Jesus, that's not much. That's a bit shit. Australia is a bloody.
Exactly.
Australia's a bloody nanny state. It is so.
How would they know? How would they know that you digged further or not?
Everybody dobs on one another.
They
It's
don't.
fucking terrible. Everybody dobs.
We got high fences here, though.
What state?
That's another bad thing because you don't get to know your neighbours, and that's the whole thing. That's why they made all these fences high.
Yeah.
Western Australia.
Oh, nice. That's right. I was talking to you before. You're in Perth.
Oh, Perth. My uncle lives in Perth.
Perth?
Yeah, he owns a mining company down there. And I'm not even joking.
That's quite cool.
Last name's not
Ask
Scott,
him if
is
he
it?
needs some. Ask if he needs some training. I'd love to go and do some training for
My
some
last
miners.
name's not what, sorry?
Ask him if he needs some training, like public speaking, customer service, that kind of stuff.
Or is a company down there with the last name Scott or something?
Yeah,
Oh, didn't you say
I
that?
did some work for him.
Set 11 button.
Oh, I didn't dox myself on Discord, especially not when it's on fucking YouTube, sir. I will not be telling you what my last name is.
I can't get out of the plane.
Oh, fuck you, cunt.
What was that?
What? What, brother? What cunt? Did you know Manufact Totem proved the globe yesterday, Eggshells?
How did he do that?
It was a take on Eratosthenes.
Oh yeah.
A take on it.
Yeah.
It was amusing. It was he mused on Eratosthenes. He had a whimsical thought.
If you like.
Muse on a whimsical thought.
I think it's pretty compelling.
What is it?
It's all life and compelling.
So you basically use Eratosthenes' methodology. You don't adopt any of his assumptions. The only two assumptions that you would need are that math comports to the real world to some reliable degree, specifically trigonometry or geometry, and that light comes from a single source. That's usually where you get some contention towards the end, but that light behaves in a way that we understand,
Right.
which I think is demonstrable.
Right.
So with that, Eratosthenes used two data points, one from a well, one from an obelisk,
Mm-hmm.
and you just add more data points. So as you go, you can use the latitudes, you can use equal distances, but however you do it, the way that those, and actually, so something I didn't say yesterday, something I usually throw in there is what you need is the angle of incidence off of a plumb. Typically in celestial navigation, what you're looking for is the azimuth angle.
Mm-hmm.
So however you get that, because some people have problems with like sticks and shadows, you can use shadows, you can use sextants, you can use protractors, however you want to get that angle. That's the angle that you need. So the
angle,
increase
the angle of a vertical, the tilty angle of a vertical.
Yes.
Right, but see, the problem there is you would need to prove that verticals aren't parallel first.
Well, this does that.
No.
You don't need to do it first. It comes out of the data.
No.
Well, so you can, so the way that this works is you can assume a flat surface. If you do that, you break optics.
There's no assumption. We know
There's two
that
assumptions.
verticals are perpendicular to horizontal, and all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel.
That's
so
true.
unless you assume they're not, I mean,
No,
come on.
you don't have to assume. So once you run the data, what you get is either it's not a plane, right? It's a curved surface, or they're not parallel. I mean, that kind of equates to the same thing, but if you assume what you just said, one of those things ends up being false according to the data.
It's not an assumption, is it?
It is for the purpose of demonstration. After that, it becomes demonstrated or refuted.
Well, you agree that all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel, correct?
By the definition of plane that we talked about earlier, yes, sure.
Yeah. So all verticals are perpendicular to horizontal.
Sure.
And horizontal means parallel to the plane of the horizon. In reality, not on any flat Earth, but just in reality.
What was that last one? Horizontal is
parallel to the plane of the horizon.
no.
Yeah, that's what
I
it means.
disagree with that one.
That's what it means.
A physical, real world horizon.
The plane of the horizon.
The plane of the horizon. Now, I think we run into issues with those definitions.
You do, yeah.
Sure, but I'm forced to use real world data.
Yeah, me too.
Well, no. Because if you
Yeah.
do that, then one of those definitions fails.
I'm just talking about reality. You're talking about not reality.
No, you're talking about definitions. So if we define the horizon to be horizontal, then any other horizontal will be parallel to it. But it's not a matter of
Right.
definition, it's a matter of observation.
No, it's just a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Is it though?
Yes.
The horizon is a straight line.
The plane of the horizon. All horizontal lines are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Is
The
the
shortest
horizon
distance.
a horizontal line?
It's the
My
shortest
camera
distance
has a
between.
horizontal plane.
It's the shortest distance between 2 points in your field of view when you look out over the horizon. That will
In
be a
my
horizontal
field of
line.
view. Okay,
That's right.
so it's relative to scale then.
No, because straight lines don't bend depending on scale.
They can.
Then they're not straight.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So what is
Right, and
straight in my field of view might not be straight as I zoom out.
straight is the shortest distance between 2 points
In Euclidean geometry. But what we
in reality.
might observe is that something becomes non-Euclidean by those definitions.
No, because I'll always be able to get a shortest distance between 2 points.
Right, but that shortest distance might not always be straight.
It'll always be straight.
That's now a positive claim that needs to be demonstrated.
Sure. Put up 2 fingers, measure the shortest distance between them. If it's not straight, then you just falsified all of geometry.
Okay, so we're back to its relative to scale.
No.
So if
straight doesn't mean curved if you imagine some kind of bigger scale, because straight lines go on for infinitely.
It does in non-Euclidean geometry though.
Well, we're talking about reality, not non-Euclidean geometry.
Well, we're talking about some aspect of reality and how it's defined, and that definition could follow the rules of non-Euclidean geometry.
There are no rules of non-Euclidean geometry. It's whatever you want, like I said.
Sure. If we're talking about airplane travel, for example, right?
Mhm.
We have let's say in some fantasy world where the Earth is a ball, you have 2 points, right, on opposite ends of this globe. You could argue that the straight line between one and the other goes straight through the Earth, right? But that's pointless to say with airplane travel. Any path that plane takes must follow the surface or above, right? So with this
Planes fly
obstruction
level
rule,
and straight, don't they?
no. We're talking about a fantasy world where the Earth is a ball.
Okay.
Right? So an airplane can't tunnel through the Earth. So it's functionally useless to describe this in regular geometry, in Euclidean geometry. You'd have to use non-Euclidean geometry to describe the path of that plane.
No, you would just use curved paths, which are Euclidean. What else you got?
Because but if you're defining those 2 points and the shortest distance between them, the shortest distance possible cannot go through the Earth, right? So by definition, the shortest point between them, what is possible for that plane to travel, is a non-Euclidean description of a straight line.
But it's not the shortest distance in
It
reality, is it?
is. It is in every meaningful sense of the word.
So then you
If you
just have a
invoke,
curved line,
you
not a
have a
straight line.
curved line if you translate it back into Euclidean geometry. But again, if we're talking about distances between 2 points and zooming out on a straight, you end up in either non-Euclidean straight line or Euclidean not straight line. Like you can flip
Well,
them around as you like; they're interchangeable.
if you give me any curved line, I will be able to establish a straight line between the ends of that. And curved and straight lines are both planar figures.
Sure, not disagreeing with that.
Okay, so what else do you have?
No, it's not. You're mixing terms. You're switching between one system and another in order to suit the definitions.
No, that's not how geometry works. That's how non-Euclidean geometry works. You just make up whatever you want. But in reality, we use Euclidean.
I mean, I'm fine with that, but then you can't just say that those 2 points are always going to be straight.
Sure you can.
Sorry, not if it
Well,
disagrees with observation.
the shortest distance between 2 points on Earth is a horizontal line. You realize
Sure.
that, right?
Yes. So is that horizontal line? Let's say we do that, right? Between one position and another position, we draw a straight line. Is the surface of the Earth always equidistant from that line?
No, there's elevation changes.
Okay. Is the height above sea level
Sea
how can I
level,
word this?
sea level changes all the time, all over the place.
Right. I think you can still use that though, right? We've established where sea level is, right? Mean sea level. Pretty much
Okay.
at every point
Well,
on the Earth.
okay. So
So I live in the
you're talking
mountains,
about,
right? Mountains. I live in the hills, and
yeah.
I know that the couple towns over is 400 meters above sea level, right? We can know these things, yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about 2 points of equal elevation, right?
Yes. So 2 points of equal elevation. If we trace a line through those, a straight line, a Euclidean straight line, will the mean sea level be equidistant from that line at every point?
Yes.
Can you demonstrate that?
Well, that's your datum point. So whatever point you're using, all elevations will be referenced to that one point. So yes, it would necessarily be that.
Why necessarily?
Because you wouldn't be able to measure it if it was whatever you wanted.
It could be calculated though,
No, I'm
based
talking
on
about
real world data.
reality.
Yes, based on real world data, you could calculate that.
Okay, you have a point. Okay, that is sea level. Then you measure
Mhm.
up or down from that point.
Yes.
Right. All elevations will be referenced to that one point.
No.
Any drop,
So
yes. Any drop or rise from that will be an elevation change.
at that local area, yes. But if we're talking about across distances, you're not going to get it from that one point each time, right?
How far?
It doesn't matter it depends how accurate you want to be, but you're not taking it from a point, right? You're taking it at different points at each place.
Yeah, because the tides change everywhere.
Well, no, we don't calculate. So sea level from So if you're in the mountains, for example, right, you're not going to take a tape measure from the nearest body of water, right? That's not how we calculate elevation.
No, you would use like a trig point.
Could do that.
Yeah.
There's a couple of ways, I'm sure. You could probably use like an altimeter or something as well, maybe. I'm not sure how
Sure.
accurate that
And
would be.
right, and that is referenced to a single point for that area.
I think that's
I don't know
true.
if that reference would be a point
I think it
exactly.
is.
Yeah.
I think it's a point with an elevation, and then you establish a horizontal from that point.
Yeah, eggshell's right on the money.
But that wouldn't work. Wait, how do you
In a
mean?
model. That doesn't
True.
work in that doesn't work in a model. And
Well,
in
no,
reality, it
I'm
works.
still curious on the point thing. So what point would that be?
That would be the average between the high and low tide for that area. If you're in the mountains, then there would be something else, some kind of spot that someone else has established as some height above sea level,
Okay,
like a
so
trig point or something. But
okay, all right. So it wouldn't be one point, right? It would be various points depending on where you are.
well, any point
Yes.
you would
So
reference
any
to
one,
that point.
right? Any one point per measurement, but not all measurements are based on one point.
Not all over the world. No, you are
Right.
correct.
Okay. Okay. That's all I was saying. And now I forgot how we got here.
You talking about sticks and shadows?
That's where it started.
We often make an argument from efficacy, Britt and I. So Mano, can you claim any efficacy was achieved with like any sort of benefit was wrought, if that's the right way to use that word, from the sticks in the shadows? Were they suddenly able to improve like something, you know?
Well, I think it was sufficient for his purpose of calculating the circumference.
But you know what I mean?
But
Like
I-
when somebody understands steel, suddenly they win a lot of battles, you know, or they like can build an engine so they can mine more efficiently. You know, like
Yeah.
is there some? Because that to me says whether they, because you know there's actually historical debate about Eratosthenes' existence.
Mhm. Yeah, same with like not Napoleon. Who's the other guy? The one that's always brought up in reference to like if Jesus, there's more evidence for Jesus than was it?
Alexander the Great.
That's the one. That sounds right. Yeah. So I think it's all part of that sort of ladder of development, right? Like that scientific development starts at one place, you get lots of little bits and pieces here and there, and they all kind of build towards something. I don't know if specifically individually it had some we got some sort of functional gain from it, but I think it was a step in the right direction. I think in calculating the Earth's circumference, that led us to fill in other areas of our understanding of the world. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I think so.
If you're asking if it helps in our daily lives to know how big the Earth is, probably not to 99% of the people out there.
So you did this measurement yourself?
I did the Eratosthenes thing way back when, a couple years before I did the Cavendish thing. I think
So
we
this
did it.
isn't even your evidence. Oh, hang on. I thought you were bringing your own. I've done my sticks and shadows. I see.
No. Do your own experiment. Do your own research, right? So you can do this. There's a program called SunCalc. It's a website, and it'll even give you the length of shadows. If you question its validity, if you know anyone in any area, call them up, tell them to put a stick outside and verify it for you. But essentially, I never really did finish the whole thing. So basically what you're doing is you're taking those angles of incident from the sun, and as you move further away, let's use shadows for now. Those shadows will increase in length. The rate at which they increase as you move away is a specific ratio. And that ratio doesn't match a flat plane. So if you take all of those angles of incidence, and you resolve them to a single point, as we know light to behave, you end up with some kind of curve or other. Otherwise, those
Wait a
angles of
second.
incidence cross each other.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
How do you get parallel light from a single point?
Well, you don't have to assume parallel, right? So you can make them converge at any altitude above the surface. The closer you get to the ground, you still don't get flat, right? You get a parabolic curve. And the closer you get to the ground, the sharper a parabolic curve you get. So you can still resolve all of those angles of incident to a low sun, but you still don't get a flat surface.
So you could curve the rays of light then, or the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
If you curve the rays of light, you would have to have them swoop down.
Yes.
And then
Yeah,
swoop
they would have
out.
to.
Right, but
Yeah,
the way that it does that for each viewer, that light would have to occlude all the other light that is passing through them to get to the next person over. So it doesn't work.
Right.
That's not what we observe. Each person would actually see a column of light.
Yeah,
Not
you would need to use non-Euclidean geometry to describe the behavior of that light, correct? Which you are not averse to. Isn't that right, sir?
Yes, but you'd have to do it in a way that doesn't comport to observations. So light doesn't behave this way in any other aspect of the world.
Well, you're talking about behave, but you're not seeing the light behave, are you? You're describing its path.
Being naughty light. It's
That's
not
right.
being very well behaved at all.
We are
Yeah, you don't
inferring its
see.
behavior from observation. The same as we don't see the wind, but we infer its behavior from the things that it affects.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question about your Cavendish thing now. Are these Cavendish balls on strings?
Yes.
Okay.
Usually.
What do you call a Cavendish ball that's not moving?
I don't know. What do you call a Cavendish ball that's not moving?
A plumb bob.
Oh, sure.
Okay, so no motion, plumb bob, motion, Cavendish ball.
That's simplistic to the point of being not even wrong. I don't know what to say to that.
Well, yeah, it's like the Foucault pendulum.
Uh-huh.
What do you call a pendulum that's not moving? A
I
plumb
think
bob.
that's better analogy.
No motion.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right.
No motion. Do you get it?
No. I'm
Yeah.
trying.
Yeah, I know. What do you call a gyro that's not spinning?
A top? No, that would also be spinning. I don't know.
Just paperweight, right?
Okay, sure.
No motion.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know what you mean by right. I don't know what you're
Well, I'm
trying
sure
to
there's
say.
people in here who do get it.
Is that like code for something?
Do you insult
Well-
your family and friends with this logic, Jerry? Is that what you do in your spare time?
Well, what do the words "no motion" imply to you?
Exactly that.
Good. I'm glad we agree.
I
No further questions, Your Honor.
don't. So moving on then. Ultimately, so you can get a parabolic curve if you lower that point of incident of convergence. However, if you wait 6 hours and go 90 degrees and you do it again, that parabolic curve works itself out. And if you keep doing that, you can put all of that data into like Python or something. And what you'll get out of that is a light source at optical infinity going around a sphere, or these two things going around each other, right? You haven't established one is still or the other, but that is what the data basically shows. And you can do this yourself if you want. You can take all of those distances from the 90-degree zenith and calculate off one latitude. The different latitudes off of one longitude, and you can do that for all the longitudes, and eventually you get a sphere, basically.
Yeah, if you break geometry, you will get a sphere. Correct.
There's no geometry being broken here. If you assume
Perpendiculars
the
to a
lights are
plane.
doing something weird, no,
Perpendiculars to a plane being parallel.
that's only
Break
because
that.
you're insisting on calling it a plane. It turns out it's not a plane.
Horizontal is a plane.
No one said horizontal.
Well, you have your vertical sticks, right?
Yeah.
They are vertical, right? They're not tilty.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So they're all perpendicular to horizontal. So
No.
all perpendiculars to a plane are
They are
parallel.
perpendicular to their local horizontal, and if that's on a curve, that's going to be a tangent line. Not going to be the actual circle.
So they are tilty then. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying they're straight. They're straight to the horizontal. That horizontal isn't necessarily the surface that you're on, but simply a tangent off it.
Right. So you need to invent that for this thing to work, correct? You need to
No, you
imagine
don't
that
need the horizontal.
horizontal
You
is
just
a tangent.
no.
Yes, you do. So where do you get your vertical from?
A plumb.
Right.
Right. There's no
that is-
horizontal that needs to be, the only reason you would invoke a horizontal here is to take some 90 degree off the plumb, but we can assume that it's 90 degrees every time, like we do in the real world.
But you have tilty ones because the shadow lengths are different.
Why are they tilty?
You said they were.
The shadow lengths are different, yes, but they're all off plumbs.
Why are there so many intellectually challenged people? I don't understand. How does this room end up being so busy?
Who are you?
You call this busy?
Right, this is nothing. This is the most chill conversation that's been in this room in about the last 6 years. That's not true, but this is very chill.
Didn't say anything about it not being chill. I said about it being retarded.
Oh, well, I guess that's a cleverest way to
You
start.
didn't
If you
say
want to
retarded
prove
the first
yourself to
time.
be something other than a retard, the best thing to come in is to say that.
Just perplexed by why there's
Good
so many
start.
people in here debating things that we literally fucking settled thousands of years ago. It's
Did we? Who's
literally-
we?
Is this
Go on then.
average
Prove
American?
it.
Is this average
'Cause we didn't.
American? Seriously. That's America.
Who's we? Who's this we that established this thousands of years ago?
He left.
He left.
Oh, damn.
And we're from all over, so that was all about. That didn't take long.
Good time. The reason Britnat got muted?
Yeah, it's a shame he couldn't pop up.
I was going to play with him for a bit.
So Manufactotum shows that sun rays are not parallel. They diverge. Right?
That's not what this shows.
Well, it's either that or verticals aren't perpendicular to horizontal. So which one do you pick?
By your definition of those words, I would say verticals are not perpendicular to horizontals.
Wow. Okay, so you're going against all of reality.
No, I'm going against your
All of
definition.
surveying. All of surveying.
Just your
Guys in the
definition.
car. Crazy.
Just my definition, huh?
Yes. You're trying to apply
Okay, so
horizontal. You're keeping this definition fixed and trying to apply everything else to it, but that's not how we do things.
can you prove that verticals aren't perpendicular to horizontal?
Because if you can't,
No, what I'm saying is these horizontals, insofar as they are horizontal, are only local. If you're going to take the horizontal over the entire surface, then you've either misapprehended the horizontal, or you're defining it in some weird exotic way that I don't agree with.
Weird exotic. You think I'm defining it in a weird exotic way, do you?
If you're applying it the way you are, then you have to be.
Really?
all about definitions.
Oh, it's all about reality.
It's true.
Yeah.
You know,
I
if
mean,
you
you
have
can
2
throw the
points of
words
equal
away.
elevation. Yeah. Right. Okay, let's throw them away. 2 points of equal elevation form a straight line. You say what? Do you agree to that or no?
I agree insofar as the definition of straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points.
Great. Beautiful.
Yeah. But
I
now
rest
we're
my case.
invoking non-Euclidean geometry.
No, we're not. Shortest distance between 2 points.
Right.
There you go. That's a horizontal line, my friend.
Wait, so in the real world you're asking?
Of course.
Okay, 2 points of equal elevation, right? A line between them, you're saying that that line is horizontal compared to what?
What do you mean compared to what? It's just horizontal.
Am I at the first point of elevation or the other?
Any point along that line lies on a horizontal plane.
Along that line, yes. Well, it depends. So horizontal would not be vertical, right?
Horizontal is not vertical, correct.
And any angle in between would still not be horizontal, right?
Well, are you talking about tilty horizontals? Because that would be silly.
Right, right. So horizontal is only where the line goes straight across without any deviation from, say, 0 degrees.
Right. Well, that line lies on a plane.
So there is a point at which that line would be horizontal, but it won't be horizontal for every viewer.
What do you mean viewer?
Observer.
Well, you don't observe horizontal lines, do you? You establish them.
Right. In which case
Right.
you can trace a horizontal line from one point of elevation in either direction from there, and it won't meet up on the sides at another point of equal elevation.
Sure it will.
Can you show this?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of a water level?
Right. So that line, and this is an experiment that I was going to ask Jesse if he was willing to do it, but he's, I think, permabanned from the room now. That is an experiment you could do, right? So you take a water level. So what?
What did he get banned for? Sorry, if it's a quick interjection, because Jesse's so nice.
Yeah, you'll have to ask Alpha Veritas.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sure if you go back in like the VODs, I'm sure it's all recorded. I think it was last night. Last night for me, it's noon here almost. 11:30. Right. So you take a water level, like the old-fashioned ones you do with a tube, and you get like a lot of tube, like a lot. Get 500 meters of tubing, right? 2 sections. You set it up as far as you can go and still have some, altitude where you get the level. And you set the next one up starting at where the first one ends, right? Going the same direction. Now, where they meet in the middle, you make sure those two are even. And however you want to do it, however you want to measure from one end across all 3 reference points, and you see if all of those line up.
So
And
you
if we're
would
taking bets, and I'm not usually a betting man, but I would bet on this, they're not going to line up equally. They're not going to
when you
be
look at them.
linear. That's right.
So, but you do know how a water level works, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't need to cite it because you do know what happens when either end of a water level is higher than the other.
That's right.
Yeah, the water spills out.
Right. So if we find, for example, that the 2 ends, the water's lower than it is in the middle, what would that demonstrate to you?
It wouldn't be lower.
If it were, what would it demonstrate to you?
It's not.
That's not my question. If it turns out that it were, what would that mean?
It's like asking if a rock were an invisible box of macaroni and cheese, what would that mean? It's not. A rock
It
is a
would
rock,
mean
and water flows if either
I
end
can
of
answer
the
that
body
question.
is higher than the other.
Yeah, I can answer that question.
Go ahead.
If a rock were an invisible box of macaroni and cheese, people would still go hungry because they'd never find it. I can engage with a hypothetical, even a ridiculous one. Just treat this like a ridiculous hypothetical. What would it
It
mean
is.
if we, fine, still, I'm asking you to engage with it. What would that necessitate if that were the observation?
It's not. It wouldn't be lower. You could tell.
I get that. If,
That's a
Mary,
falsifiable claim. Do you know that?
yes, that is a
Do you
falsifiable
know
claim.
how a water level works?
If we are unable to falsify that, what would that necessarily mean about the world we live in?
No, I'm saying you can't falsify my claim.
We can falsify it by doing this very experiment. And if it
No,
ends
you
up being
can't.
falsified, what would that mean? It's
You
okay, you
cannot
can say it.
falsify
We
it.
all know.
You cannot falsify that
All right.
because
I
the
don't know where to
water
go with
would
this.
spill out. You need to learn how a water level works.
Let's pretend for the next however long we're talking that I'm smarter than
Yeah.
you think I am. I understand how a water level works. I'm
Good.
asking you, by those rules,
That might go
right?
both ways, though.
What would it mean if the center tracks higher than the ends? Not is higher, but tracks higher.
Yeah, this is the question that Jesse got stuck on. Is it lower or does it just appear to be? I have a way to know if it is. You don't.
How are we distinguishing those two ideas?
Because the water would spill out. Manufactoti.
So lower, by my understanding, means from my reference point.
Either end.
So is lower from where I'm looking straight out, or is it elevation at that spot?
Along the whole plane of that, the whole line that you have established.
Okay, then yes, it would be lower, in which case your definition of how water level works can't use that word.
It wouldn't be lower.
Good, okay. It would be at equal elevation then.
A straight line.
Can you give me a verb and an adjective with that?
A straight line.
Uh-huh. What about the straight line?
The shortest distance between those 2 points.
Sure.
I rest my case. Again.
No. I don't think you've demonstrated what you think you're trying to demonstrate.
The water level will demonstrate it.
The water level is level, not flat.
It's horizontal.
Which is true.
No, it's only true for
Eggshell's
one
beautiful.
specific observer. If we're talking about horizontal, then it's only true for one observer,
So
somewhere
then it's
along
true.
that line.
I'm not saying it's always true, or it's true for me over here with you over there, but it is true, isn't it?
I mean, it's more not true than it is true. If it's only true for one observer and it's not true for all the others, I don't know how to measure truth in that.
Fair enough. Yes, it's like how untrue is something.
Yeah.
It's like if it's just not factual, it just seems like it is though. It seems like, yeah, if you're there, that's your horizontal, that's what that is. And
Well,
that's
I
straight.
think what it comes down to is here's a situation, and we can describe that situation as this. If we then take this and try to
Exactly.
apply it to a situation that's slightly different than that, that's not going to work, and you're going to run into trouble. And I think that's what's happening is we understand what a horizontal is, but we're trying to apply it to something that doesn't quite fit that definition, and that's where we're running into issues.
Hello, everybody.
Yo.
Hello.
What's up?
Chilling.
Not a whole bleeding lot. Just trying to learn how to play War Thunder because I want to use my VR headset. But I only really want to play choppers, and I've got to play hours and hours and hours of tanks and planes to get to choppers. I'm not sure if I feel about it, but I don't want to pay $60 for a chopper.
Do you believe in God?
I think it is improbable that one that could be described on parchment and poorly translated repeatedly. I think a God capable of creating the laws of the universe as I think humans barely understand them is far more complex than that. I don't understand how you could describe that with parchment in an archaic language, third hand. So like if he came down and was like, zap, here's a rabbit out of uranium, I would be like, okay, probably a little bit godlike / I'm experiencing a delusion.
So you don't believe in God?
Not really, no.
Can I ask a really quick question and I'll let you continue?
No, just go for it, ask the question.
If we define God as omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent, is there something you think fits that definition?
I like it, good question. I yield the floor.
I mean, that was to either of you.
Yeah, to me, it's ill-defined, so I can't say yes or no to it, which makes me a strict sense agnostic. Not that I don't know, just that I can't know until you clarify what the fucking question is. You know what I'm saying?
Is there anything that you could name that would be omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent? That can do anything, knows everything, and is everywhere. Hello? Well, have a think on it.
That's a good question.
Mhm.
So you're a gravity believer then?
I don't know that gravity qualifies as omniscient. I
I
think
never
it's.
said it was omniscient.
Oh, okay. Oh, separate question. Well, I'll let Eggshells take over. I gotta dip.
No,
It was lovely as always. I will catch yous later.
Is there anybody else here who believes in God?
I do not. Oh my god, I just got such a good bombing run. That was good. That was really good.
You gotta get some new people in here.
You're right. Do you want to argue with me? What do you want to argue about?
I think you and I have had our share of fights, or not fights, but discussions. I think
Yeah,
we've exhausted that.
we have. We've had some good ones though. I like you, Jerry.
Absolutely.
Like I feel like we both like it, but I'll even get exasperated and cranky, but not even at you. I'm just like, what? He wins again. He's just like this eel that sometimes has electric shocks where sometimes you just get me to say something just patently false, and then you go, oh really? And then you don't even hammer it in. You just make a funny thing like, oh, you said something that you know to be just completely untrue, and then you just move on. Like, not even. It's good. So who do we need to get in here? Do we need to? You could probably drag in somebody from mass media. If a flat earther drops over and says, "Geez, we need a glober to tell about the shape of the Earth," they'll come from mass media.
Well, not even a glober, just someone who's curious and not a troll. You know, that would be ideal.
We need somebody to invite one from another room, you know?
I'm a curious individual.
He's
What are you
bi-curious.
curious about? Yeah.
That's also true.
What are you curious about?
What about flat Earth and globe Earth, or just generally?
Well, how did you get into this?
Well, that's an interesting question, actually. I was in politics. I saw the room, and I thought, there's a bunch of idiots in there. You know, it's easy debate win for my ego, right? I'm gonna, caress my ego a little bit. And I got in there, and I started making dumb arguments, and I thought, oh, okay, these people aren't. I thought like almost that these people weren't flat earthers because they were smarter than I expected. So then I had a phase of thinking, I'm not going to debate these people. They didn't even believe in flat Earth anyway. What's the point? And I realized they actually are flat earthers, just not 70 IQ, right? And then after that, I just got stuck here, right? I mean, I'm off work for another 3 weeks, so I've been quite bored, right? So I'm able to enjoy a bit of conspiracy theories, but conspiracy theories aren't my area of interest, really. And neither is physics or mathematics. I don't know if that was a bit of a ramble, but how about you? What got you interested in this?
I thought it was entertaining. I saw a debate between Nathan Thompson and Fight the Flat Earth, and Nathan made some, points, and Fight the Flat Earth made some points, and it was just like I've never looked into the whole globe model. Then I started like listening, just like endless debates, like maybe a year and a half straight. I would listen to people on Discord for like 16 hours a day, and you just learn a lot of stuff, like a lot of interesting like history about how the model was come up with, and gravity theories and Newton and Einstein and all these things. And then my head just exploded because there's no finality to it. People are just discussing like beliefs. And then I realized I need to find out something that I could know for sure instead of always knowing that there's a globe argument or there's a flat earth argument that could kind of, quash your concern. So that's where the geometry came in.
I see.
And if
Are you
some
like a mathematics teacher or something? Or are you just interested in maths?
No, I'm just a regular guy. Yes, and the things that I can't figure out, like what the sun is, or why are there seasons, or I just can't know. Like if I can't prove it, then I can't know it. I'm not saying that induction isn't useful, but as far as what happens in the sky, no fucking way. There's no way you could know for sure what's going on up there.
Yeah, that's true, and I think that's what I came to realize pretty quickly into this whole thing is that I've actually got muted one for saying this, but like I think Heretic agrees with me more now, so I think we're on the same page. But I think it's not even a question of the facts, right? Because you can make observations and infer whatever the bloody hell you want from them, but I think it's a philosophical problem because the flat earther basically, as far as I'm aware, says that you can't know anything unless you do the scientific method and deduction, right? Like in a basic sense. And a globe earther is, let's say, not going to completely commit to the idea that science is deductive. They'll say it's inductive, deductive, and then so I think that it is basically a problem of knowledge, right? And I think playing around with that word, but we never really have those conversations in here. We just talk about the evidence.
Yeah, how do you know what you know? It's an epistemology. That's what got me interested. I was watching this guy who did street epistemology, and I was reading this book called something like How to Have Conversations That Change Minds or something.
Yeah.
And then it's just also like Bandsaw used to say, it's like talkback radio.
Bandsaw, what happened to him, man?
He went globe, I told you.
Get the fuck out of here.
You're a glober.
I'm joking. I wouldn't surprise me though. He goes back and forth somewhat regularly. Not somewhat regular, but he used to be very clear about when he's gone back and forth, but now he's a little bit more evasive about it, which makes me think he's had another couple of flips.
Where
To
is
me
he?
is interesting. People who go back and forth, like you are more interesting than me. Ranty is more interesting than you. Bandsaw is more interesting than Ranty on that front. Like I've never gone flat. Sorry, other people. Yeah, I know you're not a flat earther. Sorry, I nearly said it, and I know you don't like it, and I won't say it anymore.
No, it's okay. Where is Bandsaw? Like, where does he hang out?
I think down near where I was, like in Adelaide, in South Australia.
No,
But
I mean,
I
like,
haven't seen
which
him. Oh no, he just
server?
gets off Discord. He just deleted thingy and went off Discord.
Yeah, I haven't spoken to him in like over a year.
Oh, you guys have been in this game for years. That's kind of crazy as well.
Yeah, it's so interesting as well. Like you always feel like you came in too late. My God, they're like when they were all going out to the lake still. God, I wish I was around when they were doing that. You know, I would get in their van and they'd have a big meetup, and it had a real like buzz to it for a bit. And I came off the tail end of that. But then people stopped going outside, and you know, and then people couldn't go outside. I won't talk about it. He just likes maple trees and not actually maple syrup, nor does he like Canadian people. He just supports them in the war in Palestine.
But it is like an infinite debate where I don't think it is something that can be settled between the people who genuinely believe in flat Earth and the people who believe in the globe.
In some ways, nor should it.
Yeah, some people just don't deserve that knowledge. It reminds me of the movie Year One and the Tree of Knowledge.
I'm making my own magnum opus, though. Making my own argument for the globe, or rather against flat Earth.
Good luck.
Yeah.
You won't
I think
ever convince me.
Oh, that's not a good way to look into it.
Yeah,
You should have started that with that.
You will never change my mind.
I
about
am
a flat Earth.
unconvincible.
I am not going to make my decisions rationally.
I've already used my eyes to do that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to take your word for it.
Well, I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. Like, I thought about it, and I thought, look, right, where, like, I'm obviously not a physics guy. I'm an international relations guy. It's what I did my research in, right? But, and I thought,
I'm a
so
truck driver.
how, well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, what I'm saying is that I think I could be more persuasive if I sound more confident with what I'm saying, right? So I thought, how could I make international relations fit into flat Earth and history and philosophy? So I'm going down a route with predictions and see if I can get anywhere with that.
Plus, I did a lot of digging before I come across Flat Earth.
Did you go out and just look at the horizon? Is that what made you a flat earther?
No, I went out and looked at islands 40 kilometres away.
Yeah, so yeah, it looks out in the distance and it's all things you weren't expecting to see.
Yeah.
Do you think that falsifies the globe Earth?
Yep, because I saw waves hitting the sand at the beaches 25 kilometres away from 1 foot.
I'm not sure that would be.
I'm sure that would false. Well, like, isn't the idea for a flat earther is that waves have a non-negligible height, right? So that's why you see
Yeah,
things
but I'm
disappear
talking about the
bottom up.
waves hitting the sand as people are walking like near that wet piece of sand as the waves come on the swell.
Yeah, but like on far
And
away,
I'm
though, right?
like on the other side, 25 kilometers away.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that because when people say things disappear bottom up, right? What a flat earther will usually say is like waves have a height, and what's actually happening is that as perspective, as they get further away, the waves themselves, just the waves, can block your view of the ship. Hence why it leaves bottom up, right?
Yeah, if there was waves.
Yeah.
Tides.
Tides, yeah, that's what I meant. But
yeah, if we know the surface of water is never ever flat, then why do you guys keep measuring it flat? That could be a question you ask. Like, if we know that that is factually incorrect, if neither of us can show that that water is ever flat, and your side is going, but we measure it flat, I'm like, well, we got a problem. Nope. Is that kind of where, like, I know it's a sort of step, but I feel like that's where the
This is
conversation
where
was
we
heading.
say it's your problem because we don't see that problem.
I think there's the reason why the Black Swan I think doesn't do it for me is because it's. I mean, look at the Modus Tollens they made. It's just a question of geometry, right? And then unfortunately, the Earth isn't just a mere question of geometry, even if you'd like it to be, right? So it can't falsify it.
Well, the shape of the Earth is a question of geometry.
Is it?
Absolutely.
Yes, shapes are questions of geometry.
How would you measure a shape without including physics?
By taking measurements.
Yeah. So if I was going to say, like, let's look out far into the distance, and then physicsy stuff starts to happen that will impact how far I can see, you don't think that's going to be a confounding variable?
No.
Okay, then.
How does that make the Earth a ball?
Well,
balls of curvature.
Well, we're talking about questions like, what is light doing? How is it that I can see that far? Is it just the
Do
case
you know
that
what
the
light is doing?
That doesn't matter.
It does matter. If you want to talk about if something's working or not, you should actually know whether
Well,
said thing is
I could
working
say,
or not.
would you agree that light tries to find its quickest path to any in any direction?
Yeah.
Then why the hell are you arguing with me?
I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't bother.
Maybe we should
Yo,
make
Crit.
friends.
Crit. Yo,
You're
I
on
know
mute.
you're there, Crit.
Mute this motherfucker.
I'm trying to talk to this guy, Crit.
Have you brought your globe proof?
He's a flathead.
But still, could be a good thing to bring. I've heard it's got good cachet. I've heard people are after it. Anybody brings it, they're going to be wealthy.
Well, I want to try and figure out because I've been told that Celestial Navigation can work on a flat plane, but and I hear that McToons is giving away $10,000 if you can show it. So I'm trying to, I don't know why we're not all trying to cash in that $10,000.
Yep, I'm about to show it with a physical model of I'm going to go get it tomorrow. Indoor planetarium projector with the southern hemisphere on it, and I'll be able to run it forward in time from a globe and show you your South Celestial Pole from Sydney. Like, put the webcam on Sydney and go, that's pretty bloody close. I need somebody to help me design that, actually. I reckon I can make a really good Blender kind of thing if I get somebody to help me.
Blender.
Blender. You know, like a 3D. Oh God, why did I do that? I had only one bomb and I just dropped it on. Oh, on friendlies. No. Oh my God.
So you're so old, Mr. Eggshells, that you remember going to arcades like before video games and stuff like that.
Well, you be careful.
Yeah, I remember going to. I was obsessed with Time Zone. I've loved computer games since I was a kid, and everybody's like, "You'll grow out of it." And I was like, "Oh, I don't know."
Well,
Here I
when
am
did
at
computer
40.
games come out for you? Because
Those
you
3-hour time sessions were the best.
were born before consoles and computer games, weren't you? So, am I wrong?
I was born before consoles.
Just
Yeah, that was
as
just like what was it? Commodore 64 was the first thing. A
yeah,
bunch of people
same.
had them.
Even before that, they had pinball machines. There were arcades before video games. Video games was like the newest thing that came out. And at first, they were pretty lame. I mean, I remember the first video game I played was just a dial on the screen on the
That's
thing.
right.
Pong or whatever.
No.
It was called Graveyard Bat or Graveyard Smash or Graveyard Bash, and basically you're a car and you ran zombies over, and every time you ran the zombie over, you scored points, but a tombstone would appear. If you ever hit one of the tombstones, the game was over.
Yeah,
I was born after the
remember.
PS1. I think I was born just before the PS2.
I remember this one that was the same thing. It was like it was a computer game, but to my understanding, I think it had no chips. And the idea was that it just worked on a mechanic, and it was kind of a similar thing. It had like moving bit of like a cellophane, kind of something see through, and a roller, and that was like planes coming and dropping bombs or something, and you had to move your tank with a mechanical dial on the side, like squeak, 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 and you move it left or right, and it like triggered something if the two dots hit it, go, play some sound, and then your life would go down one. But it was
remember
basically
that.
a computer game, like bombing tanks or something like that. I remember you had to try and shoot planes, but yeah, it was all mechanical.
I remember that one like that called Racing Demon, and you just like it was like a console, handheld console, and you just moved the slider left and right, and the slider was linked to a racing car. And all that happened was the screen kind of like other cars came down the screen, and you had to dodge them, and that was it.
Yes. Yeah, it's exactly the same kind of thing.
Yeah. And can you remember the Atari? The first Atari console?
And what was it? That game, was it called Asteroid, where you were just a ship in the thing, and you could go around on the screen and shoot asteroids as they came in?
Yeah, you used a triangle that used to rotate. It fired dots at asteroids.
I remember one that was a tank game that was 3D, and I loved it because it was 3D, and it was
Tank Commander or something.
Yeah. And you would have like blue tanks and red tanks, and it was like very basic, but it was definitely a start of.
Yeah.
How did you guys
before
feel
that, it was
colored...
like.
Go on.
Go on.
No.
I was saying before that, it was games like Battleship, which was like more of a game, where you play with someone. It was like more like chess. And you're sinking battleships, and you go in and you're sending kind of torpedoes to certain coordinates to find out where their battleship was. But that wasn't a computer game, really.
How did you guys feel when colored TV came out? Is that crazy?
Yeah, that was like. Was that the 80s? I can't remember. I think it was like late 70s, perhaps. I was born in 71, so I think it was around about some point in my childhood.
It's crazy.
It wasn't that big of a deal. I remember, like, the microwave was a huge thing. Everyone was talking about. The color TV was not that big because you could go to movie theaters and see color pictures. So it wasn't like that that groundbreaking. You kind of like visualized you're watching black and white TV. You kind of knew it's not really that much different.
The one thing I've noticed is that with technology, because I think I'm old enough to have noticed a little bit of technology change, right? And that's that where I think gaming moves quite slowly. I mean, consoles don't update that often, right? I mean, thinking about how long the PS3 and the Xbox 360 had its lifespan, there was a good like 8 years, right, before it moved on to the PS4. And like video games like GTA 5 are still being played today, but that came out when I was 12, right? So that was a long time ago.
Jesus, you're making me feel old. I was fully an adult by then.
But like the gaming world takes like a long time. But phones, oh my god, like phones. Every new phone is like, every new computer you buy, they change so rapidly. Like that technology is,
I feel that the graph on that is kind of leveling out because there's not many things they can add to it. I mean, all they can really do now is say more pixels in your digital camera, or
it's a VR and AR. I disagree. I think it's sorry to jump in. That was very rude of me, but I think it is VR and AR where, like, if you can augment the world around you, because the problem with phones is they're so useful that it has you sitting hunched over them the whole time, and everybody knows that's bad. Like, you want to be able to like sit. Like how often you have to break a conversation to turn away from the person you're talking to Google something. Like, I want that to just pop up next to their head as a speech bubble. And that's what augmented reality could do. And like, imagine going to imagine this for police, imagine it for paramedics, but just imagine like you're going to a conference and you just like, you met this person before, so you've the AI has heard that conversation and saved all of that information. So the next time you meet them, you're like, Jeremy, and he knows it's from AI, right? He's got the same AI, so he doesn't really care. But like it just makes it so much easier. You run that oil company, don't you? I've been meaning to talk to you about this sort of new alloy of It would just be so useful if it wasn't stupid glasses with a tiny screen and that are very uncomfortable.
Oh, you want that?
I would wear the shit out of that. Are you kidding?
I think those kinds of technologies, I think the only reason that we don't do them is because they are unfashionable, right? Like, I mean, people have tried to experiment with things like having those like earpieces, like you can call someone with like a little ear thing, and no one really wants to buy them because I'd just rather put my phone up to my ear. And then you have things like on my AirPods, and then you have like those glasses that were sort of like along the lines of what you're talking about, and no one bought them because no one wants to walk around with like a dork with like techno glasses.
Exactly. And they're uncomfortable, and they don't quite, the image never sits right, and it's not augmenting your vision, it's just actually a HUD, which is close but not quite. It can show you what level is and stuff like that, but it doesn't know exactly where your pupil is, so it's not able to adequately tell you like this is what's in front of you. It couldn't hover a bubble comfortably over someone's head, and it's extremely low res, and it's not like jacked into the world in real time, so there is a tiny bit of lag, which is uncomfortable. But like if you like playing first person shooter games, get a fucking Oculus and play first person shooters with a gun, and you are suddenly like, oh, this is it. Like, because crouching is crouching and leaning is leaning. Like, you don't no longer wonder anything, but you suddenly suck at things. Like, I used to be able to good at predicting where a grenade will go because it always throws the same amount, or you hold, or it shows you a little arc. In this, like, you just got to try and throw, and sometimes you like drop it at your own feet and you're like, run, everybody run. It's I don't know, it's fun.
I mean, I don't know if it's so desirable. For me, I mean, maybe I'm just a bit too old and
I get it.
Appreciate the natural experience of being human. I mean, it sounds a bit like a human 2.0, where everything's augmented and you've got AI assistants in your field of vision constantly. I don't know if I want that.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Like, I'm excited about this one, but I know I'll feel weird about the next one, and I think that's just the march of history, right? Like, if you find those old quotes where people are talking about people reading novels and they're like, oh, they're never going to live in the real world, they won't know what reality means. It's like, what?
Yeah. I am happy though, because like if I measure my life out from when I was born, right, it's 25 years ago, what technology was like then, to when I'm about 50, so when I'm about, your guys' age, I feel like, a lot will have changed. You'll all be dead.
That was funny.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and another thing that will have changed is most people come to recognize that the Earth is flat. Yeah.
Maybe.
Mhm.
If we keep dreaming.
Possibly. Don't
Why?
make me get up
Why
my
would I
Kerbal
think the Earth is
presentation again.
flat when I know my pussy's strong, bro?
What's that
That was
filter on your
actually
face?
that was actually a good thing. Why do I already have your
Is
video
that
turned
Taylor
on?
Swift? Is that Taylor Swift on your face?
You're a beautiful looking gentleman.
Maybe.
You're a fucking sexy man.
All right, let me ask you this. All right, so I'm not a complete Hollow Earth denier, bro. I think Hollow Earth, because what we've seen is, as far as like we can actually see it in planetary bodies, that the expansion and contraction is more likely to be happening because everywhere we look, it's not enough time to like see plate tectonics and like see how like shit moves around. But what we can actually see is different stages of proto Earths
Look in
that
the lens, bro. It'll look better.
when
Look in the lens.
they
Yeah.
expand, they get a little bit further apart. When they contract, they congeal together. And we can see that, and it kind of actually that accounts for the way the plate tectonics have actually worked on Earth.
Look in the lens, though. Tell us the same stuff while you're looking in the lens. Yeah, get to you. Beautiful, man. Jeez, I'm getting a little... Oh, hang on. Did he get booted?
So the Earth is flat, but how do satellites work?
Exactly. Well, if a satellite orbits a circle, could satellites orbits are satellites orbits on a plane? What happened to the dude with the smoker's voice and the lipstick? Did y'all see him? It was a sexy man.
Well,
I wonder what program he used.
He looked like Taylor Swift.
Yeah. I don't understand why we got rid of him.
Like Taylor Swift.
I don't know. I think he was using some kind of AI thing to make himself look like that. Now if he was, that's freaky. If you could like do that, that's fucked.
Yeah.
It's like Snapchat.
He could have had a
filter,
filter on. Yeah, it could have been a Snapchat filter. That is true. But I mean, he could also just be a very made-up dude. Let's be realsies. Like dudes wear makeup nowadays.
No.
I don't know if you spotted this.
There's been some of the kind of things I follow on Twitter are like flat Earth accounts I follow on Twitter have been kind of putting up these videos recently that are quite funny. So the video, and I'd never considered it before until I saw it. So the video is, you've got the perspective of the quotes globe, from space, and then you zoom in, but you zoom into the bottom of the globe. So you zoom in into like Australia or these kind of southern hemisphere places, and then you zoom in through the atmosphere, and then you see the sea with a ship on it, and it's upside down. and the question is, why has no satellite ever done this for us? And it would be an instant proof that of what they're saying is true. Yeah, I suppose they could CGI it, but
exactly. I think you'd say it was CGI.
Yeah, but it was a good one because they actually did a CGI of it, obviously, to show it, and he's like, that is so bizarre. Just seeing it, you think it's so bizarre that absolutely cannot be true.
Do you see why, to me, not saying it is, but why to me that sounds a little bit like an argument from incredulity?
I guess it is. Yeah. But I'm not bringing it in as a kind of. Are you a glober, by the way?
I'm not a person who claims knowledge. I'm one of these dirty what are they called again? I think it's probably a globe is what I would say. But I'm flirting with the idea. I'm considering changing my mind. I'm flexible.
Fair play. Fair play. So yeah, this thing that I just said, it's not necessarily the best kind of proof you could provide, definitive or anything like that. It's just a very kind of funny and interesting kind of perspective of like, okay, if it was like that, then you should be able to, from that space perspective, zoom in and then see an upside down sea with an upside down ship, if it was the case.
Wouldn't that just be a photo right way up flipped upside down? And how would it be different from a right side up photo flipped upside down?
Well, it's just you start with a perspective from space, and you're seeing the North Pole in the north of the ball and the South Pole in the south of the ball. And then from that perspective, so you've already established the perspective. And then from that perspective, then you should, all things being equal, be able to then zoom in and show the sea upside down.
Sure, but the question I'm asking you is, how would that look? Like, if how could you falsify this? I guess is the question. I go right now, www.google /satellite photo of the South Pole, and I get something from the ISS or something like that. And it's got some clouds in it, da 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 da. But it's right way up because it's taken versus plumb, or it's more pleasing for us to see it that way because it was taken in microgravity. It doesn't really matter. And I just get that image that's right way up, and I just go rotate by 150.
What is microgravity?
It's sort of you're not experiencing gravity, but there, like, it is my understanding.
You mean like always?
Yeah, basically. And so, how would you be able to falsify it? Let's say I then scrub the metadata and just give you a 180-degree flipped photo of Antarctica.
You've already established.
How would you know that
the
that's not what you
perspective.
just asked for? Is my question. How would you be able to go, that's not right? I can tell that's not right because blah 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 blah. What is the blah blah? You know?
Well, because you've already established your perspective, your frame of reference, because you've already seen the complete globe in the perspective picture of the camera you're taking, and then all you're doing is zooming in from that perspective. So you've not started from a perspective that can't tell you whether you're up, down. You know,
there's no up down, right? North isn't up. North is, I mean, if anything, north is down because then the sky goes clockwise, which makes more sense. So the only reason north is up is because more people live in the north, right? The complex seafaring nations existed in the north. Most 90% of the population is in the north. Most of the water's in the south. So that's why north is up, right? There's no reason. And,
I mean, I
Flat Earth
don't
can't
think
propose
north is
a
up
reason.
anyway.
But I mean, can you propose a reason? Let's flip the conversation slightly. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pretend you do believe in a central North Pole. What I'm going to say is, ignoring that, can you disprove? Not saying I believe it. I'm just asking, like, can you offer a logical, deductive, inferential disproof of a southern center?
Yeah, because southern center denotes a globe, doesn't it? It
No.
implies a globe.
I mean a flat Earth. I'm basically saying, can you disprove a flat Earth, but instead of a northern A map, it's a southern A map?
Oh,
So
right. So in that case, the Antarctic's in the center.
basically, yeah. Antarctic's in
Yeah,
the
well,
center.
you can
Sydney's up north. You know, Australia's up north.
you can disprove that because of the flights. I guess. Hang on. Let's think this through. So therefore, all the the Baltic Sea, these kind of northern places, Iceland, they're all on the edge. And then it's never conceptualized like that.
And that's kind
But
of
how to disprove it? It's a good question. How to disprove it? I suppose you've got to answer all questions, but just the distances it takes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they would be too long, and also the magnetic
distances can be used. Can I then establish from you distances can be used to determine to falsify a map, a centered map, a certain centered map?
I guess so. I've never considered this question before.
It's a good one, right? I've never thought of asking it before.
Curveball question. It's a bit curveball.
Thank you.
But,
You made me feel good about my little question.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, I would refute it by the compass kind of like direction. I bet you could counter refute that by saying, "Oh, well, it's pointing to south, not north." But the magnetic north is where the compass point always points.
Mm.
So the center. Yeah, what's up and what's down. It's more that what's up and what's down is not really part of flat Earth. It's more part of heliocentrism, because it's the kind of thing Elon Musk or might post. It's like there is no up or down in the heliocentric model, and that would be quite right in that model, because
Yeah.
who's to decide what is up or down? You know what I mean? But in flat Earth, it's just intuitively the case what is up and down.
Which is?
Just what's up and down.
Right, but I mean, which is north and south? Sorry, is what I'm asking. How do we intuitively choose north and south?
Well, north is just where the compass points. It's always where the compass points.
You've got to agree, I think, that's just a color we choose to point on the to paint on the needle. There is no preferred, like there is no way I have in either model, I guess is what I'm saying. There is no way I have in either model to pick the shape of the thing. To pick the polarity of it. Like the poles to me, I guess is what I'm saying, are even. So can we disprove a southern center? I think both are centered, and if what we would accept is it's impossible for a flat thing that isn't rotating to have two centers. It's possible for any object that is rotating to have two centers, right? Because it will rotate around an axis, and that axis is an imaginary line that passes through its body, that where it appears on the surface is that point. So it's got two centers, right? What we're saying is a flat thing, unless it's moving, the only thing it has is one center, or something that's like equidistant from its extremities, or something like it might be misshapen. You could like debate about is it more straight distance or more surface area or something like that. But you're essentially going to only ever have one center. You can move a center around with debate, but you can't create a second center that is sensible on a flat object unless that object is rotating. And what I'm saying is the south, the north and the south fit both of those. Is there a way flat Earth we can use any of the accumulated knowledge from flat Earth to disprove a southern center?
I think the only thing that if you let's look at this conceptually for a moment and imagine that this flat Earth is without end, it's just a kind of infinite flat, then there would be no center. However, we know that there is a center because we have a magnetic pole that the compass always points to, and relative to that, you've always got it pointing to a center. So that gives us the idea of a center. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't even have the idea of a center.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, and the star circle's very close to that point, I think, is another interesting thing. Like, it took till very late, I'm guessing. Actually, I don't know when we worked out that magnetic north wasn't quite equal to due north. Yeah.
Yeah, the star circle around the pole.
Have we talked before, Zenal? I don't feel like I recognise your voice.
Don't think so. No, I don't come on that often. But yeah. But have you not been has no one gone through how long have you been on this server?
Oh, I've been around these since 2020, so I'm 3 years in. I'm pretty seasoned. Know
3 years in, you're still agnostic.
I'm not really agnostic.
No.
I'm quite confident it's a globe. But what I find is counterproductive to conversation and inaccurate, just factually inaccurate. It's like proper truth, and is I believe in my core, we will sometimes be right, but we won't know when we're right. So it doesn't make sense to think we're already right. Is I guess my view. If you and I are equal, as I think it is reasonable to treat people, then it is equally right that you are right about any of the many things you think. It must be 50-50. Otherwise, I'm saying I am an improbable human. I am improbably more correct than the humans around me, which seems to me illogical.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't. I feel the globe has been refuted beyond question.
Has the flat Earth been proven beyond question, or just the globe Earth disproven?
Well, when you disprove the curve, and you've got no curve, then all that's left is flat, really, isn't it?
No, I don't think so, because I think what Flat Earth has done, unless you've done something different, is disprove a particular curve. But that doesn't disprove that there is any curve in any direction. It just says these guys in this tower lied to us and told us 3959. We found 3959 is false, which is fine, but that doesn't mean therefore my one is true, because there are people who think we live on the inside. There's concave and there's all sorts of other things that our measurements do not we cannot say, well, we're definitely right and those guys are wrong. I don't
Yeah,
think.
there's got to be an element of doubt, and I think that's why. I mean, there's no element of doubt in flat earthers' minds that the heliocentric model is fake and false, and there's no element of doubt on that half. However, I will concede to you that I don't know the exact nature of this realm.
Is it to you somewhat important that is unknowable? Like, do you believe that to be unknowable, and somewhat it is accurate or biblical that it's unknowable?
I think it could be knowable, but I think the powers that be prevent us from knowing. I think there are methods of exploration that were happening prior to the 1950s that were threatening to kind of give us knowledge on that front, particularly exploration in Antarctica. And then all of a sudden it stopped, and I think that would shed some light on things. I think there are people in the powers that be that do know, but that we don't know. They don't let us know. So we're just left guessing, and we're just left guessing. Oh, is the biblical account correct? Is there a firmament? Does it end? But another part of this is this, right? So, scientism, this idea that I can know the known universe and I can know it and control it and manipulate it, and it can be mastered by man.
Yeah,
Okay?
you're talking my language now. I like it. Yeah, I'm fully judged. I'm ready.
Yeah. So that kind of avenue of exploration is part of the. If you talk along the lines of kind of like the conquest of man over nature and all that kind of thing, it's all along that pathway. And I feel as though there's many inductive leaps have been made in order to kind of fill the gaps of that, and so when you let go of all that kind of what I regard as faulty reasoning, and you're left in a place of kind of more not knowing, that it's bullshit, but you don't know the exact nature, then you're just left more in a kind of trusting God. You're just trusting
God. So the trusting in God is an important part of it. It sounds like.
I'm just
because it's
speaking for
trusting
me.
in. It sounds to me it's like trusting in God or trusting in man, and you'd rather trust in God.
Yes. Yeah, just speaking personally there, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I like it.
Yeah. Because all these kind of filling the gaps bits that have been done by man, gravity and black holes and all this bullshit, it's unfalsifiable. We've just got to accept the authorities know, and we don't, but they're really clever. And we put our faith in man. We put our faith in the scientists. Put our faith in authority. And they take it all away from God, because there's no need for God in that kind of way of seeing things. And that's why we're in the culture we're in.
What about if the culture we're in is really awesome? What about it? I agree with you all of that. Like, to me, it's this interesting idea I came across, which is LaVey. Anton LaVey started the Church of Satanism or something like this.
Yep.
And I thought he was a crazy Christian. And I was like, well, nobody except Christians believe in the Christian devil, right? There's only one, like the Venn diagram of people who believe in the Christian devil is Christians. So he must be a Christian. And then somebody went, no, read his manifesto. I was like, okay, I read his manifesto. And he basically told exactly, verbatim, the story of the Numse. What am I trying to say? You know what I'm trying to say. Genesis of the Garden of Eden, but just went just like take exactly the words. I'm not changing the Bible one iota. It is this is knowledge, and it is knowledge of good and evil, but it is also like awareness, self-determination, an ability to make one's mind up.
Mm.
And that was what the apple was. The apple was symbolic, and I think for everybody it's symbolic. It's symbolic of like man wanting to rise up and sort of touch the face of God. Icarus, I think, is a similar story. You know, you tried too high, you tried to fly towards the sun because you wanted to be a
Tower of
god. The
Babel.
wax, exactly. This
Yeah.
Tim uses this great word. This it's a motif that is throughout history. And it could be there because it's true, but it could be also there because this just weirds us out, I think is some of it, you know?
Mm.
We just like we get weirded out by like, you know, you and I are fine with Discord, but like it fucking weirds out a bunch of people I know.
Mm.
You know, when I'm like, oh yeah, I go and talk to flat earthers, and they're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, yeah, I deliberately go and find people who think the Earth's flat and talk to them, and they're like, that's a weird thing to do. But they're weirded out by that, but that's normal for me at the time.
Well,
I don't know.
at least you can be in the same conversation. You've got an open enough mind to consider the alternatives.
Yeah.
I think a lot of ballers, let's say, or just normies, people who are very much in the conventional way of thinking, they couldn't even have this conversation. It'd freak them out. You know,
Yeah.
it freaks a lot of people out. But
It freaked me out too. Before I got used to it, I was like, what? How?
Yeah. Yeah, because it just turns everything on its head. And it
Yeah.
means that a lie has been told, a massive lie. And this lie has been kind of propped up by media and film and education. And I mean, the lie is absolutely monumental.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's the bit that most people can't get beyond. It's like,
Exactly.
that's why they always say, why would they lie?
Well, but that's something I think also flat earthers need to work on, which is like work out, which is like, oh, I got to bail out. Hang on, sorry. Is that
you played a game?
If you get a guy, but I'm like listening to you most of the time. It's like flying games, so I fly for hours into battle and then finally shoot somebody and then die immediately. I'm now dead again. You're not going to get somebody like me because I was a MoonCon, I was a 9/11 person, and then I've gone out of that. You're not going to get a normie like I don't know any flat earther who didn't start already thinking there was an Illuminati, that 9/11 was an inside job, that MoonCon, like it builds up to get to this point of being like, okay, it must go all the way to the top. You know, like it must be just like there's nobody who is out of reach of this. There's nobody who's beyond reproach, and with that comes a natural desire to make that number smaller, but with that also comes like an extraordinary number of people in on it, and that it's only at that point you can embrace flat earth. Whereas for me, I'm like, I wasn't MoonCon, but MoonCon's an easy one because it's like you go, you could have 10 people and then some people kill those people and they don't even know what job they're doing. They're just whacking some Hollywood guy, but they're regularly doing assassinations within, so they don't really care and they're never going to say anything. And you can have people whack people. That's a whole John Wick story. So sure, it's possible. And then you take 9/11, you're like, yeah, it actually wouldn't take too many people. But I did start getting to the point where I was like, well, hang on. I watched so many fucking videos of people doing demolitions, like setting a building up ready for demolition. And I was like, that's what made me start doing it. I was like, this is a team of people working for days around the clock, jackhammering out like this particular support and that particular support. And if they don't, you regularly see failed ones. And that's what I started looking at. What does a failed demolition look like? And I was like, oh, it takes a lot of work. And that was making me more sure of the 9/11 case, where I was like, look at how perfectly these guys have to do to get the building to come down like that. Otherwise it should tumble over. But then I was like, well, hang on. The proposition is that they did it professionally, but doing it professionally takes fucking forever.
And is it kind of weird as well? Like when the live news thing happened, like I distinctly remember there wasn't any plane.
No, there was. I remember the second plane hitting. I watched it with my friends.
But maybe it was like a different angle than when I was watching it.
I don't know if we should spend too much time on other conspiracies. It being a flat Earth channel, but
fair enough, then.
Yeah,
wherever you want to go. Yeah, you don't have to talk about that. I'm enjoying chatting to you. You pick a topic.
Yes.
No, I'm fully down with all those conspiracies. It's just that I'm not sure how much. I don't know if there's any moderators in here, but I'm not sure how much moderators are happy to just like for us to talk about, especially certain
Yeah,
conspiracies.
it goes from thing to thing. Yeah, obviously there are some to stay away from, but
There
I
are
think you
always
know what those
eyes
are.
looking at you.
Yeah, like that was the
Yeah,
thing that
the
started
specific
panicking me.
ones. There's
See?
specific ones listed in the rules that have to
Yeah.
do with the TOS stuff.
Yeah, just
Got
stay
it.
away from those. But we're allowed to talk about 9/11. I'm 900% sure, which is
Yeah,
impossible for
well,
me because remember I'm not sure about anything. But yeah, that's you take that one to the bank.
yeah, you've got, I can see your position, which is a very skeptical position. You're even skeptical of your own. I mean, I'm in no doubt whatsoever that that was just, the official explanation was utter bullshit,
I
and it
agreed.
was
Yeah, I was so with you.
delivered. Yeah.
Yep. Immediately they're like, we know their names. I still think that's sus. So here's the thing. I'm no longer what they call a MyHop, which is made it happen on purpose. But I'm not a lie hop, and a lie hop is a let it happen on purpose. I'm no longer a lie hop, but like the way I put it the other day to my partner was like, if it comes out that it was an inside job, I will scream I knew it. Even though I don't currently believe it, I was like, for a time, I knew it. I was certain that at very least they let it happen on purpose. I don't think that's the case though, so I can't, but I will claim it. But I shouldn't, but I will.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe it was inside job. I believe it was MOSSAD.
Right, fair
Who
enough.
did it?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
there was that argument. In fact, that was one of the ones. Interesting. That was one of the ones that got me out of it, where they heard that thing about these guys. These. Yeah, you're allowed to say that. These guys go on TV and they're dancing on the top of this van that had the Twin Towers in it. That was like this laundry van that was a known front for that intelligence agency you just said.
Yeah.
And they're dancing and they're clapping and they're hugging one another, and like multiple people saw it. And that was one of the like most insanely smoking guns that made me start looking at the counter website. Some people just got together and made a counter website that I always thought was sus, but I was like, I better check it out. I better at least check out so I can steel man what their official counter position is. And the counter position suddenly opened my eyes to about 30% of the 9/11 evidence. And it was, it asked this question, could that same thing be described a different way? So essentially, we think it's this thing, we strongly believe it's this thing, but would that be exactly the case if the other thing had happened? Could this explain both propositions? So, and I hadn't even considered that. And then apparently there's an interview with them and they said, sorry, it was in the same interview they showed them chatting on TV, but it cut before they said it, where they were like, why were you guys so happy? And they were like, well, because we'd been fighting like Muslims for years, saying there is an extremism problem, they want to push us into the sea. And because nothing had happened, we couldn't convince America of that. But what we knew is we'd been being bombed by Muslims for years, and now we can be sure that America will come to our aid because they'll have to.
Yeah, dubious about that one. I mean, I think your position on 9/11 is very parallel to your position on Flat Earth, because it sounds like you've got some doubts about the heliocentric model, but you haven't been shown a sufficient alternative explanation, as in an alternative
Very
model or
true.
Flat Earth model.
Yeah.
So therefore, you can't have confidence in Flat Earth.
Well, that and the bit I've been saying to you, which is essentially, this is a big conspiracy. It is crazy sized that I can't see how you get that many moving parts. Because like I've only done small projects in the past, so I'm not going to pretend to like know how to. But like I struggle to get 3 people to all be on the same page about what's going on. Even organizing a barbecue, 2 people bring potato salad. So I don't understand how you get enough people as necessary. And that's what I was saying about like the number needs to grow. I don't think the MoonCon happens. So I think the conspiracy is 0. I think there's like people trying to conspire, but they're bumbling fuckwits and they fail.
I think you should I mean, not telling you what to do, but I mean, my way of understanding all that has been my understanding of what mind control is. Mind control is very powerful, and it controls billions of people at once.
How do you know?
It's like, Well, because I've been in it and I'm now out of it.
But how do
So
you
now
know?
it
Like the
affects
problem
me.
with mind control is mind control says we might not be right about what we believe, but the problem is that immediately destroys the knowledge claim for mind control because you might not be right about what you believe about mind control. So if mind control exists, mind control could have made me believe it doesn't or made you believe it does. So it becomes irrelevant what we believe about mind control. So like we really need evidence for that one.
Mind control, let's not complicate mind control. Mind control on its basic level is just a lie. It's just me telling you, it's
Fair
just me
enough. I
coming up
like
to you
it.
and
Yep,
saying,
yep, that's well said.
I've just been mugged and I've had £1,000 taken off me and they took my watch as well. And you go, man, oh shit. And I say, so look, I can't pay you until fucking in a month's time. And you go, okay, fair enough, you've been some shit. And I've just lied to you. But that's controlled your mind. It's controlled your perspective on something.
You made a very good point there, and I now have to concede all of it. That's a very good point.
Yeah, that's just what mind control is. It's a lie. But the art of lying has been taken to such an infinite degree by these people, is that they use media, they use the power of suggestion, they use subliminal messaging, they use they've made it into an art form, and a lot of people woke up to that art form in 2020, and we'll not say why, but a lot of people woke up to that art form.
A lot of people got
and
sus. That I would definitely agree with.
Yeah. So I feel as though I understand mind control because I understand how it works on me. I understand how the education system got into us very early.
But what I think one needs to do, so you might be right. That's what I want to say first. But what I want to say is about mind control is I just don't, like the people I know that are like mind control has worked on me are like in a mental asylum and they're like, the CIA is in my brain with radios, right? But I know tens of thousands more people than that would describe mind control, but they always describe it in the same way. Other people are deluded, not me. And to me, nothing is a clearer example of mind control than other people are deluded, not me. So that's why I hold this position of doubt where I'm like, you might be right because you might be. Sorry?
I take that point. No, I can't be 100% sure of my version of reality. If I was, I'd be very arrogant, so I've got to have some humility and consider the possibility that I might be wrong. I've always got to do that. So you're absolutely right in that, yeah.
Yeah, let me just switch to my phone so I can go out and finish my joint. Back in a second.
What a guy.
But the other guy who came in earlier and said, I know we've moved on from the subject about the plane hitting the building. Yeah, I totally agreed. There was no planes that hit the buildings. That was just put in the after effects.
Hang on, you think no planes hit at all?
Yep.
I think no plane. Like I think there was I didn't see a plane.
So let me tell you what I saw from Sydney, and it was a second plane slam in front of live broadcasters. Now I know you've all seen that. I'm not making that point. The point I'm making is there are like people in the street. There would have been everybody in New York City was looking at that point around the time it happened, and some of those people saw it. Do you think that's a huge conspiracy? Like there should be many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people at least, because it's a city of 13 million. So I'm going like 1% of them should go, I never saw a plane, and none of them say that. Only people say
Have you
that
seen
like
the Ash
20 years later.
experiment?
But
Have you seen the Ash
in
experiment?
my memory, I was like, I didn't see a plane. There was an explosion, but then suddenly I was like, how come there's a plane now? And then I saw there was another plane. I'm like, but there was only one plane, and then there was an explosion.
Yeah.
So you did see a plane and you saw an explosion on
Yeah,
TV
but
or
I didn't
live?
see TV live. I didn't see two planes hit. I saw the
No.
explosion, but then there
Yeah.
was another image where
The camera. It took years for the first plane.
and it was the same explosion. So I was a bit confused. Why?
I agree. Sorry, I was clipping you there. That was very rude of me. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Oh, good. So, like, like there was one that hit one of the towers and then it hit the other one, and then there was another one that went through the whole level, right?
There was two planes. One hit the first tower, one hit the second, I thought.
So one of those I didn't see, and then later on I'm like, did they put another plane? And then because it's the same explosion, but I remember I didn't see a plane for when that happened, when that explosion happened. I did saw the other
Also,
plane, but the first one I didn't.
Also, so many pilots. There's pilots against 9/11, and there's many pilots who've come out and said that maneuver, even for a highly experienced pilot, is literally impossible. You can't make that maneuver at that speed and hit that tower. It's just impossible.